Chen was reborn in the Nine Heavens continent, where the enchanting Empress Luo Hongyan was selecting an empress. Possessing a signing-in system, he had experienced lackluster effects from signing in at ordinary locations for over 20 years, yet he was ultimately chosen as the empress. Signing in at the imperial palace allowed him to soar to new heights. The empress has many admirable qualities, yet her strength is somewhat lacking. Indeed, she is merely at the acquired level. Years later, he would hear Chapter 1, The Enchanting Empress and the Selection of the Empress. Dog system, you are utterly worthless. Release my ownership. Useless system, did you hear that? Quickly release my ownership and get lost. What good are you? After traversing to this world and waiting 2 decades, he finally awaited the completion of the system's loading. Years of signing in yielded nothing but trash, and Chen was furious. What use was this pitiful system? Confirm release of system ownership? The system's voice echoed. Confirmed. Chen declared fiercely, feeling utterly humiliated as a transmigrator with such a broken system. Releasing ownership of the mundane signing-in system, ownership successfully released. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a hidden system. The supreme signing-in system is now loading. Completion underway. Chen was taken aback after scolding the dog system away. A new system appeared. The new system loaded quickly, unlike the previous one that took over 20 years, during which Chen felt as though he would wither away. Host, please note that the rewards from the supreme signing-in system are related to the signing-in location. The more unique the location, the more substantial the rewards. You may sign in 3 times each month. If there are any remaining signing opportunities, the success rate for the following month will increase. Chen gazed into the distance at the magnificent imperial palace. He was now in the imperial city of the Tianyan dynasty on the Nine Heavens continent, a nation of 100 billion people, ruled by the Empress Luo Hongyan. Moreover, Luo Hongyan held the first position on the Nine Heavens beauty rankings. Currently, she was selecting the empress. With my looks, making it onto the list of 10,000 men is absolutely assured. Chen chuckled. In her selection of the empress would pick 1,000 beautiful men to enter the imperial palace, and Luo Hongyan would determine the empress herself. Chen had no particular thoughts about becoming the empress. He was merely curious about the signing-in rewards. If the new system proved to be as useless as the last, it too could go. 3 days later, Chen entered the Tianyan imperial palace alongside numerous handsome men. The Tianyan imperial palace was far larger than the forbidden city he had visited in his past life. This was to be expected, given that the Tianyan dynasty had a population of 100 billion and had been established for 18,000 years. It is said that the Empress Luo Hongyan possesses unparalleled talent and has reached the 6th level of the Divine King realm before turning 22. With my mere acquired realm, I certainly have no hope of becoming the empress. However, simply being able to sign in at the Tianyan imperial palace is already quite remarkable. Chen felt a surge of excitement within. The new system had yet to be activated, but he had 3 opportunities. With this thought, he felt elated. The signing-in rewards within the Tianyan imperial palace should not be subpar. As the crowd surged, Chen entered a colossal palace. The massive wooden pillars supporting the palace exceeded 5 meters in diameter and soared over 100 meters high, with the entire palace covering an area of over 100,000 square meters. The entrance of 10,000 people did not feel cramped at all. This was the Houtian Palace, where gatherings were held when nations came to pay their respects. Silence. The emperor shall arrive. Shortly no one is to act disrespectfully. The voice of the official rang out loudly. The empress has yet to arrive. Shall we sign in first? System, arrange it. Chen mentally commanded. Signing in at the Houtian Palace, he received an S-level reward, the sacred concealment cloak, which could be concealed within his body, absolutely suppressing his presence, and concealing his cultivation undetectable by semi-saints. The system's voice resounded in Chen's mind. His heart raced. Incredible, an S-level reward. The best rewards he had received in previous years were merely a level, with most sign-ins yielding level rewards utterly worthless. Chen quickly inspected his system inventory, and a golden piece of equipment stood proudly at the top. I've struck it rich. This is a major win. Chen was elated beyond measure. The combined value of everything he had received over the past few years probably amounted to less than 1/10th of the sacred concealment cloak. The emperor has arrived. Kneel. The official's voice boomed once more, solemn and imposing. Yi Chen obediently knelt along with the others. In such a situation, failing to kneel would undoubtedly lead to consequences, especially the kind of consequences one would rather avoid. Long live our emperor! The officials and soldiers surrounding the hall knelt in unison, their voices echoing outside, where an even greater clamor arose. Inside the hall were merely 1,000 soldiers, while outside, thousands of black dragon guards stood watch. Rise! A cold voice commanded, and everyone stood. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen glanced at Luo Hongyan, and in that instant he was stunned. Luo Hongyan was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Her visage, Yi Chen felt, could overshadow every beauty he had ever encountered, including those famed for their allure. Especially, her unmatched grace made her appear as if she had descended from the heavens. The 9 Heavens beauty rankings do not lie. Luo Hongyan is undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in the world. Yi Chen thought to himself. Others were also stealing glances at Luo Hongyan, and upon witnessing her beauty, some individuals' eyes turned red with envy. To become the empress was to ascend to greatness, and with the empress being so stunning, who could withstand such allure? Luo Hongyan gazed indifferently and stated, "First question, those from humble backgrounds, raise your hands." Among the 10,000, approximately 1/3 came from modest means. Upon hearing Luo Hongyan's words, many wore glum expressions, realizing they would likely be eliminated in the first round. Those from humble origins might lack common ground. Damn, to be eliminated like this would be a disgrace to my status as a transmigrator. Yi Chen reluctantly raised his hand. There was no choice, as he belonged to the lowest tier among these individuals. He was orphaned and had no family. Only 1/5 raised their hands. Many, despite their humble backgrounds, chose to remain silent, unwilling to be eliminated in the first round. That's enough. Those who raise their hands will stay, the rest may leave. Luo Hongyan stated flatly. According to the empire's rules, she was required to select an empress at this time. Yet the truth was that Luo Hongyan had no desire to choose. She particularly did not want the chosen empress to hail from powerful clans, as external family influence posed a significant issue. A multitude of individuals were left dumbfounded, especially those who had refrained from raising their hands but belonged to humble backgrounds. Silence. Those eliminated, leave immediately. The official announced loudly, somewhat surprised, but as Luo Hongyan agreed to select an empress, he dared not speak further. From 10,000 participants, only about 2,000 remained. Yi Chen was naturally among them. Second question, polygamy, polyandry, or monogamy? What marriage system do you most support? Those who support polygamy, raise 1 finger. Those who support polyandry, raise 2 fingers. Those who support monogamy, raise 3 fingers. Luo Hongyan articulated that Yi Chen secretly rolled his eyes at such a ridiculous question. Whatever, if him eliminated, then so be it. A man's true nature should not be compromised over a trivial question. Yi Chen thought to himself, raising his hand and extending 1 finger. Among the others, over 60% chose 2, and who could blame them with Luo Hongyan as the empress? Over 30% opted for 3. Fewer than 100 chose 1. Yi Chen silently commended them. They were indeed brave men to support polygamy before the empress. Luo Hongyan's beautiful gaze swept over them as she calmly stated, "Those who chose 1 shall remain, the rest may leave." The vast majority departed with forlorn expressions, having realized they had faced a test. Those who chose 2 or 3 had no retorts. This girl is intriguing, Yi Chen mused, and to his surprise, he had not been eliminated in the second round. "Provide each of them with paper and pens," commanded Luo Hongyan. With only about 100 individuals remaining, Yi Chen and the others quickly received their materials, prompting Yi Chen to exhale a quiet sigh. Having access to the system, he had no intention of participating in the examination. "A song of coolness dedicated to myself," he mused, casting a glance at the others, many of whom appeared brimming with confidence. "Listen closely," Luo Hongyan began. "Today we have chickens and rabbits in the same cage. There are 35 heads and 94 feet in total. How many chickens and how many rabbits are there? The first 5 correct answers will pass," she stated. As soon as her words fell, Yi Chun swiftly pinned down the answer as was elementary school material. After all, he had graduated from university. Luo Hongyan's gaze swept over, revealing a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Half a minute later, the second participant finally wrote down their answer. It was not until 2 minutes had passed that the fifth correct response emerged. That will suffice. Those who have not written in an answer may leave. The correct answer is 23 chickens and 12 rabbits. Those who answered incorrectly may also depart. Luo Hongyan spoke in a calm tone. Sighs echoed as over 90 individuals departed, finding some solace in being eliminated early, rather than facing the fate of regret. Chapter 2. Ascending to the Throne, Body of the Sun God. With the departure of 90-odd competitors, only 5 contenders for the imperial title remained. Wow, I can't believe I made it this far. Yi Chun thought, astonished, considering he was up against 1,000 formidable individuals. Luo Hongyan descended from the high platform. Though she did not deliberately exude an overwhelming aura, Yi Chun and the others felt a terrifying presence around her. The fate of countless beings rested within Luo Hongyan's thoughts. You eliminated, she declared, pointing at one of the 5, a young man among them with the highest cultivation level. He was at the star gathering level in this world. Martial arts cultivation below the postnatal stage was deemed insignificant. Above that were the innate star gathering, star sea, condensed sun, sun god, divine king, divine emperor, great emperor, half saint, and saint respect levels. The Jiuxiao continent had not seen a saint respect in over 10,000 years. Half saints had become mere legends. Currently, the great emperor stood as the pinnacle. Yi Chun possessed the saint-hidden cloak, which rendered him undetectable by half saints, an incredibly precious artifact. Your Majesty, I refuse to accept this. My star gathering level is the strongest, protested the young man whom Luo Hongyan had pointed out, believing his cultivation bestowed him the greatest potential. Without offering an explanation, Luo Hongyan simply waved her hand, and powerful soldiers promptly escorted the youth away. Yi Chun chuckled inwardly. You refuse to accept it? Who do you think you are? As the Empress, did Luo Hongyan need to justify her actions to you? You eliminated. She pointed again at another individual. While all of them were indeed impressive candidates, this individual did not align with Luo Hongyan's aesthetic. 3 choices. Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement. The initial odds had been low, but now they appeared significantly favorable. If he could remain in the imperial palace as the emperor's consort, even if he could not engage intimately with Luo Hongyan, wouldn't it still be delightful to sign contracts? Monthly, surviving for 3 to 5 years, he could potentially become invincible. Luo Hongyan scanned the 3 of them, her hesitation apparent. Though her imperial ambitions lay beyond romantic entanglements, the selection of a consort was still of considerable importance. How many family members do you have? She inquired. The other 2 eagerly responded, one being an only child with both parents alive, while the other had both parents and a younger sister. I am alone. My parents have passed, Yi Chun replied, sorrow flickering in his eyes as he recounted his past. His parents had treated him well, but they were murdered when he was 8. Bandits had invaded his village, slaughtering 80% of its inhabitants. Then it shall be you. The other 2 may leave, Luo Hongyan said, casting a deep glance at Yi Chun. For her, having a consort with no living parents was advantageous, as it eliminated many potential complications. Yi Chun was taken aback. Was to become the Empress's consort? What's your name? Luo Hongyan inquired softly. Yi Chun, Luo Hongyan nodded gently. In 100 days, I shall officially marry you. Within this time, the ceremonial officials will teach you some palace etiquette. Do not commit any faux pas. Escort young Master Yi to the Yonghe Palace, she instructed in a measured tone. Yi Chun nodded in bewilderment. Competing among 10,000, he had somehow emerged victorious. What astonishing luck. Young Master Yi, please. As Luo Hongyan departed, a ceremonial official approached Yi Chun politely, recognizing his newfound status as the future consort of the Empress. System, arrange the other 2 sign-ins. Yi Chun instructed within his mind. The Houtian Palace was unique. Even if he became the Empress's consort, he may not have the opportunity to visit this palace frequently in the future. The harem must not interfere with politics. Signing in at the Houtian Palace yielded an S-level reward, the body of the sun god, allowing cultivation simply by basking in sunlight, with a limit of half saint. Signing in also granted an 11 reward, photographic memory. The system's voice filled Yi Chen with elation. Photographic memory was already an excellent reward, and to possess the body of the sun god, merely lying in the sun, could enhance his cultivation watt bliss. As he examined his system inventory, Yi Chen noticed 2 orbs of light. The body of the sun god manifested as a purple orb, while the ability of photographic memory appeared as a blue orb. Once he chose to equip them, the system would immediately empower him with the body of the sun god and grant him the ability of photographic memory. What a journey! After following the ceremonial official for half an hour, Yi Chen finally arrived at the Yonghe Palace. It turned out that prior to the grand ceremony, the Empress's consort was trained in etiquette at the Yonghe Palace, overseen by dedicated ceremonial officials. Greetings, young master. Upon entering, all servants within the Yonghe Palace, including eunuchs and maid servants, many of whom were quite beautiful, came forth to pay their respects. There is no need for such formality. Continue with your duties. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. The servants retreated, and the ceremonial official led Yi Chen to a study within the Yonghe Palace, where the shelves were filled predominantly with books on various etiquette. Young Master Yi, these 3 books must be memorized, the official instructed. It would be advisable for you to peruse the other texts, as well as the future ruler. Your words and actions will represent the dignity of our Tianyan Empire. The official handed him 3 tomes, each about an inch thick, which appeared quite daunting. You must memorize them within half a month. Failure to do so will affect your subsequent etiquette instruction. Yi Chen nodded lightly. With only postnatal level cultivation, his mental acuity was not significantly superior to that of an average person, making memorization within half a month quite challenging. However, equipping the photographic memory ability would render this task considerably easier. Young Master Yi, I take my leave. Another official will come and teach you etiquette in half a month. The ceremonial official departed quickly, eager not to linger as a fellow man. He felt envy towards Yi Chen's fortunate circumstances. After the grand ceremony, Yi Chen would rise to be second only to one, above billions. More importantly, the Empress Luo Hongyan was an unparalleled beauty. System, equip the Saint Hidden Cloak, equip the body of the sun god, equip the photographic memory ability. Yi Chen silently commanded in his heart. In an instant, he felt a remarkable transformation. It was as though a sun had emerged within him, and the fiery essence of the sun coursed through his veins. Every cell in his body underwent a monumental change. Normally, such a transformation could provoke a cosmic upheaval, drawing the attention of others. Yet, due to the presence of the Saint Hidden Cloak, Yi Chen appeared unchanged, with no visible alterations. Goodness, I have retained everything from my elementary school textbooks. Yi Chen's eyes widened in amazement. While he was still unsure of the full effects of the body of the sun god, he distinctly felt the impact of the photographic memory ability. Rattle, rattle. Yi Chen flipped through the books before him, finishing one in just 10 minutes, recalling every word in its precise page with clarity. How astonishing that a great ability is so formidable. What this grade solar divine body and the S-grade holy veil? Yi Chen's mind surged with excitement. In comparison to the rewards gained from signing in, becoming an emperor was trivial in his eyes. The rewards he obtained today were merely the beginning, as he would continue to reap more from the Tianyan Imperial Palace in the future. Bring a lounge chair to the courtyard, Yi Chen commanded. Immediately, a servant brought a chair for him, and he reclined comfortably, basking in the sun while reading. After finishing 2 books, he succumbed to a drowsy slumber. When he awoke, the sun was nearing the horizon, and he felt a powerful force surging within him. His cultivation had astonishingly reached the 9th level of the innate realm. One more step would elevate him to the stellar gathering level. To think that a mere nap could yield such advancement. My 2 decades of diligent practice pale in comparison to this single moment of rest. Yi Chen marveled, overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 3. The Exceptional Handmaiden. The ancient dragon elephant. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and with his inability to leave the Yonghe Palace, Yi Chen's daily routine revolved around reading and sunbathing. What bliss! With the solar divine body, his progress was rapid. In just half a month, his cultivation soared from the 9th level of the innate realm to the 9th level of stellar gathering. At this level, the power within him would condense into star pills, gradually increasing in size, with the ninth level being the pinnacle. Incredible! The solar divine body is truly exceptional. I have reached stellar gathering level in such a brief time. One more step, and I shall attain the sea of stars level. A smile graced Yi Chen's face. On the Jiuxiao continent, many individuals were at the innate level, with stellar gathering being considered a minor mastery. Achieving the sea of stars level would mark one as a formidable expert, capable of establishing a family or founding a small sect without issue. The vast majority of individuals would never reach the sea of stars level in their lifetime. You seem to be in good spirits, a gentle voice remarked, a subtle fragrance wafting into Yi Chen's nostrils. He turned swiftly to behold the stunning figure of Luo Hongyan, who had unexpectedly appeared in his chamber. Hongyan, Yi Chen exclaimed, immediately regretting it. Memories of his past life flooded back, and his perception of imperial power had softened considerably. He had often thought about how he might address her in the future and deemed Hongyan quite fitting. But now, seeing her, he had blurted it out. "What did you call me?" Luo Hongyan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Having already let the name slip, Yi Chen decided to be bold. "We are to be married. Soon should I not call you your majesty?" "Umph." Luo Hongyan scoffed, her demeanor noticeably colder. "Yi Chen, I have come to discuss a few matters with you. Our union will bear the title of husband and wife, yet there will be no marital bond. I am consumed with state affairs and have no inclination for romance at present. Secondly, as compensation, should you take a liking to any of the handmaidens, you may inform me, and I shall grant her to you. Lastly, I possess new techniques and elixirs. If you adopt the new techniques and supplement them with the elixirs, it should significantly enhance your cultivation. Your innate level is too weak. For an emperor, you must strive to improve." With a wave of her hand, several books of techniques and a few vials of elixirs appeared. Yi Chen glanced at the elixirs. With his current stellar gathering, 9th level cultivation, and the solar divine body, he recognized one vial as a postnatal elixir, while the other was merely for the innate level of no use to him. The techniques might be decent, but he was unimpressed. He hadn't yet signed in to receive top-tier techniques. However, the vast Tianyin Imperial Palace offered ample opportunities for signing in elsewhere, and he might acquire formidable techniques at any moment. "Hongyan, please keep the techniques and elixirs. I have no need for them." Yi Chen shook his head. He still refrained from addressing her as Your Majesty. Now that she was already designated as an empress, what was there to fear? Would Luo Hongyan truly execute him over such a trivial matter? Luo Hongyan waved her hand, and the techniques and elixirs vanished. Though Yi Chen was reluctant to practice, having a low cultivation level as an empress had its advantages. "The handmaiden assigned to attend to you has been specially chosen by me," she stated. "You may handle it as you wish." With that, Luo Hongyan disappeared. Yi Chen rolled his eyes inwardly. Some of the handmaidens were indeed exceptionally beautiful, akin to campus goddesses from his past life. Among them, were of exquisite quality. But did he dare? Though Luo Hongyan had said so, if he were truly to engage with any handmaiden, both of them might meet a tragic end. Was it worth sacrificing the unparalleled empress for a handmaiden? For now, Luo Hongyan remained an aloof empress, distant and untouchable. Yet Yi Chen believed that once he amassed sufficient strength, he would inevitably become the man behind the empress. The thought of that scene made Yi Chen's heart race with excitement. "Young Master Yi, you have memorized everything." The etiquette instructor was utterly astonished. After all, he had expected Yi Chen to only grasp the essence of the 3 etiquette books. Yet Yi Chen had memorized every detail. "Indeed, my memory is quite remarkable," Yi Chen replied. 2 days passed, and he had gone through 3 etiquette instructors, each of whom began to question their own purpose in life. Every concept they taught was swiftly absorbed by Yi Chen, leading to the premature conclusion of what was intended to be a 2-month etiquette course within just 2 days. What a splendid life this is, Yi Chen mused. With the etiquette course concluded, he continued to lounge, enjoying sumptuous meals, restful sleep, and the company of beautiful handmaidens. Unbeknownst to him, another half-month slipped by. Yi Chen had now reached the 4th level of the Sea of Stars. Without access to powerful techniques, his rapid progress was slightly hindered due to the limitations of his innate constitution. Nonetheless, ascending from the 9th level of stellar gathering to the 4th level of the Sea of Stars in just half a month was indeed remarkable. It is time for another signing. Chen thought, I must find a new location to sign in. The Yonghe Palace was not particularly significant, and signing in here would be a waste of an opportunity. Having waited so long for a chance to sign, Chen hoped for something extraordinary rather than a lackluster reward. Hongyan, Hongyan, Chen called out, his voice low yet audible enough for her to hear. After all, Luo Hongyan was at the 6th level of the Divine King realm. The hierarchy from Sea of Stars to the Divine King was vast, and at just 22 years old, her strength was a source of envy that could drive many so-called prodigies to despair. You possess quite the audacity. Not long after, Luo Hongyan's icy voice echoed as her figure materialized beside Chen, a sharp sword aimed at his throat. Cough, Hongyan, remain calm. Chen quickly interjected. Umph. Luo Hongyan scoffed. Noticing Chen still addressed her as Hongyan, she felt exasperated. Killing him and finding a new empress would indeed be troublesome. She was not one to revel in bloodshed. Chen breathed a sigh of relief with Luo Hongyan's formidable prowess and her status as empress. The pressure of having her sword directed at him was immense. Hongyan, I call for you not for anything grave. I have already learned everything I need to, and I wish to explore other places. I'm quite weary of staying in Yonghe Palace every day. Chen smiled amiably. Luo Hongyan furrowed her brows, astonished at his audacity to make such a request. Previous empresses had always been anxious and fearful of making mistakes during their etiquette studies, lest they falter at a grand ceremony. I shall take you for a tour. Do not expect to leave during the day. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Hongyan chose not to refuse Chen, as she would need his cooperation for certain matters in the future. She was also aware that should others learn she had not shared a bed with Chen at night, she would hear much chatter. As the Empress Luo Hongyan, she stood in a position of great authority, yet the ancestral rules remained in place, and there were certain protocols she was obliged to honor. Whoosh! A gust of wind howled past her ears, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Hongyan had transported Chen to the Imperial Garden, a distance of 1,000 meters. It was already late November, and the temperature had significantly dropped, yet the garden was adorned with enchantments that rendered it as warm as spring. Numerous blossoms were in full bloom. However, under the moonlight, those flowers paled in comparison to Luo Hongyan. Human beauty surpasses that of flowers. Flowers lose their luster in the presence of a person, Chen murmured softly. Luo Hongyan shot him a glare. Chen, do not attempt to beguile me otherwise. I shall not show you mercy. Chen smirked. Hongyan, I am merely praising myself. Luo Hongyan, do you have no shame? You have but 1 hour. With that, Luo Hongyan departed in an instant. A faint smile graced Chen's face. Luo Hongyan was not as fearsome as he had imagined. From their recent encounters, while she might have an icy demeanor, she was certainly not a tyrant prone to arbitrary slaughter. System, checking in at the Imperial Garden, he acquired the grade technique, ancient dragon elephant skill, a method to enhance physical prowess, bestowing the strength of a dragon and elephant. Checking in at the Imperial Garden, he obtained master-level chess skills. Checking in at the Imperial Garden, he gained nothing. Chen's eyes brightened. What he had most desired was indeed a technique, and his wish had come true. The ancient dragon elephant skill sounded quite impressive. As for the master-level chess skills, though they bore no direct benefit to his strength, they would serve to refine his character. Accepting that he had gained nothing on the 3rd attempt, Chen realized that the flawed system could indeed yield rewards each time, albeit trivial ones. Chapter 4. Fleeting glimpses, intimate encounters in his heart. Chen silently chanted, equipped the ancient dragon elephant technique. Instantly, a torrent of information surged into his mind, granting him a profound understanding of the technique in a mere moment. The ancient dragon elephant technique was now equipped and set to automatic practice. Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a marvel! The ability to train automatically earned the system 1,000 praises. This meant he could avoid the arduous training, and even if he fell asleep at night, the technique would continue to operate. Secretly, Chen commended the system, noting its superiority over the previous one. Suddenly, a rumbling echoed within him, as if a dragon was roaring and an elephant was trumpeting. The power within him began to flow along a unique trajectory, enhancing every cell in his body. Possessing the solar divine body, Yi Chun basked in the sun, feeling a decent increase in his abilities. Yet this method was somewhat passive, especially at night when the effects were minimal. However, with the ancient dragon elephant technique in operation, he felt his strength surging under the moonlight, surpassing even his daytime gains. The difference between having a technique and not having one was indeed monumental. No wonder, in myths, top-tier beings like Pangu and Hongjun required powerful techniques despite their formidable physiques. Yi Chen Musit. With the acquisition of this formidable technique, Yi Chen found that the flowers in the imperial garden appeared even more vibrant. Regrettably, Luo Hongyan was not by his side to share the beauty. Otherwise, it would have been even more delightful. Ah, Hongyan, since you have chosen me as your emperor, you must fulfill your duties as my consort. Yi Chen envisioned a blissful future. An hour later, Luo Hongyan arrived punctually. Hongyan, wait, could you have some books sent over? As she prepared to leave, Yi Chen hastily requested. Sunbathing alone felt rather dull, and he desired to expand his understanding of this world through literature. The following day, Luo Hongyan had numerous books delivered, various texts from the vast collection of the Tian Yn Imperial Palace. Since Yi Chen had little interest in rigorous training, she believed that reading would be a worthy pursuit. Comfortably lying under the sun, Yi Chen leisurely perused the books. With the solar divine body amplifying the ancient dragon elephant technique, he distinctly felt his power escalating at an alarming rate. Unbeknownst to him, a month slipped by. Yi Chen's cultivation had astonishingly reached the Jingyang realm, specifically the 5th level of Jingyang. In the Tian Empire, this level marked one as a true expert, capable of becoming a city lord or a general, commanding a territory. With the grand ceremony only around 40 days away and the new year approaching, Yi Chen's eyes reflected a sense of longing. This world also experienced 12 months annually, culminating in a New Year celebration. He wondered about his parents in his previous life. Thankfully, he had a younger brother to care for them. In this life, having lost his parents to bandits, he was determined to avenge them. The thought of the villagers' tragic fate at the hands of the marauders ignited a fierce fury within him. Previously, he lacked the strength to exact revenge, but now, with his cultivation at the Jingyang realm, he possessed the capability. The challenge lay in determining when he could leave the Tian Imperial Palace to seek vengeance. As the new year approached, Luo Hongyan's voice echoed softly, "What kind of gift do you desire, my emperor?" She appeared unexpectedly, radiating grace and elegance. Their relationship had grown considerably closer. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. This soft life was quite appealing. A hug, perhaps? He jested. "Speak plainly." Luo Hongyan shot him a glare. While she found many aspects of Yi Chen admirable, his handsome appearance, intelligence, and honesty, she felt one flaw. He displayed a lack of reverence for imperial authority. Little did she know that Yi Chen had long since abandoned the concept of emperors in his past life. "Let me leave the palace for a while," he suggested, but she frowned. "That's a delusion. Once you enter the palace, it's like the depths of the sea. Haven't you heard?" Luo Hongyan was resolute. She would never allow Yi Chen to wander freely outside. The consequences of an emperor or empress being harmed were far too grave. Yi Chen shook his head inwardly. It seemed he needed to elevate his cultivation further. Once he reached a significantly high level, he could utilize the sacred concealment cloak to mask his presence and slip away unnoticed. "Allow me to see your chambers?" Yi Chen asked for the 3rd time. Luo Hongyan furrowed her brow but hesitated to refuse again, feeling slightly embarrassed after having declined him twice. As an empress, it was only a matter of time before Yi Chen would visit her inner sanctum. Ultimately, Luo Hongyan discreetly led Yi Chen into her quarters. Given that their wedding ceremony had yet to take place, being discovered would pose considerable complications, and the Ministry of Rites would undoubtedly find fault with her. "Quite fragrant." Yi Chen inhaled deeply. "Just a glance, and you must depart," Luo Hongyan warned, her irritation rising at his actions, nearly provoking her to eject him from the room. "System. Sign in." Yi Chen hastily thought. The Empress's chambers were far more significant than the Imperial Garden. He might even receive an S-grade reward. The rewards were not fixed and depended on probabilities. In the Imperial Garden, there was a 90 chance of an A-grade reward and 9. 9 chance for S grade, and a mere 0, 1 for SS grade. In the Empress's quarters, Yi Chun felt confident there was a 30 to 40 chance of obtaining an S grade reward. Upon signing in to the Empress's chambers, he received the S grade reward. Fleeting glimpses, a technique that could enhance his speed tenfold. Yi Chen's heart soared with joy. This truly was an S grade reward. The agility enhancement was precisely what he needed. With the solar divine body and the ancient dragon elephant technique, Yi Chun was immensely powerful and swift, yet he faced 2 challenges. First, his speed had not been fully unlocked. Second, when he ran, like a dragon or elephant charging, he created too much commotion. Acquiring the fleeting glimpses technique would address both shortcomings. At 10 times the speed, even a solar god level expert would struggle to match him. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, a hurried voice called, as the court lady, Nan Gongning, rushed in. She had been granted permission to enter the chambers without announcement. Luo Hongyan's expression shifted uneasily. Despite having nurtured Nan Gongning, she did not wish for her to discover Yi Chen's presence. Silence. Luo Hongyan waved her hand. Yi Chen's shoes were swiftly concealed beneath the bed, while he himself slipped onto the bed beside her. They nestled closely together. If it were possible, Luo Hongyan would have preferred to hide Yi Chen beneath the bed, but there was insufficient space due to precautions against assassins. How fortunate, Yi Chen thought, resting his head against Luo Hongyan's thigh. Though separated by a thin layer of silk, he could distinctly sense her warmth and the alluring fragrance of her body. Luo Hongyan maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, yet her body tensed. She had never been so intimately close to any man before. As an empress, she could have her choice of suitors, but her ambition lay in strengthening the TNYN Empire, which had waned significantly from its former glory. Your Majesty, urgent news from Jiangnan. The Jiuli Reservoir has breached, inundating vast farmlands and creating millions of disaster victims. Nan Gongning reported anxiously. Yi Chen's heart sank. The Jiuli Reservoir was a colossal water reservoir. The breach of the Jiuli Reservoir will inevitably lead to the failure of numerous downstream reservoirs, amplifying the repercussions significantly. In the Jiangnan region of the Tianyan dynasty, crops ripen thrice a year, and this moment coincides with the imminent harvest. The rupture of the Jiuli Reservoir could potentially precipitate a catastrophic famine. Understood, there will be a grand court assembly tomorrow. You may leave now. Luo Hongyan spoke with a serene demeanor. Even if the sky were to fall, as an empress, she would not succumb to panic like Nan Gongning. Very well. Before departing, Nan Gongning cast a puzzled glance at the bedding, which appeared to conceal something within. Are you comfortable? With Nan Gongning's exit, Luo Hongyan immediately rose from her bed, casting a cold glare at Yi Chen. Were it not for Yi Chen's intrusion into her chamber, such an awkward situation would never have arisen. Comfortable indeed. Yi Chen nodded honestly. Luo Hongyan felt an overwhelming urge to kick Yi Chen into the heavens. Chapter 5. Potato Seeds, a Legacy in History. The water disaster in Jiangnan may likely lead to a nationwide famine next year. There is no time for trivialities. Chen, please don't rush off just yet. Will this truly result in a nationwide famine that claims countless lives? Yi Chen inwarded. Luo Hongyan furrowed her brow. In the presence of her ministers, she could not afford to display panic, but before Yi Chen, it was of little consequence. The drought in the north had rendered the harvest poor, compounded by the flooding in Jiangnan, making it exceedingly probable that many would starve. Yi Chen, perplexed, remarked, Hongyan, the T New York in dynasty is home to numerous formidable beings, adept at commanding the forces of nature. Can they not resolve this predicament? His eyes brightened as he continued. If high-yield crops can be cultivated swiftly, could we not plant them on a large scale next year to alleviate the famine? Luo Hongyan shot him a glance. Where'd such crops come from? Even powerful practitioners cannot conjure them from thin air. Moreover, unless we achieve a yield of 30 stones per mu, expanding cultivation next year would be futile. Yi Chen chuckled. Indeed, he had not heard of such crops in this world, but he possessed them. A few years prior, he had gained a plethora of useless items through his sign-in rewards, but among them was a modest treasure, 500 pounds of potatoes. He had previously rented 2 mu of land on the outskirts of New York and Imperial City to plant those potatoes. Calculating the time, they must have matured by now. Chen, if I can resolve this issue for you, would you grant me a kiss? Yi Chen said with a grin. That is utterly impossible, she retorted coolly. Do not jest. Luo Hongyan fixed her gaze on Yi Chen. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? This matter concerns the lives of countless individuals. Should you deceive the sovereign, even with your current status, I shall hold you accountable for your treachery. Yi Chen shuruk. I merely proposed a hypothetical. How does that equate to treachery? However, if you were to kiss me, I genuinely might be able to resolve your dilemma. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hongyan was resolute in her disbelief of Yi Chen's capabilities, though his words infuriated her. Very well, I accept your terms. If you deceive me, I shall take your head. A sovereign's word is not to be trifled with, she declared coldly. On matters of jest, Yi Chen's humor might be tolerated, but on this issue, she would not allow it. You should know where I reside. Send someone to my dwelling. There are 2 mu of land behind my house where I planted some crops. The leaves should have withered by now. Be careful not to damage them. Yi Chen said with a smile. There's no need for such trouble. Luo Hongyan's consciousness rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it reached 30 kilometers away, to the outskirts where Yi Chen lived. He had only moved to the outskirts of New York and Imperial City 2 years prior. Having been unable to afford a place in the city itself, it was indeed disheartening. Immediately, Luo Hongyan's consciousness detected the potatoes buried in the earth, finding them as numerous as stones, amounting to over 10,000 pounds. Can these be consumed? She wondered, frowning at their unremarkable appearance. Yi Chen laughed heartily. What are you saying? If they were inedible, why would I have planted them? They serve as a staple food, quite filling, and the taste is decent. Achieving a yield of 30 stones should pose no issue. In fact, there could be as much as 50 stones. Luo Hongyan's heart raced. If these potatoes were indeed, as Yi Chen claimed, they could be consumed and would stave off hunger. She could enlist practitioners to modify the climate, sprinkle spiritual water, and employ formations to rapidly cultivate more seeds. With widespread planting, the famine could undoubtedly be alleviated. Kulme. Luo Hongyan's consciousness enveloped several potatoes and swiftly transported them to the New York and Imperial Palace. Inside the palace, powerful beings sensed the anomaly, but upon realizing it was merely Luo Hongyan's consciousness, they took no action. How do we prepare them? Luo Hongyan inquired. Chapter 6. The Celestial Hall of the Heavenly Extremity, the intent to kill soon. Luo Hongyan brought Yi Chen to the Celestial Hall of the Heavenly Extremity. This hall had existed for over 10,000 years, having witnessed the reign of more than 100 emperors. Luo Hongyan was the sole female emperor. Her father had ruled for more than 2 centuries and was currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the realm of the great emperor. Luo Hongyan had several elder brothers. Initially, everyone believed that her eldest brother would ascend to the throne. Yet her father unexpectedly appointed the recently matured Luo Hongyan as his successor. After 4 years of trials and tribulations, her position as emperor had finally become more stable. Yi Chen, look quickly. We cannot linger here, Luo Hongyan spoke softly. In his heart, Yi Chen silently thought, system, sign in twice. There was little of interest to behold in the Celestial Hall at this late hour. His primary purpose was to sign in. Signing in at the Celestial Hall granted him an S-grade reward, the Rui Golden Cudgel, weighing 13,500 pounds, capable of expanding and contracting at will. Once equipped, as its master, he could disregard its weight, and his combat prowess could be elevated by 3 minor realms for those below the Great Emperor level. Yi Chen was astounded. He had obtained the legendary staff of the Monkey King. With his primordial dragon elephant skill, wielding this weapon would be formidable. Elevating by 3 minor realms was indeed impressive. With his current cultivation at the 9th layer of the condensing yang, equipping this cudgel would allow him to reach the 3rd layer of the Yang God realm. Beyond the Yang God realm lay the Divine King. In just 3 months, Yi Chen's level had significantly lagged behind Luo Hongyan. Yet he had undergone a transformation that made such accomplishments almost unbelievable. Luo Hongyan was a prodigious talent, endowed with imperial aura. and she had only reached the 5th layer of the divine king realm. The system's voice resonated once more, announcing, "Signing in at the Celestial Hall has yielded the S-grade reward, Enlightenment Pill, which can rapidly enhance cultivation for a brief period." Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. 2 S-grade rewards. His luck had reached an unprecedented high today. With the Rui Golden Cudgel and the Enlightenment Pill, this endeavor was a tremendous gain. Chen mused. As for the 3rd sign-in opportunity this month, he had no intention of utilizing it just yet. Using it again would likely deplete his reserves. "Your Majesty, you are mistaken. The harem must not intervene in state affairs. Those within the harem are forbidden from entering the court. This is our ancestral decree. Have you forgotten?" A voice lamented in despair. In an instant, many figures appeared within the Celestial Hall, and the previously dim surroundings became brilliantly illuminated. Luo Hongyan's expression turned cold. Only a few guards outside the Great Hall were aware of her presence. Luo Hongyan had thought these guards trustworthy, but now it seemed some were not loyal at all. Such treacherous words must be silenced. "Your Majesty, it must be Chen who has bewitched you. He is unworthy of becoming the Empress. We implore you to execute him and seek a more suitable consort." The crowd erupted in anger. Chen's expression darkened. These individuals genuinely wished for his demise. If he perished, Luo Hongyan's prestige would undoubtedly suffer. Should she seek another consort afterwards, it was entirely possible they had arranged for someone of their choosing. System. Equip the Rui Golden Cudgel. Consume the Enlightenment Pill. Chen resolved. These individuals sought his death. He needed to bolster his strength to safeguard himself against their potential treachery. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded Chen's mind. Upon using the S-grade Enlightenment Pill, his understanding of himself and the cosmos vastly improved, propelling his cultivation as if on a rocket, soaring from the 9th layer of the condensing yang to the 6th layer of the yang god within mere breaths, a leap of 6 minor realms. Equipping the Rui Golden Cudgel further augmented his combat prowess by 3 minor realms, bringing him to the 9th layer of the yang god. He was now but a step away from the divine king level. In a short span, Chen's strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. Yet, due to the effects of the holy concealment cloak, he appeared unchanged, and his cultivation still seemed to be at the postnatal level. "Silence," Luo Hongyan commanded. The crowd immediately ceased their furious denunciations. "Your Majesty, I have something to say," Chen stated. Luo Hongyan turned her gaze toward him. "Speak." The others regarded him with disdain. To them, Chen was merely a fortunate fool elevated to the Empress's side, utterly devoid of talent. Chen calmly declared, "Your Majesty, sneaking into the Celestial Hall in the dead of night, without summons, may imply they seek to commit regicide." Gasp! The assembly collectively inhaled sharply. How audacious! They merely wished for Chen's death, yet now he accused them of treason. If such a charge were levied against them, their entire clans would be exterminated. "How dare you?" An elder with white hair roared, his anger palpable. Luo Hongyan's expression remained frigid. "Minister Pang, Chen is my empress. Do you dare to question my judgment?" The elder's countenance shifted. As Luo Hongyan unleashed her imperial aura, he reluctantly acquiesced. "Yes, Your Majesty." Though Minister Pang harbored resentment, he could only nod in agreement. "Accompanying you will bring no good fortune." Luo Hongyan shot a glare at Chen, aware that today's incident might lead to further turbulence. Chen feigned innocence. "Hongyan, Minister Pang and his cohorts are your subjects. They were summoned by your own subordinates. How can you hold me accountable? I'm still shaken and need a hug to sleep tonight." Luo Hongyan, uninterested, departed immediately. Chen suinted, sensing that Minister Pang and his ilk genuinely intended to kill him. He felt the intent to kill. Even once he truly became the Empress, if given the chance, they might still conspire against him. "Old fool, I've kept a low profile in the palace, causing you no trouble. You best not provoke me, or you shall not find me merciful." Chen's eyes glimmered with cold light. Although the Tianyan dynasty possessed great emperors and divine emperors, their numbers were scarce, and figures of the divine king level were also few. Yet with his current strength at the 9th layer of the Yang God, Chen was already immensely powerful. A little more time, and he would undoubtedly reach the divine king level. surpassing Luo Hongyan in strength before long. Days passed, and the entire Tianyin imperial city was adorned with lights and festivity. Envoys from many other nations across the Nine Heavens continent had arrived in Tianyin imperial city. For the selection of an empress by the female emperor was a grand event for the entire continent. Some rulers of minor kingdoms even made the journey in person. Finally, I have reached the 8th layer of a young god. Chen thought to himself, realizing that at this level, his combat strength was now at the 2nd layer of the divine king, further narrowing the gap between him and Luo Hongyan. Empress, please proceed to prepare. The ceremonial officials arrived with a retinue, and several skilled maidservants styled his hair and applied makeup. Must I wear this bridal veil? Chen looked at it. Clad in a bright red wedding robe, he felt a tinge of melancholy with the addition of the red veil. Chapter 7. The grand ceremony approaches. Fingers intertwined, the officiating officials shook their heads in disbelief, and the surrounding maidens were equally startled. How could the empress and emperor not wear a bridal veil? Very well, Chen sighed. Ah, how delightful. What living off a woman? What being married? To be wedded to the stunning empress is hardly a disgrace. Moreover, to linger in the empress's palace while signing contracts could lead to a surge in cultivation. Such a stroke of fortune is rare indeed. Eventually, the crimson veil settled upon Chen's head. He sat quietly, awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. It was rumored that the empress of the Tianyin dynasty was merely a waste at the postnatal level. The truth of this remains uncertain. If true, one wonders what the fair empress thinks. Will their future offspring's talents be unaffected? Perhaps she intends to use this as a pretext to retain the imperial throne for an extended period. There is a distinct possibility. Individuals of the postnatal level do not typically enjoy long lives, allowing her to remarry a new empress later on. The ceremony was held at the Houtian palace, and a multitude of guests had already arrived, many whispering among themselves. The empress's postnatal cultivation level was quite extraordinary, even in a small kingdom. The Tianyin dynasty is one of the mightiest empires on the Nine Heavens continent. Previous empresses have never possessed a cultivation level lower than the stellar gathering realm. The former empress, now the Dowager empress, was of a similar age to Chen and had attained the Sea of Stars realm. Postnatal, innate, stellar gathering, and then the Sea of Stars. Each realm has 9 levels, with considerable disparities in strength between each major realm. The 3rd prince of the Malian dynasty has arrived. The 4th and 5th princes of the Baima dynasty have arrived. The 2nd prince of the Divine Gods dynasty has arrived. A resounding announcement echoed, quieting the Houtian palace significantly. The Malian, Baima, Divine Gods, and Tianyin dynasties are the 4 most powerful factions on the Nine Heavens continent. In the Yonghe Palace, Chen also heard these proclamations. Having read extensively, he was well acquainted with these 3 dynasties. The Tianyin dynasty boasts the longest history. The Baima dynasty is known for its fierce populace. The Divine Gods dynasty is a coalition of many smaller nations, and the Malian dynasty is the youngest, having been established for less than 500 years, yet developing rapidly. Currently, the 4 dynasties are roughly equal in strength, though many predict the Malian dynasty will ascend to dominance. Boom, boom, boom. The ceremonial cannons sounded. The auspicious hour had arrived. Luo Hongyan rode atop a white steed, and a large entourage proceeded toward the Yonghe Palace. Guests emerged from the Houtian Palace, following the procession to witness the spectacle. At this moment, it was acceptable to observe, but anyone attempting to cause a ruckus within the Tianyin Imperial Palace would be courting death. The Empress is truly breathtaking. Her beauty is unparalleled, her talent extraordinary, and she is the Empress of the Tianyin dynasty. I confess, I am envious. How I wish to eliminate him, so that the Empress would seek me in marriage. Many in the crowd murmured. Their envy towards Chen had previously been tempered, but upon witnessing Luo Hongyan's beauty, their defenses crumbled. In the days to come, I shall conquer the Tianyin Imperial Palace. I desire the Empress. The 3rd prince of the Malian dynasty, Dai Luowei, had a gleam in his eyes. In his 20s, he too possessed formidable talent, but lacked the imperial aura that Luo Hongyan enjoyed, currently only at the 1st level of the Divine King realm, slightly weaker than Chen, who was at the 2nd level. As the third prince of the Malian dynasty, Dai Luowei had encountered many women. Yet seeing Luo Hongyan made him feel that his previous partners were utterly mundane, lacking in every regard compared to her. Clop, clop. Luo Hongyan's white steed reached the Yonghe Palace in half an hour, where a thick crimson carpet had already been laid. May the Empress dismount. Luo Hongyan gracefully commanded. By your command, your majesty, please summon the Empress from the Yonghe Palace. Boomed the officiating official beside Luo Hongyan. The officiating official, not a eunuch, but a member of the ceremonial department, was responsible for orchestrating grand events. Royal weddings, funerals, ancestral rites, and the like were all presided over by them. Empress, please. The official respectfully addressed Yi Chen, who rose and stepped onto the crimson carpet, making his way outside. Luo Hongyan looks even more radiant today. Yi Chen mused to himself, feeling a twinge of pride as many gazes fell upon his bride. Undoubtedly, numerous suitors would take note. He had little sense of being married. To him, even if Luo Hongyan wed him, would it not still be he who dominated their conjugal bed? Well, if Luo Hongyan were above him, it would not be objectionable. The contact of skin was ineffably delightful. Though a divine king-level warrior could shatter a mountain with a single strike, Luo Hongyan's delicate hands were remarkably tender. It seems the emperor is quite pleased with the empress. The ceremonial officials thought to themselves. Initially, some believed that Luo Hongyan's marriage to the emperor was merely a formality, and that even a simple touch of hands would be a significant challenge. However, things appeared to be progressing rather well. Little did these officials know that Yi Chen and Luo Hongyan had already shared intimate moments. They had been in each other's embrace. In comparison, holding hands was trivial. Lest apart, fire the ceremonial cannons. 9 cannon blasts echoed as Luo Hongyan, riding her white steed, led Yi Chen comfortably seated in a palanquin towards the Houtian Palace. Ah, this is far more comfortable than walking. I wonder if I can sign in while in the palanquin. There is another opportunity this month. Yi Chen contemplated. After much thought, he ultimately decided against signing. The palanquin was new. Signing in would likely yield no substantial rewards. Following the ceremony at the Houtian Palace, Luo Hongyan would take him to the ancestral hall for a tribute. That would be an excellent place to sign in. Who knows when the next opportunity would arise? Afterward, Luo Hongyan would guide him through the Tianji Hall, entering through the front entrance and exiting through the back. This would signify his formal entry into the harem, and from that day forth, he would be forbidden from re-entering the Tianji Hall, with no political interference permitted in the harem. Luo Hongyan dismounted and lifted the palanquin's curtain. A throng of guests streamed from the Houtian Palace, numbering certainly over 10,000. Your Majesty, please descend, Luo Hongyan said with a gentle smile, extending her hand into the palanquin. Yi Chen placed his hand atop Luo Hongyan's delicate one as he stepped out. Traditionally, the emperor would take the empress's hand, and together they would enter the Houtian Palace. However, as Luo Hongyan reached out, an awkward moment ensued. Standing about 1.7 meters tall, she could hardly grasp Yi Chen's hand, which stood at 1.85 meters. Yi Chen smiled slightly, adjusting his hand to interlock his fingers with Luo Hongyan's. She stiffened a bit. A simple handshake would have been entirely acceptable, but intertwining fingers was far more intimate. Cursed beast! Many in the crowd seethed silently at the sight of Yi Chen and Luo Hongyan's intertwined fingers. How could such a waste of a man be worthy of the illustrious Luo Hongyan? Dai Luowei's eyes flickered with murderous intent. Should he ever breach the Tianyin Imperial Palace, he would have Yi Chen torn apart. TSK, it seems many are displeased. Yi Chen mused inwardly, fully aware of the hostile gazes directed his way. Some even bore a murderous aura. Yet, he ignored these menacing stares, no matter how displeased they were. They would not dare offend Luo Hongyan. As for the future, if he could just endure for 3 to 5 years when the emperor arrives, he might very well be able to strike them down with a single blow. Chapter 8. After the coronation, envy arises with fingers intertwined. Yi Chen and Luo Hongyan entered the Houtian Palace together, reluctant to part. A cool voice resonated in Yi Chen's mind, prompting him to reluctantly let go. The auspicious moment has arrived. May your majesty bestow the titles of Emperor and Empress. Boomed the voice of a ceremonial official as they reached the designated spot in the palace. Luo Hongyan nodded slightly, her imperial robe swirling as she turned to face Yichun. Through the veil, Yichun gazed at Luo Hongyan with a smile, thinking how beautiful his bride was. By the heavens' witness, I hereby confer the title of Empress upon the person before me, Yichun. I, rich in fortune, grant you a lifetime of glory, Luo Hongyan declared with authority, her imperial aura overwhelming those around her. Numerous rulers from other nations attended, some even more powerful than Luo Hongyan. Yet her imperial presence eclipsed them all. This was the essence of the Tianyin Empire. Thank you, your majesty. Yichun bowed respectfully, refraining from kneeling. The ceremonial script indicated he was only required to kneel during ancestor worship alongside Luo Hongyan, with the former emperor and empress absent, even in their presence. Yichun and Luo Hongyan would not need to kneel before foreign envoys. However, they would need to pay respects to the former emperor and empress with tea the following day. Ministers greet the empress, echoed throughout the Houtian palace, prompting a thunderous response as officials, including the esteemed Minister Pang, knelt in homage. Many envoys from smaller nations followed suit. Some rulers, including the third Prince Dai Luo Wei, did not kneel but still bowed respectfully. Despite their intentions to eliminate Yichun, they dared not act out during such a significant event, for the consequences would be dire. Please, rise, Yichun proclaimed, feeling a surge of satisfaction. This feeling was delightful, albeit fleeting, as being empress would soon limit Luo Hongyan's interactions with the outside world. Your Majesty, please bow to the empress, the ceremonial official prompted. Yichun faced Luo Hongyan, and in the presence of thousands, they bowed to each other. Your Majesty, please unveil the wedding veil. The official continued. In this realm, the veil was lifted not in the bridal chamber, but publicly. In ordinary households, this moment might be followed by playful antics, but here, no one would dare disrupt the solemnity. Luo Hongyan slowly lifted Yichun's veil, and he smiled at her. Hongyan, from this day forth, you are mine. Yichun's voice echoed in Luo Hongyan's mind, as individuals at the post-transcendental stage could communicate over short distances. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hongyan acknowledged his boldness, retorting, Yichun, do not mistake this. It is I who have married you, therefore you are mine. Hongyan, today marks our union. Let us establish a rule. Should I be unable to best you, I shall obey you. If I surpass you one day, we shall truly be husband and wife. And you shall heed my words in the harem. Luo Hongyan shot him a hidden glare. How audacious! She was the empress, and he dared to suggest she should obey him, were it not for the thousands watching, and for Yichun's contributions to the nation. She would have shown him the perils of serving a sovereign. Hongyan, why do you hesitate? You are the unparalleled empress, gifted beyond compare. Yichun encouraged. Very well, I accept, Luo Hongyan replied, somewhat irritated, unsure of Yichun's intentions. After all, he was merely at the post-transcendental level, while she was at the 5th level of the divine monarch. Yichun felt a surge of joy. Marrying Luo Hongyan was indeed a triumph. She had agreed to his terms, and he believed that when the time came and he surpassed her strength, she would have to comply with her duties as a wife. Kiss her, suddenly shouted someone from within the palace. Many gazes turned towards the loud warrior, recognized as the simple-minded Xiong Taichu from the Xiong family. Xiong Dali, the head of the family, was a formidable warrior of the Tianyin Empire, boasting 9 sons, each with commendable martial prowess, yet lacking in looks and intellect. General Xiong, your son seems quite spirited, Luo Hongyan remarked playfully. Indeed, Xiong Dali wiped the sweat from his brow, determined to discipline his exuberant son later. The ceremonial official cleared his throat and promptly stated, Your Majesty, it is time to present the Empress's seal. Luo Hongyan retrieved an exquisite seal from a wooden box held by an attendant and solemnly handed it to Yichun. The Empress's seal represented her authority within the harem. However, for Yichun, it held little significance, as he was the sole inhabitant of her harem, and he had no desire for another. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yichun accepted the seal and placed it into another box held by an attendant. The ceremony is complete. Your Majesty, please proceed with the Empress to the ancestral temple for ancestor worship. The ceremonial official announced. Chen and his entourage departed, while the guests in the Houtian palace remained, as numerous palace attendants swiftly prepared a lavish banquet for the guests. You were exceedingly bold just now, Luo Hongyan remarked as they journeyed to the ancestral temple, which was a bit distant. Fear not, Hongyan, I have always been daring, as you well know. Luo Hongyan sighed, feeling helpless against Chen's audacity. He had rendered great service to the nation. She could not punish him for a few bold words. Commanding him as Empress would likely lead to him ignoring her orders. Chen, you previously stated that should you fail to defeat me, you would heed my words. You want to go back on your word, will you? Luo Hongyan inquired suddenly. Of course not. A smile graced Luo Hongyan's lips. Can you defeat me now? Chen shook his head. With his second level of divine monarch strength, he could not match Luo Hongyan's fifth level. Then let me clarify. No more reckless words or actions. You will do as I say. Luo Hongyan declared with a hint of pride. Chen rolled his eyes. Hongyan, that's going too far. If you continue this way, once my strength surpasses yours, you will have to dutifully fulfill your obligations as a wife. Luo Hongyan gritted her teeth, imagining the implications of his words. Chen was audacious. Very well, I will not go back on my word, as I had previously promised. Now, you shall be quiet, she replied, her teeth clenched. Chen chuckled and closed his eyes for a moment. After about 20 minutes, the carriage arrived at the Royal Ancestral Temple. System check-in. Checked into the Royal Ancestral Temple. Received an A-level reward. A sealing card, capable of sealing all powers below the level of the Emperor, including physical strength. Divine Emperor-level individuals can be sealed for 1 hour, and Divine Monarch-level individuals for 1 day. Chen was momentarily taken aback. Such a reward was unexpected. While an A-level reward was not particularly impressive on his first visit, the sealing card's effects were remarkable. Should he choose to use it, he could surpass Luo Hongyan's strength tonight. Wouldn't that lead to a truly memorable bridal night? Chapter 9. In the Purple Dragon Palace. Sharing the same bed, there is little to say about the ancestral rites, which were so tedious that Chen felt an urge to leap from a height. As an emperor, it was impossible for Chen to accompany the drinking. Could Luo Hongyan attend to the drinking? Absolutely not. Riding in the carriage, Chen and his entourage arrived at the Tianji Hall, where all the court officials had already gathered. Together, Luo Hongyan and Chen traversed the court, after which she escorted him through the back door into the inner palace. As an emperor, it was expected to have a personal sleeping chamber, and one would not share the bed with the sovereign indefinitely. However, on the day of their wedding, Chen had to spend the night in Luo Hongyan's Purple Dragon Palace. Otherwise, it would invite scrutiny. Many were eager to find fault with Luo Hongyan, including the Empress Dowager. Chen could not decipher the late emperor's intentions. It was somewhat peculiar that he had appointed Luo Hongyan as empress. Still, the Empress Dowager was certainly displeased with her position. Luo Hongyan's biological mother had been the former empress, who perished during childbirth, leading to the ascension of the current Empress Dowager. The Dowager has 2 sons, the elder being the late emperor's firstborn. Under normal circumstances, the Dowager's eldest son would ascend to the throne, allowing her a comfortable position as the Dowager. Now, although she held the title, it was clear that the Dowager was not entirely satisfied. Chen, do stay put and avoid touching anything here, Luo Hongyan instructed. She had many personal belongings in the Purple Dragon Palace. Where shall I sleep? I wish to take an afternoon nap, Chen replied with a grin. Luo Hongyan glared at him, and he shrugged helplessly. Hongyan, I must sleep here tonight. Surely you can provide me with a place to rest. Would it not be disgraceful for the Empress to lie on the floor? Besides, if someone were to enter, Luo Hongyan gritted her teeth. You may sleep in the bed, but behave yourself, understand? She felt on the verge of insanity. Why must ancestral customs demand that one marry? Luo Hongyan did not consider that without such customs, the royal family would be left without heirs, and the Tianyan dynasty would have long ceased to exist. All right then, I shall be honest and simply warm your bed. Chen chuckled. Luo Hongyan felt an overwhelming urge to draw her sword and pierce him multiple times. This man was too infuriating. As she departed, a multitude of ministers remained in the court. She need not attend the banquet, yet she still had matters to address with the officials. According to custom, the emperor was to take 7 days off for his wedding. This was to allow the emperor and empress to cultivate their bond. After a delightful meal, Chen swiftly dove into the warm bedding of the empress. It was pure bliss. Should he use the sealing card? As night descended, Chen found himself in a quandary. Using the card might allow him to truly enjoy a romantic night. Yet it could also lead to the empress summoning guards to behead him. Never mind, his life was paramount. Furthermore, it would be a waste to use such an important sealing card in this manner. It was already within reach and could not escape. Chen Musit. The sealing card could protect him for an hour, even from a 9th-tier deity, making it wise to keep it for emergencies. Given his current 2nd-tier deity strength, he was certainly at risk. Many could kill him within the Tianyan Imperial Palace. Around 9 o'clock, Luo Hongyan entered the Purple Dragon Palace. She had finished her duties early, but had deliberately lingered in the study. At this point, she could no longer procrastinate. Hongyan, hurry and wash up so we can sleep, Chen said with a cheerful demeanor. With a swift glance, Luo Hongyan shot him a fierce look. Release my pillow. You shall sleep on the floor. At this hour, no one will come in, she retorted through gritted teeth. A bath was out of the question for her tonight. She had bathed early in the day and would manage with that. Your Majesty, do you require a white cloth? A maid inquired from outside the door. Luo Hongyan's expression changed. The white cloth was intended for the blood of the bride, and she had no such intentions. Yes, I do, Luo Hongyan replied through clenched teeth. Although she had chosen the maid, who could say if other factions had secretly bribed her? If she declined, would that not clearly indicate to others that Chen's empress was merely a figurehead? That would surely draw the ire of numerous ceremonial officials. Soon, the maid delivered the white cloth, and upon seeing Chen lounging on the bed, she quickly left, her face flushed. Hongyan, Gome. Tonight, do not treat me like a human, Chen declared dramatically. You. Luo Hongyan swiftly approached and kicked Chen off the bed, declaring, you should sleep properly. Feeling much better after kicking him down, she lamented, oh, the bed was so warm just now. Is it cold? The room with its warm jade is not cold at all. Even if the temperature were low, you at least possess the cultivation of a postnatal level. Luo Hongyan sat cross-legged, preparing to meditate. She intended to stay awake tonight to prevent Chen from taking advantage of her. How pitiful. Kicked out of bed right after their wedding. Throughout history, monarchs have been known for their fickleness, and the royal family is the most heartless of all. As Chen sat there, swaying his head, fragrant smoke ascended from the incense burner beside him. Luo Hongyan opened her eyes and shot him an exasperated glare. She simply could not focus on her meditation. Come back, behave yourself, and do not move. Otherwise, tomorrow, you will be appointed as the head eunuch. She huffed. Chen's eyes brightened, and he quickly climbed back onto the bed. The warm bedding was far more comfortable, especially with the beautiful empress by his side. Rest assured, I shall be the most obedient, Chen assured her as he lay down properly. In the next moment, Luo Hongyan sealed his acupoints, declaring triumphantly, now, even if you wish to misbehave, you cannot. Half an hour later, Luo Hongyan gradually fell into a sleepy haze. Chen turned to gaze at her exquisite profile. As she slept, her fierce demeanor softened, resembling a great tiger turned into a docile kitten. His wife, asleep, was indeed quite adorable, Chen thought. With his 2nd-tier deity strength, Luo Hongyan's ordinary acupoint sealing was of no consequence to him. He could take action if he wished. However, he refrained, as it was already generous of Luo Hongyan to allow him to sleep on the bed. After all, she was a proud empress. After watching Luo Hongyan for a considerable time, Chen himself succumbed to drowsiness. The following morning, Chen felt a weight pressing down on him as he opened his eyes and turned his head. At that moment, Luo Hongyan also opened her eyes. She had turned to face him, one hand and one leg draped over him, her beautiful eyes mere centimeters from his. Their noses were nearly touching, and their lips were almost aligned. You! Luo Hongyan immediately recoiled, creating more than a meter of space between them. Hongyan, please release my acupoint. Chen pleaded, unable to move any part of his body except his head. Luo Hongyan's face flushed bright red. It was her own doing that had brought her so close to him while he was unable to move. Chapter 10. The Empress's Trials and Another Reward, my dear beauty. I never expected you to be so restless in your slumber. You must take responsibility for embracing me. Look, I have your drool all over me. Luo Hongyan gazed at Yi Chen's shoulder, where indeed there was evidence of her saliva. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to burrow into the ground. Do not speak recklessly, or I shall banish you to the cold palace. Luo Hongyan retorted, clearly agitated. Yi Chen looked at her with a sorrowful expression. Hongyan, I doubt you will ever visit the Phoenix Ming Palace throughout the year. I am the only one in the harem. Is there truly a difference between the Phoenix Ming Palace and the Cold Palace? A sly glint flashed in Luo Hongyan's eyes. In that case, I shall find you a companion to add to the harem. Yi Chen was taken aback. This woman had grown shrewd. She should have suggested visiting him from time to time or allowing him to remain in the Zilong Palace. But adding another man to the harem was intolerable. Since ancient times, monarchs have been unfaithful. The imperial family is the most heartless, Yi Chen muttered to himself. Stop. Luo Hongyan interjected, her expression stern. Those lines are quite good, but as an empress, I find them rather unflattering. She waved her delicate hand, releasing Yi Chen from his restraints. After freshening up, they hastened to the Wanshou Palace where the Emperor Taishang was in seclusion, striving to break through to the Emperor realm. Your Majesty, Empress, they greeted. Upon their arrival, the palace attendants quickly knelt in reverence. No need for formalities. I and the Empress shall pay our respects and offer tea to the Emperor Taishang, Luo Hongyan said calmly. An elderly eunuch rose respectfully. Your Majesty, the Emperor Taishang has decreed that he is in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. Your Majesty and the Empress's intentions are appreciated, and you may proceed to the Yangxin Palace to pay your respects to the Empress Dowager. Upon exiting the Wanshou Palace, Yi Chen pondered. Luo Hongyan's demeanor was rather subdued, as if her relationship with her father was merely cordial. This was evident from the fact that the Emperor Taishang had not attended the grand ceremony the previous day, nor had he appeared today. No matter how preoccupied one might be with cultivation, could they truly lack time for such matters? Yet, the Emperor Taishang had still bestowed the throne upon Luo Hongyan. Yi Chen, the Emperor Taishang, is a distant person, but he has treated me favorably by passing the throne to me. This hurdle is easier to navigate. However, be cautious with the Empress Dowager. She may give you trouble. Luo Hongyan communicated quietly. Yi Chen nodded slightly, keeping his thoughts to himself. It was unwise to speak ill of the Emperor Taishang, especially while he still lived. The Emperor Taishang remained a formidable figure, a master of the 9th layer of the divine emperor realm. The Yangxin Palace was not far from the Wanshou Palace, and soon they arrived. Your son, accompanied by the Empress, pays his respects to the Empress Dowager. Upon meeting the Empress Dowager Du, Luo Hongyan knelt, prompting Yi Chen to follow suit with a resigned sigh. Although Du was not Luo Hongyan's biological mother, she held the title of Empress Dowager. Rise, my dear Hongyan. Kulme, speak with me. It has been quite a while since you last visited, Du said mildly. Luo Hongyan stood, while Yi Chen remained kneeling. Du did not bid him to rise, for if he were to do so too casually, he might find himself in a world of pain. Even with his second-tier divine king strength, it would be of no consequence. Yi Chen sensed that one of the elderly eunuchs behind Du likely possessed divine emperor-level cultivation. Hongyan. Du rambled on, conversing with Luo Hongyan for nearly half an hour, seemingly oblivious to Yi Chen's presence. Old witch, you wish to assert your dominance over me? We shall see. Yi Chen silently jursit. Though he held the title of the Empress's consort, he felt thoroughly suppressed by his status. Yet he had potential. A few more months of patience, and he would attain divine emperor-level prowess. Empress, you may rise. It seems we have exhausted our topics for discussion. Du finally turned her gaze to Yi Chen and said nonchalantly, from now on, you are to come every morning to pay your respects to me. Do you understand? With your paltry cultivation level, there is no need for you to rise early to practice. Yi Chen chuckled inwardly at the absurdity of her demands. Your Majesty, while you are indeed the elder of the Empress, one might mistake you for her sister given your youthful appearance, rivaling the Empress's beauty. I shall certainly come to visit daily, not just in the morning, but also in the evening. Yi Chen's gaze was fervent as he regarded Du. Though Du was advanced in years, she had clearly cultivated well, appearing no older than her 30s, her charm still intact. Would it be convenient for me to stay here tonight? I wish to have a camel conversation with you, Empress Dowager. Dues expression d'arconnet. Despite Yi Chen's status as the Empress's consort, he was still a man, and a remarkably handsome one at that. How would the Emperor Taishang react to such rumors? What would the subjects think? They might assume Du was desperate. Luo Hongyan revealed a barely perceptible smile. She, too, was not pleased with Du's attempts to suppress Yi Chen. That is unnecessary. Simply coming each morning will suffice. Du replier coldly. Yi Chen feigned disappointment. Very well. Empress Dowager, I shall come each morning. Luo Hongyan struggled to contain her amusement. Yi Chen's presence would undoubtedly trouble the Emperor Taishang, who would worry about his own reputation. Luo Hongyan was confident that if Du truly allowed Yi Chen to visit daily, he would undoubtedly linger all day long. After all, as the Empress, could Du really force him out? Enough. Upon further reflection, I prefer solitude. Besides, I must cultivate, unlike you, who can afford to neglect your practice. I am weary. You may leave, Du declared, her irritation evident. She had intended to admonish Yi Chen daily, but she never anticipated encountering someone so tenacious and resilient. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. The smiling Luo Hongyan was even more enchanting. With a charming smile and captivating eyes, a single smile can topple a city. Another can shake a nation, Yi Chen praised. His poetic prowess was not lost on him. He was not alone in this endeavor. Possessing an extraordinary memory, he recalled every poem he had encountered in his past life. Luo Hongyan's smile faded as she acknowledged his flattery. However, as an empress, she could not indulge in sycophancy. How vain, she replied proudly. Hongyan, you have 7 days of rest. How about I stay here for those 7 days? Yi Chen's audacity was met with Luo Hongyan's immediate dismissal as she directed him to the Phoenix Ming Palace, bestowing upon him a plethora of gifts. Empress, please rest well. I shall return in a few days, she said with feigned concern before leaving in haste. Yi Chen expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. In truth, I am not so fatigued. I could endure for another hour. Luo Hongyan's expression shifted, her teeth clenched in frustration at Yi Chen's indiscreet words. Not wishing to engage further with him, she departed quickly, longing for solitude. Upon returning to her palace, Luo Hongyan instructed the attendants to prepare ink, writing down the verses Yi Chen had recited. This man, though lacking in cultivation, possesses remarkable talent, she murmured to herself. System check-in. In the Phoenix Ming Palace, Yi Chen explored the grand space, far more expansive than the Yonghe Palace where he had previously resided. The Yonghe Palace had merely served as a temporary abode until his status as the Empress's consort was confirmed, while the Phoenix Ming Palace was a permanent residence. Check in at the Phoenix Ming Palace, earning an SS-level reward, the innate divine willow, which must be planted by water. It has a combat range of 500 meters, with saint-level power within 100 meters and half-saint level beyond that, along with a danger perception range of 10,000 meters. The system's announcement left Yi Chen momentarily stunned. He astonishingly experienced a remarkable surge in character. He unexpectedly attained an SS-level reward. Although the attack range of the accompanying Divine Willow is somewhat limited, its striking power is extraordinary, boasting the strength of a saint-level being within a 100-meter radius. Planted by the pond in the backyard, it encompasses the entirety of the Phoenix Cry Palace within a radius of 500 meters. Chapter 11. Planting the Divine Willow, Palace Regulation System. I adore you. Yi Chen was elated, reveling in the prospect of an SS-level reward. Truly remarkable. With the Divine Willow seedling planted, he felt an unwavering sense of security within the confines of the Phoenix Ming Palace. Possessing the strength of a saint, any adversary daring to intrude would be courting death. As far as Yi Chen was aware, formidable beings of the saint rank had long been absent, and even semi-saint level experts had not been seen for ages. The most powerful entity in the Tianyan dynasty was an emperor of legendary status, an individual akin to a living fossil, rarely traversing the mortal realm. Typically, those of the divine emperor level represented the pinnacle of martial prowess. And even an emperor engaged in national warfare would not act without grave necessity, only when faced with the imminent threat of annihilation. System planted here. Chen selected a spot in the backyard where the Phoenix Ming Palace boasted a modest garden, complete with a pond, the scenery quite pleasing. Instantly, a sapling materialized in his hands. Ah, it requires my personal touch. Chen dug a hole and carefully planted the sapling, which stood merely a foot tall and appeared fragile. Someone, bring a bucket of the spirit water bestowed by His Majesty. Chen commanded. Before long, a maid delivered a bucket of spirit water, sourced from a mystical spring, renowned for its myriad benefits, including longevity and accelerated cultivation. Chen poured the entire bucket onto the newly planted willow. Instantly, the sapling began to grow at a remarkable rate, reaching over a meter in height within just half an hour. The nearby maid stood in awe. Such precious spirit water, bestowed by His Majesty, was being used to nourish an ordinary willow tree. What extravagance! What waste! The planting of a divine willow was complete. The system's voice resonated in Chen's mind, prompting a sigh of relief. He understood that it was not merely about planting. Nurturing it to maturity was essential. This willow shall be my lucky tree. Do not disturb it, he instructed the maids nearby. Yes, Your Majesty, the two maids promptly nodded. They were accustomed to Chen referring to himself in such a manner, having spent 100 days together in the Yonghe Palace. Chunlan, how many attendants are there in total? Chen inquired. It turned out that the four most beautiful maids attending the Yonghe Palace had been given new names by Chen: Chunlan, Xiaozhu, Qiugu, and Dongmei. They were all of exceptional beauty, the youngest being 18 and the eldest only 20. Luo Hongyan had appointed them as Chen's personal attendants, ensuring that at least one was by his side at all times. Initially, Chen was perplexed by Luo Hongyan's intentions. Was it test? However, as his strength grew, it became clear that she had intended for them to protect him. Despite their youth, each possessed cultivation at the Star Sea level, making them unparalleled beauties in any realm. Chunlan promptly bowed and said, Your Majesty, currently, there are a total of 360 individuals in the Phoenix Ming Palace, though not all reside within. Approximately 120 are permanent residents, while the remainder serves various functions to sustain the operations of the palace and assist Your Majesty during outings. Chen was taken aback. Such a large number of individuals dedicated to serving the Empress alone. Even the wealthiest tycoons of his previous life would never receive such treatment. Chunlan, issue a decree. If any servants fail to fulfill their duties, they may be reprimanded, but bullying shall not be tolerated, and any offender shall face severe punishment. Chen stated solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty, Chunlan affirmed. Both she and Xiaozhu exchanged glances, surprised by Chen's concern for the lower servants. What about the palace expenses? Chen asked. As the Empress, he was responsible for the finances of the Phoenix Ming Palace. Xiaozhu replied, Your Majesty, I have a clear understanding of this matter. The Internal Affairs Department allocates 10,000 taels of silver each month. 5,000 taels are designated for Your Majesty, 2,000 for the palace staff, and 2,000 for various other expenses, leaving a surplus of approximately 1,000 taels for emergencies. Additionally, any rewards bestowed upon Your Majesty are separate and may be retained in full. Chen was momentarily stunned, a total of 10,000 taels, with 5,000 allocated to himself. For hundreds of people to eat and drink, along with palace expenses, only 4,000 taels were required? What a wretched old society. As Empress, he found the arrangement rather enjoyable, yet he simply wished to bide his time and sign in, without excessive indulgence. Xiaozhu, adjust the allocations. I need only 2,000 taels for my personal expenses each month, while increasing the palace expenditures by 1,000 taels, primarily to improve the meals for the lower servants. I will make periodic visits to dine. Additionally, increase the salaries by 1,000 taels, granting all individuals a 50% raise from their previous base. Upon hearing this, Chunlan and Xiaozhu were astonished, as Chen had drastically reduced his own expenditures by 3/5, with 2,000 taels now benefiting the servants. Your Majesty, this is not permissible. Indeed, "Your Majesty, this does not conform to established regulations." Chunlan and Xiaozhu knelt in protest. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. "There is nothing impermissible about this. I doubt my monthly expenses at the Yonghe Palace even reach 2,000 taels, right? I am aware of the market prices in this world. 1 tael of silver roughly equates to 3,000 coins. 2,000 taels would amount to 6 million in renminbi." Xiaozhu added, "Previously, as a designated empress, your monthly expenses were approximately 500 taels." Yi Chen was secretly astounded, realizing he had already enjoyed a lavish lifestyle. He decided to maintain the previous standards for food and drink, anticipating that the empress's additional expenses would be somewhat higher, but 2,000 taels should suffice. "In the harem, I hold the highest authority. My words are law. Thus it shall be," Yi Chen declared nonchalantly. Chunlan and Xiaozhu appeared troubled. Yi Chen remarked it. The previous empress had high expenses primarily due to the numerous concubines frequenting her palace, necessitating hospitality and gift exchanges. In my case, all of that can be eliminated. Outings will also be infrequent, greatly reducing travel costs. 2,000 taels will undoubtedly be sufficient. Chunlan and Xiaozhu reluctantly nodded in agreement. As empress, Yi Chen's will was absolute. As news spread, the entire Phoenix Ming Palace was filled with joy. Poor meals, reduced salaries, and oppression were the grievances of many palace servants. And Yi Chen had swiftly resolved these 3 pressing issues. The Empress is so benevolent. Indeed, the Empress is truly exceptional. Yi Chen heard numerous voices of praise. Yet a tinge of sadness washed over him. Being called Empress was one thing, but the addition of Her Highness was rather excessive. Before long, Luo Hongyan received word of these developments, her eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. Sacrificing such a precious treasure as the potato and voluntarily reducing his own expenditures while enhancing the welfare of the servants. How intriguing, Luo Hongyan murmured softly. Chapter 12. The Dark Knight Assassin. The Empress Dowager arrives in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed, and Luo Hongyan had yet to make an appearance. Yi Chen remained indifferent, basking in the sun, perusing books, and nurturing the accompanying divine willow with spiritual water. Over this fortnight, the divine willow grew to a height of 5 meters, and Yi Chen's strength reached the 4th level of the divine king realm. In the dead of night, the divine willow stirred without a breeze. An elderly eunuch, resembling a specter, glided into the Phoenix Ming Palace, swiftly approaching Yi Chen's chambers. Tonight, it was Qiuju who attended him, standing guard outside his room. Suddenly, Qiuju collapsed without warning. With only a star C level of cultivation, she was no match for the elderly eunuch, a formidable figure at the divine emperor level. "Foolish boy, you have brought this upon yourself by offending the Empress Dowager. Your survival for the past half-month was merely her mercy." The elderly eunuch sneered, being the same one who had stood beside Empress Dowager Du. After enduring for half a month, she had finally sent him to eliminate Yi Chen. The Tiandi Imperial Palace was fortified against external threats, but internal defenses were less stringent. As an insider, the elderly eunuch possessed immense power, making it a trivial matter to slay a mere postnatal-level individual. "Has the Empress Dowager sent you to kill me?" Yi Chen's voice suddenly resonated as the eunuch entered his chamber, alerted by the divine willow's warning. He had been awake all along. "You're quite astute. Alas, the clever often make foolish choices. Angering the Empress Dowager means even an emperor is doomed." The eunuch cackled, his power enveloping the room. Unperturbed by Yi Chen's cries for help. "What level of divine emperor are you?" Yi Chen inquired. The eunuch replied with arrogance. "I am a divine emperor of the 3rd level. Though you are an empress, in my eyes, you are but an ant." Without hesitation, the eunuch struck. To him, Yi Chen was already dead, and he saw no need to waste words on a corpse. However, as he reached out, his body froze in place, his head and heart pierced by a slender willow branch. The body of a divine emperor, usually robust, crumbled like tofu before the delicate branch, offering no resistance whatsoever. "You!" The eunuch's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a being of his caliber fall so easily to Yi Chen, and so effortlessly at that? "Indeed, you are but an ant," Yi Chen remarked with a faint smile, waving his hand as a terrifying suction emerged from the willow branch, consuming the eunuch's body and garments entirely. Chen's chamber lay less than 100 meters from the divine willow. Within this radius, the divine willow possessed the strength of a sacred sovereign. Before such a being, even semi-sacred figures were easily overwhelmed, let alone a divine emperor. The Empress Dowager audaciously dispatched an assassin to eliminate me. The death of the Empress would undoubtedly tarnish the royal family's reputation, severely affecting the Tiandi dynasty's standing. It is inconceivable that the Empress Dowager is unaware of this. The Du clan harbors significant grievances against me and Hongyan. Chen mused to himself, realizing that an empress without any foundation was not worth such a grand scheme. But this was primarily aimed at Luo Hongyan. The demise of the empress would significantly undermine her prestige. If she cannot protect her own empress, how can she safeguard the populace? With the current famine across the lands, should this news spread and be manipulated by those with ill intent, public sentiment would surely be thrown into chaos, shaking Luo Hongyan's throne. The Du clan's actions stemmed from their desire to protect their own progeny. For years had elapsed, and some still clung to their ambitions. Chen marveled at the resilience Luo Hongyan had shown in stabilizing her reign under far more dire circumstances. Half an hour later, Qiuju regained consciousness, her complexion pale. Not knowing how she had fainted, she feared the implications should anything happen to the empress. Knock, knock. Qiuju hurriedly rapped on the door, and shortly after, Chen, dressed in sleepwear, opened it. What is it, Qiuju? Chen asked groggily, having just fallen asleep when she disrupted him. Plop. Qiuju knelt heavily on the ground. Empress, I do not know how I lost consciousness just now. I am guilty of a grave error. Perhaps you encountered a minor mishap during your cultivation. Just be more cautious in the future. It's a trivial matter. Rise quickly. I need to get back to sleep. Chen replied before closing the door and returning to his slumber. Qiuju secretly sighed with relief. Thank goodness for the Empress's benevolence. A problem in cultivation was inconceivable. Rising, she reflected, her practice was based on the principles of calligraphy, embodying balance and harmony. Such an incident had never occurred before. Spring orchid, summer bamboo, winter May. I may have just been attacked. I fainted for a while, but the Empress is unharmed. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant. Qiuju communicated telepathically with the others. One was asleep, while the other two were in practice. Upon hearing Qiuju's message, they promptly exited their rooms and thoroughly inspected the surroundings of Chen's chamber. The latter half of the night remained tranquil, with no further assassins daring to approach. Upon seeing Chen groggily rise, Qiuju and the others felt a wave of relief. Could it truly have been a mere issue with cultivation? Qiuju pondered. In a Yangxin palace, Empress Dowager Du had also awakened. After being attended to by her maids and completing her morning routine, a lavish breakfast was laid before her. Send for Eunuch Chao. Empress Dowager Du instructed coolly, referring to the elderly eunuch she had dispatched the previous night. With Eunuch Chao's prowess, success was virtually guaranteed. It was likely that the Empress's corpse would soon be discovered. Yes, Your Majesty. The maid swiftly went to find Eunuch Chao, but after searching, she reported back, Your Majesty. It appears Eunuch Chao is not in the palace. If the Empress were to die and Eunuch Chao were absent at this critical moment, he would undoubtedly become a suspect. As the sun climbed higher, Eunuch Chao still had not shown himself. Empress Dowager Du could no longer remain seated. To the Phoenix Ming Palace, she commanded. The royal sedan chair was quickly prepared, and within 20 minutes, it arrived at the gates of the Phoenix Ming Palace. Her Majesty has arrived, boomed another elderly eunuch beside Empress Dowager Du as Chen, accompanied by many from the Phoenix Ming Palace, hastily came out to greet her. Welcome, Your Majesty. This morning, upon hearing the magpies sing, I knew good fortune was at hand, yet I never expected your arrival. Chen greeted with a beaming smile, inwardly sneering, suspecting that the old crone had come to probe for information. The deceased Eunuch Chao had been the Empress Dowager's second most skilled aide, a significant investment of hers. Empress, I am but an elder, and as you are new to the palace, I wish to see how you are adjusting to life here. Empress Dowager Du said with a serene expression, fixing her gaze on Chen's eyes, hoping to glean something from them. but discerned nothing. Empress Dowager possessed formidable cultivation. At the Ningyang level, the gaze of a postnatal level individual could not escape her notice. However, Chen was not merely at the Ningyang level. As a fourth-level divine king, his power was only slightly inferior to Luo Hongyan's. Could it be that eunuch Chao has been apprehended by palace experts and has not made it here? Empress Dowager mused internally. The Chen Imperial Palace housed more than one top-tier expert. They would not casually scan with their divine senses, yet they occasionally conducted inspections. It was not impossible for eunuch Chao to have crossed paths with them. Although eunuch Chao possessed the strength of a third-level divine emperor, he was no match for some of the top-tier experts within the Tiandi Imperial Palace. Chapter 13. The Empress Dowager's Pressure. Embracing the Empress, are the servants in the palace still obedient? If they are not, and you cannot punish them yourself, simply inform me, remarked Empress Dowager as she engaged in casual conversation with Chen while searching for reasons to inspect the entire Phoenix Ming Palace. She found no trace of eunuch Chao nor any signs of conflict. With a cheerful demeanor, Chen replied, "Rest assured, Empress Dowager, the servants in the Phoenix Ming Palace are quite well behaved. Should anyone cause trouble, I shall deal with them myself without troubling you." The Empress Dowager cast a glance at Chen. Did his words carry a hidden meaning? However, his expression did not suggest such. After thoroughly inspecting the palace, she noted that the strongest individuals present were merely 4 maidservants, all of whom possessed only star sea-level cultivation. Eunuch Wang, are there any formidable experts within the Phoenix Ming Palace? The Empress Dowager discreetly inquired of the elderly eunuch by her side. Though his strength was inferior to eunuch Chao, he was still a being of divine king status. Reporting to the Empress Dowager, there are none. Not even a single individual of the condensing sun level exists in the Empress's palace, and I have not detected any anomalies, eunuch Wang conveyed sincerely. Suppressing her doubts, the Empress Dowager pondered that perhaps her concerns were unfounded. "Empress, since you seem to be adapting well, I feel at ease. I shall visit the Purple Dragon Palace to check on Hongyan's situation. Would you care to join me?" "Certainly," Chen responded with a smile. Their royal carriages departed simultaneously, and the Empress Dowager's suspicions about Chen diminished further. If eunuch Chao had indeed come, and Chen had faced an assassination attempt, how could he possibly feel secure enough to accompany her? Little did the Empress Dowager know that even outside the palace, Chen possessed the strength of a 4th-tier divine king. Assassinating him was no simple matter. In truth, Chen was not overly concerned. His thoughts were occupied with his beloved wife. Additionally, he could sign in at the Purple Dragon Palace. Upon arriving at the Purple Dragon Palace, Luo Hongyan received news that the Empress Dowager had gone to the Phoenix Ming Palace and was now on her way to visit her. Why did the Empress Dowager suddenly visit the Phoenix Ming Palace? Luo Hongyan furrowed her brow. Although Chen was quite eloquent, she feared he would be at a disadvantage facing the Empress Dowager. Accompanying her were 2 formidable experts of divine emperor status, and she was aware of this. What was there in the Phoenix Ming Palace? Chunlan and her companions were merely of star sea-level strength, providing only basic protection to ensure Chen was not harmed by ordinary palace servants. Though Luo Hongyan had considered dispatching top-tier experts to safeguard Chen, she ultimately abandoned the idea. If other elite forces sought to eliminate him, even with divine emperor-level protection, his safety could not be guaranteed. Chen's innate strength was too weak, leaving him vulnerable to numerous assassination methods. Empress Dowager, Chen and the others soon arrived, with Luo Hongyan greeting them at the entrance of the Purple Dragon Palace. She bowed respectfully to the Empress Dowager and nodded at Chen. The Empress Dowager spoke. "Hongyan, I have heard that you have been preoccupied with state affairs and have had no time to visit the Empress. I decided to check on her well-being since you are newlywed. You must not neglect her." Luo Hongyan cast a glance at Chen, puzzled by the Empress Dowager's defense of him. "The truth is, I have indeed been quite busy lately, with severe grain shortages across various regions. The Empress can surely understand," Luo Hongyan replied. Chen interjected, "Your Majesty's duties to the state are paramount. I of course understand. However, a mere embrace from your Majesty, considering you have not visited me in half a month, would not be an issue at all," the Empress Dowager observed, noting the presence of many others. Luo Hongyan secretly rolled her eyes, thinking, the Empress truly is considerate. Luo Hongyan opened her arms, and Yi Chen stepped forward to embrace her. Though it was Yi Chen who sought the embrace, the perception among onlookers felt quite different. Despite being around 1.7 meters tall, Luo Hongyan was slender, making her appear diminutive in comparison to Yi Chen. This was not Luo Hongyan embracing Yi Chen. It seemed as though Yi Chen had enveloped her entirely in his arms. Hongyan, you still smell delightful, Yi Chen communicated telepathically. Luo Hongyan's body stiffened slightly, as she felt an impulse to slap him. Yi Chen, you are being outrageous. Hongyan, we are married. Is it not normal for us to embrace? Yi Chen continued to hold her for a few more seconds before releasing her. Externally calm, Luo Hongyan internally seethed with frustration. The Empress Dowager's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She was displeased with Yi Chen. How could a mere wastrel like him be worthy of Luo Hongyan? After all, she was the cherished daughter of the royal family and an empress. Now, the Empress Dowager's thoughts shifted. If Yi Chen and Luo Hongyan's relationship were to falter, even if Yi Chen were to perish, Luo Hongyan could easily claim that she had no intention of marrying an empress. Thus, her commitment to the empress's protection would wane significantly. Would Luo Hongyan truly think so? Otherwise, why was there not a single formidable expert in the Phoenix Ming Palace? The Empress Dowager mused internally. Hongyan, seeing you and the Empress so close brings me comfort. I was concerned that your lack of visits to the Phoenix Ming Palace over the past half-month might indicate dissatisfaction with the Empress. In such a case, I would have had to arrange for additional consorts for you, the Empress Dowager jested. Luo Hongyan's expression shifted slightly. She had no desire for the Empress Dowager to find her more consorts. Her thoughts were elsewhere. Empress Dowager, even amidst pressing state affairs, I shall make it a point to visit the Phoenix Ming Palace more frequently. You need not worry, Luo Hongyan assured. That's good to hear. Luo Hongyan furrowed her brow in secret. Eunuch Chao is missing? She understood that Eunuch Chao was no ordinary servant. He was the second strongest aide to the Empress Dowager, with a cultivation level of Divine Emperor 3. At present, her own strength as a fifth-tier Divine King paled in comparison to Eunuch Chao. Empress Dowager, I will send someone to search for him, though it may prove difficult to locate him. Given his strength, he may have slipped out of the palace unnoticed, Luo Hongyan declared. The Empress Dowager exerted pressure subtly on Luo Hongyan. If Luo Hongyan's people merely captured Eunuch Chao, there was a high possibility she would release him under the Empress Dowager's influence. Farewell, Empress Dowager, Luo Hongyan and Yi Chen said in unison. Empress, let's converse inside. Luo Hongyan led the way, with Yi Chen following closely behind, grinning as they entered the Purple Dragon Palace. Luo Hongyan gestured, and the door closed tightly behind them. Hongyan, come here. I'm always ready to devote myself to you, Yi Chen declared with a playful air, inviting her to partake in his affection. Chapter 14. The Guardian Ring. Divine musical talent Luo Hongyan glared at Yi Chen, her teeth clenched in frustration. Yi Chen, you have taken advantage of me once again. Yi Chen chuckled. Hongyan, we are husband and wife. Is it not entirely natural for us to embrace? Moreover, the Empress Dowager has encouraged our closeness, and I must heed her wishes. Luo Hongyan scoffed. Why did the Empress Dowager visit you? She mentioned that Eunuch Chao is missing. Do you know anything about it? Yi Chen shook his head. Early this morning, the Empress Dowager came to see me and took a tour around my quarters. How could I possibly know what has transpired? Perhaps Eunuch Chao is merely off amusing himself with the maidens? Luo Hongyan rolled her eyes. Eunuch Chao is so idle. He wouldn't exert himself for such nonsense. She felt a twinge of foolishness. With Yi Chen's cultivation level, what could he possibly know? If Eunuch Chao intended to harm Yi Chen, he would surely meet his end in his sleep, unaware of his fate. The thought of Yi Chen's demise stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Luo Hongyan. Could it be that I have developed some feelings for this man? A hint of complexity flickered across her expression. Would I truly feel sorrow if Yi Chen were to perish? Yi Chen, you shall stay in the Purple Dragon Palace for a few days, lest others begin to gossip. Luo Hongyan spoke calmly. The disappearance of Eunuch Chao troubled her. There was a possibility that Eunuch Chao had feigned his absence to to carry out a clandestine assassination. If Yi Chen were to die, the Empress Dowager could easily claim that eunuch Chao had betrayed her, distancing herself from any wrongdoing. Staying here? Huh, splendid. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. Even if they could not engage in intimate activities, sharing a bed with Luo Hongyan was still a delightful prospect. Even if he had to sleep on the floor, being near such a captivating beauty was a feast for the eyes. I shall investigate eunuch Chao's whereabouts. You may do as you wish. Luo Hongyan departed, quickly issuing orders throughout the Tianyin imperial palace to search for eunuch Chao. 10 minutes later, Qiuju sought an audience with Luo Hongyan. Your Majesty, why do you wish to see me? Luo Hongyan inquired, having adopted the names that Yi Chen had given to Qiuju and others. Kneeling, Qiuju said, Your Majesty, there is something I must discuss with you. Last night, while on duty, I fainted, and the Empress remarked that it might be a result of my cultivation. However, I suspect otherwise. Luo Hongyan promptly examined Qiu. Possessing the power of a divine monarch, it was straightforward for her to ascertain that Qiuju exhibited no signs of having fainted due to cultivation issues. Qiu, your body shows no evidence of having fainted as a result of cultivation, Luo Hongyan stated solemnly. Queen Yu's complexion shifted. If that is the case, it is highly likely that I was secretly attacked. Luo Hongyan furrowed her brow. Could it be that eunuch Chao's actions were discovered by a powerful figure in the palace? Perhaps they warned him, and in fear of punishment, he fled the Tianyin imperial palace. Assassinating the empress is a crime punishable by death. As for why the powerful figure did not come forward, Luo Hongyan understood. After all, eunuch Chao was a servant of the Empress Dowager. Does anyone else know? Luo Hongyan asked. Qiuju replied respectfully, Your Majesty, I have only spoken of it to Chunlan and the others. They will not speak out of turn. Very well. Your Majesty, Qiu excited. Upon signing in at the Purple Dragon Palace, Yi Chen received an S-rank reward, the Guardian Ring. Capable of withstanding a single attack from a semi-saint or 10 attacks from an emperor level, with its power requiring a month to fully replenish. Equipment requirement, female. While Luo Hongyan investigated eunuch Chao's disappearance, Yi Chen lounged in the courtyard of the Purple Dragon Palace, leisurely signing in. Yi Chen was astonished to find he had obtained a treasure he could not utilize. Although he was the emperor, he was undeniably a man and could not satisfy the ring's requirements. The ring itself appeared quite exquisite. Yi Chen retrieved the ring from his inventory. The design was pleasing, adorned with a purple gemstone. After scrutinizing it with his spiritual sense, he discerned that the ring was not an extraordinary artifact. However, given that it was a product of the system, he had no doubts about its capabilities. Remarkable. It can withstand a semi-saint level attack once or 10 attacks from an emperor level. Its defensive power is formidable. Yi Chen Muset. Once its power was expended, the ring could autonomously absorb energy to restore itself, making it even more valuable. This item would be an excellent gift for Hongyan, despite her low likelihood of encountering danger. System continue. Upon signing in at the Purple Dragon Palace, Yi Chen received an A-rank reward, Divine Musical Talent. As he examined his inventory, a radiant blue light appeared, within which seemed to be a small ancient zither. System, aquí divina musical talent. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into Yi Chen's mind. Within mere moments, he had mastered various string instruments to a divine level, a realm beyond that of a master. Master, grandmaster, and then divine level. In the Tianyin dynasty, a grandmaster musician was already exceptionally skilled, renowned across the nation. Divine musicians had only appeared sporadically in history, and currently, the Tianyin dynasty had none. To suddenly become a divine musician was a delightful surprise for Yi Chen. As he reclined, perusing books and basking in sunlight, Chunlan occasionally played melodies nearby. Yet, his appreciation for music had been rather limited in the past, rendering him unable to discern its nuances. Ding! At that moment, a melodious tune unexpectedly filled the air. Luo Hongyan had appeared in the back garden of the Purple Dragon Palace, playing the ancient zither from a pavilion in the distance. The beauty played, her music flowing like ethereal dreams. Yi Chen found himself irresistibly drawn to her. As the performance concluded, he arrived beside the pavilion. Clapping his hands, he exclaimed, Hongyan, your skill is commendable. I dare say you are nearing the level of a grandmaster. Luo Hongyan's eyes widened in surprise. You understand music? She indeed played at that level. How laughable to feign knowledge. Luo Hongyan retorted coldly. Although she had permitted Yi Chen to stay for a few days, she had no intention of treating him kindly. Hongyan, who do you look down upon? It's merely playing the zither. Anyone with hands can do it. Yi Chen scoffed. Luo Hongyan replied with irritation. Playing the zither is a refined art. Is it as simple as you claim? Yi Chen smiled. How about this? Let's wager. If I play no worse than your recent performance, you must grant me one condition. State your condition first. Luo Hongyan said warily. While she doubted Yi Chen's capabilities, it was better to be cautious than regretful. Yi Chen pulled a ring from his pocket. If you lose, you must wear this ring and never remove it. Even while bathing, Luo Hongyan furrowed her brow, hesitating to agree. Rings were often used as tokens of affection. Accepting such a ring would signify her complete acceptance of Yi Chen's feelings in the eyes of others. Why are you afraid to wager? Yi Chen teased. Luo Hongyan huffed lightly. Very well, I shall wager, but I want to see how you can manage with just hands. If your performance does not surpass mine, you shall not sleep on my bed for the next few days. You will sleep on the floor. Chapter 15. A divine melody. Yi Chen nodded with a smile. Hongyan, if I win, will I sleep in the bed or on the floor? Luo Hongyan shot him a glare. As the Empress, how dare he question her about sleeping arrangements? You won't win. Hurry up and start. Don't waste time. She stepped aside. Yi Chen sat before the guqin, gently sweeping his fingers across the strings, producing melodious sounds. What a fine instrument, he praised. Indeed, it belongs to the Empress. What should I play? Yi Chen pondered it, quickly deciding on a piece he had heard many times in his past life. Feng Qiuhuang. Although he had never seen the score, his godly skills allowed him to play it effortlessly. Soon, the enchanting melody filled the air. Luo Hongyan was taken aback. A true master reveals their prowess immediately. Within mere seconds, she realized her defeat. Could Yi Chen be a godly musician? Her eyes widened in astonishment. Her standards of appreciation far surpassed her own playing. Having heard many performances by masters, she was certain none compared to Yi Chen. This piece seems unfamiliar, she remarked. Hongyan, care to provide some commentary? Yi Chen simuled, gesturing toward himself. This piece is titled Feng Qiuhuang. Luo Hongyan's heart trembled slightly. The title is splendid, and the piece is exquisite. You have won. You may leave now. I wish to be alone. She tried to maintain her composure. Yi Chen placed the ring down and left with a smile, while Luo Hongyan watched his retreating figure with a complex expression. Yi Chen, what kind of person are you? She mused, her curiosity piqued. He effortlessly produced thousands of pounds of potatoes, showing no regret in front of the Empress. Now, he had played such a divine melody. Initially uncertain, Luo Hongyan soon recognized that Yi Chen's skill was indeed of godly caliber. This ring isn't unattractive. I suppose I shall wear it for now, she said, slipping the ring onto her ring finger. It fit perfectly, as though custom-made for her. Guardian ring has been worn. Would you like to bind it? Binding will gradually improve your constitution. A voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind. A smile crept onto his lips. Luo Hongyan was quite trustworthy after all, for she had indeed worn the ring. Bind, Yi Chen thought. With her already formidable talent, if her constitution improved, her potential would be even greater. 5 days swiftly passed. During this time, Yi Chen had no qualms about sleeping on Luo Hongyan's fragrant bed. Unfortunately, she had spent those nights practicing, and their sweet dreams of sharing the same bed had yet to materialize. In these few days, thanks to the continuous improvement of her constitution, Luo Hongyan successfully broke through to the 6th level of Divine King. Even as a Divine King, after several sleepless nights, I find myself struggling to cope, she stated calmly. Hongyan, look at how radiant you have become in just a few days, and your cultivation has advanced. Are you sure you don't want me to stay a little longer? Luo Hongyan's expression shifted slightly. Her complexion had indeed improved, and her cultivation speed seemed to have accelerated. Could it truly be because of Yi Chen? No, that couldn't be, she thought to herself, personally escorting Yi Chen to the Fengming Palace. Your Majesty's complexion seems even better. A handmaiden whispered. Of course. The Empress has been with His Majesty these days. After all, women tend to glow when they are cherished, another maid replied. Luo Hongyan, still within earshot, darkened at their words. How dare they speak so carelessly? She wanted to silence them. She and Yi Chen had done nothing. Yet no one would believe her. Ah, how refreshing. This place brings a sense of security. Yi Chen reclined in a rocking chair beside the divine willow, basking in the sunlight, absorbing its essence. The ancient dragon-elephant technique continued to work within him, making him stronger by the second. Thus, 2 months passed. Finally, he reached the 6th level of Divine King. A smile graced his face. The rewards from signing and over the past 2 months had not been particularly remarkable. Yet the treasures within the imperial palace were by no means inferior. His cultivation was already progressing rapidly, and with the aid of some elixirs he had acquired, reaching the 6th level of Divine King was no surprise. 2 months prior, Luo Hongyan had been at the 6th level of Divine King. Now, she might have reached the 7th level, yet his own combat prowess at the 9th level of Divine King had undoubtedly surpassed hers. Yi Chen felt quite pleased. Having surpassed Luo Hongyan in strength, should they engage in battle, victory would grant him the opportunity to truly share a bed with her. However, how would she react to his revealing strength? If she discovered his true power, she would undoubtedly harbor suspicions about his intentions. Even if she did not cast him out of the Tianyan Imperial Palace, she would certainly send formidable warriors to keep an eye on him. Life is precious. Love is priceless. For the sake of freedom, both may be forsaken, Yi Chen murmured, deciding to keep his strength hidden from Luo Hongyan for the time being. After all, his wife would not run away. If both can be forsaken, then why become empress? Luo Hongyan's calm voice interrupted his thoughts as she gracefully descended. Yi Chen glanced at her without rising, sighing, "Why did I become empress? Is it not due to this damned beauty? The court requires 1,000 handsome men. How could I possibly be absent?" Luo Hongyan smirked slightly, finding Yi Chen's absurdity amusing. However, listening to his playful banter surprisingly calmed her restless heart. Yi Chen, the grain shortages across the regions have become dire. The potatoes will take another month to mature, and if they fail, many will starve. Spring Orchid brought over another rocking chair, and Luo Hongyan reclined beside him. In the court and beyond, the pressure on me has been immense. Yi Chen observed Luo Hongyan. Although she was a legendary empress, she was still a young girl of only 22 or 23. The overwhelming pressure weighed heavily upon her. Many areas have begun planting potatoes. You worry that if issues arise, the grain supply will dwindle and starvation will ensue, Yi Chen stated. Luo Hongyan nodded slightly. She was genuinely concerned. While experts had tended to the royal fields using formations and spiritual water, expanding cultivation lacked such conditions. What if the yield plummeted? Hongyan, do not fret. Even if the yield is low, it cannot possibly fall below 30 stones. Yi Chen reassured her with a light laugh. Luo Hongyan sighed. I hope so. I hope fewer will starve in the coming month. Currently, grain prices in the market should be exceptionally high. Some grain merchants likely stockpiled a considerable amount, Yi Chen suggested. Indeed, Luo Hongyan nodded, rubbing her temples in distress. I have ordered all grain merchants to open their stores, yet I cannot force them to supply grain at knife point. Yi Chen replied with a gentle smile. There are ways to encourage them to supply in abundance. If you borrow grain in the name of the court, promising them 1 stone of grain will be returned as 1.5 stones in 2 months, do you think they would refuse? Luo Hongyan furrowed her brows and remarked, given the current circumstances, if there is no turning point, grain prices will undoubtedly soar in 2 months. They would certainly be willing to lend. But how will they repay in 2 months? Yi Chen replied with a smile, in a month. A large harvest of potatoes will emerge, allowing the common people to satiate their hunger. How could they possibly purchase exorbitantly priced grain? Prices will inevitably plummet. There's at least several million taels of silver in profit to be made from this. Luo Hongyan gazed at Yi Chen in astonishment, grappling with a perplexing dilemma that, in Yi Chen's hands, could yield such a fortune. Yi Chen, if this succeeds, I promise you one condition. As soon as Luo Hongyan finished speaking, she vanished without a trace, needing to act swiftly to implement her plans. Chapter 16. The grain merchant's loan and the opportunity to leave the palace. The Tianyan dynasty is overseen by 7 prominent grain merchants, who control over 80% of the grain trade in the nation beyond the official grain supplies. Among these 7 merchants, 5 have their headquarters located in the imperial city of Tianyan. Upon receiving an edict from Luo Hongyan, the leaders of these 5 grain merchants gathered swiftly at her command. "Your Majesty," they greeted, bowing in a show of feigned trepidation, though inwardly they remained unimpressed. They suspected that Luo Hongyan was merely seeking to encourage them to sell more grain. However, as prices continued to rise, selling early would lead to losses, a notion they were reluctant to entertain. Luo Hongyan, as the emperor, was expected to command respect, yet they were not inclined to offer her too much regard. They operated within the law, and could she truly send troops against them? Dispense with formalities and be seated. Luo Hongyan stated calmly, "In light of the widespread famine and the suffering of the people, I have summoned you to discuss a business proposition." "Your Majesty, we are all ears," one elder responded. "I wish to borrow grain from you," she declared. "You may lend as much as you can spare, and 1 month hence, I shall return it to you at 1 1/3 the amount, or settle in silver at market price." The eyes of the 5 merchants gleamed with anticipation. They estimated that the grain shortage would worsen in a month, driving prices even higher. Lending grain to Luo Hongyan, only to receive it back at a premium, appeared to be an exceptional opportunity. "Is your Majesty serious?" another asked, his excitement palpable. Luo Hongyan cast a cold gaze in his direction, her imperial authority emanating powerfully, causing him to break into a cold sweat. "I am the sovereign of this nation. My words are not to be taken lightly," she asserted. "Forgive me, your Majesty." He quickly knelt, overwhelmed by her presence. "Rise," she commanded. "Given the urgency of the crisis, I expect you to expedite the distribution of grain to the local authorities. Furthermore, unless you are entirely out of stock, you must continue selling at the previously agreed quantities." The expressions of the 5 grain merchants shifted uneasily. They had committed to a daily supply, yet if the government sold grain at 80% of market value, they would be compelled to lower their prices to remain competitive. "Your Majesty is benevolent. I, Zheng, will lend all of my grain to you," one declared. "Your Majesty, I, Liang of Longxi, shall also lend all of my grain," another echoed. One by one, the merchants expressed their willingness to lend all their stock, convinced that a month later they would reap substantial profits. While they were aware of the government's initiative to promote potato cultivation, they remained skeptical. Even if potatoes yielded higher outputs than traditional grains, how much could they truly replace? Unless potato yields exceeded 30 stones, such a transition seemed improbable. The average grain yield in the Tianyan dynasty was only 4 to 5 stones per mu. Expecting potatoes to produce 6 times that was ludicrous. "Very well, I promise you, I shall repay the grain in 1 month, or compensate at 1 1/3 times the market price," Luo Hongyan affirmed solemnly. She then summoned ink and paper, inscribing 5 loan agreements and affixing her imperial seal to each. "Your Majesty, such measures are unnecessary," one merchant interjected. "We trust you implicitly. Time is of the essence." Luo Hongyan insisted firmly. The merchants took their leave, swiftly dispatching messages to their respective locations. Grain depots across the land promptly lent their supplies to the government, which began selling at 80% of current market value, significantly increasing the volume of sales. "Your Majesty is gracious. We hear you are purchasing grain at 1 1/3 times the price, yet selling it to us at a discount. Anyone who speaks ill of your Majesty shall be deemed our enemy," they proclaimed, their loyalty seemingly unwavering. However, amidst their exuberance, doubts lingered. Would Luo Hongyan truly navigate through this crisis? After all, the borrowed grain must be returned, and with consumption increasing, prices would inevitably soar even higher in a month. 2 of the remaining grain merchants conspired together, unwilling to lend grain to Luo Hongyan, even if they were required to sell some at a discount. They preferred to endure for potential greater gains in the long run. Days passed. As the potatoes grew in the fields, Luo Hongyan's anxiety eased. The land surrounding the Tianyan dynasty may not have been the finest, but but she estimated yields would not fall below 60 stones per mu. Chen, I thank you on behalf of the people. Luo Hongyan expressed once more as she visited Chen, offering him a gentle bow. Chen stood unfazed, accepting her gesture. Potatoes were indeed a means to prosperity. What was a bow from Luo Hongyan in such a context? Red yin, given that potatoes are a novel crop. The populace may harbor reservations. It would be prudent to organize a potato feast for the officials before harvest, dispelling any doubts among the people, Chen advised. Luo Hongyan smiled. I had the same thought. I have come to invite you to the banquet. While the inner palace forbade political involvement, attending such a gathering posed no conflict. Chen's interest piqued. He knew the banquet would not be held in the Tianji Hall or the Houtian Palace, but rather in a new location. Where will the banquet take place? Chen inquired directly, his curiosity piqued about the venue. Luo Hongyan replied with a smile. I intend to invite some notable commoners, and we shall hold it at the Houtian Palace. This venue, situated outside the palace, is where the emperor seeks to attract talent and engage with the people. Each year, the emperor meets with extraordinary individuals here, many of whom earn his favor. The Houtian Palace? Excellent. Chen nodded. He was well aware of its significance, despite its location outside the imperial palace. Signing in at such a place promised valuable rewards. The date is set for tomorrow, departing after the morning court. Prepare yourself, Luo Hongyan instructed before taking her leave. Tomorrow's excursion from the palace might provide an opportunity to return home and confront those bandits. A glimmer of determination flickered in Chen's eyes. A month prior, he had attained the 6th level of the Divine King realm, with the combat prowess of a 9th level Divine King. Now, he had achieved strength at the Divine Emperor level. With the Emperor in public view, formidable protectors would undoubtedly accompany her. Yet with his current capabilities and the presence of artifacts like the Holy Concealment Cloak, he might just manage to slip away unnoticed. Most of the guards' attention would naturally be focused on Luo Hongyan. Father, mother, I vow to avenge you, Chen murmured to himself. The bandits who attacked his village had grown stronger, but in Chen's eyes, they were mere trifles. The power of a divine emperor was not to be trifled with. In the entire Tianyin Imperial Palace, the number of divine emperors did not exceed 20. Across the vast population of 100 billion in the Tianyin dynasty, the total number of divine emperors was unlikely to surpass 50. Chapter 17. The kiss of the Empress at the Gathering of Talents, surrounded by 3,000 Black Dragon Imperial Guards and numerous hidden Imperial Guards. The dragon carriage of Luo Hongyan and the phoenix carriage of Chen departed from the Tianyin Imperial Palace. Alas, the prospect of slipping away appeared daunting. Chen lamented inwardly. On the surface, 2 formidable God-Emperor-level protectors accompanied them, with a fearsome old eunuch by Luo Hongyan's side. Additionally, the commander of the Black Dragon Guards, equally a God-Emperor, was also present. Undoubtedly, more God-Emperor-level guardians lurked in the shadows, with an even greater number of God-King-level warriors at their disposal. Should any disturbances arise, at least 10 God-Emperor-level protectors would arrive for reinforcements within 2 minutes, and over 100 God-King-level fighters would follow within 10 minutes. Before long, they arrived at the Gathering of Talents, where the area was tightly monitored for several kilometers. Any sign of unrest would prompt the hidden Imperial Guards into action. We welcome your Majesty and the Empress. Numerous officials, royal relatives, and prominent figures had already gathered to greet them as Chen and Luo Hongyan disembarked from their carriages, bowing in respect. No need for formalities. Luo Hongyan raised her hand and spoke softly, exuding an overwhelming imperial presence and an air of unparalleled nobility, akin to a celestial being descended to earth. I have come to the Gathering of Talents for 2 reasons: to recruit gifted individuals for the Empire and to enjoy culinary delights with all of you. Those with talent should not miss this opportunity. Her voice resonated far and wide. Capable individuals could typically acquire a gathering order at the Gathering Pavilion, providing a chance to showcase their abilities when the Emperor was present. Everyone, please enter with me. Luo Hongyan led the way, with Chen slightly behind, followed by the others as they entered the Gathering of Talents. The Gathering of Talents was vast, featuring a grand circular platform with a diameter of several dozen meters. Surrounding the platform were numerous seats, each accompanied by a low table. The lower level was occupied by social elites and lower-ranking officials, while the second floor boasted larger and more exquisite seating for the emperor, royal relatives, and high-ranking officials. As the Empress, Luo Hongyan occupied the finest seat, with Yi Chun by her side. A young man in a brocade robe, filled with resentment, thought to himself, "What merit does Yi Chun possess to become the Empress? That position should have been mine." His family was powerful, and he had partaken in elections, yet he was eliminated in the first round due to his family's prominence. In his eyes, he was superior to Yi Chun in every aspect: talent, skill, strength, and lineage. Ladies and gentlemen, whether you're my courtiers, royal relatives, or illustrious figures of the empire, it is rare for us to gather like this. If you have anything to convey, feel free to speak openly. No one will be punished for their words today, Luo Hongyan began, her tone measured. Your Majesty, I am unconvinced. The brocade-clad youth, unable to restrain himself, stood up impulsively, unwilling to miss this opportunity. Who are you, and what do you contest? Luo Hongyan inquired, her gaze fixed on him, joined by the attention of many others, including Yi Chun. Taking a deep breath, the young man declared, Your Majesty, my name is Liang Dong, from the Liang family of Longxi. I contest your choice of Yi Chun as Empress. What merit does he possess to hold such a title? Yi Chun was taken aback. He merely sought a quiet attendance. Why was he being confronted so soon? Luo Hongyan's expression turned frosty. However, she had just proclaimed that no one would be punished for their words today. I believe Yi Chun is an excellent empress, she stated firmly. Initially, she did not think so, yet now she genuinely believed Yi Chun to be a commendable choice. He was well-read, knowledgeable, and often composed beautiful poetry. His divine skills on the qin produced melodies that lingered for 3 days. He was kind-hearted, having generously shared potatoes to benefit the servants. For the most part, he led a leisurely life, basking in the sun and refraining from political interference. Aside from occasionally attempting to take advantage of her and being somewhat audacious in his speech, she found him quite agreeable. Your Majesty aims to unify the realm. Marrying any empress merely to appease the ceremonial officials is trivial. Rumor has it that you may not meet the empress for a month or 2, Liang Dong boldly asserted. A murmur rippled through the crowd, as most were unaware of the intricacies of the imperial harem. For Liang Dong to know such details, he must have spent considerable resources. The palace was rife with gossip, and with sufficient wealth, one could acquire much information. I share a deep affection with the empress. Such rumors are unfounded. I do not intend to seek another empress. This matter need not be discussed further. Luo Hongyan's brows furrowed, her irritation palpable. Unyielding, Liang Dong pressed on. Your Majesty, should the Empress be proficient in any one of the arts, be it music, chess, calligraphy, or martial prowess, if he surpasses me in any realm, I shall yield. If he falls short in any discipline, Your Majesty's preference for him is hard to accept. Yi Chun shot Liang Dong a sideways glance, impressed by the young man's audacity. After all, he had already achieved divine mastery in every art he had practiced. As for his scholarly prowess, he was backed by countless literary giants from 5,000 years of history. And regarding martial arts, he possessed God-Emperor-level strength. Your Majesty, to demonstrate our affection, a public kiss would suffice. Yi Chun suggested as he stood and approached Luo Hongyan. Luo Hongyan clenched her teeth. Was this man attempting to exploit her again? Empress, such an occasion is not suitable, she cautioned. Liang Dong smirked inwardly, convinced that Luo Hongyan would never engage in such intimate behavior with Yi Chun, as they likely shared no genuine bond. Your Majesty, you and the Empress are wed, and we are not children here. I believe it is appropriate, Liang Dong pressed, adding that the Emperor could declare a lack of affection for the Empress and seek another. Yi Chun silently applauded Liang Dong for this assist. Good brother. What a fine contribution. In the next moment, Luo Hongyan hooked her arm around Yi Chun's neck, kissing him passionately. Yi Chun's eyes widened in shock. This was an ambush. Instantly, he retaliated, but just as he breached her soft defenses, she quickly pulled away. Anyone who dares to speak ill of the Empress shall be met with my wrath, Luo Hongyan declared, her cheeks slightly flushed. Though she was an empress, not an ordinary woman. This was indeed her first kiss. The prior peck on Yi Chen's cheek did not count. Liang Dong's face darkened. How could Luo Hongyan truly have kissed Yi Chen? This was inconceivable. Yi Chen was merely a waste. As the Empress, Luo Hongyan had wed him merely as a fade to placate the court, and changing empresses later would pose no issue. Yet, her public display of affection made future replacements significantly more challenging. Empress, let us engage in a friendly competition of arts. Choose anyone, and we shall spar. Liang Dong proposed, having just received a message from his father urging him to continue attacking Yi Chen. Even if he could not sway Luo Hongyan, embarrassing Yi Chen would suffice. Yi Chen whispered to Luo Hongyan, who did the Liang family support in the imperial election. Prince Mu, Luo Hongyan replied mentally. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Prince Mu was the former crown prince, and his mother was the Dowager Empress Du, though the Dowager Empress was absent today. Prince Mu's brother, the Wang of Chongping, was present. King Chongping was originally the fourth prince, the second son of Empress Dowager Du. Chapter 18. A clash of talents. Shocking all, Yi Chen spoke slowly. Liang Dong. His Majesty has borrowed grain to alleviate the disaster. Your Liang family has also lent food, which counts as a contribution to the court. If I were to win even a single challenge, the borrowed grain would not need to be returned. Would that not place His Majesty in an unjust position? It would be better not to gamble at all. Luo Hongyan glanced at Yi Chen, surprise flickering in her eyes. She had expected Yi Chen to agree directly. Such a victory would indeed carry undesirable repercussions. The Empress is right, Liang Dong. You are still young and should not jest with such matters, she remarked coolly. Liang Dong sneered inwardly, convinced that he would not lose. He had thoroughly investigated Yi Chen and found him to be merely a small figure from a humble background, a worthless individual utterly ignorant of the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In terms of talent and martial prowess, he had studied extensively since childhood and achieved the level of Ningyang. Defeating Yi Chen would be effortless. Your Majesty, if we could showcase your unparalleled talents, our Liang family would consider the loss of a little grain worthwhile. Liang Dong's father chimed in, smiling. The king of Chongping had informed him that Yi Chen had offended the Empress Dowager. If they could embarrass Yi Chen or even force him to relinquish his position as empress, the Dowager would assist in elevating Liang Dong to the throne. Even if they did not succeed, the Liang family would gain the Dowager's favor. Your Majesty, since the Liang family harbors such intentions, why not grant them this opportunity? Others echoed, eager to witness Yi Chen's embarrassment. Liang Dong raised his voice again. Your Majesty, I once more petition you. If you win, our Liang family will donate 1 million taels of silver for disaster relief. The crowd gasped. 1 million taels were no small sum. If the grain were not to be returned, donating such a vast amount would surely drain the Liang family's resources. Your Majesty is benevolent. Surely you will not refuse. Liang Dong declared loudly, secretly delighted at how Yi Chen would refuse. Thus, I must acquiesce. Yi Chen muset saludi. Liang Dong smiled, Your Majesty. Everyone is eager to witness your extraordinary talents. Should you choose to compete in another aspect, we can proceed directly to the high platform for a more isolated contest. Yi Chen rose, smiling faintly. Liang Dong, I shall choose the arts. Since you have permitted me to choose poetry, verse, or couplets, select any one from these. Otherwise, it would be unjust to me. With that, Yi Chen descended from the second floor, followed closely by Chunlan and her companions. Your Majesty, I shall not hold back. I choose poetry. Let us challenge one another, Liang Dong proclaimed, elegantly leaping onto the high platform, his Ningyang-level prowess making it a trivial task. As he approached the high platform, Yi Chen took measured steps. Luo Hongyan felt a slight tension. She knew Yi Chen excelled in poetry, but public challenges would raise the stakes considerably. Your Majesty, please present your challenge, Liang Dong said confidently. Yi Chen shook his head. I am not entirely familiar with the rules. You may pose the first challenge. Composing poetry was the realm of wealthy young masters, and Yi Chen was, until recently, merely a commoner. Liang Dong's eyes sparkled with ambition. In that case, I shall present my challenge. Please compose a 7-character poem that includes the words spring, rain, grass, and willow. Luo Hongyan furrowed her brow. Liang Dong's requirements were quite stringent, effectively eliminating any chance of cheating. Most of the poems she had previously written would be of no use. The conditions demanded were fivefold. Many skilled poets gathered in the Houtian Tower now shared her concern. Your Majesty, shall we set a time limit of 1 incense stick? Otherwise, the audience will grow impatient, Liang Dong said triumphantly. He was certain Yi Chen could not meet such a challenge. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Liang Dong, I shall grant you an incense stick's worth of time. My poem is already complete. Listen closely. The gentle rain on the heavenly street moistens like cream. The grass appears far, yet is close to unseen. The best of springs is truly found, surpassing the smoky willows that grace the imperial town. Liang Dong was momentarily stunned. So swift? The words rain, grass, spring, and willow were all present. This poem was exquisite. Your Majesty, this poem could become a timeless classic. As he contemplated Yi Chen's work, many in the Houtian Tower were astounded. To produce such a remarkable poem in such a brief moment was beyond their expectations. They had underestimated this individual. Luo Hongyan relaxed, admiring Yi Chen's poem. She could write poetry, but not of this caliber, especially under such constraints and in such a short time. Liang Dong's expression darkened. His appreciation of poetry was not lacking, and he recognized that Yi Chen had crafted a verse worthy of immortality. How could he possibly compose anything comparable? Liang Dong, it is now my turn to present a challenge. Using the same criteria, you must craft a poem. Since you proposed such stringent conditions, you must surely have something prepared. Yi Chen smiled. Liang Dong froze. He had no such preparation. If it weren't for the king of Chongping urging them to target Yi Chen, he would not have been so reckless. He had effectively shot himself in the foot. Liang Dong struggled for words. Without Yi Chen's exemplary poem as a benchmark, he might have managed to create a decent verse within 15 minutes. Now, however, he could only dismiss thoughts as they swirled in his mind, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Liang Dong, step down. The poem you have produced is already of timeless quality. You cannot create anything better, Liang Dong's father interjected, his heart bleeding. To lose in such a manner was unbearable. There was no chance of a comeback. The disparity was too great. Thinking of the countless grains lent and the promise of 1 million taels of silver donated, Liang Dong's father felt a wave of nausea. Your Majesty, I concede, Liang Dong said despondently. He had always excelled in poetry, yet found himself utterly outclassed by Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled gently. Your Liang family has also contributed to the relief efforts, so while you may have lost, you still have honor. Those present exchanged peculiar glances. A loss was a loss. The notion of honor in defeat seemed absurd. The Liang family had provoked the Empress only to be soundly defeated, thereby becoming the subject of ridicule. Your Majesty, I wish to compete once more. Liang Dong gritted his teeth. Since you possess such talent, I trust your skills in music, chess, and painting are equally commendable. Should you win again, our Liang family will donate an additional 1 million taels of silver. If we lose, there will be no further conditions. Yi Chen looked toward Luo Hongyan, who instantly understood his intention. Liang Dong, the emperor, and I cannot take advantage of your Liang family. Liang Dong's eyes brightened. Let be as the emperor wishes. Yi Chen replied softly, Liang Dong, since his majesty has spoken thus, I find it difficult to refuse. However, I must warn you, you may very well lose this round as well. If so, your Liang family will owe 2 million taels of silver. At this moment, Liang Dong's father laughed heartily, assuring the emperor and empress, rest assured, our Liang family can certainly afford this modest sum. He held great confidence in Liang Dong's abilities in the 4 arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Although Yi Chen came from humble beginnings and was preoccupied with making a living, he may have read some books and composed poetry. Yet mastery in the 4 arts requires a foundation cultivated from a young age. Chapter 19. The Eye of the Void and the Terrifying Monster. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. This is splendid. For the sake of the common people, I shall make another attempt. Liang Dong, let us engage in a game of chess. Luo Hongyan was momentarily taken aback. A game of chess? Given Yi Chen's divine musical prowess, she had presumed he would challenge Liang Dong to a musical duel. A sure victory. Instead, Chen suggested chess. She had never seen him play before. If the treasury were to pay out 1,000,000 taels of silver, it would impose significant pressure on Luo Hongyan. Your Majesty, let us settle this with a single game, Liang Dong declared confidently, believing his mastery of chess to be at a masterful level. Bring forth the chessboard, Luo Hongyan commanded, as Chen had already indicated a desire to compete in chess, leaving her no choice to allow for any changes. Soon, the chessboard was set, and Liang Dong and Chen faced each other across it, the game commencing immediately. The onlookers, even the civil officials present, had keen eyesight and could see the developments of the match clearly. Liang Dong will lose, predicted Prime Minister Pei Hong decisively within 2 minutes. His assertion shocked those around him, for Pei Hong was a master in the realm of chess. If he said Liang Dong would likely lose, it was almost a certainty. Prime Minister, is it not a bit hasty to declare Liang Dong's defeat so early? Inquired Luo Yuanliang, the former fourth prince now known as King Chongping. Pei Hong, a supporter of Luo Hongyan, replied calmly. Were there not a significant disparity in skill between Liang Dong and the Empress, I would not presume to make such a statement. Yet the difference in their chess abilities is stark. The Empress surpasses me. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Pei Hong's prowess was well known. Few in the entire Tianyin imperial city could match him. The fact that he acknowledged someone else's superiority was remarkable. Luo Hongyan was astonished, as her investigations had indicated that Chen had never engaged in chess before. After merely 5 minutes, beads of sweat began to emerge on Liang Dong's forehead. Initially unaware, he soon sensed lethal traps lurking on the board at every turn. After a few more moves, Liang Dong's face turned pale as he conceded defeat. Your Majesty, I have lost. His confidence shattered. He realized that he had underestimated Chen, who had bested him in both knowledge and skill. Chen stood up with a cheerful demeanor. Liang Dong, since I have emerged victorious, the 2,000,000 taels of silver should be delivered promptly. Liang Dong felt a bitter taste in his throat, blood rising as he swallowed hard. The borrowed grains would not need to be repaid. But with an additional 2,000,000 taels of silver, the Liang family would be left in a state far beyond mere injury. It would take a decade for them to recover. Yes, Your Majesty. Liang Dong gritted his teeth, wishing he could strike Chen down, but lacking the courage to do so. Chen was the Empress, and to harm her would mean annihilation for the entire Liang family, including a punishment to the 9th generation. Long live the Empress! Someone shouted, prompting others to join the cheer. After 2 consecutive victories, many began to reassess their views of Chen. Chen nodded graciously and descended from the high platform, returning to the 2nd floor. Luo Hongyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Unlike others, she was aware that Chen possessed divine musical skills, and mastering any one of these arts to such an extent was no small feat. Unfortunately, she lamented, Chen's cultivation level was too low. Had it been adequate, he would have been perfect. Luo Hongyan was certain of Chen's low cultivation, having personally examined his condition, and even stronger beings had scrutinized him. Little did she know, Chen possessed the holy concealment cloak, rendering him undetectable to even semi-saint level experts. Prime Minister, allow the talented scholars to enter, Luo Hongyan instructed. Around 100 scholars bearing the Scholars' Order entered the Pavilion of Talents, each excelling in different fields. Some were martial experts, others were skilled in governance. Some possessed exceptional medical knowledge, and others were accomplished poets and musicians. The Pavilion of Talents annually provided the court with numerous talented individuals. Your Majesty, I excel in military strategy. Your Majesty, I am skilled in painting. The scholars began to showcase their talents, some genuinely gifted while others were merely pretenders. After observing about 10, Chen lost interest. System, check in twice. He mused. The Pavilion of Talents was indeed significant, and as it was his first visit, he anticipated a generous reward. Checking into the Pavilion of Talents, he received an S-rank reward, the Eye of the Void, allowing one to perceive all illusions beneath the semi-saint level. What a remarkable item! Chen's face brightened. With his current strength at the first level of the Divine Emperor, it would not be easy for others to deceive him. However, Those stronger than him, such as monsters, could still evade his perception. Now, with the Eye of the Void, even Emperor-level monsters could not hide from him. Checking into the Pavilion of Talents, he received an A-rank reward. The Refining Demon Cauldron, Pseudo, capable of refining even Emperor-level monsters. Chen was quite pleased with the second reward as well. System, equipped the Eye of the Void. He thought. He closed his eyes momentarily to avoid raising suspicion. In the blink of an eye, the Eye of the Void was equipped. With the Holy Concealment Cloak, there was no observable anomaly. Upon opening his eyes, Chen surveyed his surroundings. Previously, he could not discern the exact cultivation levels of certain strong individuals, but now he could see them clearly. For instance, the elder beside Luo Hongyan possessed the cultivation of the 8th level of the Divine Emperor. As Chen's gaze swept over the gathering of scholars, he fixed his attention on one elder who astonishingly exhibited two distinct appearances, one being his current elderly visage, and the other a terrifying, monstrous scorpion, a scorpion spirit. Chen inwardly gasped. He was aware that monsters existed in the Jiuxiao continent, but they typically resided in remote mountains and forests. This scorpion spirit not only infiltrated Tianyan Imperial City, but had also entered the Pavilion of Talents. Given the powerful treasures possessed by the court's experts, one would expect that a 9th-level divine Emperor Scorpion spirit would not escape their notice. Yet, it had managed to conceal its true form. This creature likely possessed an artifact enhancing its disguise. Chen pondered it. With 9th-level divine Emperor cultivation and a formidable treasure, it was indeed feasible to evade detection by all present. Unfortunately for this creature, it had crossed paths with Chen, who had just acquired the Eye of the Void. How should I alert Hongyan and the others? Chen mused with a wry smile. Several divine Emperor-level experts were present, and many more at the Divine King level. If he revealed that the elder was a scorpion spirit, he would undoubtedly be in danger. Yet, how could he explain it? With mere post-heaven level cultivation, even with a powerful treasure, it was impossible to see through a 9th-level divine Emperor monster. Chapter 20. The Monster Servant, revealing production levels perhaps sensing Chen's gaze. The elder transformed from a scorpion spirit turned to look at him. Chen's attention naturally shifted to another individual, who also stared intently for a few seconds. If Luo Hongyan continued to gaze at him, he might suspect she had discovered his true identity. Chen only possessed postnatal cultivation. Did the scorpion spirit, a 9th-level divine emperor, secretly approach with the intent to assassinate Hongyan? Chen musit. However, the likelihood of success was rather slim. While Luo Hongyan's strength was considerably inferior, the old eunuch beside her possessed an 8th-level divine emperor's prowess. Even if the old eunuch could not defeat the 9th-level scorpion spirit, he would certainly be able to hold his own for a while. The Houtian palace also housed several other divine emperor-level experts, with dozens of god-king-level warriors present. Surrounding them were thousands of black dragon guards, who were not mere decorations. Although their individual cultivation was somewhat lower, they were all equipped with powerful bows capable of slaying even the 9th-level divine emperor. To take a step back, even if the scorpion spirit succeeded, escape from the Tianyan Imperial City would be impossible. There were other divine emperor-level experts within the city, not to mention the presence of a great emperor. As time ticked by, the elder transformed from the scorpion spirit, took the 73rd position, and entered the high platform. Your Majesty, Empress, my strength is still adequate. I wish to enter the palace as a eunuch, the elder declared, emanating the aura of a god-king. Many looked on with astonishment. A god-king level figure was already formidable. What motivated him to enter the palace as a eunuch? Why? Luo Hongyan inquired, puzzled. I have already sired children. Entering the palace would spare me the need to flee. I can cultivate in peace, and perhaps even break through to divine emperor level in the future. The elder radiated an aura of 7th-level god king. Luo Hongyan hesitated. A 7th-level god king was indeed powerful, with the potential to reach divine emperor level. Any divine emperor expert was exceedingly precious. However, eunuchs were typically taken into the palace from a young age, making the admission of someone at this level considerably risky. Your Majesty, if it is not feasible, I shall seek opportunities in other nations, The elder turned to leave. Wait, Luo Hongyan interjected. Since you are willing to self-castrate to enter the palace, I must place my trust in you. The willingness of a god, king-level expert, to self-castrate signifies immense sincerity. As for the matter of this elder being pursued, it poses no issue for me or the Tianyin dynasty. Once he enters the palace, he shall sever ties with the mortal world, and his enemies will certainly cease their pursuit. Chen furrowed his brow in quiet discontent. Luo Hongyan had indeed consented. The opponent displayed 7th-level god-king cultivation, a well-measured threshold. Such strength could very well allow him to evolve into a divine emperor in the future, and a 7th-level god-king would hardly stir any trouble in the palace. However, this elder was a 9th-level divine emperor. Your Majesty, why not allow him to accompany me? My foaming palace lacks strong experts, Chen suggested with a smile. To foaming palace? Luo Hongyan frowned slightly. The elder possessed 7th-level god-king cultivation, and if he wished to kill Chen, it could happen in an instant. Your Majesty, his 7th-level god-king cultivation does not qualify him as an assassin. Should he enter the palace, even if he had ulterior motives, it would surely not involve harming me. My foaming palace is in need of competent experts. Chen resuscitated. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Hongyan nodded slightly. I grant it. She believed this elder could not possibly harbor ill intentions towards Chen. Despite Chen's status as the empress, how long had it been since he ascended to that position? Killing Chen would not guarantee that one could take his place. Discovery would lead to the annihilation of his entire clan. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chen smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Empress. The elder hastily expressed his gratitude. Luo Hongyan calmly instructed, bring him for purification. Only after that may he proceed to the imperial palace. Yes. Immediately, a eunuch escorted the elder away. As the elder was originally a transformed scorpion spirit, the matter of purification had no real impact on him. An hour later, all the scholars had presented themselves. Approximately 30% were granted approval, and the emperor's special invitation awaited them, heralding their rise to prominence. All approved scholars, please remain. The rest may leave. The voice of the old eunuch beside Luo Hongyan resonated, as the 70-odd individuals who failed departed in resignation. Luo Hongyan rose, a gentle smile gracing her features. Esteemed guests, it is now midday, and you must be hungry. Today, you shall enjoy some fresh dishes. With that, she clapped her hands, and a multitude of servants brought forth an array of dishes, all featuring potatoes, braised potatoes, potato beef stew, shredded potatoes, mashed potatoes, roasted potatoes, and more. Esteemed guests, do give a try, Luo Hongyan proclaimed, leading by example as she began to eat. The others quickly followed suit as they saw her pick up her chopsticks. What is this? The flavor seems quite pleasant. Why is there no rice? Many murmured softly. Having been hungry, they all consumed a considerable amount. The dishes were prepared by the palace chefs and naturally tasted exquisite. Esteemed guests, are you satiated? After half an hour, Luo Hongyan inquired with a slight smile. Everyone nodded. Although there was no rice, they all felt a strong sense of fullness. Luo Hongyan produced a large potato. Esteemed guests, this is what we are consuming. It is the potato that I have mandated for widespread cultivation. It can serve as a staple during famine. Your Majesty, what is the yield of this item? Pei Hong quickly asked. If the yield of this commodity were high, it could significantly alleviate the famine in the Tianyin dynasty. Luo Hongyan replied with a smile, esteemed guests. The normal yield of potatoes can reach 50 stones per acre, and even in less fertile lands, it should yield at least 30 stones, with a maximum of 70 to 80 stones. Gasp! Many within the Zhu Xian Palace gasped in astonishment. This yield was astonishing. The Tianyin dynasty's grain production was only 4 to 5 stones. This output was tenfold. The remaining 4 major grain merchants, aside from the Liang family, felt their heads buzzing. If such yields were indeed attainable, grain prices would inevitably plummet. Currently, grain prices had soared to over 15 times the normal rate. As they had purchased significant quantities at 3 to 4 times, or even 4 to 5 times the price, in order to speculate on grain prices. Should prices fall, they would incur substantial losses. Even if the emperor incurred a slight loss at 3 times the price, should prices drop below 3 times the normal rate, they would face losses. The grain merchants felt a strong urge to curse. They had originally anticipated greater profits after the emperor repaid them, but now they could only hope to minimize their losses. Chapter 21. The Might of the Divine Willow. Within the demon refining jar, esteemed guests. We shall conclude here for today, spoke Luo Hongyan in a gentle tone. The wise have been met, and everyone has tasted the potatoes. Our objective for today has been splendidly achieved. With an unexpected boon, there is no need for the Liang family's grain to be returned, as they have graciously donated 2 million taels of silver. As the assembly rose in unison to bid farewell to the emperor and empress, Chen and Luo Hongyan departed from the gathering hall. Awaiting them outside was the elder transformed by the scorpion spirit, who approached Chen with a semblance of respect, though a hint of anguish flickered across his visage. "Your Majesty," the elder bowed. Chen, aware that this individual had not truly cleansed himself, feigned concern and inquired. "Lu Gonggong, having just cleansed, do you require a sedan chair?" The elderly man introduced himself as Lu Zhongliang. It was highly probable that such a person existed within the Tianyan Empire and had been devoured by the scorpion spirit, who assumed his form. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, but it is unnecessary. I possess the cultivation of a divine king," Lu Gonggong replied with respect. "Then let us proceed," Chen stated as he boarded the sedan chair. "Your Majesty, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not escort you to Fengming Palace." Lu Zhongliang, "I expect your loyalty to be unwavering, just as your name suggests. Should any misfortune befall the Empress, I will not show you mercy. Do you understand?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Zhongliang bowed deeply, still harboring no intent to attack Luo Hongyan, who was closely monitored by an elderly attendant. "Let us move on," Chen said, feeling entirely at ease. Not only was Lu Zhongliang merely at the 9th level of Divine Emperor, but even if he were a formidable Emperor-level being, he would be incapable of stirring trouble in this vicinity. Within 100 meters, the accompanying Divine Willow possessed the power of a sacred sovereign, and within 500 meters, there were beings of semi-holy caliber. Lu Zhongliang's 9th-tier Divine Emperor strength was nothing but a triviality before the Divine Willow, utterly lacking the capacity for resistance. "Lu Gonggong, follow me," Chen remarked mildly. In public, he referred to himself as this palace, but in private, he found such formalities cumbersome. "Yes, Your Majesty," Lu Zhongliang nodded, his previously evident respect noticeably waning. Surrounded by several Divine Emperor-level protectors, and likely more hidden, Chen himself had only the modest cultivation of a postnatal level. With no formidable allies at his side, Lu Zhongliang, possessing 9th-tier Divine Emperor strength, quickly discerned that the most formidable beings within Fengming Palace were the 4 maidens, Chunlan and her companions. Chen led Lu Zhongliang to the rear courtyard, where a reclining chair awaited beside the Divine Willow. He settled comfortably into it and snapped his fingers, a signal. The Divine Willow promptly conjured a powerful barrier, rendering Chen's actions invisible to anyone outside. To the onlookers, he appeared merely to be napping, even if an Emperor-level being were to scan the area with their divine sense. "Kneel," Chen commanded softly. A flicker of malevolence flashed in Lu Zhongliang's eyes, yet for the sake of his scheme, he knelt beside Chen. "Your Majesty, have I erred in any way?" Lu Zhongliang inquired. With a sardonic smile, Chen replied, "Lu Zhongliang, do enlighten me, as a 9th-tier Divine Emperor Scorpion Spirit. What machinations have led you to infiltrate the palace?" Lu Zhongliang's heart raced in terror. How could Chen possibly know his true identity as a monster, and more so, accurately identify him as a scorpion spirit? Suddenly, a fierce gust swept through, and Lu Zhongliang's claws lunged towards Chen's neck, believing that capturing the Empress would allow him to escape unharmed. Since he had been discovered, the completion of his mission was now impossible. Boom! At that moment, a slender willow branch struck Lu Zhongliang, launching him as though he were a cannonball, crashing against the barrier several meters away. Puff, puff! Lu Zhongliang was forced to revert to his true form, becoming a colossal poisonous scorpion over 10 meters in length, spewing dark green blood. Roar! Boom! Lu Zhongliang was struck again, nearly having his head shattered by another slender willow branch. "Come and kneel, or face death," Yichen said with a calm smile. Having concealed his own ninth-tier divine emperor strength was already astonishing. He had not anticipated that Yi Chen could also mask his emperor-level prowess. To Lu Zhongliang, it was evident that Yi Chen was undoubtedly a top-tier emperor-level powerhouse. The willow that had just struck possessed emperor-level strength, and it was unlikely the willow's might exceeded that of Yi Chen. "Speak. What was your intention in secretly entering the palace?" Yi Chen inquired with curiosity. "The demon suppression tower?" Yi Chen pondered it. Lu Zhongliang hastily replied, "Your Majesty, as you have only recently arrived at the Tianyan Imperial Palace, you may not yet be aware that within the back mountains lies a demon suppression tower, which has sealed many powerful demons since ancient times. One of my ancestors is imprisoned within, and I seek to rescue him." Yi Chen regarded Lu Zhongliang with a knowing smile. The divine willow had informed him of Lu Zhongliang's deceit. "You have one final chance. If you continue to play your tricks, you will become nourishment for this grand willow." Lu Zhongliang's face shifted in color, and he lowered his head, confessing, "Your Majesty, I shall speak the truth. My intention is not to rescue anyone, but rather to find an opportunity to release my ancestor and then consume his bloodline to strive for a breakthrough to emperor level. Having been in the demon suppression tower for so long, my ancestor's strength must have waned considerably. With my current power, I should be able to devour him. Your Majesty, I will never again seek a breakthrough. I am wholeheartedly devoted to your service. Please grant me mercy." Lu Zhongliang continued to bow repeatedly. "Yi Chen apprécié Liu Zhongliang. Though your strength may have diminished, you still possess the ninth-tier divine emperor level. You may serve as a laborer." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace," Lu Zhongliang exclaimed gratefully. Yi Chen replied coolly, "Very well. I shall accept you for now. Perform well, and you may live. Fail to do so, and you will become fertilizer." As he spoke, Yi Chen produced the demon refining jar. Though merely a replica, it was still a formidable treasure capable of refining emperor-level monsters. "I have yet to test this treasure. You shall experience its power," Yi Chen declared as he captured Lu Zhongliang within the jar, who immediately sensed the jar's terrifying aura. Ah! Soon, Lu Zhongliang's anguished cries echoed from within the jar, as he felt his body and soul being crushed inch by inch. "Your Majesty, spare me! Your Majesty, spare me!" Lu Zhongliang cried out in sheer terror, realizing that in his current state, he would be completely refined within mere breaths. "I almost forgot to restore your strength." Yi Chen's voice echoed in, as the power of the divine willow surged within. Lu Zhongliang regained his ninth-tier divine emperor strength. With his power restored, Lu Zhongliang felt the pain intensify, and under the ninth-tier divine emperor strength, he would be entirely refined within a day. "Lu Gonggong, bear with it for now. I'm feeling weary and shall take a nap," Yi Chen yawned. Chapter 22. Poisoning the Empress. After 2 hours had passed, Yi Chen awoke and released Lu Zhongliang. "Empress, I implore you, please do not confine me again. I shall serve you with unwavering loyalty," Lu Zhongliang pleaded, kneeling on the ground and weeping profusely as he prostrated himself. Those 2 hours had felt longer than 2 years to him, each second a torment. "Dear eunuch Lu, look at your pitiful state. It was merely a brief 2 hours, was it not?" Yi Chen remarked with a disdainful glance. Lu Zhongliang, with a grimace, felt that while Yi Chen's slumber had swiftly passed, his own ordeal within was exceedingly arduous. "Eunuch Lu, I fear you are still unfamiliar with the palace's regulations. You ought to familiarize yourself with them in the coming days, and keep your lips sealed. If others were to learn of my circumstances, you might find yourself residing in the cauldron of demons indefinitely," Yi Chen stated coolly. "Yes, Empress." Lu Zhongliang exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Yi Chen's words suggested he had temporarily evaded peril. As long as he performed well, future troubles should be minimal. With a wave of his hand, Yi Chen dismissed Lu Zhongliang, who promptly departed with understanding. The accompanying spirit willow silently dispelled the barrier, and no one noticed the anomaly within. "There is indeed a demon suppression tower on the rear mountain," Yi Chen mused to himself. The tower sounded significant. If one were to sign in there, it promised commendable rewards. He contemplated returning to this place for future attempts, with a high likelihood of achieving an S-class reward, and perhaps even an SS-class reward should fortune favor him. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, the Empress Dowager was less than pleased. Wang Longping, Luo Hongyan, had come to pay his respects and informed her of the Liang family's misfortunes. The Liang family had supported the Empress Dowager and Prince Mu, providing them with considerable benefits annually. This setback would leave the Liang family weakened for a decade, undoubtedly affecting the Empress Dowager and her faction. Lady Hongyan, lacking ulterior motives, suspected the incident might be connected to the Empress Chen. Cold light flickered in the eyes of Empress Dowager Du. Luo Hongyan had approached her regarding the matter of eunuch Chao. While it seemed to have been resolved, Du harbored lingering resentment. Mother, it is indeed related to Yichun, and this potato seed likely originated from him, Luo Yuanliang stated darkly. Without the potato's introduction, several grain merchants could have profited immensely, secretly reaping great benefits. Impossible. Du expressed scepticisme. Luo Yuanliang continued. Mother, I conducted an investigation before the official distribution of potato seeds. Someone witnessed Yichun cultivating 2 acres of land in the back courtyard where potatoes were already planted. The leaves were identical. A surge of murderous intent swelled within Du. If this were true, Yichun's fate would be sealed. Mother, there is an old man at the 7th level of the Divine King realm who requested to enter the palace as a eunuch. Yichun has brought him to Fengming Palace. If we wish to eliminate him, now is an opportune moment. The Empress Dowager nodded lightly. If we were to dispose of Yichun now, his death could easily be attributed to Lu Zhongliang. She gestured for Luo Yuanliang to take his leave. Go. Sumon Eunuch Kai. Eunuch Kai, the Empress Dowager's foremost enforcer, possessed terrifying strength at the 6th level of the Divine Emperor realm. Eunuch Kai, he arrived shortly, standing before Du and bowing without kneeling. You must have heard about Eunuch Chao's affair, and now the Empress Yichun has committed another act that I despise. This man cannot be spared. Do you have any effective methods? Du inquired. The Empress Dowager had amassed several motives for eliminating Yichun. The poison she possessed, while not exceedingly potent, was sufficient to kill those below the Divine King level. Moreover, it would manifest the following day, should the Empress be poisoned tonight. Her demise would be imminent. Eunuch Kai, calm and collected, replied, I possess formidable expertise in poison, having delved deeply into its intricacies. Eunuch Kai, ensure your execution is flawless. Do not let any error slip through. Understood, Your Majesty. Eunuch Kai departed discreetly, and within half an hour, he had successfully administered the poison. Your Majesty, the deed is done. The Empress will perish by tomorrow night. In his eyes, the Empress's noble status held little weight. Throughout the years, he had taken many lives under Du's orders without hesitation. Thank you for your efforts, Eunuch Kai. Du smiled as he bowed and took his leave. In Fengming Palace, the Empress's dinner had undergone thorough inspection by several individuals and had been tasted by a designated servant before being presented at the table. A total of 12 dishes adorned the spread, a result of Yi Chen's request to reduce the number. Upon tasting one particular dish, Yi Chen paused in surprise. As a divine emperor and possessing the solar divine body, he was acutely sensitive to toxins. This dish is poisoned, he mused, impressed. His divine awareness detected the toxin, which would have eluded even those at the Divine King level. Who has dared to poison me? Yi Chen's eyes glimmered with cold light. This was clearly aimed at him. Almost immediately, the visage of Empress Dowager Du surfaced in his mind. With Lu Zhongliang just having joined Fengming Palace, should he succumb soon, Lu would inevitably become the prime suspect. The Liang family's significant losses would surely compel the Empress Dowager to act. It seems this act of poisoning can be attributed solely to her, Yi Chen thought grimly. Lu Zhongliang lacked the audacity for such a deed. Aware that this poison could only affect those below the Divine King level, Yi Chen nevertheless savored another bite. This minuscule amount of toxin would be swiftly purged by his solar divine body. As Yi Chen relished his meal, Lu Zhongliang was still in the company of an elderly eunuch, learning palace etiquette. They arrived at the lakeside in the rear courtyard. Eunuch Lu, do you see that grand willow tree? The Empress has commanded that no one approach it. It is a tree of fortune that she personally planted. nurtured with considerable spirit water. The elder eunuch explained earnestly. Lu Zhongliang was taken aback. Elder Hong, that magnificent willow was cultivated by the Empress herself? Indeed, it was merely a sapling at first, but the Empress's constant care with spirit water has allowed it to thrive. She often enjoys basking in the sun beside it. The eunuch replied. Lu Zhongliang's eyes widened in astonishment. The willow tree possessed at least the strength of a fifth-level great emperor. How brief a time had passed since Yi Chun arrived at Foaming Palace. It was inconceivable that such a powerful spirit plant could be cultivated in such a short span. The Empress must indeed be a half-saint. Lu Zhongliang gasped in awe. In this era, a half-saint was a legendary figure. Yi Chun was indeed a half-saint. Chapter 23. A plummet in grain prices and astonishing profits in the blink of an eye. 5 or 6 days had passed, and the news of the emperor, officials, royal relatives, and numerous social elites dining on potatoes had spread throughout the entire Tianyan Empire. Outside the Tianyan Imperial Palace, countless commoners had gathered. Could it be true that potatoes could yield 50 stones per acre? His Majesty had proclaimed it, and surely his words held weight, yet it was utterly astonishing. The previous yield were merely 4 or 5 stones. This was more than tenfold. Many commoners were abuzz with speculation. The potatoes had ripened, and today the government would attempt to dig a few acres. These people had come to witness the spectacle. At the auspicious hour, the first acre of potatoes was set to be excavated. An official's voice rang out clearly. The tens of thousands of people gathered quickly fell silent. Wei Gongfang, please. Minister of Revenue Jiang Wen bowed nervously. He had been troubled for months, often losing sleep. Natural disasters had drastically reduced grain supplies, and then floods had followed. If it were not for Luo Hongyan lending grain from the major grain merchants, many would surely have starved in the past month. With a rumble, Wei Gongfang made his move. His formidable strength surged into the earth, causing the ground to convulse. A multitude of round potatoes swiftly emerged from the soil. Gasped so many. It appeared that there truly could be 50 stones. The surrounding commoners erupted in excitement. Although those in the back could not see, they could hear the conversations of those up front. Gather. Wei Gongfang, a master summoned by Jiang Wen, possessed divine-level prowess and excelled in controlling earth attributes. His overwhelming power enveloped all the potatoes that had surfaced. The entire yield from the acre was consolidated into one grand heap. No need to clear every potato. It's all pristine. Let us weigh it immediately, Jiang Wen exclaimed with fervor. After a rough estimate, he believed the potatoes would exceed 60 stones. In 10 minutes, the yield from the first acre was revealed, 64 stones. Gasp! Such a high yield. The surrounding commoners erupted in jubilation. Many moved to tears. Even if their own fields yielded slightly less, they would be content with half of that. Wei Gongfang, please continue, Jiang Wen said, taking a deep breath. The yields from the second, third, and fourth acres were announced half an hour later. 67 stones, 62 stones, and 65 stones, respectively, all exceeding 60 stones. Such yields were indeed staggering. Minister Jiang, could this be a fabrication? Did these acres perhaps utilize some enchanted water? Someone from the crowd questioned. Representing one of the major grain merchants, the Chai family. The Chai family had not provided any grain this time. Grain reserves across various regions were still plentiful. While grain prices remained high, it was evident that if potatoes were to be harvested abundantly, prices would inevitably plummet. Jiang Wen cast a cold glance at the questioner and replied flatly, "The potatoes have matured. There is no need for the court to resort to deception." Many commoners nodded in agreement. Let us go, let us go. The government dispatched numerous officials to each village for statistics. Half a day later, Jiang Wen obtained data from several surrounding villages. The average yield exceeded 60 stones. Your Majesty, joyous news, splendid news. Jiang Wen rushed to the palace, his expression electrified. How much? Luo Hongyan inquired, slightly anxious. Although she was certain the results would be favorable, the stakes were high as grain yield affected countless lives. Jiang Wen took a deep breath and reported, Your Majesty, the yield from the fields surrounding the imperial city has been calculated, averaging 61 stones per acre. Luo Hongyan exhaled deeply. This yield was even better than she had anticipated. Excellent, splendid. Announce the joyous news at once, she said with delight. Jiangwen hastened away, and shortly thereafter, the official announcement was made. An average yield of 61 stones per acre dazzled countless eyes. Would grain prices not plummet as a result? This was certain. Many in the city began to discuss the implications. The government still had about 10% of the borrowed grain unsold, and some quickly noticed that the price of official grain had dropped. Prices have collapsed. Despite this, few were willing to purchase grain. Lower it by half. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongyan smiled calmly. She needed to drive the grain prices down. The price per pound was swiftly reduced from 12 won to merely 6 won. Head of the family. This is terrible. Grain prices have dropped by half again. The major grain merchants trembled with fear. The crashing prices made it impossible for them to stabilize the market. Even if they invested in buying up all the government grain with the potato harvest, the common people would not be able to afford their overpriced grain. 6 won, 4 won, 3 won. The following day, grain prices continued to plummet as potatoes flourished throughout the Tianyin Empire. In some fertile areas, yields reached 70 to 80 stones per acre. The Chai and Su families were at their wits' end. The normal price for grain was merely 2 won. Previously, they had heavily invested in speculation, with the comprehensive cost of the grain in their warehouses reaching 7 to 8 won. Now that it had dropped to 3 won, they faced devastating losses. Moreover, given the current trend, prices were likely to fall even further, possibly below previous levels. Sell. Sell as quickly as possible. Sell whatever you can. The head of the Chai family wore a grim expression. With the introduction of this high-yield new grain, there was a significant chance prices could drop another half. Selling now might mitigate their losses. The Su family adopted the same strategy. Originally, the Chai and Su families had agreed not to lower prices, believing they could profit handsomely if prices stabilized. Now, however, they could not afford to concern themselves with each other as fates. As the Chai and Su families began to offload their grain, prices continued to tumble, eventually stabilizing at around 1.5 won per pound. Gentlemen, I shall borrow your grain, and I will settle the payment with cash in advance. Luo Hongyan summoned the heads of the major grain merchants. Originally 5 families were present, but now Liang's family was absent. The 4 remaining merchants were at a loss. Their comprehensive costs were also 7 to 8 won. Yet Luo Hongyan offered to repay them at 1.5 times the market price, less than 2 won. Yes, your majesty. The 4 merchants replied in unison. Left with no options. How much have you earned? After they departed, Luo Hongyan hurriedly inquired with Minister of Revenue Jiangwen, adding in Liang's family. The total profit should be around 150 million taels. Gasp! Luo Hongyan was utterly astonished. In her years of reign, the treasury had never exceeded 500 million taels, and now they had made a profit of 150 million taels in one go. What reward should she bestow upon Chen? Luo Hongyan pondered, realizing that without his clever idea, such wealth would have remained elusive. Chapter 24. Poison. Once more Luo Hongyan was furious. Xunlan was playing the qin, while Xiazhu was feeding Yichen grapes. Beside the large willow tree, Yichen lay lazily in the sun, engrossed in a book. Upon arriving at Foaming Palace, Luo Hongyan was met with this scene, which inexplicably unsettled her, as if her possessions were being usurped by others. Your Majesty! Xunlan and Xiazhu quickly bowed upon seeing Luo Hongyan. Hongyan, you are the ruler of a nation, and we are lawfully wed. Why do you always sneak around? Yichen glanced at Luo Hongyan, showing no intention of rising to greet her. You are aware that I am a sovereign. With such audacity, I shall hold you accountable for contempt of the crown. Luo Hongyan shot him a glare. Yichen set his book down and smiled at her, finding her increasingly charming, wondering when he might hold her in his arms for a slumber. Please, you may leave. Luo Hongyan waved her hand, and Xunlan and Xiazhu promptly withdrew. From her spatial treasure, she produced a reclining chair and leisurely settled beside Yichen. Yichen, the famine has passed, and we have profited immensely, totaling 150 million taels. You have made great contributions. Tell me what reward you desire, and I shall grant it. Luo Hongyan said with a smile, relieved that the treasury was now abundant and the crisis averted. alleviating the immense pressure she had faced in recent months. Chen languidly replied, "Hongyan, I lack for nothing in terms of food, clothing, and shelter. However, at night, I feel a profound sense of loneliness and emptiness." Luo Hongyan's smile faltered. It was evident that Chen was subtly hinting at something deeper. "I have informed you. My aspirations lie with the realm. Chunlan and the others are suitable companions. I have permitted you to engage with them intimately. Do not waste my time with frivolities." She inhaled deeply, realizing that her growing understanding of Chen was causing him to occupy a more significant place in her heart, which was concerning. Chen gazed at her with a knowing smile. "Oh, Hongyan, do not regret your decisions later. I am the sovereign. My word is my bond. I shall never regret." Luo Hongyan retorted. "Very well." Chen returned to his reading, while Luo Hongyan lingered a moment longer before the midday hour approached. "Hongyan, are you not leaving?" Chen set his book aside, as it was time for lunch. "I shall dine here," she huffed, rising and heading toward the dining hall, with Chen trailing behind at a leisurely pace. As they began their meal, Luo Hongyan's expression shifted abruptly, and she swiftly smacked Chen's back with her palm. Ugh! Chen did not brace himself, and the food he had just ingested was expelled. "Hongyan, more poison?" Chen frowned, exasperated by the relentless attempts on his life. After a brief respite, he found himself once again poisoned. Luo Hongyan's countenance darkened. Initially, she suspected Chen of orchestrating this, but quickly dismissed the notion. After all, the food was prepared by the palace staff. The poison was insufficient to affect her. Being a 7th-tier deity, it was lethal only to those below her level. Chen remarked calmly, "This has occurred before." Eunuch Lu detected the issue. "Why did you not inform me?" Luo Hongyan's anger flared. "To poison you is to poison me. Your duties are paramount. Hongyan, do not let this disturb your peace. Even if you knew, what could be done? I shall deal with it." Luo Hongyan halted mid-sentence, realizing Chen's tranquil demeanor. He rarely ventured outside Foaming Palace, and there were no other consorts in the harem. The only potential adversary in the Tianyin Imperial Palace was the Empress Dowager. It was evident that the perpetrator was the Dowager, and such a scheme would be exceedingly difficult to execute without her involvement. "Summon Eunuch Kai to the Yangxin Hall immediately," Luo Hongyan commanded. "Yes." A palace eunuch hastened to obey. Upon receiving the news, the Dowager's expression shifted. "Hongyan is dining at Foaming Palace?" she inquired. "Yes, Your Highness," the eunuch replied respectfully. The Dowager's expression darkened. Her previous attempt had failed. Perhaps Chen had not consumed the tainted dish. Today, she had instructed Eunuch Kai to poison him once more. "It has been long since I last saw the Empress. I shall accompany Eunuch Kai to pay a visit," she declared. Half an hour later, the Dowager's sedan chair arrived at Foaming Palace, with Eunuch Kai assisting her inside. "My apologies for not greeting you, Mother," Chen said, as they entered the dining hall, with Luo Hongyan finally rising to pay her respects. "Hongyan, I came on a whim to see you. Do not hold it against me for not informing you in advance," the Dowager said, her gaze falling on Chen. "Does the Empress harbor grievances against me? I arrive, and yet the Empress does not rise to greet me. My apologies. Your Highness, it is a misunderstanding. I am unwell and unable to eat. Since you are here, please join me for a meal. Dining alone is rather dull." Luo Hongyan replied, gesturing for an elderly eunuch to serve the Dowager. The eunuch, a guardian often by Luo Hongyan's side, was of 8th-tier deity status, far superior to Eunuch Kai, who was only 6th tier. "Your Highness, this dish is delightful. I've just sampled it," Luo Hongyan said, placing some white mushrooms, poisoned, into the Dowager's bowl. "I am not hungry. I have just eaten," the Dowager hastily replied, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic. Sighing internally, Luo Hongyan recognized the Dowager's keen awareness and her own superior strength. The fleeting panic in the Dowager's eyes could not escape her notice. The poison was undoubtedly orchestrated by her. "Mother, I summoned Eunuch Kai for assistance," Luo Hongyan said, releasing a subtle aura of imperial authority. Her gaze toward Eunuch Kai cold and resolute. Both the Dowager and Eunuch Kai understood the implications. Acquiescence would allow this matter to be brushed aside. But refusal could be perilous for eunuch Kai. Since you have requested it, I cannot refuse, the Dowager responded, though her brow furrowed. However, I require a time frame. 3 years. Eunuch Kai shall oversee the demon suppression tower for 3 years. How does that sound? Luo Hongyan proposed, noting that other strong figures were present. And the emperor of the Tianyan dynasty was in seclusion. Yes, your majesty, eunuch Kai acquiesced respectfully. Luo Hongyan nodded slightly. Eunuch Kai, the matters of the demon suppression tower are of utmost importance. You shall not leave the rear mountains for 3 years unless commanded by me. Understand? Understood, your majesty. Soon, Master Kai was escorted away by 2 other eunuchs. Although the weather was quite warm, Empress Dowager felt a chill in her heart. She had only 2 formidable servants of the divine emperor level, and with Master Chao mysteriously vanished, Master Kai had also been dispatched to the back mountain. Chapter 25. The Empress and the Emperor's night together. The food in the Empress's quarters was quite satisfactory, especially this particular dish, which was exceptionally delicious. Have you not tried it? Luo Hongyan smiled as she picked up a piece of white jade mushroom and savored it. The poison within the mushroom posed no threat to her. Your Majesty, the white jade mushrooms here possess a unique flavor. I heard from the Empress that another dish a few days ago also had a distinctive taste. Your Majesty, if such a dish appears again, you must summon me and the Empress at once. It would be unjust to indulge alone, Yi Chan said with a cheerful nod. With the disappearance of eunuch Chao and the reassignment of eunuch Kai, the Du family was no longer in the mood to celebrate. Farewell, Empress. Luo Hongyan and Yi Chan accompanied, due to the entrance of Fengming Palace. Your Majesty, tonight I shall attend the Zilong Palace, Du departed, and Luo Hongyan swiftly followed with a hint of blush on her cheeks. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled. Might they finally consummate their marriage tonight? As soon as night fell, Yi Chen arrived at Zilong Palace. Hongyan, hurry and freshen up, he urged, seeing her smile brightly. Startled, Luo Hongyan almost stumbled. After her bath, she emerged in her nightgown, resembling a lotus flower just unfurling from the water, leaving Yi Chen utterly captivated. Luo Hongyan was breathtakingly perfect, with an extraordinary beauty and a figure that commanded admiration. Stop staring, and do not let your imagination run wild. We shall sleep on opposite sides, she warned, casting him a sideways glance. She had invited him over, but there was no intention of consummating their marriage just yet. She merely felt it was unfair to leave him in such distress. Had it not been for Lu Zhongliang's timely intervention, Yi Chen might have already met a tragic end. The thought of Yi Chen's potential demise stirred a pang of sorrow within Luo Hongyan. Since he had expressed a desire to share her bed, she decided to grant him a small concession. Merely sleeping together was something she could accept, as they had done before. Hongyan, I will only hold you. I promise not to go any further, Yi Chen assured, his hand gently resting on her waist. Luo Hongyan stiffened, but ultimately refrained from stopping him. This petite waist feels truly delightful, Yi Chen thought, his heart racing. In his previous life, he had spent over 20 years single, without wealth or influence, and had never had a girlfriend of even modest beauty. Now, he found himself with someone as extraordinary as Luo Hongyan, the Empress herself. Although he had yet to fully win her over, sharing a bed and having her permit him to embrace her slender waist felt like a significant victory. Yi Chen, do not overstep your boundaries, or I shall seal your acupoints, Luo Hongyan threatened, noticing his hand creeping upward ever so slightly. Ahem, just a slip of the hand. Yi Chen coughed lightly, realizing that advancing further tonight would be impossible. The revolution has yet to succeed. We must strive onward. Yi Chen, I can only do so much regarding the Empress Dowager, Luo Hongyan spoke softly. After all, the Empress Dowager was her elder. The Tianyan dynasty valued filial piety and propriety, and since the former emperor had bestowed the throne upon her, there was no way she could punish the Empress Dowager. I understand, Yi Chen replied, inching a bit closer to her, inhaling the delicate scent of her hair. Hongyan, what is the demon suppression tower like? Perhaps one day I could visit? Luo Hongyan quickly refused. Yi Chen, you must not approach the demon suppression tower. It houses many powerful demons, and with your mere postnatal cultivation level, you might fall gravely ill if you get too close. Yi Chun, you possess great knowledge and skill in chess and music. Why not invest some effort in your cultivation? Only by enhancing your abilities can you ensure a longer life. Yi Chun chuckled inwardly, for he had already reached the 8th level of divine kingship. His combat prowess, even surpassing the 2nd level of divine emperorship. Luo Hongyan's current abilities were far below his. Had he not wished to avoid misunderstandings and to quietly continue his registration in the imperial palace, he could easily defeat her. Luo Hongyan had previously stated that defeating her would lead to their true consummation. Hongyan, I find our current life quite agreeable. I do not wish to change it. As for the future, let us discuss it later, Yi Chun said. Luo Hongyan sighed internally. Once, Yi Chun had confidently declared his desire to surpass her in strength. Now, it seemed he had lost all confidence upon realizing her true power. As the night wore on, Luo Hongyan found herself unable to sleep. She refrained from sealing Yi Chun's acupoints, for who knew what might unfold if she fell asleep. Meanwhile, Yi Chun slept soundly. When he awoke, Luo Hongyan had already left. She had long since gone to attend the morning court. Ah, it is of no concern to you. Luo Hongyan exhaled deeply. Yi Chun nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. The inner workings of the harem were not to be meddled with. Since it was not his doing, it must pertain to matters of the court, in which he had no interest. Do you not wish to inquire further? Luo Hongyan asked, feeling a weight in her heart that she was unable to express. Yi Chun smiled. If you voluntarily share, I shall listen. If not, it is of no consequence. Luo Hongyan recalled the rule against meddling in court affairs. Yi Chun's inquiry might be deemed inappropriate. This morning, some individuals questioned my decision to sell grain at a high price, accusing me of profiting at the expense of the people, and they claimed there were numerous protests among the populace. Luo Hongyan fumed. Is that all? Yi Chun responded, surprised. Indeed, Luo Hongyan replied curtly. They argue that I should have lowered the prices sooner, allowing the people to spend less. Yi Chun shook his head. Hongyan, if you had not lent out grain for sale, the people would have been forced to pay even higher prices, and many would undoubtedly face starvation. If you sold at a lower price, the grain would quickly deplete, leading to a potential shortage. Wealthy individuals would hoard the cheaper grain, preventing it from reaching those in genuine need, resulting in further suffering. Luo Hongyan pondered this, her heart gradually calming. The additional expenditure for the common folk paled in comparison to their lives. The public's doubts are valid. Yi Chun stated, your actions were correct, but it is also true that this endeavor profited many of the common people. What is taken from the people must be used for the people. Simply reinvesting a portion of those funds will suffice. Luo Hongyan's eyes lit up. She found these words profoundly resonant. Chapter 26, Divine Calligraphy. The pillar of the nation Yi Chun. Today marks the 70th birthday of Prime Minister Pei. I plan to visit and extend my congratulations. Are you interested in joining me? Since that day, Prime Minister Pei has often mentioned you, expressing a desire to engage in a game of chess with you. Luo Hongyan remarked. Not interested. Yi Chun shook his head. If he could sign in at this moment, he might be inclined to visit the Prime Minister's residence. Luo Hongyan did not pressure Yi Chun. She understood his temperament well. He preferred to recline in the sun. Yi Chun said, Hongyan, as the emperor, if you were to write a few characters for him, he would surely be delighted. What is there to ponder? As prime minister, he is not one to accept other valuable gifts. Luo Hongyan's cheeks flushed slightly. Hand her a sword, and she could dance a beautiful flower, but asking her to produce elegant calligraphy was quite a challenge. Poor handwriting, Yi Chun chuckled, never having imagined that Luo Hongyan, an emperor and a being of divine prowess, would have such poor penmanship. Luo Hongyan, both embarrassed and furious, retorted, if you are so skilled, why don't you do it? As the empress, gifting him a piece of calligraphy could also serve as a fitting present. Yi Chun raised 3 fingers. What does that mean? Luo Hongyan asked, puzzled. 3 nights of sleep like last night. Yi Chun replied with a smile. Luo Hongyan glared at him, realizing he was becoming increasingly audacious. Having previously accomplished great deeds and having suffered grievances from the Empress Dowager, she had only just agreed that Yi Chun could act a bit out of line. Now, he was proposing conditions for 3 nights. However, Luo Hongyan was also curious about Yi Chun's calligraphy skills. Grind the ink, she commanded. Chen laughed heartily. Are you joking? Do you think my divine calligraphy was a mere jest? Luo Hongyan shot him a glare, astonished at his audacity in asking her to grind the ink. Minutes later, Luo Hongyan finished grinding the ink, eager to see what this fellow's calligraphy was truly like. What shall I write? She inquired. Think for yourself, Chen replied, playfully. Prime Minister Pei Hong enjoys a high reputation among the people, and he is a supporter of Luo Hongyan as the emperor. After a moment of contemplation, Chen dipped his brush and swiftly wrote 4 grand characters. Pillar of the nation. The powerful presence of these words leaped off the page. Luo Hongyan's eyes were fixated on the 4 characters, as if they possessed a magical allure. Though not technically perfect, her appreciation for calligraphy as an emperor was refined. A divine ink treasure. Luo Hongyan gazed at Chen, finding it hard to believe. Chen possessed divine musical talent, was a master of chess, and now revealed remarkable calligraphy skills. How had she managed to choose such a prodigious individual as her consort? Was there an abundance of such talents in the world today? Chen, you possess divine musical skills, divine calligraphy, and divine chess mastery. How were you so inconspicuous before entering the palace? Luo Hongyan pondered. After all, even possessing mastery in just one of these arts would grant one significant renown. A young man with such skills would shine even brighter. Chen smiled silently. Before entering the palace, he had no such talents. Luo Hongyan mused, I understand now. Your power is too weak, and you lack a formidable backing. If others were to discover your exceptional skills, it might not bode well for you. Chen chuckled. You are the empress, and you are beautiful. What you say is undoubtedly correct. However, Luo Hongyan frowned. What do you think Pei and the others know about my writing? Chen repeated. It's not as if you must claim the calligraphy is your own. You could easily tell Prime Minister Pei that you made a considerable effort to commission someone to write it for you. In fact, you did indeed expend a great deal. Luo Hongyan shot him a sidelong glance. That does make sense. Being the emperor, commissioning a piece from a renowned master to present to Prime Minister Pei would certainly convey her sincerity. 2 hours later, under the protection of some powerful guards from the palace, Luo Hongyan arrived at the Prime Minister's residence, which was now bustling with guests. Your Majesty has arrived, announced the elder eunuch at her side. Your Majesty presents Prime Minister Pei with a piece of ink treasure. Greetings, Your Majesty. Prime Minister Pei Hong and the many guests present quickly bowed. Pei Hong was somewhat taken aback. The emperor had sent him a piece of calligraphy? He was aware of Luo Hongyan's skill level, and if it was indeed her own work, it would not be suitable for public display. Thank you, Your Majesty. For this ink treasure, I shall treasure it dearly, Pei Hong said respectfully as he received the gift, intending to immediately have it stored away to prevent Luo Hongyan from suffering embarrassment in front of everyone. What are you doing, Prime Minister? The Emperor has bestowed upon you a treasure. Are you planning to admire it in private? That wouldn't be very courteous, Master Pang interjected. As fellow ministers, even though they belonged to different factions, Master Pang had come to celebrate Pei Hong's 70th birthday. Indeed, Prime Minister, let us lay our eyes upon it. Others chimed in, expressing their opinions about Luo Hongyan's ascension to the throne. This, Pei Hong hesitated, aware of the underlying sentiments of those around him. Luo Hongyan chuckled, Prime Minister, the ink treasure I bestow upon you is not meant to be kept from view. Since everyone wishes to see it, why not unveil it for all? Very well. Pei Hong nodded, suppressing a bitter smile. Had Luo Hongyan recently practiced her calligraphy and improved? Was she becoming a bit overconfident? There were many skilled calligraphers present, and Master Pang was a master-level figure in this regard. If Luo Hongyan's writing had reached a master-S level, it would surely astonish everyone. But Pei Hong was well aware that her writing was far from that level. Placing the scroll on the table, Pei Hong slowly unfurled it. Upon seeing the 4 characters, Pei Hong was momentarily stunned, his blood surging and tears welling in his eyes. Pillar of the nation. Gasp. The others around him also caught sight of the words, their astonishment palpable. Such an appraisal was extraordinarily high. For a minister, to receive such commendation in 4 characters during one's lifetime was more than enough. What a powerful presence these characters possess. Indeed, why does it feel as though the words have come alive? Initially, the crowd was taken aback by the content, but they soon recognized the extraordinary nature of the four characters. Pei Hong quickly realized their significance. He himself had attained a master level in calligraphy and had seen Master Pang's work multiple times. This was far superior. Such exquisite calligraphy. This is a divine ink treasure, Master Pang exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Although they belonged to opposing factions, he genuinely loved calligraphy and could not bring himself to belittle a piece of divine craftsmanship. Moreover, the others were not blind to its quality. The crowd's astonishment grew. A divine ink treasure coupled with such remarkable characters rendered this gift unparalleled. Your Majesty, I am deeply moved. Pei Hong bowed deeply. Luo Hongyan smiled. Prime Minister need not be overly formal. You are most deserving of these four characters. It is a pity that my own writing is lacking, so I had to invite someone to inscribe this for you. I am glad you appreciate it. I am indeed very fond of it. Pei Hong replied hastily, while those around him looked on enviously, recognizing the thoughtfulness behind such a gift. The ink was still fresh. Luo Hongyan must have invited a master calligrapher to the Tianyan dynasty, specifically to create this piece today. Some among Pei Hong's faction, who had initially harbored discontent regarding a woman as emperor, gradually saw their grievances dissipate upon witnessing Luo Hongyan's regard for Pei Hong. If the emperor could achieve such respect, what complaint could they, as subjects, possibly have? Even those who were not particularly supportive of Luo Hongyan began to acknowledge her merits. This single piece of ink treasure had a profoundly unifying effect on the hearts of the people. Chapter 27. The Emergence of the Cursed Dragon Pillars. A beautiful woman in peril, how infuriating. Prince Mu, Luo Yuanmu, wore a somber expression. He had attended the Prime Minister's 70th birthday celebration, bringing with him a splendid gift. Yet, when Luo Hongyan presented her gift, he was utterly eclipsed. Her divine calligraphy, accompanied by the four-character appraisal pillar of the nation, and the emperor's generous favor left him feeling utterly inferior. The murderous intent within Luo Yuanmu surged. The longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it became for him. As more people rallied in support of Luo Hongyan's rule, he had long plotted to eliminate her. However, the act of regicide was a grave matter. He dared not act impulsively and had spent 3 years meticulously devising his plan. Today, at Pei Hong's 70th birthday, presented a rare opportunity. The vicinity of the Pei residence had already been secretly embedded with 9 cursed dragon pillars, all of which had been steeped in the pool of grievous blood. The blood in the pool was sourced from unborn infants. Filling the pool had been a tedious task, consuming Luo Yuanmu half a year. The cursed dragon pillars bore intricate runes, painstakingly inscribed by a master he had paid handsomely for. All 9 pillars had soaked in the pool of grievous blood for 2 years. 6 months ago, they had been embedded underground here, and considerable time had been spent to perfectly conceal their ominous aura. With a courteous gesture, Luo Yuanmu bid farewell. Prince Mu, take care. Pei Hong knew full well that Luo Yuanmu was not at ease. It was entirely reasonable for him to propose an early departure. Your Majesty, I take my leave. Luo Yuanmu coldly acknowledged Luo Hongyan with a slight bow before turning away. Many within the Pei residence secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The presence of both Luo Hongyan and Luo Yuanmu had created immense pressure. Luo Hongyan was the empress, yet Prince Mu's influence was formidable as well. Suddenly, a cry rang out, enemy attack. Protect the empress. Not 1,000 meters from the Pei residence, Luo Yuanmu's guards shouted in alarm, as a terrifying aura surged forth from the shadows. Several formidable figures closed in on Luo Yuanmu. Rescue him. Luo Hongyan's countenance shifted as she quickly declared. Luo Yuanmu could perish, but not at this moment, and certainly not so close to her. Your Majesty, but the guards tasked with protecting Luo Hongyan hesitated. After all, Luo Yuanmu was merely a prince, and their primary duty was to safeguard her. With Chief Eunuch Ning protecting me, that is sufficient. Quickly save him. Luo Hongyan commanded fiercely. Whoosh, whoosh. Among the 3 divine-level protectors dispatched to shield Luo Hongyan, 2 immediately surged toward Luo Yuanmu. A shadow darted toward Luo Hongyan with lightning speed. Protecting the Empress, Chief Eunuch Ning reacted instantly. A formidable god emperor of the 8th level, he unleashed a golden barrier enveloping Luo Hongyan. Crack! The barrier teetered on the brink of collapse. The assailant was a god emperor of the 9th level, significantly more powerful than Ning. Kill! Among the guests, another god emperor emerged. This individual possessed the strength of the 7th level and specialized in assassination, capable of unleashing the power of an 8th level god emperor in an instant. With a shattering sound, the already fragile barrier could not withstand a full-force strike from the 2nd god emperor assassin. The barrier completely shattered, and Ning spat blood as the collapse impacted him severely. Boom! As the Empress, Luo Hongyan possessed numerous protective treasures, which she activated in a desperate bid for defense. Yet, against the assaults of 2 peak god emperors, these treasures seemed feeble. In the blink of an eye, her defenses crumbled. However, Luo Hongyan did not panic excessively. As an empress, she still had the aura of royalty, which granted her a semblance of protection. Just then, the earth trembled, and the power of the 9 cursed dragon pillars erupted, engulfing the entire Pei residence. 9 blood dragons emerged from the ground, simultaneously lunging toward Luo Hongyan, voraciously consuming the royal aura surrounding her. Damn it! The 2 god emperors outside the Pei residence felt a surge of urgency. The crimson barrier enveloping the estate prevented them from breaking through immediately. Despair flickered in Luo Hongyan's eyes. My fate is sealed. Had she known it would come to this, it would have been better to let that fellow Chen benefit instead. As her royal aura dissipated, the 9 blood dragons merged into a singular entity, resembling a tangible blood dragon that lunged toward Luo Hongyan. Your Majesty! Chief Eunuch Ning was overwhelmed with dread. There was no way Luo Hongyan could withstand such an assault. This strike reached the level of an emperor. In an incredibly brief moment, the blood dragon was mere inches from Luo Hongyan, and she felt an intense threat of death. At that moment, the protective ring on her left hand glimmered, enveloping her in a soft white light. Boom! The blood dragon unleashed its full power in a cataclysmic strike. The furious force surged, causing the Pei residence to collapse significantly. Yet, there stood Luo Hongyan, unharmed. The protective ring could withstand a single semi-saint level attack or 10 attacks at the emperor level. How could this be? The 2 peak god emperor assassins were astonished. Yet, despite their shock, they did not relent. One engaged with Ning's assault, while the other charged toward Luo Hongyan. Having just survived the blood dragon's onslaught, they doubted that Luo Hongyan's defensive treasure had any remaining strength. Clang! One assassin's sword pierced within half a foot of Luo Hongyan's forehead. The protective, white light manifested once more, and his formidable strike failed to inflict any harm upon her. Protect! As the blood dragon dissipated, the crimson barrier around the Pei residence vanished, allowing the 2 god emperors outside to rush in. Retreat! The 9th level god emperor crushed a precious escape pearl. A black sphere of light appeared, and the 2 assassins swiftly entered its confines. In the blink of an eye, the sphere vanished. Just as the black sphere disappeared, a terrifying divine presence extended forth, and moments later, an elder in a blue robe appeared. He stood there, exuding an aura of divinity. Ancestor! Luo Hongyan hurriedly paid her respects. This elder was the sole emperor of the Tianyan dynasty, a living fossil. The elder in blue nodded slightly, his emperor-level divine sense sweeping the area, yet failing to detect the fleeing assassins. An escape pearl crafted by an emperor-level master. The elder in blue frowned internally. The escape pearl could obscure one's aura and move at incredible speed, making it difficult to track. Your Majesty, it is a blessing for our Tianyan dynasty that you emerged unscathed from such an assault. With that, the elder vanished. Curiosity sparked within him regarding Luo Hongyan's survival. Yet, as the emperor, probing into her secrets was inappropriate. It seemed the ring had shielded her from harm. Luo Hongyan's heart raced with astonishment. The ring gifted to her by Chen possessed such formidable defensive power. Chapter 28. Objects of Doubt. Embracing in sleep, the majority of the Pei residents lay in ruins. with numerous individuals injured and some even deceased. The Grand Minister Pei appeared dazed. How could a joyous birthday celebration devolve into this chaos? Pei Hong, your intentions are nefarious. How dare you set a trap and ambush the Emperor and Prince Mu? Luo Yuanliang bellowed. Your Majesty, I am a sinner deserving of death. It is my fault that the birthday banquet placed your Majesty in peril, Pei Hong said bitterly as he knelt down. He was at a loss for words. The dragon pillars had been arranged near the Pei family, and two formidable beings at the divine emperor level had infiltrated the Pei household. There is no need for you to blame yourself, Minister Pei. I understand that this matter is in no way related to you. You have suffered losses. Prioritize addressing these issues. Luo Hongyan gently reassured him. I will surely uncover the truth behind the mastermind of this incident. I humbly thank your Majesty. Pei Hong bowed deeply, his heart filled with gratitude. Given the gravity of the situation at the Pei residence, regardless of Pei Hong's involvement, he would undoubtedly bear significant responsibility. Indeed, your Majesty. Both Minister Peng and Pei Hong responded in unison. Once inside the imperial palace, Luo Hongyan let out a quiet sigh of relief. The entire palace was fortified with powerful formations. Even an emperor-level expert would think twice before intruding. Brother, you are too ruthless. A glint of cold light flickered in Luo Hongyan's eyes. She was not naive. There was no way Pei Hong could have orchestrated this. Pei Hong was a veteran of 2 reigns, holding a position of utmost authority as prime minister. He had no need to engage in such treachery. Most likely, it was Luo Yuanmu. Luo Yuanliang was not to be underestimated, but he likely lacked the capability for such a scheme. Luo Yuanmu possessed the necessary power and motive. Should she perish, Luo Yuanmu could very well ascend to the throne. However, proving Luo Yuanmu's guilt would be a daunting task. He too had been attacked and even injured. Although Luo Yuanmu had been assaulted earlier, it was likely a diversion to draw away the elite guardians surrounding Luo Hongyan. But could this serve as evidence? On the surface, Luo Yuanmu was undoubtedly a victim. Given his status, without irrefutable evidence, it would be impossible to convict him. If it weren't for this ring, I would surely have perished today. Luo Hongyan gently caressed the protective ring adorning her left ring finger, feeling a sudden urge to seek out Yi Chen for answers. However, she restrained that impulse. Visiting Fengming Palace at this moment could potentially bring trouble to Yi Chen. Luo Yuanmu and his associates were not foolish. Finally, as night fell, Luo Hongyan stealthily made her way to Fengming Palace. Yi Chen was unaware of the attack she had endured and was already asleep. Your Majesty, Dongmei greeted outside the bedroom. Luo Hongyan waved her hand, and Dongmei promptly withdrew. Hongyan, why have you come so late? Yi Chen queried, opening the door with a puzzled expression upon hearing her voice. As my emperor, do you require prior notice to sleep beside me? Luo Hongyan entered the room, and to Yi Chen's astonishment, she truly shed her outer garments, donning only a thin, form-fitting nightgown before slipping into bed. Yi Chen hurriedly joined her, covering her with a light blanket. Though it was summer, the temperature within Fengming Palace, fortified by formations, was likely only around 20 degrees. Hongyan, has something occurred? Yi Chen lay beside her and instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender waist. His hand gradually began to descend, inch by inch. Do not move, Yi Chen. I have a question for you. What is the origin of the ring you gifted me? Luo Hongyan inquired, her curiosity piqued. How could Yi Chen possess such an item? The ring had emitted a protective barrier that withstood an emperor-level attack, and, subsequently, a strike from a 7th-layer divine emperor. I found it. You should know that I have traveled to many places. Once, while by the river, I picked up this ring. Yi Chen replied with a grin. Luo Hongyan removed the ring and said firmly, Yi Chen, this ring is exceptional. You should keep it and not lose it. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Hongyan, please understand. It is meant for a woman. I, a man, cannot wear such a thing. Moreover, it is the wedding ring I gave you. What does it mean for you to return it? Its value is immense. Luo Hongyan insisted. Yi Chen tightened his embrace around Luo Hongyan. Regardless of its value, it is merely an inanimate object. How could it compare to the warmth of a fragrant wife? I have no lack of food or clothing. Even if it is priceless, it is useless to me. Keep it for yourself. Luo Hongyan struggled momentarily, but could not free herself. Let me go. I will not. You presented yourself to me willingly. We shall sleep like this tonight. If you move again, I cannot guarantee I won't act differently. Chen chuckled. No further actions are permitted. Otherwise, I shall leave immediately, Luo Hongyan declared, closing her eyes as her eyelashes fluttered gently, her heart in turmoil. In her near-death experience, she had considered it better to relinquish herself to Chen. Now, having escaped danger, her thoughts had shifted. To sleep embraced for a night was the utmost limit she could accept. Very well, Chen smiled, the distance between them merely a foot or so. He gazed upon Luo Hongyan's flawless visage. The night was illuminated only by faint starlight, the room cloaked in darkness. Yet Chen could see clearly, for he possessed the cultivation of a divine emperor and the eye of the void. What are you looking at? Luo Hongyan inquired, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. Admiring beauty, Chen replied with a playful grin. You smooth-talking rogue. Luo Hongyan huffed. I should never have chosen you as my emperor. As the night passed, Chen remained awake, cherishing the rare opportunity to admire his wife's sleeping face up close. Was it not delightful? Luo Hongyan, too, could not fall asleep. Despite her closed eyes, she could distinctly feel Chen's gaze upon her. Hongyan, rise and shine, Chen exclaimed, swiftly planting a kiss on Luo Hongyan's lips. She instantly opened her eyes and glared at him. Do not look at me like that. Do you not know what a good morning kiss is? Chen chuckled it. Having kissed her once at the Houtian palace, and again now, he was confident that with time, Luo Hongyan would grow accustomed to it. Perhaps they could progress further. Rogue. Luo Hongyan shot him a disapproving look before springing out of bed. Given the events of the previous day, today's morning court would be busy. Lu Gonggong, please find out what transpired yesterday, she commanded. It is still early, Chen murmured, returning to sleep for a while longer. Lu Gonggong promptly gathered the information. Your Majesty, yesterday the Pei residence was attacked. The assailants were two divine emperor-level experts, one at the 9th layer and the other at the 7th layer. Furthermore, 9 dragon pillars had been strategically placed at the Pei residence. Lu Gonggong reported respectfully. Chen's eyes sparkled with insight. It seemed Luo Hongyan had encountered a formidable attack, and the protective ring had provided her with a safeguard. What a fortunate turn of events. The protective ring had saved Hongyan's life, and he had only embraced her for one night. Chen mused. Lu Gonggong maintained his usual demeanor, knowing that Luo Hongyan's survival was undoubtedly due to Chen's influence. Chapter 29. Princess Chonglu and the profound arts of 8-9 for 3 consecutive days. The morning court resembled a bustling marketplace. Some individuals staunchly defended Pei Hong, while others fervently sought to drag him down. Luo Hongyan found herself overwhelmed by the commotion. Chen, you seem to be enjoying yourself, she remarked with irritation as she quietly entered Fengming Palace, discovering Chen lounging in the sun. Hey, Hongyan, what do you mean by that? As the Empress, should I not luxuriate here instead of engaging in court affairs? Chen replied, casting a glance at Luo Hongyan without any intention of rising to pay his respects. Luo Hongyan was momentarily speechless. Move aside, let me lie down, she commanded, raising her hand and using an invisible force to shift Chen to a nearby chaise. Satisfied, she reclined comfortably. Hongyan, that is quite unfair. If one day my strength surpasses yours, don't blame me for being rude, Chen retorted, a smirk on his lips. His current prowess already exceeded that of Luo Hongyan. Had he resisted, she would have been unable to move him at all. If that day ever comes, I shall let you bully me, though I doubt it will happen. Luo Hongyan shot him a glance. Chen was still at the postnatal level of cultivation, which she could see clearly. That's what you say. Chen grinned. The thought of being able to indulge in teasing her, given her beauty and figure, was quite appealing. However, he chose not to reveal his true thoughts. Was it not delightful to bide his time, to develop cautiously? With the 3rd tier of divine emperor cultivation, he felt powerful, yet it was not sufficient. His relationship with Luo Hongyan was also not yet solidified. If she were to discover his true strength, she might withdraw from him entirely. There was even a possibility of her deposing him. I speak with sincerity, my lord. Luo Hongyan declared with a commanding presence, entirely unconcerned about Yi Chen's potential to surpass her. After all, she had already reached the 7th tier of Divine King. The realm of Divine Emperor was not far off. Yi Chen, at the innate level, was a far cry from her. Hongyan, did you come here for a specific purpose today? Yi Chen asked from his elevated position, which afforded him a unique view of her. With a calm demeanor, Luo Hongyan replied, I have come to inform you that I have avenged your parents. The Black Sand Gang and those who supported them have been completely eradicated. Yi Chen was taken aback. He had been contemplating when he could leave the palace to destroy the Black Sand Gang himself and avenge his parents. Yet, Luo Hongyan had accomplished it. Thank you, he said softly, although he felt a twinge of regret for not avenging them personally. It was commendable that Luo Hongyan had considered this matter. Do not thank me. Instead, play a tune for me, she said, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Following her gaze, she glanced down, covering her chest and shooting him an exaggerated eye roll. What is wrong with my wife? Yi Chen chuckled as he approached the nearby guqin. Melodious notes soon filled the air. Yi Chen, you possess extraordinary talent. Remaining in the palace may stifle you. Luo Hongyan sighed. Your skills in music, calligraphy, chess, and poetry are remarkable. Showcasing them would surely earn you worldwide fame. Yi Chen similit broadly. Therefore, Hongyan, you must compensate me. How about spending the night here? But in an instant, Luo Hongyan vanished. Days passed, and it was once again time for attendance. Yi Chen pondered where to sign in. Many of the palaces in the harem were beneath his notice, primarily occupied by concubines and lesser consorts, far inferior to Fengming Palace. However, frequenting Fengming Palace for sign-ins would result in diminished rewards. Where to go for the sign-in? An improved cultivation technique would be ideal. He mused, still practicing the archaic dragon-elephant technique, merely an A-grade cultivation method. Yi Chen yearned for an S-grade technique. Just 3 days prior, he had officially reached the Divine Emperor realm, achieving combat power at the 4th tier of Divine Emperor. Yet, he felt his training speed significantly slow at this level. Your Majesty, the Empress requests your presence for dinner at the Purple Dragon Palace tonight, a eunuch sent by Luo Hongyan announced. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. If there were no better venue, signing in at the Purple Dragon Palace would be quite favorable, undoubtedly superior to Fengming Palace. In the evening, Yi Chen arrived at the Purple Dragon Palace, where he found not only Luo Hongyan, but also another young girl. Empress's brother-in-law, the girl, around 13 or 14, greeted him with a cheerful smile. Yi Chen immediately recognized her as Princess Chonglu, Luo Yudi, the daughter of consort Shu, a woman favored by the former emperor. Having lost her mother at birth, Luo Hongyan had raised the young princess, forming a close bond. Consort Shu had but one child, the delightful young girl before him. Yi Chen silently praised her beauty. Luo Yudi was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, destined to become a remarkable woman. However, he had no interest in such a naive child. His wife was already breathtaking. Just call me brother-in-law. No need for the title of empress, Yi Chen replied with a grin. Luo Yudi giggled, brother-in-law. It seems your relationship with Sister Hongyan is quite good. Beside them, Luo Hongyan explained, Yi Chen, she is Chonglu, daughter of consort Shu. The former emperor wishes to seek breakthroughs elsewhere, and consort Shu entrusted her to my care. Yi Chen was taken aback. Luo Yudi is staying with you? Hongyan, is that appropriate? Though I am the empress's consort, I am still a man. Luo Hongyan replied calmly. Yi Chen, a man like you could not possibly intimidate Chonglu. She is the innate 7th tier. Yi Chen, Luo Yudi giggled, brother-in-law. You need not worry. I won't harm you. If any servants misbehave, I can help you out, he. Brother-in-law, I've heard you're quite skilled at chess. Please teach me. After enjoying dinner together, Luo Yudi headed back to Fengming Palace, claiming she wouldn't disturb Yi Chen and Luo Hongyan. Yi Chen silently commended her thoughtfulness. Yi Chen, do teach Chonglu chess. She's quite interested in it, Luo Hongyan said softly. Yi Chen found it difficult to refuse, particularly as they lay together in bed, embracing. No mischief, or I shall punish you. Was this a sign of increased trust in him? Yi Chen mused, realizing the two were cuddling while he had been admiring Luo Hongyan, who had not slept a wink that night. System, sign in twice. Signing in at Purple Dragon Palace, I received the S-grade reward, the 8-9 Profound Arts, which grants an indestructible body and 72 transformations upon cultivation. The system's voice sent waves of excitement through Yi Chen. He had indeed acquired an S-grade cultivation technique. The legendary 8-9 Profound Arts. Signing in at Purple Dragon Palace, I received the A-grade reward, the Imperial True Fire, which is formless and intangible, capable of absorbing royal aura to grow and improving the physique of those below the semi-holy level. Yi Chen reveled in the quality of the second reward. However, the Imperial True Fire was of little use to him. He lacked royal aura. It would serve Luo Hongyan well. System, transfer the Imperial True Fire to Luo Hongyan. In the next moment, Yi Chen noticed something entering Luo Hongyan's body, the Imperial True Fire. It was still quite weak and required royal aura to grow. Chapter 30. The Death of Prime Minister Pei and the Prince's Conspiracy. The system activated, equipping the profound technique of 8-9 Mysteries. Yi Chen silently rejoiced, his eyes aglow with excitement. The possession of such a technique would undoubtedly amplify his cultivation and combat prowess. With the 8-9 Mysteries now at his disposal, he engaged in diligent practice, gaining an indestructible body and the ability to transform in 72 ways, elevating his combat strength to the 5th level of the Divine Emperor realm. As the system's voice resonated, a torrent of information flooded Yi Chen's mind. He distinctly sensed that even if he were to lose limbs, he could restore them, and he could transform into various forms at will, riding the clouds, summoning winds and rain. These were merely foundational abilities encompassed within the 8-9 Mysteries. The strength of a 5th-level Divine Emperor is formidable. Moreover, possessing both the 8-9 Mysteries and the ancient Dragon Elephant technique would significantly accelerate his training. It would not be long before he reached the 2nd level of the Divine Emperor realm, achieving a strength comparable to the 6th level. Yi Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Few within the Imperial Palace surpassed the 6th level of the Divine Emperor. At the stroke of 3 in the morning, amidst the enveloping darkness, the lady-in-waiting, Nangong Ning, hastily approached and knocked on the door of the chamber. Luo Hongyan awoke to find Yi Chen gazing at her with a gentle smile. They stood face to face, mere inches apart. Luo Hongyan's heart raced slightly. She quickly rose from her bed. Nangong Ning soon entered the room, but the bed curtains obscured her view of Yi Chen. She could only see his shoes. Your Majesty, something has happened to Prime Minister Pei. He has committed suicide by poison, and his family has reported it to the authorities. Nangong Ning spoke urgently. What? Luo Hongyan's complexion changed dramatically, a wave of imperial might emanating from her. The circumstances surrounding Pei Hong's demise had already been attributed to other malevolent forces. She bore no blame toward Pei Hong. How could he possibly take his own life? Inform the Black Dragon Imperial Guards. I shall leave the palace tonight to investigate. Luo Hongyan commanded with a steely voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Nangong Ning promptly exited to make arrangements. Luo Hongyan's departure from the palace was no small matter and required careful preparation. Such an incident must not be allowed to recur. Hongyan, I shall accompany you to see Prime Minister Pei. As the Empress, it is my duty to pay my respects, Yi Chen declared as he rose, asserting that this was not an intrusion into palace matters. Very well, Luo Hongyan considered for a moment before nodding gently. Pei Hong had once expressed a desire to engage in a game of chess with Yi Chen. A quarter of an hour later, 3,000 Black Dragon Imperial Guards mobilized to escort Luo Hongyan and Yi Chen from the palace. Yi Chen could sense several Divine Emperor-level experts within the ranks. Before they reached their destination, their procession encountered Prince Mu's entourage. Your Majesty, I have just received distressing news and was preparing to visit Prime Minister Pei. I did not expect to find you here so soon. Prince Mu, Luo Yuemu, dismounted his carriage and clasped his hands in greeting. He had supported Pei Hong, ensuring his position as prime minister remained intact. The occurrence of such a tragedy was unforeseen. Luo Hongyan was convinced that Prince Mu's shadow loomed over this affair. Yet, without irrefutable evidence, it would be impossible to act against him. Your concern is noted, but the circumstances surrounding Prime Minister Pei's death may be suspicious. It would not be prudent for you to visit. I shall go to pay my respects, Luo Hongyan replied coldly. Luo Yuanmu sighed, Your Majesty. Prime Minister Pei's suicide by poison suggests a connection to previous events. However, he has served the nation diligently. I implore you not to trouble his family. No need for your concern. Prince Mu, Luo Hongyan dismissed him, lowering the carriage curtain. Yi Chun, sharing a carriage with Luo Hongyan, observed the anger etched across her face. This matter was undoubtedly tied to Prince Mu. Yi Chun, your remarkable talent and exceptional chess skills make you fit to serve as a prime minister. It would be a tremendous loss for our Tianyin dynasty to confine such talent within the palace. Should you support my claim to the throne, I promise you the position of prime minister. Imagine the world as a chessboard, with lives as mere pieces. It would be exhilarating. Prince Mu's voice echoed within Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Prince Mu was attempting to win him over. The offer of a prime ministerial position was indeed compelling. If forced to choose between the Empress and the Prime Minister, he would likely choose the latter. The Empress, despite her noble status, could command so few. The Prime Minister held immense power and influence. Yi Chun, consider a visit to the Yangxin Palace to inform the Empress Dowager. I seek to reign as your sovereign. I speak no idle words. Assist me in ascending to the throne, and you shall undoubtedly become my prime minister. If you are infatuated with Luo Hongyan, I shall not harm her. Instead, I can strip her of her powers, rendering her your plaything. Wealth, beauty, and authority will be yours, far surpassing your current existence. As their procession advanced, Prince Mu once again reached out to Yi Chun. The allure of such temptation was undeniably potent. Yet, Yi Chun scoffed internally. The prime minister's role was not merely to linger in the imperial palace. Luo Yuanmu's eyes gleamed with determination. He deliberately chose this path to convey his message to Yi Chun. With Pei Hong's death, it was the opportune moment to sway Yi Chun. The combination of profit and the threat of death wielded like a carrot and stick, in Luo Yuanmu's view, had a 90% chance of success. Hongyan, Prince Mu has just contacted me, urging my support for his ascent to the throne. Promising me the position of prime minister, Yi Chun conveyed telepathically to Luo Hongyan. Luo Hongyan's expression shifted. The promise of a prime ministerial position was indeed audacious. Yi Chun, what are your thoughts? She inquired, her heart racing. If Yi Chun were to support Luo Yuanmu, she would be profoundly disappointed, even heartbroken. Hongyan, the allure of the prime minister position is immense. Rejecting it would result in a significant loss for me. You must compensate me handsomely. I have a few outfits I would like you to wear for me. How about it? Yi Chun teased, his tone lighthearted. Black silk, maid outfits, nurse uniforms, and more, he added, the implications causing Luo Hongyan to blush, her imagination running wild. The thought almost making her faint. The attire cannot be too revealing. She pondered, indicating her agreement with Yi Chun. Her response was not born from fear of betrayal, but rather a sign of her emotional investment in him. Rest assured, it shall not be overly revealing. Minutes passed, and soon their carriage arrived at the new Pei residence, a significantly smaller estate than the original Pei Manor. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. Your Majesty and Empress. Pei Hong's eldest son, Pei Zhen, along with many from the Pei household, knelt in mourning, their expressions filled with profound sorrow. Chapter 31. The false will and the calligraphy contest upon entering the Pei residence. Yi Chun and his companions soon encountered Pei Hong. The lifeless body of Pei Hong lay beside the writing desk in his study. On the desk, a will left by Pei Hong rested alongside an empty vial that had contained poison. Your Majesty, we dared not disturb the scene upon confirming my father's death. He was undoubtedly murdered, Pei Zhen declared through gritted teeth. First, there had been the incident at the birthday banquet, resulting in the destruction of much of the Pei estate. And now Pei Hong had met a tragic end, leaving the entire Pei family engulfed in sorrow and fury. I too find it impossible that the Prime Minister would take his own life. I shall ensure a thorough investigation, the Emperor replied. Luo Hongyan furrowed her brow as she extended her consciousness into Pei Hong's body, meticulously examining his condition. Yi Chun approached the writing desk, his gaze fixated on the will left behind. Your Majesty, is there something amiss with the will? Luo Hongyan inquired after a prolonged inspection yielded no particular discrepancies. Is the Prime Minister's calligraphy of a master's caliber? Indeed, Luo Hongyan affirmed, acknowledging that many were aware of Pei Hong's mastery in calligraphy. It was a homicide, Chen asserted without hesitation. Luo Hongyan scrutinized the will. The handwriting appeared flawless, familiar to her as Pei Hong's own. How can you be so certain? Luo Hongyan pressed, aware that matters concerning the Prime Minister demanded utmost caution. Pointing towards the will, Chen explained, Your Majesty, while an untrained I may overlook its flaws. Someone with a refined understanding of calligraphy can easily discern that this will lack spirit despite its form. Master-level calligraphy possesses a certain aura that this writing does not. Pei Zhen quickly retrieved additional writings from his father for Chen's review. After a brief examination, Chen remarked, These characters were penned by the Prime Minister. They differ significantly from those in the will. Grand Tutor is here. Grand Tutor Pang entered the study, bowing respectfully to Luo Hongyan. Your Majesty, regarding the truth of the Prime Minister's death, I implore you to refrain from making hasty remarks. Your Majesty, may I examine the will? Grand Tutor Pang requested. Luo Hongyan nodded slightly. Grand Tutor Pang took the will and after a considerable time, declared, Your Majesty, I assure you that this will was indeed written by the Prime Minister. I am intimately familiar with his handwriting, and it is unmistakably authentic. Your Majesty, even if you have some skill in calligraphy, it is unwise to flaunt it. Such actions could mislead the Emperor gravely, Chen observed with a hint of amusement. Grand Tutor Pang, possessing a master-level proficiency, should have discerned any discrepancies, yet he insisted there were none. Luo Hongyan contemplated the situation. Unbeknownst to Grand Tutor Pang, the 4 characters Pillar of a Nation were penned by Chen, who indeed possessed a divine-level skill in calligraphy, a fact Luo Hongyan was aware of, leading her to trust Chen's assertion over Pang's. Grand Tutor, would you care to examine it once more? Is there truly no issue with the handwriting? Chen prompted. Grand Tutor Pang retorted coldly, Does the Empress doubt my calligraphic abilities? The Prime Minister's skill is of a master's level, while mine is at the realm of a grandmaster. I am exceedingly familiar with his handwriting, Your Majesty. While the Empress has commendable calligraphic skills, I permit her participation in this investigation, Luo Hongyan declared firmly. Grand Tutor Pang furrowed his brow in private dismay. The rules dictated that the harem should not meddle in state affairs, yet the Emperor's special permission altered the situation. Empress, you assert that only those with a certain level of skill can discern the truth. Yet, I, as a grandmaster, have found nothing amiss. Do you presume your skills surpass mine? Pang questioned. The Pei family members fell silent, fully aware that Grand Tutor Pang's mastery made him an authority in this domain. Should the will be deemed authentic, Pei Hong's death would likely be classified as a suicide by poison. Chen calmly remarked, Grand Tutor, my calligraphy is likely superior to yours. It is surprising you failed to detect any anomalies. Perhaps you should devote more effort to your practice. Grand Tutor Pang was incensed. Possessing master-level skills in calligraphy was a point of pride for him. Very well, since the Empress has spoken thus, I humbly request that we engage in a comparison to determine whose calligraphy is superior, Grand Tutor Pang sneered. Luo Hongyan nodded slightly. Grand Tutor Pang, puzzled, thought Luo Hongyan had likely seen Chen's writing. Could it be that Chen truly possessed remarkable skills? Surely not. The Emperor's own calligraphy was rather ordinary. Perhaps Chen had merely deceived the Emperor with a modicum of skill. Pang mused, aware of Luo Hongyan's lack of proficiency. Empress, the Prime Minister once received your commendation for the 4 characters Pillar of a Nation. Shall we write those? Grand Tutor Pang proposed proudly. After having practiced extensively at home, Pang felt confident in his improvement. A flicker of intrigue crossed Luo Hongyan's eyes. Grand Tutor Pang had indeed improved with those characters. Though she had not seen Chen write many characters, she had witnessed him craft Pillar of the Nation with her own eyes. Very well, Grand Tutor, you may begin. Chen replied nonchalantly. The writing desk was prepared with fresh ink, still wet. Grand Tutor Pang laid out the rice paper, dipped his brush in ink, and swiftly inscribed the 4 characters. The calligraphy was grand and majestic, showcasing his mastery with clarity. Empress, please, he invited. If you cannot match this, it would be prudent for you to refrain from further involvement. Given your status, it would be an embarrassment to our Tianyin dynasty. Confident in his writing, Grand Tutor Pang believed that few at the master level could replicate his work. Yi Chun, with an expression of calmness, took the brush and, in a short span of time, produced characters that leapt off the page. Grand Tutor Pang was left speechless. Luo Hongyan was momentarily taken aback, sensing that Yi Chen's rendition surpassed even the one he had previously inscribed. This was indeed the case. Compared to that day, Yi Chen's cultivation had progressed, enhancing his calligraphic prowess as well. Impossible. This cannot be. Grand Tutor Pang gasped in disbelief, immediately recognizing that Yi Chen's skill had reached divine levels. Moreover, Yi Chen's writing bore an uncanny resemblance to the characters Pei Hong had displayed at the banquet. Luo Hongyan spoke softly, Grand Tutor Pang. The characters gifted to the Prime Minister that day were inscribed by the Empress. Does she not possess the requisite skill? Cold sweat broke out on Grand Tutor Pang's brow. He had indeed been aware of the issues with Pei Hong's writing, but had feigned ignorance regarding the will. Your Majesty, the Empress undoubtedly possesses the skill. Empress, I had no knowledge of your divine-level calligraphy. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for my earlier bravado. You are correct. It is my calligraphic skills that fall short. I shall certainly endeavor to improve, Grand Tutor Pang hastily confessed, his arrogance swiftly evaporating. Grand Tutor Pang was left in a state of astonishment. At the gathering of talents, Yi Chun had showcased his divine-level chess skills and impressive poetry. He had never anticipated Yi Chen's calligraphy to be equally formidable. The Pei family gazed at Yi Chun with immense admiration. With Yi Chen's divine-level calligraphy, his claim of discrepancies in the will could not be dismissed lightly. Grand Tutor, given the Prime Minister's distinguished position, if he did not take his own life, his death must have been orchestrated by someone of significance. I entrust this case to you for investigation. I give you half a month. I hope to receive a satisfactory conclusion, or I shall hold you accountable for disrespecting the Empress. The Emperor decreed sternly. Grand Tutor Pang inwardly lamented, having not been actively involved. He suspected this matter might be linked to Prince Mu. How would he investigate? Chapter 32. The Energetic Girl and the Sidhu Family. Good morning, brother-in-law. Luo Yuti greeted Yi Chun with a beaming smile as she spotted him. She had risen early and was already practicing her swordplay in the backyard. Chang Lu, your diligence is commendable. No wonder you have attained the 7th level of innate cultivation, unlike me, who remains at the acquired stage. Yi Chun smiled in response. Beside him, Lu Zhongliang, the venerable Lu Gonggong, twitched the corner of his mouth. Are you truly at the acquired level, my lord? In my estimation, you are a formidable semi-saint. Brother-in-law, shall we engage in some practice? Luo Yuti proposed eagerly. One cannot neglect martial arts. Not today, my dear. I am rather indolent and unlikely to achieve any notable prowess in this regard. You may continue your practice. Very well. Luo Yuti resumed her swordplay. Her technique, remarkably fierce for someone of her 13 or 14 years, brimming with vitality. As days passed swiftly, with Luo Yuti present, Luo Hongyan visited frequently. Regrettably, she did not reside nearby. The recent attack had yet to be fully resolved, and with Pei Hong's demise, Luo Hongyan was exceedingly busy. Brother-in-law, I have broken through to the 8th level of innate cultivation, Luo Yuti exclaimed playfully. Her presence had undoubtedly brought joy to Yi Chen's days. Her exuberance was infectious, embodying the essence of a spirited young girl. Provided your mother consents, it is certainly feasible, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Luo Yuti's progress in his vicinity was accelerated, as the grand willow tree in the backyard possessed the strength of a saint. Even without any action on its part, her cultivation speed would significantly increase. Brother-in-law, you are the best. Let's play a game. Luo Yuti enthusiastically set up the chessboard. Yi Chen sighed in resignation. While Luo Yuti genuinely enjoyed chess, her skill was akin to Luo Hongyan's calligraphy, rendering Yi Chen's divine chess prowess useless against her. Thankfully, Luo Yuti was a beautiful girl. Although Yi Chen held no romantic inclinations towards her youthful charm, her presence was indeed pleasant to behold. Brother-in-law, may I retract a move? Days slipped by quietly. Yi Chen, ensconced in the harem, remained indifferent to the affairs concerning Pei Xiang. With a mere hint of intuition, he understood that this matter would likely come to nothing. The true culprit behind the scenes was likely Prince Mu. Even if evidence existed, it would not be easy to bring him to justice. Numerous factions within the Tianyin dynasty covertly supported Prince Mu, and mishandling this situation could lead to grave internal strife, especially with neighboring nations poised like hungry wolves. The mightiest entities on the Jiuxiao continent comprised of 4 great dynasties. Yet other nations also wielded considerable power, such as the Wanfo Empire to the southwest of the Tianyin dynasty. Though the Wanfo Empire's territory was somewhat smaller, its population was not significantly lesser than that of the Tianyin dynasty, and it prided itself as a powerful nation, harboring ambitious aspirations. Furthermore, the Wanfo Empire enjoyed the backing of the Malian dynasty. The Western Shiman Empire and the Eastern Xianghua, both bordering the Tianyin dynasty, were formidable as well, often crossing borders when the Tianyin dynasty faltered. Hee, brother-in-law, I have reached the 3rd level of star gathering. Luo Yudi exclaimed, filled with joy. I have achieved sudden enlightenment. Yi Chen set aside his book and smiled at her. Luo Yudi had been with him for a month. Recently, she had advanced to the star gathering level, and Yi Chen had discreetly utilized a low-level enlightenment card on her. This item, drawn this month, was only C grade and of little use to Yi Chen. But for Luo Yudi, it was a treasure, enabling her to make significant progress in a short time. The 3rd level of star gathering was not the limit. Shanglu, the benefits of your enlightenment will continue to manifest rapidly. You must seize the opportunity to train diligently. Yi Chen Anjurangitef. I understand, brother-in-law. You truly are my lucky star. I had never experienced enlightenment before, and now I have. Luo Yudi joyfully twirled her twin ponytails as she departed. Yi Chen resumed his reading, basking in the sunlight. After a month of cultivating the 8-9 profound art, Yi Chen had remarkably reached the 3rd level of divine emperor cultivation, with combat prowess equivalent to the 7th level of divine emperor. Kai Gonggong, the foremost expert under the empress, possessed only the 6th level of divine emperor cultivation. The elderly steward by Luo Hongyan's side was merely at the 8th level of divine emperor. Not long after, Luo Hongyan arrived at Foaming Palace. Chanle, are you leaving? Yi Chen set down his book, revealing a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Despite Luo Yudi's lackluster chess skills, her month-long presence had genuinely brought joy to Foaming Palace, and her calls of brother-in-law were quite pleasing to hear. Why do you feel reluctant? Luo Hongyan's eyes glinted with a dangerous light. She had promised Yi Chen he could pursue ideas regarding Chunlan and her companions, but should he entertain notions about Luo Yudi, she would not hesitate to break his legs. All 3 of them. One thing is certain, that girl is a source of joy. Yi Chen sighed softly, causing Luo Hongyan's expression to soften. Yi Chen's gaze was clear, indicating he harbored no ill intentions towards Luo Yudi. Yi Chen, you hail from the south. Are you familiar with Situ Yin, the heir of the Southwestern Prince? What is your opinion of him? Luo Hongyan inquired. The Southwestern Prince's title was conferred 2,000 years ago, and it has been passed down through generations within the Situ family. The current Southwestern Prince is Situ Da, and Situ Yin, his eldest son, is the heir of the Situ family. It is expected that he will succeed as the Southwestern Prince in the future. Do you wish for the truth or mere flattery? Yi Chen replied calmly. Luo Hongyan frowned. Of course, I desire the truth. What purpose do I have for your flattery? Yi Chen sighed softly. On the surface, Situ Yan's reputation appears acceptable. However, I have witnessed him abduct a girl and murder her parents. I narrowly escaped being silenced when they discovered me. Luo Hongyan's brows knitted deeply. Red Yin, there's a saying among the people. The chancellors are as fleeting as flowing water, but the Southwestern Prince is as unyielding as iron. Yi Chen stated matter-of-factly. This phrase illustrates the immense influence of the Situ family. Not even ordinary officials dare to offend the Situ family lightly. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire should they fall from grace. Luo Hongyan expressed her distress. Yi Chen's countenance shifted slightly. He and Luo Hongyan had no children, and the current princesses were all daughters of the former emperor. Most had already married. There were few suitable candidates, and some are rather plain. Red Yin. Could it be that Situ, Yin intends to marry Changluo? Yi Chen's expression darkened. While he held no particular feelings for Luo Yudi, he certainly did not wish for her to fall into a perilous situation. Chapter 33. The Situation of the Dynasty. Abolishing the Emperor and Empress? Luo Hongyan furrowed her brow. I am unaware of whom he wishes to marry. Yet among the eligible princesses, Changlu is the most beautiful. It is most likely her. In the Tianyin dynasty, the rules state that a girl can be betrothed at 14 and can marry at 16. Yi Chen remarked, Hongyan, you cannot directly reject Situ Yan's proposal for the princess. Luo Hongyan sighed. The 4 foreign princes of the Tianyin dynasty each command their own private armies, and the majority of their tax revenues belong to themselves. Among these princes, the strength of the Southwest King is the most formidable. Yi Chen recognized this fact as well. Hongyan, Situ Yin is certainly not a suitable match for Changlu. He is undoubtedly a scoundrel. Moreover what? Luo Hongyan inquired. Yi Chen frowned. The Southwest King, Situ Da, is an ambitious individual. The Situ family has accumulated significant power over 2 millennia, and with you as the Empress, it effectively provides the Southwest King with justification. Luo Hongyan's expression shifted. Are you worried the Situ family might rebel? Yi Chen shook his head. I merely speak from an observer's perspective. If the Situ family harbors such intentions, the coming years may present the best opportunity. If missed, they may have to wait another millennium. If Changlu is indeed wed to Situ Yin, how will she navigate such a predicament? Luo Hongyan's demeanor turned grave, acknowledging that Yi Chen's concerns were not unfounded. The 4 foreign princes were initially loyal to the royal family, but over time, how much of that loyalty remains? After ascending the throne, Luo Hongyan contemplated resolving the issue of the princes, yet such matters are rarely straightforward. The issue of the princes is not the only dilemma facing the Tianyin dynasty. As the Empress, the factional struggles are paramount. Those who support her belong to the Empress's faction, while those who support Luo Yuanmu align with the princely faction. In the past 2 years, the princely faction was stronger, but it has gradually improved. However, with the death of Prime Minister Pei, the Empress's faction has suffered a significant blow. In addition to factional disputes, the Tianyin dynasty grapples with severe land consolidation, powerful aristocratic families, and the rivalry between Buddhism and Taoism, among other issues. Yi Chen, with the death of Prime Minister Pei, my power in the court has diminished. If I further offend the Southwest King, the situation may worsen, unless I have a very suitable reason. Otherwise, I fear I cannot refuse. Luo Hongyan lamented. She occupies a lofty position as the Empress, yet finds herself in a state of helplessness. Yi Chen encouraged her. Hongyan, I believe in your capabilities. Initially, how many supported you as Empress? Your support among the populace was not high, yet now it has significantly increased. Luo Hongyan nodded slightly, acknowledging that her current support among the populace is indeed high, largely thanks to the potato seeds Yi Chen provided. The people's demands are simple. As long as they can eat their fill and stay warm, they will support you. If Situ Yin truly seeks to court Changlu, I will do my utmost to reject him. Having said this, Luo Hongyan vanished. She initially intended to meet Changlu, but her desire had dissipated. She needed to plan ahead. Being an emperor is no easy task. Yi Chen, carefree, lay back down, thinking it best for Luo Hongyan to worry about such matters. As long as the Situ family does not wish to rebel immediately, Luo Hongyan should still find a way to refuse. As for the future, Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. Having entered the imperial palace for about a year, he had progressed from the innate level to the current realm of the divine emperor's 7th stage. In another 2 years, he might attain semi-saint level power. By then, what could the Situ family possibly amount to? In the face of overwhelming strength, all schemes and machinations would be rendered futile. Brother-in-law, I cannot bear to part with you. Can I not leave? After a while, concubine Shu personally came to retrieve Luo Yudi, who was red-eyed and reluctant to part. Yi Chen turned to concubine Shu. I quite like this girl, Changlu. If she wishes to come and visit, would you refrain from stopping her? Concubine Shu sighed inwardly. As Empress, I would not obstruct her. However, Changlu is nearing 14. Once she reaches this age, she will no longer be a child, and she may not find it convenient to visit often. Empress, farewell. Yi Chen felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, concubine Shu was Luo Yuti's mother. He had no grounds to prevent her from taking her away. 3 days later, Situ Yin sought another audience with Luo Hongyan, his gaze fixed upon her with fervor. Luo Hongyan frowned inwardly. At this point, Situ Yin's demeanor grew increasingly aggressive. Luo Hongyan's anger flared. She initially thought Situ Yin was merely intent on Changlu, but it turned out he secretly wished to become the empress. Situ Yin, you are being outrageous, Luo Hongyan admonished. Situ Yin replied solemnly, Your Majesty, with Prime Minister Pei's death, your influence in the court has waned. Yi Chen is but a worthless individual, despite his skills in calligraphy and chess. What assistance can he provide you? If you were to dispose of him and allow me to become the empress, our Situ family would fully support you. Luo Hongyan pointed toward the door. Get out, Situ Yin declared. Your Majesty, consider this carefully. If you were to abdicate, where would you go? Furthermore, Your Majesty, you aspire to govern the realm. It is no easy task. You need me. Luo Hongyan warned fiercely, Situ Yin, if you continue to be insolent, I shall command the Black Dragon Guards to seize you and throw you out. You wouldn't dare. If you do this, what would your father think? Situ Yin retorted, leaving with a flourish. Luo Hongyan's chest heaved with agitation, incensed by Situ Yan's words. Were it not for the Situ family's formidable power and the armed might of the Southwest King, she would have ordered Situ Yan's execution without hesitation. Yi Chen, you sleep soundly, unaware that your position as empress is coveted. That night, Luo Hongyan arrived at Yi Chen's side, unable to sleep, her anger over Situ Yan's audacity consuming her. Moreover, since Situ Yan was so brazen, the Situ family likely harbored rebellious intentions. Hongyan, what is the matter? Yi Chen asked, somewhat groggy from being awakened. Situ Yin is not after Changlu. You need not worry about that. Luo Hongyan retorted with a huff. Yi Chen paused. Then his expression shifted as realization dawned. Are you suggesting that scoundrel does not genuinely wish to marry the princess, but instead aims to become the empress? In the palace, if any woman could rival the allure of Princess Chang Lu to Situ Yin, it would only be Luo Hongyan herself. Indeed, she nodded slightly. Yi Chen's anger flared. That scoundrel Situ Yin dared to covet his position. Situ Yin seeks an audience with me, wishing for me to depose you and elevate him as the new empress. What do you think I should do? Luo Hongyan, a smirk playing on her lips, observed Yi Chen's vexation, which alleviated some of her own ire. Chapter 34. A minor punishment as emperor and empress. Situ Yin and Yi Chen remained detached from the affairs of state, which was commendable. However, observing Yi Chen languidly reclining day by day stirred a sense of imbalance within Luo Hongyan. She toiled ceaselessly. Why should Yi Chen enjoy such idleness? Yet, when she saw Yi Chen grow anxious, a secret delight blossomed within her. Hongyan, it is rather inconvenient for you to stand while I recline. Why not join me, so we can converse comfortably? Yi Chen suggested, shifting slightly to make room for her. Hongyan, since Situ Yin has spoken thus, it seems the Situ family may be contemplating their options. As he spoke, Yi Chen's hand naturally found its way to Luo Hongyan's slender waist, sending a thrill through him. He pondered when he might truly share a bed with her. If I acquiesce, the Situ family may wholly align with me, granting me greater control over the empire. If I refuse, they may lend their support to Prince Mu. Luo Hongyan, attempting to swat Yi Chen's hand away, found herself unable to do so, and thus permitted his hand to linger on her waist. As long as he did not escalate his advances, she could tolerate such contact. I am considering how crucial the Situ family support is to me, she remarked with a huff. With a sudden, crisp sound, Yi Chen playfully slapped her rear, his hand feeling surprisingly satisfying against her. Yi Chen, how outrageous! Luo Hongyan exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with indignation. To strike me, there is utterly unacceptable. Consider this a small retribution for deceiving me. Yi Chen replied with a mischievous grin. Should you dare to overstep again, do you believe I will not punish you? Luo Hongyan, her teeth clenched, was furious. After all, She was the supreme empress of the Tianyin Empire. Believe me, I assure you there will be no next time tonight. Chen chuckled. Luo Hongyan shot him a fierce glare. The implication of a potential future next time unsettled her. If C2 Yin is targeting Chonglu, I cannot intervene. However, if he seeks me, then I shall have a word with him. Please inform him to come and speak with me, Chen stated calmly. Luo Hongyan's brows knitted in concern. Chen, what do you intend to do? C2 Yin cannot be swayed by mere words. Furthermore, his exceptional talent and god-level prowess make him more than capable of ending your life. Chen chuckled lightly. As long as I remain emperor, he cannot harm me within the Tianyin imperial palace. Rest assured, I merely wish to converse with him. Luo Hongyan regarded him with skepticism. What do you wish to discuss? If the C2 family harbors treasonous thoughts, it is not something you can easily alter. A secret. Chen tightened his embrace around her. Hongyan, you have been weary of late. Take the time to rest. Tomorrow, let C2 Yin come, and we shall have a man-to-man dialogue. With a silent sigh, Luo Hongyan resolved to allow Chen this chance, albeit without high hopes. The night passed, and Luo Hongyan slept soundly, finding comfort in Chen's presence, feeling as though nothing could harm her. Indeed, even a half-saint level expert would be met with the protective might of the accompanying divine willow Chen had planted. Chen, I ask you once more, do you truly wish for C2 Yin to come and converse with you? Luo Hongyan inquired upon waking, her voice grave. The imperial aura surrounding her transformed her from a gentle kitten nestled in Chen's arms into a regal dragon. Indeed, Chen affirmed with a nod. Shortly thereafter, Luo Hongyan issued a decree summoning C2 Yin to the palace, escorted by several eunuchs to Fengming Palace. C2 Yin gazed at the palace's grandeur, a flicker of ambition igniting within him. Should he ascend to the position of emperor, this opulent residence would be his. Young Master C2, please follow me. The Empress awaits you in the rear courtyard, Eunuch Lu announced, his tone sharp. The eunuchs accompanying C2 Yin possessed considerable strength, likely due to Luo Hongyan's apprehension regarding C2 Yin's potential disruption. Your Excellency, this C2 Yin began, only to be interrupted as Lu's formidable presence radiated power, even with his own cultivation significantly restrained. Upon entering Fengming Palace's rear courtyard, they found Chen alone. Esteemed eunuch, aligning yourself with Chen is a path devoid of future. He is but a waste, C2 Yin proclaimed, addressing Lu directly before Chen. C2 Yin, do you aspire to become emperor? Chen's gaze fell upon him, calm yet penetrating. C2 Yin's expression turned haughty. Chen, I have investigated your background. You are a mere commoner, your lineage a succession of failures. Your own cultivation is pathetic. Step aside, and I may spare your life. Despite Chen's current status as emperor, C2 Yin regarded him with disdain, believing that a leader without substantial backing was inconsequential. What a pity. Chen shook his head in response. C2 Yin's icy tone cut through the air. What do you find so regrettable, Chen? With a gentle sigh, Chen remarked, you ought to be aware of my skills in chess and calligraphy, which are commendable, but I also possess considerable medical knowledge. I perceive that you harbor a hidden ailment. C2 Yin's countenance shifted. Could it be true? He was aware of Chen's unrivaled prowess in chess and calligraphy. But could he really have a hidden affliction? You are lacking in that regard, and at such a young age, you are already diminished without realizing it. Chen stated matter-of-factly. C2 Yin scoffed. Chen, I suspect you are the one with issues. Otherwise, why, after a year in the palace, are you still untainted? Chen's smile was cold as he summoned the power of the accompanying divine willow, which subtly sealed certain meridians within C2 Yin. Unless a saint-level expert intervened to release him, C2 Yin would find himself no different from a eunuch. C2 Yin, if you choose not to believe me, that is your prerogative. However, if you do, I can remedy your condition, though my schedule is currently full. We shall revisit this matter later. Eunuch Lu, see him out. Chen ordered indifferently. Attempting to deceive me? I shall make you pay. C2 Yin declared, launching a fierce slap towards Chen, utilizing his god-level power. The strike, while not full force, would certainly injure someone of Chen's level. Boom! Eunuch Lu effortlessly intercepted Si-Tu Yan's attack, a fierce aura emanating from him. Your Excellency, he dared to assault you. Shall I eliminate him? Lu inquired respectfully, his formidable presence rendering Si-Tu Yan immobile. Chapter 35. Lessons for the Young Master. The black silk made Yi Chun rose and approached Si-Tu Yan. With a resounding slap, he unleashed his postnatal strength upon Si-Tu Yan's face. Infuriated, Si-Tu Yan's eyes blazed with fury. Yi Chun leisurely remarked, Si-Tu Yan, do not gaze at me so menacingly. You will inevitably find yourself seeking my favor in the future. Your ailment is peculiar, and I doubt any other physician could remedy it. You may be the heir of the Si-Tu family, but if your abilities are lacking, you shall have no offspring, and your title will slip away. Do you believe the new heir would spare your life? Si-Tu Yan gritted his teeth, utterly disbelieving that he could have any issues in that regard. Just last night, he had triumphed over 3 women. Lu Gonggong escorted him away. Lu Zhongliang released Si-Tu Yan, his expression impassive. Young Master Si-Tu, please. Those of the Yi family. We shall see what comes of this. Si-Tu Yan spat, clenching his fists. Yet standing beside him, Lu Zhongliang prevented him from acting upon his anger. Your choice is misguided, and you shall pay for it in the future. Si-Tu Yan sneered as he departed from Fengming Palace. What was a mere eunuch to him, even if he possessed the cultivation of a 7th-level divine king? The power of the Si-Tu family would ensure Lu Zhongliang's demise. Lu Zhongliang remained unperturbed by Si-Tu Yan's threats, for his true strength was that of a 9th-level divine emperor. Summon your most beautiful courtesan. I am wealthy. Upon exiting the imperial palace, Si-Tu Yan arrived at the grandest brothel, where the industry remained unprohibited in the Tianyan dynasty. Sir, it is daytime, the madam remarked with a puzzled expression, questioning the appearance of such a lecher in broad daylight. Enough with your prattle. Do you wish for me to tear down your dilapidated establishment? Si-Tu Yan barked, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Do not worry, I will arrange it immediately, the madam hurriedly assured him. Though she did not recognize Si-Tu Yan, his attire suggested he was either affluent or of noble status. A quarter of an hour passed. Si-Tu Yan's face darkened as the top courtesan, Lan Shui, appeared, her demeanor somewhat odd. Despite her efforts, there was no success. No ordinary patron behaved in such a manner. Bring in another, Si-Tu Yan ordered coldly. Soon, another courtesan entered, and together they attempted to no avail. Each of you shall receive 1,000 taels. Call out loudly. Si-Tu Yan commanded, his face etched with deep humiliation. 2 long hours passed before he finally departed, the 2 courtesans exchanging glances, barely able to contain their amusement. He must have overexerted himself last night. A couple of days' rest should suffice, they consoled themselves. Yet 2 days passed, and nothing changed. His former vigor had become a thing of the past. 10 days turned into half a month. Si-Tu Yan consulted numerous esteemed physicians, yet they were all at a loss regarding his condition. Their examinations revealed no issues. However, the problem was undeniably real. Si-Tu Yan grew frantic. If this predicament remained unresolved, his title as heir was doomed. No heirs would be a grave taboo. Your Majesty, the Empress might be a master of medicine. Perhaps she has tampered with your condition. To untie the knot, one must find the one who tied it. You should seek her assistance, one of his loyal guards, Guan Zhiqing, suggested. He possessed the strength of a divine emperor and had examined Si-Tu Yan, yet found nothing amiss. Seek her again? Impossible, Si-Tu Yan bellowed. The longer he delayed, the more he feared permanent impotence. His visage shifted. If he could never recover, how was he different from the palace eunuchs? Prepare a lavish gift. I shall seek out the one named Yi. Si-Tu Yan clenched his teeth. 2 days later, he stood once more before Fengming Palace, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. How could he stoop to beg Yi Chun for help? Your Majesty, I implore you to treat my ailment. This is a token of my sincerity, he announced as he entered the rear courtyard, unveiling a large chest filled with gold, silver, and jewels. Do you expect me to kneel? Yi Chun replied coolly. With gritted teeth, Si-Tu Yan knelt. Yi Chun reclined, picking up a book, seemingly oblivious to Si-Tu Yan's presence. Half an hour passed, and Yi Chun finished his reading. I await your service. Si-Tu Yan murmured, unable to meet Yi Chun's gaze, fearing the hatred in his eyes would be unveiled. Yi Chen truly dozed off, awakening 2 hours later. "Your Majesty, I beseech you to show mercy and treat my ailment." "Situ," Yin pleaded urgently. He had knelt for over 2 hours. Though his legs felt fine, the humiliation weighed heavily on his heart, and he longed to resolve the matter and depart. Yi Chen replied leisurely, "Your issue is not insurmountable, but it requires monthly treatments for a year to fully resolve. I shall treat you once. Whether I continue depends on your conduct. Take this chest of treasures with you." "I have no need for it." Doubt-filled Situ Yin's heart. Could it truly be this simple? "Yes, Your Majesty." Having consumed the willow leaves, Situ Yin took his leave once again, and in broad daylight, he sought out Xiang Lan and her companions, where he indeed regained his vigor. "Master Guan, do you think I must return for treatment, as Yi Chen mentioned, in a month's time?" Situ Yin relayed the events to Guan Zhiqing. Guan Zhiqing frowned. "Young master, if what you say is true, Yi Chen's medical skills are likely profound. Given his assertion, there's a 99% chance he will encounter issues again in a month. The master advises us to remain adaptable. It would be wise to proceed cautiously." Situ Yin nodded slightly, regaining his former confidence. He had no desire to revert to his previous state. "Yi Chen, what did you say to Situ Yin?" "The Situ family has surprisingly supported some of my propositions," Luo Hongyan inquired curiously. Originally, she believed several policies would encounter resistance, but the Situ family's unexpected backing allowed them to pass smoothly. I delivered a resounding slap to his face, teaching him a harsh lesson, then made him kneel for 2 hours. He must have come to a realization. Yi Chen chuckled. Luo Hongyan rolled her eyes, utterly disbelieving Yi Chen's words. "Hongyan, I shall visit you tonight. I have prepared several outfits for you to model, as you promised." "All right." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Hongyan nodded. She had indeed made that promise to Yi Chen. Words of a monarch are not to be taken lightly. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting nightfall. Chapter 36. 2 Outfits. The coming of age of Chong Lu at the Purple Dragon Palace. "Yi Chen, what on earth are you wearing?" To say these outfits are revealing might be an exaggeration, yet Luo Hongyan felt an overwhelming sense of shame upon donning them. Yi Chen chuckled. "Hongyan, these outfits aren't overly revealing. You agreed to this. After all, a gentleman's word is his bond." Luo Hongyan gritted her teeth. Her impulse to have Yi Chen dragged out and soundly beaten was hard to suppress. "Well, it matters not if you break your promise, since no one else is aware, right?" Yi Chen replied with a grin. "Oof." Luo Hongyan scoffed before entering the changing room. As a sovereign, she could not go back on her word simply because there were no witnesses. Inside the changing room, Luo Hongyan removed her nightgown and slipped into one of the outfits. Upon seeing her reflection in the mirror, she seethed with frustration. After a considerable delay, she finally emerged from the changing room. Yi Chen's gaze was fixed upon her, and he felt a dry thirst. Had it not been for his elevated cultivation, he would likely have nosebleed from the sight. "Is that enough?" Luo Hongyan inquired coldly. "Not quite. Now that you've changed, let me look a little longer," Yi Chen insisted, circling around her. Though Luo Hongyan glared at him, a flicker of delight stirred within her. A woman adorns herself for the one who appreciates her. After a year in the palace, though they had yet to consummate their marriage, Yi Chen had already carved a place in Luo Hongyan's heart. Having mastered various arts such as chess, calligraphy, and music at a divine level, how many in the world could compare? Yi Chen had also provided sustenance to countless citizens during a famine. Yet all credit was attributed to her. The ring he gifted her had withstood attacks from imperial-level adversaries. Without it, she would surely have perished. The promise of a ministerial post from Prince Mu was an immense temptation, yet Yi Chen remained steadfast. Given all this, Luo Hongyan was not devoid of emotion. How could her heart remain untouched? Had anyone else presented her with such garments, she might have drawn her sword in defiance. "Keep them for yourself," she declared, huffily retreating back into the changing room. A short while later, she reappeared in another outfit. With Luo Hongyan's flawless figure and beauty, Yi Chen was momentarily speechless. His wife was truly breathtaking. If the single men from his past life dormitory were to know how stunning she was, they would surely be consumed with envy. Yi Chen's eyes widened, as if attempting to etch every detail into his memory. Hongyan, shall we make up for our previous nuptial night? He gasped, overwhelmed by her allure. Dream on. I shall practice tonight. You'll be sleeping alone. Hongyan, you must take care of those 2 outfits from last night. They were hard-won treasures. Yi Chen said wistfully. Though there were other garments in the gift package, those 2 were irreplaceable. Oomph. Luo Hongyan shot him a fierce glare. Do you even recall the significance of today's date? Yi Chen nodded. He was certainly aware. Today marked Luo Yudi's coming-of-age ceremony, as she turned 14, an age of maturity according to the customs of the Tianyin dynasty. In times past, many were wed at such a young age, but with bodies not fully developed, the risks were significant. Thus, the court decreed that while one could be engaged at 14, actual marriage could not be consummated, improving the circumstances considerably. Lady Shu has been exceedingly kind to me. As Empress, it is imperative that you attend Chong Li's coming-of-age celebration, and you ought to prepare a gift. Will you prepare it yourself, or shall I arrange it for you? Luo Hongyan inquired. I shall prepare it myself. Yi Chen recalled a dress he had received a few days prior, a colorful flowing gown suitable for a young lady like Chong Lu, but not for Luo Hongyan. The gown, while a B-grade treasure, lesser than A or S grade, was still capable of withstanding fatal attacks from divine emperors. Very well. Luo Hongyan nodded, not dwelling on it further. With Yi Chen's exceptional calligraphy skills, any words he inscribed would make for a splendid gift. Around noon, Yi Chen and Luo Hongyan made their way to the Wanfu Palace, a venue designated for royal celebrations. Located outside the inner palace, Wanfu Palace allowed courtiers and other guests to extend their congratulations. His Majesty has arrived. The Empress has arrived. The voice of the lead eunuch resounded, prompting many already gathered at the palace to kneel. We pay our respects to His Majesty and the Empress. All rise, Luo Hongyan commanded, her gaze falling on Luo Yudi, a smile gracing her lips. Chong Lu, today is your coming-of-age ceremony. I have a special gift for you. Are you eager to receive it? Hee, of course. Your Majesty, Luo Yudi replied, curiosity sparkling in her eyes, wondering what gift Luo Hongyan would bestow upon her. Yi Chen was equally curious, having asked Luo Hongyan, who had kept it a secret from him. My gift to you is the freedom to choose your future husband. If you find someone you like and he reciprocates, I shall grant your union. If not, no one can compel you. Luo Hongyan proclaimed with a smile. Luo Yudi's eyes sparkled with delight, though intangible. This gift was truly invaluable. Royal women often faced unfortunate alliances. Among the crowd, several young men furrowed their brows. With Luo Yudi's coming-of-age ceremony, many had aspirations of marriage, for she possessed numerous admirable qualities. Consort Shu enjoyed the favor of the Grand Emperor, and she was also Luo Hongyan's adoptive mother. Although there was a slight age gap between Luo Yudi and Luo Hongyan, they shared a sisterly bond. To marry Luo Yudi would undoubtedly bring many advantages. Thank you, Your Majesty, Luo Yudi exclaimed joyfully. Your Highness Chong Lu, today marks your coming of age, and I wish to propose to you. May I know your thoughts? A young man in a brocade robe stepped forward with a smile. All eyes turned to the brocade-clad gentleman, the heir of the North Yu King, one of the 4 vassal kings, ruling over Yuzhou and the vast regions north of it, his influence formidable. Chapter 37. Princess Chong Li's rejection. The heir's provocation among the 4 great princes. The Prince of Southwest possesses the most formidable strength. However, in terms of influence within the Tianyin imperial city, the Prince of Beiyu might hold an edge. The territory of the Prince of Beiyu is in closer proximity to the imperial city, and the barbarian tribes from the north frequently invade. Each year, the iron cavalry of Beiyu engages in battles with these marauders, earning a fearsome reputation. Luo Yudai furrowed her brow in silence. She had no inclination towards an arranged marriage at present. Yet, it was the heir of the Prince of Beiyu who initiated the conversation. The Prince of Beiyu guards the northern gateway of the Tianyin dynasty, making him exceedingly significant to the empire. Yi Chen smiled gently and remarked, Chong Lu, since His Majesty has bestowed such a gift upon you, you should act according to your heart. If you are willing, then agree. If not, I trust the heir will not press the matter. Indeed, the heir, Yin Rui spoke with utmost confidence, firmly believing that Luo Yudai would acquiesce. As the heir, he hailed from a distinguished lineage and possessed commendable looks, as well as impressive scholarly and martial skills. Last year, he had conversed with Luo Yudai, and their exchange had been quite pleasant. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yudai replied, "Heir Yin, since His Majesty has just presented me with such a gift, I would prefer not to render it void so swiftly. I currently do not intend to engage in any marriage alliance, and I hope you can understand." The smile on Yin Rui's face faltered. He was taken aback by her rejection. Although there were many talented youths present, Yin Rui felt no one was more suitable for Luo Yudai than himself. Little did he know, after staying with Chen for a month, Luo Yudai's standards had risen significantly. She was aware of Chen's unparalleled skills in calligraphy, chess, and music, each at a divine level. His poetry and lyrical compositions flowed effortlessly, and he was also remarkably handsome. While Yin Rui had his merits, his rugged appearance did not align with Luo Yudai's aesthetic preferences. "Since that is your wish, princess," Yin Rui said with a smile, maintaining his composure in front of the onlookers. However, secretly, he bore a grudge against Chen. Had it not been for Chen's interjection, Luo Yudai might have hesitated to refuse him outright. "Let us step inside to converse," Luo Hongyan suggested coolly. Having anticipated that someone would seek a marriage proposal today, she had promptly given Luo Yudai that gift to facilitate her refusal of others. However, she hadn't expected Yin Rui to be the first to speak up. Yin Rui was already over 30 years of age, though he appeared to be in his early 20s due to the peculiar nature of his training. Luo Yudai had just turned 14, making Yin Rui's age more than double hers, a clear case of an older man pursuing a much younger woman. As the group entered the Wan Fu Palace, Chen yore a supplisimile. With this month still offering a chance for attendance, Wan Fu Palace was indeed a significant venue where he could seek opportunities. "Sister Hongyan, brother-in-law, you have finally arrived," Luo Yudai whispered playfully, her charming smile lighting up her delicate face. He felt uneasy seeing Luo Yudai so close to Chen. Despite Chen being the emperor, he was still a man, which irked Yin Rui. Even after being politely declined, he believed that one day, Luo Yudai would inevitably become his, and her camaraderie with another man was intolerable to him. "Princess Changlu, for your coming-of-age ceremony today, I have prepared a splendid gift for you," Yin Rui announced, drawing numerous gazes toward himself. The next moment, he revealed a magnificent gown. "Your Highness, this gown possesses formidable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding attacks from ordinary divine kings. It is worth a fortune, and you will surely look splendid in it." Astonishment flickered in the eyes of those around. This gift was indeed extraordinarily valuable. As a princess, Luo Yudai would naturally receive fine gifts for her coming of age. But a single gift worth a fortune was far too extravagant for most attendees, whose offerings barely exceeded 100 gold coins. Most were even below 10. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 100 taels of silver, with purchasing power comparable to 300,000 renminbi in a previous life. Yin Rui was clearly making a significant investment in hopes of marrying Luo Yudai. "Young Master Yin, such a lavish gift is too much. I cannot accept it." Luo Yudai quickly shook her head. Although a gift worth 100 gold coins could be begrudgingly accepted given her status, one valued at 1,000 was beyond her appropriateness to accept. "I hope you will graciously accept the gift," Yin Rui urged. Luo Yudai hesitated. It was indeed difficult to refuse such a precious offering, yet declining him repeatedly would be inappropriate given his status. "Changlu, why don't you thank young Master Yin?" Shu Gui Fei interjected, not wishing to offend Yin Rui, despite her reluctance to see him as a potential son-in-law. Yin Rui was the heir and already 32. With the Prince of Beiyu nearing 60, he was likely to ascend as the new prince within the next decade, commanding significant military power. "Thank you, young Master Yin," Luo Yudai said reluctantly, feeling that accepting this gift might lead to complications. Yin Rui smiled. "Princess Changlu, it is merely a gift. No need for formality." He then turned his gaze toward Chen, a smirk playing on his lips. "Empress, as you and Princess Chong Lu share a sisterly bond. What gift have you prepared for her? The birthday gift you presented to Minister Pei was a piece of calligraphy, yet not long after, he passed away. One wonders if your current offering is also a work of art. The crowd gasped at Yen Rui's boldness, challenging Yi Chen, the Empress. However, considering Yi Chen's earlier remarks and the apparent closeness between him and Luo Yudai, Yen Rui's words did not seem wholly unexpected. Some attendees understood that Yen Rui was not a gracious individual. Luo Hongyan frowned quietly. She had initially thought Yi Chen could simply write a few characters. With Yen Rui's comment, if Yi Chen produced a piece of calligraphy now, it would be rather inappropriate. Young Master Yen, I have also prepared a gown for Chong Lu, Yi Chen said with a smile, retrieving a gift box from his spatial treasure. Apart from Luo Hongyan, the rest were unperturbed by Yi Chen's possession of such a treasure. Luo Hong, Yen recalled Lu Zhongliang, dispelling her doubts. As a formidable being at the 7th level of divine kings, possessing spatial treasures was normal. Wow, it's so beautiful. Thank you, brother-in-law, Luo Yudai exclaimed with delight, gazing at the gown in the gift box, which appeared far superior to Yen Rui's offering. The gown shimmered with vibrant colors, mesmerizing to behold. Clear's throat, Yi Chen coughed lightly. It was rather inappropriate for Luo Yudai to address him as brother-in-law in public, though he found it quite pleasant to hear. Oh dear, I misspoke. I meant to say, thank you, Empress. Luo Yudai giggled, sticking out her tongue. The officials from the Ministry of Rites present witnessed her playful demeanor and chose to overlook her slip. To publicly admonish Luo Yudai could lead to offending the Supreme Emperor, Luo Hongyan, Shu Gue Fei, and Yen Rui, who had just presented her with a significant gift. Chapter 38. The Multicolored Cloud Brocade. Worth a fortune, the Empress and Emperor were taken aback to discover that both had gifted skirts. Your skirt appears far more exquisite than the one I presented. Himakid Yenghui. If Princess Chong Lu does not leave the palace, this garment would suit her splendidly within its confines. He chuckled, almost implying that the skirt gifted by Yi Chen was merely ostentatious rather than practical. A garment worth a fortune contrasted starkly with one that was merely visually appealing. There was no comparison. Yi Chen smiled slightly. You speak truly, young Master Yen. This is but an ordinary skirt. Comfort and aesthetic appeal are all that matter. He had no intention of belittling Yen Rui. After all, the Empress was above such trivialities. The Empress, after all, was a sovereign, while Yen Rui was but a subject. Any confrontation would only serve to incite discord against the imperial authority. My dear Empress, this skirt is truly beautiful. I adore it, exclaimed Luo Yudi, her joy evident at Yi Chen's presence, not to mention the lovely skirt he had bestowed upon her. Yen Rui's smile faltered, feeling the sting of a punch that had landed nowhere. The evident delight Luo Yudi derived from the skirt only deepened his discomfort. Please take great care of it. Do not let it become damaged, Luo Yudi instructed, handing the gift to a nearby maid, who then transported it to a room behind the main hall, already filled with numerous gifts. Empress, your taste is impeccable. This skirt is indeed lovely, Yen Rui stated. Unlike me, a mere brute who knows only how to wield weapons, I lack your refined understanding of garments. On the surface, his words seemed complimentary, yet they were laced with mockery, suggesting that a true man would not squander time on such frivolities. Luo Hongyan furrowed her brow slightly. Perhaps I should give him a gentle reprimand. Yi Chen chuckled. In truth, this is not a matter of our differences, but rather a distinction between the single and the attached. The gift was chosen with Her Majesty's discerning eye. Luo Hongyan paused, realizing she had not assisted Yi Chen in selecting the gift. Yet, she would not expose him in front of others. Yen Rui's expression darkened. He had attempted to deride Yi Chen's masculinity, only to find himself insulted as a mere bachelor. In terms of beauty, status, and talent, Luo Hongyan was unparalleled. Indeed, Her Majesty's taste is exceptional, Yen Rui conceded, feeling frustrated. He could not argue against Yi Chen's claim without disparaging the Empress. Dear Sister Hongyan, so that skirt was chosen by you as well? I must try it on, Luo Yudi declared excitedly, rushing to the inner hall. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as many were struck by the sight of Luo Yudi in the skirt. With her natural beauty enhanced by Yi Chen's gift, she resembled an ethereal being descended from the heavens. Princess Changlu, may I examine the fabric closely? A woman asked, her excitement palpable. The crowd recognized her as Madame Xiao, the owner of the Brocade Mountain Villa, renowned for its exquisite fabrics used by the royal family and prestigious clans. Certainly, Aunt Xiao, Luo Yudi replied, as she was well acquainted with Madame Xiao, having known her since her mother, the noble consort Shu, entered the palace. This texture, this luster, indeed, this is the multicolored cloud brocade, Madame Xiao exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious. The crowd buzzed with curiosity, while Yen Rue frowned, questioning the rarity of the fabric. Madame Xiao, is this multicolored cloud brocade truly precious? He inquired. Indeed, it has only been recorded in historical texts, long thought lost. To see a garment made from it today is a stroke of fortune, she replied, her eyes gleaming with admiration. 1 foot of this brocade once commanded 100 gold coins. This skirt, requiring 6 to 7 feet, represents a raw material cost of 6 to 700 gold coins, at least 10 times that today, over 6,000 gold coins. Yen Rue's astonishment was palpable. The skirt I presented was valued at merely 1,000 gold coins, yet Yi Chen surpasses 6,000 in material alone. This craftsmanship is exemplary, crafted by a master tailor of divine caliber. The value of this garment is undoubtedly no less than 10,000 gold coins. I stake my reputation on it. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Yen Rue's earlier mockery of Yi Chen's gift now seemed misplaced in light of this revelation. Dear Sister Hongyan, brother-in-law, this is far too precious, Luo Yudi said, her trepidation evident. Luo Hongyan cast a knowing glance at Yi Chen, perplexed at how he had procured such a treasure. Changlu, this is a gift from the Empress. Cherish it well, she smiled. Yen Rue quietly withdrew, no longer wishing to partake in the festivities, seeking solitude instead. The disparity in gifts was glaring. Thank you, Sister Hongyan. Thank you, brother-in-law. Luo Yudi expressed her gratitude, marveling at how such an exquisite gift had been bestowed upon her. Luo Hongyan communicated with Yi Chen, who retreated to a quiet corner, seeking solace. What should have been a simple act of gifting had spiraled into an intricate affair, exacerbated by Yen Rue's interjections. Thankfully, the others remained unaware of the true defensive capabilities of the skirt. Its true worth transcended the mere 10,000 gold coins. System. Check-in. Yi Chen silently invoked, feeling a tinge of melancholy, hoping to uplift his spirits through the acquisition of treasures. Upon checking in at the Palace of 10,000 Blessings, he received an S-level enhancement card, capable of elevating an A-level reward to S-level. Excitement surged within him. He had grown somewhat disenchanted with his A-level technique, the ancient dragon elephant skill. Yet, once equipped, techniques could not be discarded. The S-level enhancement card was fortuitous, allowing him to elevate it to the S-level. System. Apply the S-level enhancement card to the ancient dragon elephant skill. The enhancement was successful, transforming the A-level skill into the S-level primordial dragon elephant skill. Yi Chen felt a profound change within him as his strength surged and his physique grew more formidable. A tremendous power surged within, propelling his cultivation to the 4th realm of the Divine Emperor, with combat prowess reaching the 8th realm of the Divine Emperor. Chapter 39. The Prince's Assassination Plot. Chang'e under attack after departing from the Wanfu Palace. Luo Hongyan followed Yi Chen to the Foaming Palace, with a smile that was neither genuine nor mocking. She gazed at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, slightly irritated, replied, Hongyan, how would I know that it was worth a fortune? I received it from Eunuch Lu, and I suspect he was unaware of its true value as well. From Eunuch Lu, you say? She inquired. Indeed, Yi Chen affirmed, having secretly communicated with Lu Zhongliang, who was cautious not to speak recklessly. However, Luo Hongyan did not summon Lu Zhongliang to confront him. Yi Chen had entered the palace empty-handed and had not left the palace separately, so it was only logical that he obtained it from Lu Zhongliang. Such a dress could not have been newly crafted at Yi Chen's behest. Well, if you truly do not know, then it is of no consequence. Otherwise, as the Empress, bestowing such a dress upon her would suggest ulterior motives. Luo Hongyan remarked with a light huff. The value of that dress far exceeds anything that Lady Xiao could have estimated. Chen considered. Yet, his intention in gifting such a dress was devoid of any ulterior motives. In his eyes, Chang'e was still a child of 14. He possessed many treasures and considered the B-grade reward of the colorful flowing dress to be insignificant. Hongyan, Chang'e is merely a child. What ulterior motives could I possibly have toward a child? If you fear I harbor ill intentions towards her, I can teach you a method that is guaranteed to be effective. Luo Hongyan looked down and asked, a knife? Chen secretly rolled his eyes. Hongyan, one does not turn a knife on the Empress. I meant you could exhaust me daily. In a swift motion, Luo Hongyan positioned herself behind Chen and kicked him in the backside. With a thud, Chen made no attempt to resist and was propelled into the small lake in the backyard. Calm down and reflect, Luo Hongyan said, and with that, she vanished without a trace. The branches of the old willow tree swayed, as if laughing. In the Yangxin Palace, Luo Yuanliang had arrived. He had also visited Wanfu Palace today to pay a visit to Dowager Empress Du Mother. My elder brother has won over Chen, promising him the position of chancellor. Has he not come to see you? Luo Yuanliang asked. Dowager Empress Du frowned and shook her head. Chen has never visited this palace. He likely does not support your elder brother's ambitions. This reckless fool must be eliminated swiftly. Luo Yuanliang nodded. Since he does not intend to pledge loyalty to my brother shares the same sentiment. He has a plan. We will secretly hide a few demon source stones near Foming Palace. In a few days, during the celestial event of the dog star eclipsing the sun, the demons within the demon suppression tower will riot. We will instruct Eunuch Kai to deliberately release a demon. With the demon's source stones in place, the powerful demons emerging from the tower will undoubtedly head towards Foming Palace. Before long, they will consume Chen and seize his body. Dowager Empress du Postnatal. Eunuch Kai is my most skilled subordinate. I will still need him in the future. Mother, there should be no significant issues. At that time, all the ancestral spirits will be focused on strengthening the demon suppression tower. Eunuch Kai will surely go easy on them, and the ancestors will not detect anything amiss. Dowager Empress du Postnatal. While she did not wish Eunuch Kai to take risks against ordinary individuals for fear of attracting the attention of a powerful ancestor, targeting Chen could be an exception. Chen had become a thorn in the side of Dowager Empress Du. She had previously had 2 divine emperor-level experts at her disposal, yet now one was missing and the other reassigned. I will instruct Eunuch Kai to ensure Chen is eliminated. The cold light in Dowager Empress Du's eyes flickered. Luo Yuanliang produced several demon source stones. Mother, here are a few demon source stones. Have someone place them in Foming Palace, preferably near Chen's quarters. Dowager Empress du nodded slightly. As the Empress, she had her own people within Foming Palace, making this task effortless. Calculating the time, it will soon be a year since I entered the Tianyin Imperial Palace. I have only received 2 SS-level rewards, and the accompanying divine willow still cannot be moved. Chen muttered to himself, casting his gaze towards the back mountain. The back mountain housed the demon suppression tower, which sealed many powerful demons, making it one of the most crucial areas within the palace. The SS-level rewards of the Holy Hidden Cloak and the accompanying divine willow were incredibly potent. Chen naturally yearned to acquire further SS-level rewards, or even SSS-level ones. He had already signed in at many significant locations within the palace, and the chances of receiving grand prizes in those places would undoubtedly diminish. His instincts told him that signing in at the Demon Suppression Tower would yield fruitful rewards. But how could he get there? Chen furrowed his brow. If he directly mentioned it to Luo Hongyan, it was highly unlikely she would agree. Sneaking over might not allow him to get close enough. He could transform and use the Holy Hidden Cloak to conceal his presence, making it unlikely for even an Emperor-level expert to detect him. However, the area surrounding the Demon Suppression Tower was bound to be protected by formations, which might hinder his passage. If he triggered the formations, it could alert the powerful guardians stationed there. Sighing, he thought, there is no urgency to sign in. Perhaps I should wait until my cultivation reaches the 5th level of the divine emperor realm. With such power, he would possess the strength of a 9th level divine emperor, making it easier to handle any unforeseen issues. How beautiful! Exclaimed Luo Yudi, her eyes sparkling with joy. It was already evening, and she had ventured out of the Tianyin imperial palace to explore the night market of the royal city. According to royal customs, as a princess, Luo Yudi was typically not permitted to leave the palace freely. However, on the night of her birthday, she could venture out, a day all princesses eagerly anticipated. What a stunning dress! Which tailor crafted it? I want one too, Luo Yudi exclaimed, wearing the colorful flowing dress that Yi Chun had gifted her, drawing the attention of many women. However, upon seeing the guards surrounding her, none dared approach her. Feeling fatigued, Luo Yudi took residence in the royal inn. Only royal offspring, high-ranking officials, and a select few individuals of great renown were permitted to stay at the royal inn, located by a large lake teeming with visitors and adorned with exquisitely decorated boats. In the dead of night, a shadowy figure stealthily entered the top-floor room where Luo Yudi was staying. Who goes there? Luo Yudi sensed something amiss, although it was late. She had not yet fallen asleep. Princess Changle, you're quite beautiful, but alas, the young Master Yin has taken a liking to you, and you must die. A strange voice echoed. Help! Luo Yudi screamed at the top of her lungs. The royal inn was guarded by formidable sentinels. It is futile. They cannot hear a sound from this room. Carve half of the character into the ground with your nails, or else this lovely girl will belong to me tonight. Before Luo Yudi stood a man of Middle Eastern descent, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s. Luo Yudi's expression shifted dramatically. This man was likely from the Oda Empire. The Oda Empire was located to the north of the Tianyin Empire and frequently clashed with the forces of the Northern Yu King. The Northern Yu young master, marrying Luo Yudi, strengthened ties with the royal family, which was detrimental to the Oda Empire. You are delusional. Luo Yudi instantly drew her sword. However, instead of attacking him, she aimed it at the wall to leave a mark. Seeking death, the man's eyes glinted coldly as his sword lunged toward Luo Yudi's heart. Chapter 40. Unyielding Defense. The beauty in doubt in a moment of despair, Luo Yudi realized that her opponent's sword moved with a swiftness that surpassed her own by tenfold, if not more. In an instant, the blade of the foreign man was less than an inch from her chest. Just then, a radiant five-colored glow enveloped her, and with a resounding clang, the man's sword struck as if it had met an impenetrable steel plate. How could this be? The man, a formidable warrior at the 9th level of the Divine King realm, could hardly believe that he could not harm a mere girl like Luo Yudi. With a swift motion, he changed his attack, the blade now gliding perilously close to her throat. Luo Yudi felt the chilling presence of the sword and caught the metallic scent of blood wafting from it, as if the Grim Reaper stood before her. Yet, as the blade brushed past her, she found herself unharmed, the faint five-colored glow having completely absorbed the onslaught. The vigilant guardian stationed at the royal inn sensed something amiss, for the commotion caused by the assassin's strikes was not insignificant. Kill! Despite his initial failure, the man did not flee. Instead, he aimed a vicious thrust at one of Luo Yudi's eyes, the tip of his sword mere half an inch from her left eye. Yet, even with all his might, he could not advance that last fraction. Capture the assassin. An ambush. Several powerful figures burst into Luo Yudi's chamber, prompting the foreign man to hastily leap from the window. Impudent rogue. A chilling voice rang out, as a brilliant flash of steel cut through the air. The guardians of the royal inn immediately alerted the nearest divine emperor-level warrior. With a swift motion, the divine king, who had just emerged from the inn, found his head severed from his body before he could even land. The divine emperor soon arrived on the scene. Your Highness, I have failed in my duty, and you have been frightened. He knelt before Luo Yudi, revealing himself to be a commander of the imperial guards. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, Luo Yudi glanced down and noted that her gown was no longer radiating the five-colored glow. I am fine, please rise. Did we allow the enemy to escape? She inquired. Your Highness, the assailant has been eliminated. As Luo Yudi stepped outside, many of the other guests at the royal inn were awakening, and numerous imperial guards quickly gathered surrounding the fallen bodies. Within the purple dragon palace, Luo Hongyan was asleep, as was Yi Chen, having felt a pang of conscience after earlier pushing Yi Chen into the water. Luo Hongyan had instructed a eunuch to notify him that he could stay at the purple dragon palace that night. Your Majesty, urgent news from outside the palace. Princess Changel has been attacked. Nangong Ning rushed into the purple dragon palace to report, for Luo Yudi was no ordinary princess. She and Luo Hongyan shared a bond akin to that of sisters. What? Luo Hongyan's face paled as she awakened. Yi Chen, roused by the commotion, was not overly concerned upon hearing Nangong Ning's words. After Nangong Ning finished, Luo Hongyan shot her a glare, scolding her for speaking in a manner that startled her. Your Majesty, according to the report, the assailant is a 9th-level divine king warrior named Qimenu, a foreigner. He infiltrated the royal inn and attacked Princess Changel, but she is unharmed. Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed Luo Hongyan's face. A 9th-level divine king was indeed a formidable foe, and she recognized Qimenu as a master of stealth and assassination. It was indeed peculiar that Luo Yudi had survived. Understood, Your Majesty. Before long, Luo Yudi arrived at the Purple Dragon Palace, her eyes glistening with tears upon seeing Luo Hongyan. At merely 14 years of age, she had been thoroughly frightened by the day's events. It is all right, Luo Hongyan comforted her as she embraced her. After half a minute, Luo Yudi's emotions began to stabilize. Sister Hongyan, brother-in-law, thank you. Had it not been for the gown you gifted me, I would surely have perished today. Luo Yudi expressed her gratitude. Luo Hongyan felt a twinge of doubt, though she concealed it well. Changel, please recount the events of your attack in detail. Luo Yudi recounted everything meticulously, and Luo Hongyan quickly understood. This gown was no ordinary garment. It was, in fact, an immensely powerful defensive artifact. Given its ability to easily withstand the attack of a 9th-level divine king, it likely possessed the qualities of a divine emperor-level defensive treasure. Luo Yudi remarked. Even without any defensive properties, the fabric and craftsmanship alone would be worth a fortune, considering it can withstand attacks from divine kings or even divine emperors. Its value must be at least 30,000 gold, even with their sisterly bond and Luo Hongyan's status as an empress. Luo Yudi felt that this garment was far too precious. Yi Chen, what do you think? Luo Hongyan turned to him, for the gift had originated from him and had little to do with her. Yi Chen smiled and replied, Changel, this gown saved your life as soon as it was given to you, indicating a fateful connection. In the future, if you find yourself in perilous situations, wear this gown. Luo Hongyan smiled in agreement. After a bit more conversation, Nangong Ning escorted Luo Yudi to the Phoenix Ming Palace, where she would stay for the night. It was late, and there was no need to disturb the favored consort, Shu Guifei. Yi Chen, upon hearing the news of Changel's attack, you did not seem overly worried. Shouldn't you explain? Luo Hongyan stated lightly. As an empress and a powerful 8th-level divine king, Luo Hongyan had keen observational skills. Although she had been startled by the news, Yi Chen appeared surprised, yet not excessively concerned. If it had been another princess, his reaction would have been normal. But Luo Yudi had stayed with him for an entire month, and they shared a close bond. Hongyan, I was merely attempting to avoid causing you undue worry, so I try to act unconcerned. All right, Hongyan, it is rather late now. Let's get some rest. Yi Chen yawned. Luo Hongyan furrowed her brow as she gazed at him. Yi Chen, Chunlan, and the others are your maidservants. I will not interfere with whatever is between you. But if you harbor inappropriate feelings for Changel, be wary of my displeasure. You think too much. I'll only consider Changel as a sister. Luo Hongyan fixed her gaze upon Yi Chen, who met her gaze unwaveringly. After a moment, she lay down on the bed. Emperors are indeed heartless. Yi Chen mused as he quickly climbed into bed, wrapping his arms around Luo Hongyan from behind. Do not overstep your bounds, or I shall send you straight to the Phoenix Ming Palace. Luo Hongyan declared coldly, arms crossed over her chest. Very well, time for sleep. Yi Chen chuckled, feeling a sense of progress compared to previous nights, and was content. Luo Hongyan was no ordinary woman. She was an empress, and the difficulty of winning her heart was indeed akin to a hellish challenge. Chapter 41. the Hall of Heaven's Peak, tenfold compensation the following day. Chen awoke to find that Luo Hongyan was absent. The sun had already risen, and she had gone to attend the morning court. With the princess having been attacked, the court was sure to be bustling with activity today. It was no easy task to be an emperor, especially in the vast Tianyan dynasty where significant events frequently transpired. Chen shook his head inwardly. Even if he were offered the throne, he would have little interest in such a position. Your Majesty, the Empress is requested to attend the Hall of Heaven's Peak, said Nangong Ning, who had arrived beside Chen just as he finished his morning routine, bowing respectfully. Me? To the Hall of Heaven's Peak? Chen inquired, puzzled. The imperial harem was not permitted to meddle in state affairs. What business could he possibly have there as the Empress? Indeed, Your Majesty, Nangong Ning replied with a respectful demeanor. Very well, let us proceed, Chen said with a smile, confident in his strength at the 8th level of divine sovereignty, able to handle any situation that might arise. That was his assurance. Your Majesty has arrived. Soon after, Chen entered the Hall of Heaven's Peak, where a multitude of ministers filled the chamber. Greetings, Your Majesty. All the ministers bowed in unison. Chen raised his hand slightly. No need for such formalities. Your Majesty has summoned me here. May I inquire as to the reason? Luo Hongyan glanced towards Yen Rui, who stepped forward and clasped his hands together. Your Majesty, the Hu people's expert Kim infiltrated Princess Chong Li's quarters, but was killed after a failed assassination attempt. I have my doubts regarding this matter. The King of Beiyin is a vassal of the Tianyan dynasty. Kimanu's death could provoke trouble from the Oda Empire if left unresolved. Did the Emperor not provide clarification? Chen asked, perplexed. Luo Hongyan replied, I have explained, but the matter is of great significance. We need to ascertain the defensive capabilities of the clothing in question. Do you believe it advisable for Chong Lu to wear a skirt for this determination? Luo Hongyan was uncertain about the defensive capabilities of the skirt. Chen spoke calmly. That is feasible, but Chong Lu is the victim. Must she endure such testing? If the examination yields no issues, what do you and the Crown Prince intend to do? Your Majesty? Grand Tutor Pang stood up, his voice grave. Your Majesty, this is a matter of state. The Empress should not involve herself. Chen cast a cold glance in his direction. Grand Tutor Pang, the harem is under my jurisdiction. Until Chong Lu is married, she remains part of the harem. Therefore, I do not consent to her coming here. Pang was momentarily speechless. Chen, as the head of the harem, indeed possessed such authority. Luo Hongyan spoke solemnly. Grand Tutor Pang, the Empress's inquiry is also to uphold the dignity of our Tianyan dynasty. If the skirt's defenses are confirmed to be adequate, the Oda Empire must indeed provide us with an explanation. Yen Rui's eyes gleamed with cold light. Should there be further attempts on Princess Chong Li's life, our Beiyu Iron Cavalry shall undoubtedly sweep across the plains, laying waste for 3,000 miles. Among the court were foreign ministers from the Oda Empire, who exchanged glances of concern upon hearing Luo Hongyan and Yen Rui's declarations. Princess Chong Lu has arrived. A eunuch's voice boomed, and Luo Yudi entered the Hall of Heaven's Peak, adorned in a radiant, multicolored gown. Even those who had seen her the day prior were taken aback by her beauty. Yen Rui's gaze burned with intensity. Greetings, Your Majesty, Luo Yudi bowed, and in such a formal setting, she could not address Luo Hongyan as sister. Shanglu. The situation is as follows, Luo Hongyan explained. This matter carries certain risks. If you are unwilling, you may refuse. Our Tianyan dynasty is a grand nation and may not necessarily require such thorough investigation. If the Beiyu Iron Cavalry cannot be deployed, I can mobilize forces from elsewhere to attack the Oda Empire. The assassination of a princess is a grave provocation against the Tianyan dynasty. Your Majesty, as long as the Empress consents, I have no objections, Luo Yudi replied respectfully, as the gift had been presented by Chen, who understood its significance better than anyone. One of the two foreign ministers from the Oda Empire interjected, Your Majesty, Kimanu was a formidable figure at the 9th level of divine kingship. A test of at least that level of attack is necessary. That could be arranged. Chen nodded slightly. Although the multicolored gown was merely a B-grade reward, it was sufficient to withstand attacks below the divine king level. Given its capabilities, It could certainly endure 5 full force strikes from a 9th level Divine King in a short span of time. The energy expended the previous night had barely tapped into 1/50th of the gown's potential, and it had fully recovered by now. Changlu will be safe, Yi Chen assured, smiling at Luo Yudi, who felt her previously anxious heart settle. Bring forth the testing. Luo Hongyan commanded firmly. Your Majesty, I am at the 9th level of Divine Kingship. One of the elite members of the Black Dragon Guard stepped forward, though he would have preferred not to, having received a covert command from his leader. Feel free to unleash your full power. Yi Chen instructed. Understood, Your Majesty. The Black Dragon Guard drew his sword, swiftly unsheathing it, and aimed a sharp strike at Luo Yudi's shoulder. Even if pierced, it would not be fatal. As the blade approached within an inch, the gown's luminescent colors flared once again, effortlessly deflecting the sword. A resounding clang echoed through the hall as the tremendous force of the strike was met with the gown's resilience. Yet Luo Yudi stood unwavering, not retreating an inch. Proceed, Yi Chen commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. The Black Dragon Guard, now emboldened, directed a second strike toward Luo Yudi's heart and a third toward her throat, both of which were equally thwarted by the gown's protective magic. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. What formidable defense! The 2 foreign ministers from the Oda Empire turned pale, realizing that these 3 strikes had indisputably confirmed the gown's exceptional protective power. With no lingering doubts regarding Qimenu's assassination, they found themselves at a loss for words. Crown Prince, how do you find this gown? Yi Chen turned to Yen Rui with a light-hearted smile. Yen Rui's expression darkened. Just yesterday, he had attempted to belittle Yi Chen with his own priceless gown. Now, he faced yet another humiliating defeat. The gown gifted to Princess Changlu was worth far more than mere gold. There is no need for further testing, Your Majesty. I must express my gratitude for the gown you provided to Princess Changlu. Yen Rui bowed respectfully. He felt a wave of relief. Having been humiliated yesterday, had Princess Changlu perished, he would have been the prime suspect. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, Crown Prince, do not forget what you previously stated about the Beiyu Iron Cavalry's wrath extending for 3,000 miles. Furthermore, Your Majesty, since the gown suffered considerable damage from the attack, it is only reasonable for the Oda Empire to compensate us tenfold. The 2 foreign ministers from the Oda Empire quickly conferred among themselves. If the gown's value is estimated at 30,000 gold, then tenfold compensation would amount to 60,000 gold. 6 million taels of silver would be manageable for the Oda Empire. Your Majesty, should war arise, it would bring untold suffering to the populace. We, the Oda Empire, propose a 5-fold compensation instead. What does Your Majesty think? One foreign minister offered, bowing respectfully. Yi Chen scoffed. Princess Changlu is a royal, worth her weight in gold. Do you truly believe the Oda Empire can brush this off with a mere 5-fold compensation? You must be dreaming. We demand 10-fold compensation. If Your Majesty and the Empress cannot agree, then our Oda Empire shall have no choice but to prepare for battle. Another foreign minister from the Oda Empire spoke resolutely. Yi Chen turned to Luo Hongyan with a smile. Your Majesty, the Oda Empire is willing to provide 10-fold compensation, which demonstrates a measure of sincerity. I believe this is acceptable. What do you think, Your Majesty? After a brief contemplation, Luo Hongyan nodded slightly. If each item were valued at 300,000 taels of silver, 10 items would total 30 million taels. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 2 foreign ministers from the Oda Empire breathed a sigh of relief. 30 million taels in compensation was far preferable to facing a large-scale offensive from the Tianyin dynasty. Yi Chen calmly stated, Gentlemen, the 10-fold compensation is settled. Now, let us ascertain the value of this gown. Chapter 42, Astonishing Compensation. A minor accident. The crowd was bewildered. Had the value of this skirt not been assessed until now? To withstand an attack from a deity at the 9th level was already an extraordinary feat. This skirt was valued at 30,000 gold. Your Majesty, this skirt can resist an attack from a deity at the 9th level. Its worth cannot be less than 100,000 gold, Yi Chen remarked with a slight smile. The onlookers were utterly astonished. A knowledgeable expert in treasures spoke up. If it truly can withstand an attack from a deity at the 9th level, its value would exceed 100,000 gold. potentially reaching at least 120,000 gold. Indeed, others chimed in. Luo Yudi, in disbelief, found the skirt far more precious than she had initially estimated. Impossible. This cannot be. The two foreign ministers from the Oda Empire shook their heads repeatedly, unwilling to accept this revelation. If the skirt were truly worth 120,000 gold, a tenfold compensation would amount to 1,200,000 gold, an astronomical sum of 12 million silver. It would be exceedingly difficult for the Tianyan dynasty to produce such a large amount, let alone the Oda Empire. Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, "We can ascertain its defensive capabilities through testing. Your Majesty, conducting such a high-level test within the Tianji Palace is rather inconvenient. Perhaps we should relocate," Luo Hongyan suggested. "Very well," she nodded. The Tianyan Imperial Palace was guarded by the Black Dragon Guards, and it wasn't long before Yi Chun and the others arrived at the training ground of the Black Dragon Guards. "Master Yin, with your 8th level deity cultivation, you shall conduct the test," Luo Hongyan instructed. There were indeed strong individuals at the 9th level of deity cultivation within the Tianyan Imperial Palace, including the Supreme Emperor and another formidable figure stationed at the Demon Suppression Tower. However, it was inconvenient for them to intervene. "Understood, Your Majesty," Master Yin responded respectfully, and in the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, signifying his terrifying 8th level deity prowess. Fortunately, the training ground was shielded, and Yi Chun and the others remained unaffected from their vantage point outside. "Drink!" Master Yin wielded his weapon, a Buddhist dust, and unleashed a massive fireball with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters towards Luo Yudi, the energy contained within capable of leveling a mountain. Boom! The fireball struck Luo Yudi directly. Had the 5-colored flowing skirt failed to withstand it, she would have been obliterated by Master Yan's strike. Luo Hongyan's pupils constricted. She hadn't anticipated Master Yan's test to be so aggressive, unleashing his full power without hesitation. A dazzling brilliance erupted. The fireball exploded upon contact with Luo Yudi, swelling into a crimson orb that expanded over 100 meters. A colossal shockwave violently struck the surrounding barrier. The hard training ground was left with a massive crater, measuring 100 meters in diameter and 30 to 40 meters deep. Cough, cough. Luo Yudi's coughing echoed, though she had been blasted away by the explosion. The surrounding 5-colored radiance fully mitigated the attack, leaving her only slightly winded from the force of being thrown. The Princess of Eternal Joy was still alive. It was astonishing. The defensive capabilities of this skirt were truly remarkable. It seemed that Luo Yudi had sustained no harm whatsoever. Its protection undoubtedly reached the standard of a 9th level deity. The crowd began to murmur. The two foreign ministers from the Oda Empire appeared pale. They could hardly believe the astonishing defensive power of the skirt was indeed real. Luo Hongyan spoke lightly. "It appears the results of the test are in. To the two foreign envoys, if you accept this outcome, you shall pay the tenfold compensation of 100,000 gold. If you dispute the results, the Oda Empire may send forth a 9th level deity to conduct a test. However, should it pass, you would be obliged to provide 120,000 gold. Beads of sweat formed on the foreheads of the two foreign ministers from the Oda Empire. They realized they were in deep trouble. This compensation was staggering. Yet, refusing to pay was not an option. They were not the only representatives present. Envoys from other nations were also in attendance, and they had already agreed to the tenfold compensation. Within the Tianji Palace, such matters were not trifles. We acknowledge this result. After a long pause, one of the foreign ministers from the Oda Empire finally spoke, their voice trembling. They had witnessed the sheer terror of the previous attack clearly. The likelihood that Luo Yudi's skirt could withstand an assault from a 9th level deity was exceedingly high. Otherwise, Master Yin would not have dared to strike with such confidence. Excellent. A smile graced Luo Hongyan's face. 1,200,000 silver was a substantial sum. The Oda Empire would undoubtedly struggle to procure such an amount. The Tianyan dynasty could seize the opportunity to acquire many precious resources from the Oda Empire. Eternal Joy, you should accompany the Empress to the harem, she instructed. Yes, Your Majesty, Luo Yudi replied blankly, still in shock at the astonishing value of her skirt. Yen Rui turned his gaze elsewhere, feeling utterly humiliated. The priceless skirt he had gifted paled in comparison to the one adorning Luo Yudi. It was akin to trash. Eternal joy. Let us depart. Yi Chun smiled, swiftly leading her away. Luo Hongyan had many matters to attend to. If the Oda Empire could not provide the necessary gold, negotiations regarding resources would need to take place. Brother-in-law, this skirt is a gift from you, is it not? Upon returning to Foaming Palace, Luo Yudi inquired. No, Yi Chun shook his head. Luo Yudi blinked, brother-in-law. Do not deceive me. While Sister Hongyan treats me well, she could not possibly present me with such an extravagant gift. 120,000 gold could accomplish so much for the people. Yi Chun was rendered speechless. Luo Yudi was astute. She was not easily fooled. The moment she learned of the skirt's value being 30,000 gold, she began to harbor doubts. This skirt is a treasure from the space of Master Lu. He was pursued for it and had no choice but to enter the palace. Yi Chun fabricated an explanation. Luo Yudi pondered, finding no fault in his words. Brother-in-law, I must return this skirt to you. It is truly too precious. I am content to wear such a skirt for a lifetime, she giggled. A sense of pressure accompanied the thought of wearing something so valuable. He had just instructed the system to bind the skirt to Luo Yudi. Brother-in-law, you are deceiving me. A recognized treasure can be stored within one's body. Luo Yudi exclaimed in surprise. She attempted to draw the skirt into her being and, to her astonishment, succeeded. Cough. Yi Chun was taken aback, quickly turning away, feeling a sense of sentimentality. Luo Yudi was no longer a mere girl. Sister-in-law, enough, Luo Yudi whispered, making the skirt reappear. Yi Chun turned back to find her ears and neck flushed. She had grown into a young lady, fully aware of modesty. Eternal joy. Do not dwell on this little incident. Brother-in-law saw nothing just now. This matter remains a secret between us. MHM, Luo Yudi nodded. Such an embarrassing occurrence was not something she would share, not even with her mother or Luo Hongyan. Chapter 43. The Midnight Trial. The celestial dog devours the sun. By the time Luo Hongyan finished her morning court duties, it was already noon, and she made her way directly to Foaming Palace. Hongyan, concubine Shu has come and taken away Chong Lu, Yi Chun languidly remarked while lying down. Luo Hongyan approached Yi Chun and, to his surprise, gently began to massage his shoulders with her delicate fingers. Comforting, he commented, your technique is impressive. Why did you not inquire about the reason for bestowing such a treasure upon Chong Lu? Yi Chun chuckled inwardly. Luo Hongyan had explained herself without prompting. Quite commendable. Hongyan, that gown has already been acknowledged by Chong Lu. It can only benefit her now. By the way, Yi Chun, you must remain in Foaming Palace tomorrow. The celestial dog will devour the sun, and the demons at the Demon Suppression Tower will undoubtedly be restless. There may even be demonic assistance outside. Yi Chun's eyes widened in surprise. Hongyan, are you suggesting that demons might be concealed within the Tian Imperial Palace? Luo Hongyan nodded slightly. It is entirely possible. Some formidable demons, if equipped with special treasures, can remain inconspicuous even within the Tian Imperial Palace. With a multitude of personnel and constant movement, thorough inspections are virtually impossible. However, everyone at Foaming Palace has undergone rigorous scrutiny, so there should be no issues here. Nearby, Eunuch Lu stood calmly, announcing, Your Majesty, the Empress, it is time to dine. Although she possessed the cultivation of a divine king at the 8th level and could easily forego meals for a month, Luo Hongyan was quite fond of her 3 daily meals. She relished exquisite food. With beauty, fine wine, and delicious cuisine, Yi Chun savored his lunch delightfully. If only Luo Hongyan could join him for an afternoon nap, it would be even better. In the Prince Mu's residence, Prince Mu did not attend the court meeting today, but he received news as soon as it concluded. The gift was unexpectedly sent by the Empress, who helped earn a staggering 100 million taels of silver. A cold glimmer flashed in Prince Mu's eyes. He had previously considered winning Yi Chun over to support his claim to the throne, but now it seemed he had been naive. Various events indicated that Yi Chun firmly sided with Luo Hongyan. My lord, with the potato promotion alongside the profits we have garnered, His Majesty has indeed won the hearts of many. We expended great effort to eliminate Pei Hong, merely to achieve a stalemate, and now we find ourselves at a disadvantage. The secretary beside Prince Mu remarked, "This is a tremendous boost for our enemies, especially with such a massive sum of silver extracted from them. With ample wealth, various departments will benefit, thus increasing support for Luo Hongyan." Prince Mu's expression remained indifferent. "I once thought Yi Chen to be naught but a useless pretty face. Yet he has thwarted my plans multiple times within the span of a year. I cannot afford to let him live. The demon source stone has been set in place. Tomorrow's celestial event presents an excellent opportunity to eliminate Yi Chen. The demons sealed within the demon suppression tower have weakened over time, but they should still possess considerable strength. Absorbing the energy from the demon source stone will greatly benefit them. Thus they will undoubtedly head to Fengming Palace once released. With the Empress's limited strength, the demons should easily overpower Yi Chen's body and consume him. The resources at the Empress's disposal are substantial, allowing the demons to recover their strength more swiftly. My lord, the likelihood of our plan's success remains high. If His Majesty fails to detect any issues, the emerging demons may even surprise us." The secretary smiled. "If the demons occupy Yi Chen's body and Luo Hongyan fails to notice them together, her chances of survival will be drastically diminished. Let's hope for such an outcome." Prince Mu remarked coolly, acknowledging that it would be the best result, albeit with low probability. As night fell, Luo Hongyan did not spend the night in Fengming Palace, leaving Yi Chen feeling a tinge of sadness. The celestial event heralding the celestial dog's devouring of the sun might incite demonic activity. He wondered if he would have the opportunity to sneak a glance at the demon suppression tower. A sudden creak interrupted his thoughts as the bedroom door swung open, revealing Xiazhu. "Xiazhu, how did you get in here?" Yi Chen inquired, surprised, as Chunlan, Xiazhu, Qiuzhu, and Dong Mei were all known to be well-mannered. Xiazhu nervously approached Yi Chen, her outer garment slipping away to reveal a swath of flawless skin. With her 8th-level divine king prowess, Yi Chen saw clearly. He felt parched, for all four of them were stunningly beautiful, truly a rare find. "Your Majesty, the Empress said that holding back for too long can be detrimental to health, so we four should accompany you, as usual." Xiazhu trembled as she spoke. Although she had boldly entered, she lacked experience in such matters. Yi Chen gazed intensely at her and asserted, "Xiazhu, put on your clothes. I do not require your company for the night. Please wait outside instead." Truth be told, Xiazhu and her companions were indeed alluring, and in his past life, any one of them would have made a perfect girlfriend. Yet, Yi Chen was unwilling to act recklessly. He was a married man. Engaging in any indiscretions with Xiazhu would undoubtedly complicate his strategy with Luo Hongyan. "Empress, but His Majesty said that matters of the harem are at my discretion." He insisted, "Put on your clothes and step outside. Just fulfill your duties." With formidable willpower, he rejected her advances once more. Embarrassed, Xiazhu hurriedly donned her clothing and exited the room. With a sigh of relief, Yi Chen muttered to himself, "What a trial to endure. Thankfully, my cultivation is high, and my willpower strong." As the night passed, Yi Chen, strong in his abilities, sensed the waning yang energy in the environment and the increasing yin energy. Even before the celestial event commenced, such changes indicated that this world's celestial dog devouring the sun was unlike that of his previous life. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around the demon suppression tower grew tense. 50,000 black dragon guards had been summoned by Luo Hongyan, effectively surrounding the entire tower. The imperial palace was protected by a total of 100,000 black dragon guards, half of whom had been deployed. Typically, only a few thousand guards would accompany Luo Hongyan when she left the palace. As midday approached, the yin energy continued to swell, while the yang energy diminished significantly. Yi Chen's solar god body effect was greatly reduced. The celestial dog devours the sun. It's here. Yi Chen observed the sky as the sun began to wane, the yang energy plummeting and the yin energy surging. At the rear of the mountain, the demon suppression tower stood ready with 50,000 black dragon guards on high alert. The royal ancestor, Luo Wanli, wore a grave expression as his deep voice resonated. "I shall enter the demon suppression tower to suppress the demons. You must exert all your efforts to prevent any from escaping." These demons had once been at least at the level of great emperors, with some even being half-saints and saint-level beings. If they were to escape, it would spell endless trouble for the future. Surrounding the tower stood a dozen divine, king-level experts and several dozen divine, emperor-level warriors, all responding in unison, as commanded. Luo Hongyan inhaled deeply, and in the next moment, he transformed into a blazing sun, entering the demon suppression tower to exert his suppression. The demons at the forefront within the tower shrieked in agony as the brilliance emanating from Luo Hongyan inflicted considerable damage upon them. Yet, as the celestial dog devoured the sun continued, the rising energy invigorated the demons, causing them to become increasingly restless. It was clear that Luo Hongyan alone could not contain all the demons. Gradually, many demons began to breach the tower's seals, screeching and desperately attempting to break free. Outside, divine king-level experts and divine emperor-level warriors radiated their brilliance, each guarding their designated areas. The 50,000 black dragon guards, lacking sufficient strength, could not assist until the demons emerged, at which point they would engage. "Let me out! Let me out!" the demons howled. Gradually, the sun vanished entirely, plunging the world into darkness, and the atmosphere became thick with an oppressive gloom. Within the imperial palace, those of considerable strength could hear the roars of the demons emanating from the demon suppression tower. Chen, at the 8th level of the divine emperor realm, could certainly perceive it. He rose to his feet and gazed toward the back mountain. After so many years without incident, surely there would be no problems now. He mused silently. He refrained from approaching the back mountain, aware that triggering the formation might alert other powerful beings to his presence. Now was the moment. Inside the demon suppression tower, there were multiple escape routes. However, these passages were thoroughly sealed under the constraints imposed by the external forces. Suddenly, within one of the passages, a crimson serpent demon detected that the seal on its route had weakened. Blood Shadow escape. The serpent demon rejoiced, and it immediately surged forward with all its might. Chapter 44. Infiltration of the Demon Tower. The Crimson Serpent Demon once possessed the strength of a half-saint, but after enduring a lengthy suppression, it now only boasts the power of a 5th-level divine monarch. Upon emerging from the Demon Suppression Tower, the Crimson Serpent Demon immediately distanced itself, unnoticed by the Black Dragon Guards. As it departed from the rear mountain, the serpent quickly sensed the aura of the demon's source stone. This stone, infused with potent demonic energy, could significantly enhance its strength if absorbed. There are still demon source stones. Heaven has favored me. With urgency, the Crimson Serpent Demon approached Fengming Palace, carefully detecting that the most formidable being within was merely a 7th-level divine king. Such a figure was insignificant before its might. Without further hesitation, it swiftly entered Fengming Palace, eager to amplify its power before the celestial event of the dog eating the sun concluded. The New York Imperial Palace was fortified with formidable arrays, but with its current 5th-level divine monarch strength, the serpent found itself incapable of escaping. Foolish humans. Using demon source stones for planting flowers, it ventured into the rear courtyard of Fengming Palace, arriving beside a pot of exquisite orchids. Within the pot lay several well-shaped stones. These were, of course, the coveted demon source stones. Absorbing their power would be sufficient for the Crimson Serpent Demon to regain its 6th-level divine monarch strength. Fengming Palace belongs to the Empress. By absorbing the power of these stones and devouring the Empress to seize her form, I shall remain undetected for a time. The serpent reveled in its good fortune, believing that the odds of its escape were high. Given sufficient time, it could reclaim its former half-saint prowess. "Little serpent, come here." Chen's eyes opened as he spoke softly. In an instant, the Crimson Serpent Demon felt an overwhelming and terrifying aura, far more fearsome than it had ever experienced at its peak. "Saint Sovereign," it gasped in horror. Had the rules of the universe shifted? How could a Saint Sovereign exist in this era? With a swift crack, a slender willow branch struck the serpent, and it found itself powerless to resist as it was drawn before Chen. Hissing, the serpent, now merely 1 to 2 meters long, flicked its crimson tongue at Chen, seemingly preparing to attack. "Calm yourself, you wretch," Chen said in a calm voice. instantly summoning the demon refining pot to capture the serpent. Once a creature of half-saint caliber, the Crimson Serpent Demon had a decent threshold for pain, yet it still cried out in agony as it was confined within the pot. Yi Chen's demon refining pot could refine even emperor-level beings. Now, reduced to a mere 5th-level divine monarch, the serpent was significantly weaker than before. "Spare me, senior. Please spare me," it pleaded, howling in torment within the pot, sensing its very soul being refined. Perhaps within half a day, it would be entirely consumed. "What is the current situation at the Demon Suppression Tower? How could you escape?" Yi Chen's voice echoed within the confines of the pot. The serpent quickly exclaimed, "Senior, one area of the tower's defenses has been greatly reduced." Yi Chen's eyes brightened. "Which area has weakened? Tell me the route you took to escape. Also, is there a powerful array surrounding the tower to prevent anyone from approaching?" The serpent hurriedly replied, "Normally, there's an array to keep people away, but now it has reversed, preventing demons inside from escaping. My proficiency in formations allowed me to exit. My escape route is as follows." Yi Chen swiftly transformed into a mosquito and departed. The Crimson Serpent Demon dared not deceive him. For now was the perfect moment for Yi Chen to approach the Demon Suppression Tower. With an 8th-level Divine Monarch's cultivation, coupled with the concealment of the sacred hidden cloak, even Emperor-level beings would be unable to discern his presence. Before long, Yi Chen arrived at the rear mountain, observing the solemn faces of 50,000 black dragon guards. Indeed, there were no arrays obstructing his path. He approached the Demon Suppression Tower undisturbed, settling atop it as a mosquito. "System, sign in at the Demon Suppression Tower," he thought. To sign in, one must enter the tower's interior. Yi Chen paused, surprised by this requirement. He quickly made his way to the side of Chief Unikai, where the seals were considerably weaker, facilitating his entrance. With a swift motion, Yi Chen successfully signed in, receiving an S-class reward, the flickering light. He easily entered the Demon Suppression Tower. "System, sign in at the Demon Suppression Tower." Upon entering, he promptly thought, wishing to avoid lingering within. Signing in at the Demon Suppression Tower granted him an SSS-class reward, the 4 Swords of Celestial Execution. These included the Sword of Celestial Execution, the Sword of Slaughtering Celestials, the Sword of Trapping Celestials, and the Sword of Extermination of Celestials. Equipment requirement: Half-Saint. Equipping any single sword requires an Emperor-level status. Note: equipping grants automatic access to information regarding the Sword Array of Celestial Execution, a legendary killing formation that one individual can set up, impervious to breaking by 4 individuals of the same realm. Yi Chen was astonished. What a remarkable treasure to acquire. This artifact was originally possessed by the primordial ancestor, later passed to the celestial master, and in myth, for figures. Laozi, Yuan Shi Tianzun, and others collaborated to breach the sword array of celestial execution. Goodness, this trip was not in vain. I have obtained such a level of treasure. Yet, regrettably, he currently only possessed 4th-level Divine Monarch cultivation, with his combat power merely reaching 8th-level Divine Monarch standards. Even equipping a single sword would not qualify him. The 4 Swords of Celestial Execution, each as an SS-class reward, were entirely worthy. System, continue signing in, Yi Chen commanded in his mind, as he still had one more opportunity to sign in this month. Signing in at the Demon Suppression Tower, he received an S-class reward, a reinforcement card. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled. This, too, was a valuable item. Unlike the 4 Swords of Celestial Execution, the S-class reinforcement card could be utilized immediately. With that, Yi Chen completed the signing process and promptly exited the Demon Suppression Tower. The celestial event of the dog eating the sun had yet to conclude. A smile spread across his face. Though he had taken some risks, acquiring the 4 Swords of Celestial Execution and an S-class reinforcement card was a bountiful harvest. Reaching the large willow tree, Yi Chen reclined leisurely. What shall I reinforce with this S-class reinforcement card? He pondered, as he considered various skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, each at A-class. He decided against enhancing them. After much deliberation, Yi Chen resolved to reinforce the Demon Refining Pot. System, Use the S-Class reinforcement card to enhance the demon refining pot. Upon successful reinforcement, the imitation demon refining pot transformed into an authentic S-Class version capable of refining half-saint level demonic beings. At that moment of success, the Crimson Serpent demon screamed within the pot, only to be fully refined in the blink of an eye. A demonic crystal materialized within the pot, a prize obtained from refining the Crimson Serpent demon, once a being of half-saint caliber, making this crystal of exceptional quality. If Lu Gonggong were to acquire this crystal, he could effortlessly ascend to emperor-level status. Let it perish, Yi Chen murmured, having no intention of keeping a powerful demon by his side. Meanwhile, at the demon suppression tower, Luo Wanli emerged. Plop! Chief Eunuch Kai knelt before Luo Wanli, his complexion pale as he reported, "Senior, I have suffered a soul attack, significantly weakening my power. It seems a demon has escaped from my watch." Luo Wanli's consciousness infiltrated the body of Grand Eunuch Kai, and he couldn't help but frown. The nature of Kai's injuries seemed less indicative of an external assault and more suggestive of a self-inflicted wound. The escaped monster must still be lurking within the Houtian imperial palace. You must locate that beast. Luo Wanli spoke in a grave tone, casting a deep glance at Grand Eunuch Kai without explicitly addressing the issue. He was not entirely certain how Kai had sustained his injuries, and moreover, Kai was a confidant of the Empress. With one of the two divine emperors by her side already lost, any further incident involving Kai would surely provoke her wrath. As commanded, the assembled powerful figures replied in unison. Luo Hongyan swiftly received the news that a formidable monster had escaped from the demon suppression tower. First, inspect the Phoenix Ming Palace to ensure its safety, Luo Hongyan instructed, immediately setting off for the Phoenix Ming Palace herself. Chapter 45. The demon occupies the body? Slaying the evil servant Kai Gonggong, possessing the formidable strength of a 6th-level divine sovereign, was not the weakest among the powerful beings surrounding the demon suppression tower. Yet, an issue had arisen at his location. Luo Hongyan sensed something amiss. Kai Gonggong was a favored aide of the Empress Dowager. If he had acted with malice, it was unlikely to be directed at the Empress, but rather at Yi Chen. Before long, Luo Hongyan hurriedly arrived at Foaming Palace with her entourage. Kai Gonggong had also come. "Your Majesty, I am at fault. Had it not been for my oversight, the demons would not have emerged," Kai Gonggong declared as he knelt before Luo Hongyan. She shot him a fierce glare, but remained silent. Despite being a prominent figure in the eyes of the Empress Dowager and a 6th-level divine sovereign himself, Luo Hongyan had no grounds to act against him without evidence. "Yi Chen, is there an issue on your end?" she inquired, entering Foaming Palace without sending word ahead. Upon reaching the rear courtyard, the other powerful beings followed suit. "Your Majesty, what could possibly be wrong here?" Yi Chen, reclining in the sun, stood and offered a slight bow to Luo Hongyan, acknowledging her presence. He would have remained idle had there been no onlookers. Kai Gonggong's gaze swept across the area, and from a distance he spotted a pot of orchids. Notably, the pot lacked the demon's source stone. The stone ought to have been inside, but now it was absent. A demon had undoubtedly been present. A demon of divine sovereign caliber was likely to have devoured Yi Chen's flesh and taken possession of his body. Kai Gonggong thought to himself, convinced that Yi Chen must now be a demon disguised in human form. "Yi Chen, offending the Empress Dowager and your family will yield no good fortune," he mused with a faint smile. Yi Chen inwardly scoffed. Kai Gonggong had noticed the pot of orchids. Having read extensively, how could he be unaware of the demon's source stone? He possessed a sacred companion, the divine willow, at the level of a saint. Yi Chen had already been aware when the stone was secretly delivered. "Your Majesty, for your safety, please conduct a thorough examination of the Empress's condition. If any problem befalls her, it will implicate you, and I would deserve death." Kai Gonggong feigned reverence. He smirked inwardly, believing that if a demon had come here, it would most likely occupy Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen, being of high status as the Emperor's consort, could conveniently utilize certain resources, allowing the demon to regain strength more swiftly. Worry flickered in Luo Hongyan's eyes. Kai Gonggong's demeanor unsettled her. fearing he or the Empress might be plotting something nefarious. Gong Yin, please assess the Empress's situation, Luo Hongyan commanded. Yes, Your Majesty, he replied. Empress, I have offended. Gong Yin proclaimed as he unleashed his powerful divine sense into Yi Chun's body, who allowed the examination to proceed. Though possessing the sacred cloak of concealment, Yi Chun, now of equal prowess with Gong Yin, was still undetected. Your Majesty, the Empress is perfectly fine, Gong Yin reported. The demon's source stone was missing. A demon must have visited, possessing formidable stealth abilities that even Kai Gong could not discern. This demon likely possessed 5th-level divine, sovereign strength, and by absorbing the stone's power, could reach 6th level. Your Majesty, I believe the Empress requires a more detailed examination. I seem to sense demonic energy here, Gong Yin declared. He had sensed no such energy, but by stating this, others could not accuse him of lying. Yi Chun's gaze fell upon Kai Gong, smiling as he said, Your Majesty, since Gong Kai has suggested it, why not have him remain here to protect me? With his guard, there should be no issues. Should any arise, we can simply take his head. Luo Hongyan's eyes brightened. This was indeed a clever idea. The Empress Dowager would hardly wish to lose Kai Gong by having him kill Yi Chun. She could bind their fates together. As the Empress has stated, Gong Kai, from this day forth, you shall guard Fengming Palace. Should any issues arise, the responsibility will fall upon you, Luo Hongyan declared solemnly. Kai Gong inwardly lamented, believing at that moment that Yi Chun had indeed been consumed by the demon. Who would bear the responsibility when the problem was discovered? Your Majesty, but the demon could also go to the Empress Dowager, Kai Gong began, only to be interrupted. At the Empress Dowager's, I have other arrangements, Luo Hongyan asserted. Yes, Your Majesty, Kai Gong acquiesced helplessly. As the Emperor, her word was law, and her decisions were not easily altered. Empress, be cautious. A demon has escaped from the demon suppression tower, Luo Hongyan warned before swiftly departing with the others. Kai Gong, of course, remained behind. Demon, reveal your true form. Kai Gong's thunderous voice resonated in Yi Chun's mind, seeking a way to compel him to reveal his true self. If Yi Chun were to perish, the blame would not fall on him. Yi Chun turned to look at Kai Gong, a subtle smile gracing his face. Kai Gong's expression shifted. Yi Chun's demeanor confirmed his suspicions. A person of such caliber would not remain so calm under intimidation. Moreover, Yi Chun seemed to mock him. Demon, you absorb the demon's source stone here. You may deceive others, but not me. I shall send you on your way, Kai Gong declared, striking towards Yi Chun's head with a palm imbued with overwhelming power, enough to shatter a mountain. Kai Gong was more than 90% certain Yi Chun was compromised, and he did not hold back in his strike. Suddenly, a slender willow branch pierced through Kai Gong's palm and into his body. No! Terror filled Kai Gong's eyes as his strength drained at a terrifying speed, followed by his flesh, soul, and even his clothing being consumed by the divine willow. All of this transpired within a mere 2 to 3 seconds. Nearby, Lu Zhongliang maintained a calm demeanor, inwardly amused. How laughable that Kai Gong, with merely 6th-level divine, sovereign strength, dared to act so recklessly here. Lu Gong, report to the Emperor after some time that Kai Gong has fled. I am weary and shall take a nap. You may leave. Yi Chun languidly reclined once more. Lu Zhongliang bowed respectfully before departing. In the afternoon, Luo Hongyan returned to Yi Chun's side. Approaching him, she found Yi Chun still asleep, as if in a deep slumber. Wake up, you sloth, she chided, shaking him gently. Yi Chun, groggily opening his eyes, murmured, Hongyan, why disturb my sweet dreams? Yi Chun, did you instruct Kai Gong to do anything? Luo Hongyan inquired, having discovered that Kai Gong was nowhere to be found throughout the palace. Yi Chun rolled his eyes. Hongyan, Kai Gong is a 6th-level divine sovereign. Do you think I could command him? I merely wished for him to remain here for my safety. Where is he? Gone. And you're still able to sleep soundly? Aren't you afraid he might kill you while you slumber? Luo Hongyan retorted. Yechan bilinkit, Hongyan. Do you think I could defeat Kai Gonggong, even if I were awake? Luo Hongyan replied, with Kai Gonggong's prowess. If he truly wished to kill Yi Chen, it would matter little whether you were awake or asleep. Chapter 46. A Review of Gains. The Empress Dowager's visit upon confirming that Yi Chen was unharmed. Luo Hongyan took her leave, as she had yet to pay a visit to the Empress Dowager. Yi Chen reclined in thought, reflecting on the bounty he had amassed since entering the palace. Among the rewards, he had secured the SS-grade weapon, the 4 swords of immortal slaying. The SS-grade Holy Concealment Cloak, accompanied by the Divine Willow, and the S-grade Solar Divine Body, the 8-9 Profound Art, the Ancient Dragon Elephant Skill, Floating Light and Shadow, the Void-Breaking Divine Eye, the Rui Golden Cudgel, the Demon Refining Pot, and the Protective Ring for Luo Hongyan. In terms of A-grade rewards, he had acquired an eidetic memory, sealing cards, and the divine-level skills of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as the Emperor's true fire bestowed upon Luo Hongyan. As for rewards below A-grade, Yi Chen deemed them unworthy of his consideration, as such trifles no longer held any allure for him. In just a brief year, he had attained the 4th level of Divine Emperor and possessed combat capabilities equivalent to the 8th level of Divine Emperor, alongside a plethora of treasures. The new system he had acquired was a stark contrast to the previous broken one. Yi Chen felt elated within his decision to forcibly sever ties with the former ineffective system was indeed a stroke of brilliance. Remaining at the Empress's palace was equally astute. Had he revealed his strength too early, he might have been expelled from the Tianyin Imperial Palace. Yi Chen pondered whether Luo Hongyan would dismiss him if she were to discover the truth about his abilities. From her 2 visits today, he sensed that he had secured a significant position in her heart, yet he understood that, for her, the world was still of greater importance. Alas, he possessed strength and treasures, yet lacked a beloved to hold close each night. Yi Chen mused, resigned to continuing his charade. Revealing his prowess now could raise concerns in Luo Hongyan, potentially jeopardizing his place. Furthermore, his current strength was far from invincible. He could not contend with the formidable ancestor residing in the rear mountain if he strayed too far from the Divine Willow's protection. In the Hall of Nurturing Heart, Luo Hongyan confirmed that the Empress Dowager was well. Am I no longer of significance to him? She mused nonchalantly. Du shi posed. Contemplating Luo Hongyan's arrangement for Unit Kai at Fengming Palace. Given that monsters have emerged from the Demon Suppression Tower, is there no issue with the Empress Dowager? Du Shi inquired. With the Demon Source Stone released, it was expected that Yi Chen would have encountered trouble by now. Luo Hongyan smiled faintly. Empress Dowager, there is no issue with the Empress. I appreciate your concern. However, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Could that little rascal be alive? Luo Hongyan departed, leaving Du Shi deep in thought. Xiao Gizi, go to Fengming Palace and check if Unit Kai is present. Understood. Reporting to the Empress Dowager, Unit Kai is not at Fengming Palace, Xiao Gizi relayed. Du Shi furrowed her brow in confusion. What could Unit Kai be up to? She understood that Unit Kai was not working for Yi Chen, but he should have informed her regardless. Du Shi had not considered that Unit Kai might be deceased. With Unit Kai's strength at the 6th level of Divine Emperor, only the ancestor of the royal family could easily eliminate him, and it was unlikely that the venerable elder would assist Luo Hongyan in such a manner. The following morning, Du Shi had still not received any word from Unit Kai. Prepare the carriage. I shall visit Fengming Palace, she commanded, pondering whether there were powerful figures nearby preventing Unit Kai from approaching. Perhaps a brief excursion would prompt Unit Kai to send her a message. With Wang Gonggong gone, Unit Kai was her only remaining Divine Emperor-level ally. She could not afford to lose him. Welcome, Empress Dowager. Given the circumstances, it was unbecoming for her not to visit the Empress Dowager first. Yi Chen led numerous individuals from Fengming Palace to greet her at the palace gates. Du Shi scoffed inwardly. She was not there to visit Yi Chen. I merely came to take a look around, she remarked, scanning the area but failing to spot Unit Kai or receive any messages. Yi Chen similed cheerfully. Thanks to the Empress Dowager's blessings, everything here is quite normal. Perhaps Unit Kai has simply grown accustomed to remaining here per your Majesty's arrangements. Kai may have discovered the monsters and pursued them, Dowager suggested, providing an excuse for Kai's absence. Chen chuckled lightly. Indeed, he has gone after the monsters. Having encountered the Chilean serpent demon, only a fragment of the demon crystal remained. Kai had perished without a trace. Your words ring true, Chen said as he guided Dowager in a foaming palace. Dowager meticulously surveyed the palace. If Kai were present, he would surely have made contact with her. Yet nothing. Could Kai have fled the palace? This thought crossed Dowager's mind. It was entirely plausible. If Kai had deliberately released a monster, and Chen had perished alongside it, everything would have concluded smoothly. However, with Chen alive and the monster still at large, the matter remained unresolved, and Kai would bear significant responsibility should chaos ensue within the palace. Curse that little wretch. Ever since he entered the palace, nothing but misfortune has followed. Dowager glared at Chen, inwardly cursing him. Since Chen's arrival, she had felt as though everything was going awry. Once, she had 2 divine emperor-level subordinates. Now, both Wang Gonggong and Kai had abandoned her. That old fool is probably cursing me again, Chen thought, sensing the disparity in their powers. His own capabilities at the 8th star of Divine Emperor allowed him to perceive the great gulf between his strength and that of the Empress Dowager. Dowager spoke sternly. Chen, Kai has gone missing. Is that so? Chen replied with a frown. Are you in agreement? Dowager asserted forcefully, her presence as the Empress Dowager commanding respect. Though she felt trepidation in the face of Luo Hongyan's might, she regarded Chen with disdain, for he lacked a powerful backing. Your cultivation is merely at the innate level, and your own strength is insignificant. Even if you were to meet your end in secret, without evidence, I believe Luo Hongyan would not turn against me. I remain the exalted Empress Dowager. Chen's eyes narrowed, sensing Dowager's underestimation of him. Empress Dowager, while I am certainly amenable to your request, I find myself severely lacking in powerful allies, leaving me feeling vulnerable. Might I implore the Empress Dowager to spare some of her divine, king-level subordinates? Chen proposed with a smile. If he could secure divine, king-level warriors, their loyalty would be advantageous. Should they prove disloyal, he could easily find reasons for their demise. Dowager contemplated this, noting that she had a good dozen divine, king-level individuals under her command. I shall agree, she declared. Let those 2 servants remain at Foaming Palace to serve. She gestured toward 2 eunuchs beside her, each possessing divine, king-level prowess. With 4 divine, king-level experts accompanying her, Dowager instructed, should anything unusual occur in Foaming Palace, report it to me immediately. Though you are here, I hope your hearts remain loyal to me. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Dowager conveyed her orders to the 2 divine, king-level warriors. We pay our respects to the Empress Dowager. The 2 divine, king-level experts knelt before Chen. Chapter 47. Urging the union, the beauty and dread your majesty. I shall escort you, Chen said with a smile, not immediately allowing the 2 kneeling god kings to rise. Dowager nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. The 2 subordinates had already been transferred to Chen, and how he chose to handle them was no longer her concern. After seeing Dowager off, Chen did not seek out the 2 god kings. It was not until the afternoon, after waking from a midday slumber, that he found them still kneeling. Bring them forth, Chen spoke softly. Yes, your majesty. The eunuch Lu conveyed the message to the 2 god kings, who finally approached the rear courtyard. Your majesty. Though they harbored resentment, they knelt before Chen once more. Lu Gonggong, seal their cultivation. The time ahead is yours to manage. Train them well. Chen stated calmly. The expressions of the 2 god kings shifted subtly. If their powers were sealed, anyone within the Phoenix Cry Palace might easily slay them. Yet, they dared not defy Chen's command. In the outside world, god kings were regarded as top-tier experts, but within the palace, many were far more formidable. Resistance would lead only to their demise. Yes, your majesty. Lu Zhongliang acted swiftly, sealing the powers of the 2 god kings. With a light chuckle, Chen added, Lu Gonggong, should anyone betray us, execute them without hesitation, regardless of their cultivation level. Do you understand? Your majesty, the old servant comprehends. Cold sweat broke out on the brows of the two god kings. Should they dare to misbehave, they were certain to face a grim fate. Dismissed, Yi Chen waved his hand. Days passed. In the Yangxin Palace, Dowager inquired, Mu'er, has Lu Gonggong failed to contact you? Prince Mu nodded. Mother, he has not reached out to me or Yuan Liang. Dowager fell into a long silence. Thus, Lu Gonggong must be dead. I have no doubt of his loyalty to me. Even if he escaped the imperial palace, he would still covertly assist you. The absence of his presence, both inside and outside the palace, is troubling. The frown on Prince Mu deepened. Mother, our ancestor would not go so far as to kill him. You are the Empress Dowager, and Lu Gonggong is your man. Our ancestor is surely aware of this. Even if his status is exalted, he would grant you some respect. Dowager nodded slightly, confident in this regard. Mu'er, I now suspect that Lu Gonggong was slain by that monster. Dowager's expression turned grave. Indeed, Prince Mu contemplated. Lu Gonggong's presence there may have obstructed its plans, and as a sixth-tier divine emperor, if it devoured him, its power would surely increase. Such a possibility exists. Prince Mu mused. Even with Lu Gonggong's sixth-tier strength, it is conceivable that he could be killed without a sound. Mu'er, I fear the monster may still be within the Phoenix Cry Palace. Prince Mu spoke solemnly. Mother, if that is true, the Empress may no longer be human. The monster might have taken over her body. Mother, does our ancestor have the capacity to intervene? Dowager shook her head. Although the celestial dog has passed, its aftermath remains. Our ancestor must currently guard the demon suppression tower. A glint of determination shone in Prince Mu's eyes. Mother, has His Majesty visited the Phoenix Cry Palace these days? Or allowed the Empress to go to the Purple Dragon Palace? Not at all, Dowager replied, having kept watch over the situation at the Phoenix Cry Palace. Prince Mu let out a cold laugh. Mother, the Empress has been in the palace for a year, yet His Majesty appears not to have consummated their union. This is quite unacceptable. As the Empress Dowager, perhaps you should intervene. Duchesse Eisbreitend. If Yi Chen had indeed become inhuman, allowing him to sleep with Luo Hongyan could very well lead to her demise. Once it is confirmed that Luo Hongyan is a monster, Prince Mu would easily ascend to the throne. Mother, I shall create a stir within the court, and you should also speak to His Majesty. Even if they do not truly consummate their union, as long as they share a bed, the likelihood of His Majesty encountering trouble is considerable, Prince Mu declared firmly. Dowager nodded, eagerly anticipating her son, Luo Yuanmu, becoming emperor. The prince's faction was powerful, and soon they began to generate momentum within the court and beyond. Your Majesty, the Empress has been in the palace for a year, and yet you have not consummated your union. Where do you place the Empress? Your Majesty, how can our Tianyin empire endure for generations if you continue this way? Many ministers rose, even prominent members of the female emperor faction, to voice their discontent. They too desired Luo Hongyan to bear heirs. A ruler without descendants is an exceedingly grave matter. If Luo Hongyan were to have children, should she perish, they could support her son's ascension. Without heirs, the throne would go to Luo Yuanmu. Standing against the female emperor faction would spell disaster for them. Given that Luo Hongyan has yet to consummate her union with His Majesty, how could she possibly bear offspring? These scoundrels! Luo Hongyan exited the court, her head throbbing. Your Majesty, Consort Shu has arrived and awaits you, reported Nangong Ning. Luo Hongyan adjusted her emotions and entered the Purple Dragon Palace, greeting with a beaming smile. Aunt Shu, why have you come alone? I have not seen that girl Chong Lu for several days. Consort Shu smiled back. Chong Lu has gone to the Phoenix Cry Palace. Hongyan, I wish to speak with you. Luo Hongyan personally prepared tea for Consort Shu. Hongyan, is not the Empress quite well? What are your thoughts? You have yet to consummate your union. I had presumed you two would have done so by now, Consort Shu remarked. Luo Hongyan frowned inwardly. Aunt Shu, I believe the timing is not yet ripe. Consort Shu replied. Hongyan, you are the sovereign. Yi Chen is the Empress. You must take the initiative. As the ruler, what will your supporters think if you have no heirs? Luo Hongyan smiled wryly. Aunt Shu, many who support Prince Mu have taken an interest in this matter, and I sense something amiss. Consort Shu furrowed her brows. Hongyan, The way you speak suggests that some of us find this situation suspicious as well. His loyalty to the Empress Dowager is so profound. Consort Shu nodded. This pertains to some long-standing matters. Even you, as emperor, may not be aware. Lu Gonggong's loyalty is indeed that high. His disappearance is most unusual. In a fleeting moment, numerous thoughts raced through Luo Hongyan's mind. Her intellect was sharp. Initially, she had thought Lu Gonggong had fled, but now she feared he might be dead. Could it be that Lu Gonggong was slain by the monster? If that were the case, the monster had been in the Phoenix Cry Palace all along. Could Yi Chen have already been consumed? Luo Hongyan felt a surge of urgency. Chapter 48. Ambush Inspection. A love poem. If the monster truly killed Master Kai, the likelihood of it devouring Yi Chen's flesh and seizing his body is alarmingly high. Summon the Empress and Princess Chonglu to Fengming Palace for lunch, Luo Hongyan commanded. She then swiftly and discreetly mobilized powerful allies to the Purple Dragon Palace. Should Yi Chen be consumed by the monster, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance for him. What's wrong, Hongyan? Concubine Shu inquired, noticing Luo Hongyan's troubled expression and distracted demeanor. Shuani, when Yi Chen and Chonglu arrive, I will find an excuse to take Yi Chen to the back courtyard for a while, Luo Hongyan replied. Taking a deep breath, Shu Guifei was her foster mother, and Luo Yudi was like a sister to her. She could not allow them to be harmed. Hongyan, what? Shu Guifei trailed off, her face revealing a look of fear. Though her reaction was slower than Luo Hongyan's, she was far from foolish. Luo Hongyan, with a hint of bitterness, said, Shu auntie, please try to adjust your emotions. Do not let Yi Chen sense anything unusual. And what about you? Shu Guifei looked at Luo Hongyan with concern, knowing that while anyone could be in danger, Luo Hongyan absolutely must not be. Luo Hongyan raised her left hand to reveal the protective ring she wore. This ring had previously been tested and could withstand attacks of imperial grade. It was not a one-time use artifact. At Fengming Palace, Chonglu chattered incessantly beside Yi Chen like a lively lark, clad in a splendid gown of vibrant colors. She resembled a fairy descended to the mortal realm. Yi Chen smiled at Chonglu, finding her delightful to behold, albeit with no romantic notions. Your Majesty, news has come from the Purple Dragon Palace requesting your presence with Princess Chonglu for a meal, Qiu Jiu respectfully informed Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded, not giving it much thought. He was aware that Shu Guifei had gone to the Purple Dragon Palace, so it was entirely normal for Luo Hongyan to summon them. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Purple Dragon Palace, which now had 10 divine emperors lying in ambush. Yi Chen remained oblivious to any abnormalities. Currently, he was merely at the 4th level of divine emperor cultivation, with strength equivalent to the 8th level. The most formidable experts in the Purple Dragon Palace had reached the 9th level, and Eunuch Yin was also at the 8th level. Sister Hongyan, Luo Yudi exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Luo Hongyan. Your Majesty, Ani Shu, both Shu Guifei and Yi Chen greeted each other with smiles. Yi Chen, accompany me to the back courtyard. I have something to discuss with you, Luo Hongyan said, leading the way. Yi Chen found her demeanor somewhat peculiar. Ani Shu, I apologize. Hongyan seems rather anxious, he explained as he proceeded to the back courtyard of the Purple Dragon Palace, where Luo Hongyan had arrived at the Qin Pavilion. Yi Chen, I'm feeling somewhat unsettled. Please play a piece for me, Luo Hongyan requested. This was her devised method to verify whether Yi Chen was indeed untroubled. Very well. Yi Chen agreed, taking his seat before the guqin as melodious notes soon filled the air. He played Yangchen by Xue, one of the top 10 ancient melodies of his past life. In her mind, Luo Hongyan envisioned a scene: winter giving way to spring, the earth awakening, and life thriving. Her internal turmoil gradually dissolved in the music. What a beautiful piece. Sister Hongyan doesn't possess such skill. Could it be that my brother-in-law is playing? Luo Yudi pondered in astonishment. Despite her youth, her appreciation for music was quite advanced, and she discerned the exceptional quality of the piece and the remarkable skill of the performer. Divine level. Shu Guifei, possessing master-level expertise in this regard, accurately assessed Yi Chen's proficiency. While she was astonished, she felt at ease. If a monster had indeed occupied Yi Chen's body, It could at most achieve master-level skill. Divine level was entirely out of reach. Hongyan, do you feel a bit better now? Chen smiled at Luo Hongyan as the piece concluded. Yes, she beamed back. In that moment, Chen was captivated. A line of poetry floated into his mind. Luo Hongyan's smile was utterly breathtaking. Alas, this smile is too powerful. I can hardly withstand it, he mused, feeling an overwhelming urge to embrace Luo Hongyan. Chen, your poetry is remarkable. Would you compose a few more lines? Luo Hongyan asked. Having confirmed Chen's integrity through the divine music, she wished to be certain of his sincerity. Hongyan, you know my talents. I can offer a piece for free due to our relationship, but if you desire poetry, you must offer something in return. Chen chuckled. You rogue. Let us see your poetry first. Luo Hongyan huffed playfully. She gestured, and soon, a maid presented paper and ink. Up to the heavens. I wish to know you. May our lives be long and unending. Mountains may crumble, rivers may dry, thunder may roar in winter, and snow may fall in summer. Only then would I dare to part from you. With swift strokes, the simple yet exquisite poem flowed onto the rice paper. The calligraphy beautiful, the poetry even more so. Luo Hongyan gazed at the verses, enraptured by their beauty. This poem is worth 3 to 5 nights' worth of admiration. I shall not leave tonight. Chen laughed heartily. With a sigh, he remarked, Hongyan, if you engage in commerce, you would undoubtedly be a shrewd merchant. Humph. Luo Hongyan lightly scoffed. Her cheeks flushed, considering whether to let Chen take advantage of her tonight. Sister Hongyan, have you finished? Lunch has arrived. Chong Li's voice chimed in, prompting Luo Hongyan to hastily conceal Chen's poem. This was something she did not intend to share with anyone else. Eunuch Yin, you all shall leave for Fengming Palace. You have the entire day to conduct a thorough investigation of everyone there. Luo Hongyan instructed telepathically, although they had checked a few days prior. It was possible that the monster had not yet occupied anyone's body at that time, and the previous search was not meticulous enough. Understood, Your Majesty. As lunchtime approached, Luo Yudi gazed at Chen with excitement. Brother-in-law, it was you playing the Qin just now, wasn't it? You are incredible. Your skills in music, calligraphy, and chess are all outstanding. In her eyes, stars sparkled, her admiration for Chen soaring to new heights. If only Chen were not limited to merely postnatal level cultivation. Luo Hongyan cast a wary glance at Luo Yudi, concerned that the girl might develop an infatuation with Chen. After all, he was the Empress's consort. After lunch, Luo Yudi reluctantly departed, escorted by Shu Guifei, who shared her concerns about Luo Yudi's potential infatuation with Chen. Chen, if you're free this afternoon, teach me how to practice calligraphy, Luo Hongyan requested, harboring a subtle desire to spend more time with him. Of course, Chen's eyes brightened at the thought. Teaching Luo Hongyan calligraphy while holding her small hand seemed only natural. Chapter 49. The Empress and her concubine in the afternoon. Chen was instructing Luo Hongyan in the art of calligraphy. It was a rare moment of leisure for the Empress. Hongyan, observe how the brush moves, he guided patiently. Here, you've made an error. However, Luo Hongyan's talent in this regard was rather mediocre, as if the brush held a grudge against her. Your Majesty, Minister Wei seeks an audience, announced Nangong Ning as she entered the Purple Dragon Palace. Chen raised an eyebrow, well aware of who Minister Wei was. Following the demise of Pei Hong, it was impossible for the Tianyan dynasty to be without a chancellor for long. He had a slight understanding of Wei Yutong. He possessed talent and was loyal to the late emperor, though it was widely believed that Luo Yuanmu would ascend to the throne, and he was rather close to him. However, after the late emperor designated Luo Hongyan as the sovereign, Wei Yutong's influence in the court diminished significantly. Yet over the years, he had silently accepted the reality of Luo Hongyan's reign. With Pei Hong's death leaving the chancellor position vacant, the court was rife with intrigue and power struggles. As various factions reached a compromise, it allowed Wei Yutong to benefit, becoming a candidate acceptable to both the Empress's party and the Prince's faction. Please invite Minister Wei in, Luo Hongyan said casually. The Purple Dragon Palace was frequently the venue for the late Emperor's meetings with officials. As Empress, Luo Hongyan had never previously held court here. However, now that Chen, the Empress's consort, was present, it was entirely appropriate for her to receive Wei Yutong. Yi Chen expressed his reluctance, stating that he had little interest in political affairs. I prefer basking in the sun, napping, and reading. Is that so wrong? Luo Hongyan shook her head. Not yet. Yi Chen, you have yet to meet Minister Wei. This is the perfect opportunity for an introduction, and his visit may pertain to you. Yi Chen, puzzled, asked how it could concern him. The Purple Dragon Palace was located at the entrance of the harem, not far from the Tianji Hall. Before long, Wei Yutong arrived, accompanied by several eunuchs. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. I also bow to the Empress, Wei Yutong said, bending at the waist. He understood that Luo Hongyan had summoned him to the Purple Dragon Palace, and he suspected Yi Chen's presence. There is no need for such formalities, Minister Wei. Please, have a seat. Luo Hongyan smiled. You have only seen the Empress from afar during my wedding. Now you may converse and become acquainted. Wei Yutong replied coolly, Your Majesty. The Empress resides in the inner palace. I may not require a closer relationship with her. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, noting the old man's rather brusque demeanor. Luo Hongyan's expression darkened. While she had no issue reprimanding Yi Chen, she felt discomfort when others did so. Your Majesty, the matter I wish to report today is indeed related to the Empress. It would be prudent for her to listen. Wei Yutong continued without waiting for Luo Hongyan to respond. What is it? Luo Hongyan pressed, suppressing her irritation, for Wei Yutong was her chancellor. In the southwest, recent developments are troubling. The Prince of the Southwest may harbor rebellious intent. He has petitioned for his second son, Situ Run, to be made the Empress's consort. Might your Majesty consider this? This matter was not suited for public discourse, hence his private visit. Yi Chen's eyes widened in shock. They were proposing to find a consort for Luo Hongyan. It appeared they intended to place a crown upon his head. Should this precedent be set, he would be subjected to ridicule. Initially, he believed he had settled matters with Situ Yen, and the Situ family would remain dormant for the time being. He had not anticipated the Southwest Prince's audacity. Empress, your Majesty birthing a dragon son is of utmost significance for the entire Tianyin dynasty. Surely, the Empress would not oppose your Majesty taking a consort? Wei Yutong looked toward Yi Chen. As a man, Yi Chen felt that Wei Yutong was relishing in his misfortune. Countless individuals envied him for becoming the Empress's consort, and arranging a consort would surely pierce his heart. Yi Chen responded indifferently, Minister Wei, I have heard that some nations, in order to stabilize their borders, marry off princesses, leading to a life of hardship. However, I have never heard of a monarch personally bartering their allure for the sake of stability. Wei Yutong's face darkened immediately. Empress, how can this be deemed as bartering allure? Your Majesty is merely taking a consort. Yi Chen's smile was enigmatic. Minister Wei, can you silence the whispers of the world? If the Empress were less than pleasing in appearance, it would not matter. But given her beauty, what might the populace say? As a man, I believe many would accuse the Empress of using her beauty to win over the vassal princes. If such a situation were to arise, how would you respond? Cold sweat appeared on Wei Yutong's brow. With a population of billions in the Tianyin dynasty, he could not guarantee that no such thoughts would arise. Your Majesty, I am filled with trepidation. Wei Yutong stammered. Luo Hongyan turned to Yi Chen, saying, It seems the Empress has more to add. Why not share your thoughts? Yi Chen spoke softly. Your Majesty, a man as emperor, with a queen and concubines, can bear children without impacting governance. Should your harem be large, and you bear a child each year, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Thud. Wei Yutong fell to his knees. Your Majesty, yes, you. That was not my intention. I merely believe that without heirs, the state would suffer. My heart is sincere. Wei Yutong felt distressed, having not expected Yi Chen's words to be so sharp. Two heavy hats had been placed upon him, and he could hardly endure it. Luo Hongyan calmly remarked, Minister Wei, I am aware of your loyalty. The Empress does not harbor ill will toward you. He is merely expressing his perspective. Do not take it to heart. Please rise. Thank you, Your Majesty, Wei Yutong said, trembling as he stood. Yi Chen chuckled lightly. Minister Wei, as Chancellor, you should grasp such simple truths. Yet, being immersed in the situation, you may have become blinded. Luo Hongyan regarded Yi Chen with surprise, pondering how to fully win over Wei Yutong. It had troubled her greatly. Yet, Yi Chen seemed to have easily resolved it. Your Majesty speaks truly. I shall take my leave. As the relationship between the Empress and Your Majesty appears far better than I had anticipated. Perhaps I have overthought, Wei Yutong said. Yi Chen maintained a casual demeanor before Luo Hongyan, a demeanor that most empresses would not dare to adopt. Luo Hongyan added, Minister Wei, those remarks just now should not be attributed to the Empress in public. I do not wish for any disparaging words against the Empress to arise. Do you understand? Words spoken by Yi Chen could easily be misinterpreted as jealousy toward the Empress. Yes, Your Majesty. I take my leave, Wei Yutong replied respectfully, and after speaking, he hurriedly departed. Chapter 50. The Promise of Beauty. As Wei Yutong departed, Luo Hongyan gazed at Yi Chen with a peculiar expression. Is there something on my face? Yi Chen inquired, puzzled. With a light chuckle, Luo Hongyan replied, Wei Xiang's words are often sharp. I did not expect him to stumble today at your hands. If you were to enter the officialdom, you would surely excel. It would be a true waste for you to remain as merely a commoner. Yi Chen replied lazily. Hongyan, I'm not cut out for government work. The endless busyness, waking early for court sessions, it holds no appeal for me. Luo Hongyan regarded him seriously. Yi Chen, while you may not wish to engage in politics, you must devote yourself to your cultivation. At the very least, you ought to reach the innate level, for the lifespan at that stage can extend to 200 years. Currently, your cultivation is merely at the acquired level, granting you only a slight edge over ordinary people. Your lifespan will not exceed 120 years. As for me, with my cultivation at the 8th level of the Divine King, my lifespan approaches 700 years. Given my potential, I will undoubtedly reach the Divine Emperor level, surpassing 700 years of life. Do you grasp my meaning? Luo Hongyan's expression was grave. Yi Chen's low cultivation was indeed a pressing issue. Yi Chen smiled at her. Hongyan, are you hoping for my cultivation to rise so that we might be a pair of celestial lovers? Luo Hongyan cast her gaze aside, responding nonchalantly. When you grow old and frail, I shall find several imperial concubines to wheel you around the palace daily. I treat you quite well, do I not? Yi Chen retorted. So if I do not grow old and frail, you will not seek concubines, is that correct? Luo Hongyan raised an eyebrow. I can promise you this. If you achieve innate cultivation within 5 years and reach the stellar gathering level within 20 years, I shall refrain from seeking concubines. Ambitious in her pursuits, Luo Hongyan had no genuine interest in male companions. Apart from his cultivation level, she was highly satisfied with Yi Chen's other attributes. His skills in music, calligraphy, chess, knowledge, and appearance were all exemplary. Hongyan, I feel offended. 5 years for innate. 20 years for stellar gathering. Do you look down on me? Yi Chen exclaimed, eyes wide. In a low martial world, innate might be considered formidable, but in the realm of Jiuxiao, it fell to a lower tier. Luo Hongyan retorted coolly. Some individuals have been in the palace for a year and have not progressed at all. Yi Chen, your talent in cultivation is even lower than my talent in calligraphy. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Indeed, Luo Hongyan's talent in calligraphy was genuinely modest. Should he reveal his cultivation prowess, it would surely astonish her. Hongyan, like the Dapeng soaring high on the winds, I shall rise to great heights. You will soon witness my prowess. Yi Chen declared, eyes fierce. Luo Hongyan laughed lightly. A lovely poem. I do not expect you to become a Dapeng. If you can merely flutter like a mountain sparrow for a few miles, I shall be content. Next year, there will be a martial examination held every 4 years. I shall take you to observe. I hope you can glean some inspiration. In the Tianyan dynasty, there were both civil and martial examinations, each occurring every 4 years. The civil examination would take place in the first half of the coming year, while the martial examination would occur in the latter half. Both were of great significance. Hongyan, it is still early. Practice your calligraphy some more. Yi Chen deftly shifted the topic. Luo Hongyan's spirit deflated instantly. If only her talent in calligraphy matched her potential in cultivation. As she began to practice, she soon appeared quite pitiful. Hongyan, you are merely wasting paper. Yi Chen remarked. By the way, have you considered ways to address the high cost of paper and books among the common folk? Irritated, Luo Hongyan replied, "How can it be resolved? The high cost of paper and books has always been the case. In the Tianyan dynasty, as well as throughout the Jiuxiao continent, it is exceedingly difficult for commoners to produce distinguished offspring. It is said, the poor cultivate literature. The rich cultivate martial arts. The expenses of martial training are indeed burdensome for ordinary families, and the path of civil examination is not easily traversed either. Paper is expensive, and printing books is even more costly, leaving the impoverished unable to afford them." Yi Chen pondered, realizing that society devoted considerable energy to martial cultivation, while other developments lagged behind even ancient civilizations. "Hongyan, it is not insurmountable." Yi Chen replied with a calm smile. "I am familiar with papermaking and printing techniques." "Yi Chen, do you understand what you're suggesting?" Luo Hongyan looked at him, astonished. In the Tianyan dynasty, the issue of aristocratic families was severe. If the costs of paper and books could be lowered, commoners would have hope. An increase in commoners would diminish the power of the aristocrats. "Your Majesty," just then, Nangong Ning hurried into the Zilong Palace, her face etched with anxiety. Luo Hongyan frowned slightly. Something significant must have occurred. As her personal attendant, Nangong Ning was highly capable. Typically, nothing could rattle her. "Nangong, what has transpired?" Luo Hongyan asked directly. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Ning spoke solemnly. "Your Majesty, for reasons unknown, the Chen kingdom has announced an indefinite suspension of paper exports to our Tianyan dynasty. The Lin family and other papermaking clans have jointly declared a threefold increase in paper prices. The public is in an uproar. With the civil examination approaching in just half a year, and given the current high demand for paper, this sudden price surge will undoubtedly provoke widespread discontent. It is already challenging for commoners to produce distinguished offspring. The cost of paper and books was already high. With a threefold increase, how can they endure it?" Luo Hongyan's face turned pale. Such an occurrence had transpired 4 years prior when she had just ascended the throne. She had been forced to bow to the Lin family and other papermaking clans, granting them tax reductions. "To enjoy the benefits of my benevolence, and yet once again pressure me." Luo Hongyan gritted her teeth. Every civil examination year, paper and book prices typically increased, but in the past, the surge had only reached 30 to 40%. Now, upon ascending the throne, she faced an immediate threefold increase. Nangong Ning silently withdrew, having no solutions for such a predicament. "Hongyan, what is the Lin family's background?" Yi Chen inquired. He was aware of the high paper prices 4 years ago, which had peaked at 6 times the usual cost, causing considerable unrest among the populace, with many scholars taking to the streets in protest. Luo Hongyan replied, her tone grave. "The Tianyan dynasty has a lineage of 18,000 years. Some families have existed since the founding of the nation and possess immense power. The Lin family is one such ancient clan. They often monopolize certain industries. 3/10 of the paper in the Tianyan dynasty comes from overseas, 4/10 from the Lin family, and the remaining 3/10 from other papermaking families led by the Lin family. The imperial court has little influence in this regard. 4 years ago, I had to grant them a 50% tax reduction. The revenue from paper taxes is substantial, and conceding such a reduction was a significant compromise." Chapter 51. The new papermaking technique. Yi Chen furrowed his brow and said, "Hongyan, even if the paper from Qian Island is not exported, it shouldn't cause such a drastic surge in paper prices. A tripling right from the start is truly exaggerated, and it may even double again in the future. Can we impose sanctions on the Lin family and others?" Luo Hongyan sighed. "A millennium ago, our ancestors imposed sanctions, and due to various reasons, the Lin family halted production, leading to a paper price increase of over tenfold that year. It created quite a stir. While paper may not be as critical as food, it holds immense importance for scholars. With the imperial examinations approaching, it has become an essential commodity." Yi Chen inquired, "Does the royal family have its own papermaking workshop?" Luo Hongyan nodded. "Indeed, but the paper produced by the royal workshop turns yellow easily, is prone to tearing, and lacks quality. Furthermore, it cannot be mass-produced at a reasonable cost. The royal family wishes to break this situation, yet the paper produced lacks market competitiveness, rendering it useless." Chen presented a list to Luo Hongyan. Hongyan, please start procuring large quantities of the materials on this list. I possess a new paper-making method that can yield superior paper compared to that of the Lin family. Chen smiled, fully aware of the Lin family's paper quality, which tended to be slightly yellowish. Are you serious? Luo Hongyan exclaimed in astonishment. The royal family has long sought to resolve this issue, but has been unable to. Chen affirmed, the paper produced by my method will be significantly cheaper, likely less than one-third the cost of the Lin family's paper. The paper-making process takes some time, but if we employ formations, we can greatly shorten it. The paper-making technique rewarded by the system is merely the conventional method, which requires soaking bamboo for 100 days. We must decompose and wash away the green skin of the bamboo, which is highly time-consuming. However, with the formations, we can reduce this step to just an hour. The materials are quite common. I will have them collected immediately. Luo Hongyan swiftly issued orders, and with the power of the royal family, a large quantity of raw materials could be gathered within a short hour. Hongyan, I have detailed the specific steps for you. If you follow my instructions, even an ordinary person can manage it. The cost will be minimal, though setting up the formations may incur slightly higher expenses, Chen said with a smile. If we have formations in place, the paper can be ready by tomorrow. Please keep the paper-making technique confidential. I trust you will know how to safeguard it. Luo Hongyan nodded. I will step out for a moment. The required formations are simple and can be easily arranged. Hongyan, the head of the Lin family, seeks an audience. Nangong Ning reported after coming in previously when she was absent. Luo Hongyan's eyes glinted with intelligence. The head of the Lin family must be presenting conditions again. Please invite the head of the Lin family in, she commanded. Chen nodded and made his way to the back courtyard. Shortly, Lin Kaiji, the head of the Lin family, arrived before Luo Hongyan. Despite being over 100 years old, his cultivation at the Divine King level made him appear no older than 50. I have met the Emperor, Lin Kaiji said with a slight bow, refraining from kneeling, as ancient families like the Lin family enjoyed certain privileges. Luo Hongyan calmly inquired, head of the Lin family, I have heard of the soaring paper prices. What is the reason behind this? I have already granted the Lin family a tax reduction, and the raw materials for paper making have not increased in price. Lin Kaiji replied nonchalantly, Your Majesty, prices are determined by the market. When there is a shortage of grain, grain prices will soar. Similarly, when there is a paper shortage, paper prices will naturally rise. It's a common occurrence. Suppressing her anger, Luo Hongyan asked, What brings you to see me, head of the Lin family? The paper tax is already quite low. Further reductions are impossible. Lin Kaiji seated himself without permission, saying, Your Majesty, is it acceptable for an old man like me to sit and speak due to my back pain? Luo Hongyan's eyes flashed with cold light. Lin Kaiji was being excessively presumptuous. It was absurd for a divine, king-level expert to complain of back pain. Your Majesty, it is entirely possible to further reduce the paper tax. This is beneficial for scholars across the realm, and a zero tax rate is quite reasonable. I believe it can be lowered by at least half from its current level. Lin Kaiji smiled, confident in his ability to manipulate Luo Hongyan. Previously, there were no conditions. This past year, the emperor has profited substantially from grain and made significant gains in the Oda Empire. Lowering the paper tax should be quite feasible. The paper tax was originally 20% and has now dropped to only 10%. If it were reduced by half, it would only be 5%. The Lin family and others would profit immensely, while the state would suffer considerable losses in paper tax revenue each year. Head of the Lin family, 10% is already quite low. If the Lin family suffers considerable losses, you cannot blame me for being unfeeling. Luo Hongyan stated firmly, Your Majesty, had you possessed such capability, the paper tax would not have been lowered 4 years ago. Within 3 days, the paper tax must be reduced to 5%. If it exceeds 3 days, it must drop to 3%, and if it exceeds 10 days, Your Majesty, you will have no choice but to reduce the paper tax to 0. Lin Kaiji proclaimed arrogantly, viewing Luo Hongyan as merely a young girl unworthy of his regard. The Lin family, an ancient lineage deeply entwined with many powers, could not be easily challenged by the royal family. Your Majesty, remember, 3 days. 5% paper tax will suffice. Lin Kaiji declared before leaving with a flourish. Luo Hongyan felt an ache in her stomach from anger. For years ago, she had compromised, and now Lin Kaiji and his kin sought to pressure her further. Hongyan, was the head of the Lin family always this audacious? Chen entered the hall where Luo Hongyan was present. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hongyan replied, "For years ago, my position as emperor was unstable, and the Lin family's attitude was even worse. At that time, the national treasury was already depleted, and reducing the paper tax by half would have had a significant impact. The Lin family likely calculated that the tax could only be reduced by half back then. Now that the treasury has improved somewhat, they are eyeing further reductions." Luo Hongyan shook her head. "It is not so simple. The Lin family has a lineage of over 10,000 years and wields considerable influence across various industries. Their intermarriages have created complex ties with many factions. Pulling one thread affects the entire tapestry. Numerous royal princesses have previously married into the Lin family." "Hongyan, how long was the previous agreement regarding the paper tax?" Furrowing her brow, Luo Hongyan responded, "For years, and the time is nearly up. The Lin family must have been calculating a further reduction in the paper tax." Chen smiled. "Hongyan, since the Lin family desires a reduction in the paper tax, why not acquiesce to their wishes and lower it to 0%? Luo Hongyan looked at Chen in confusion. Chen continued, "If the paper tax is reduced so drastically, surely the Lin family and others must pay a certain price, such as transferring some papermaking workshops to the royal family. Wouldn't you agree?" The royal family indeed had a papermaking workshop, yet it was small in scale and insufficient in production capacity. Chapter 52. A Missed Opportunity. The united conspiracy. Luo Hongyan gazed at Chen with an unusual expression. If the royal paper mill increased its production capacity, even with zero paper tax, the Lin family's paper would remain unsold. "Chen," she said, "tomorrow I shall discuss this matter with them once more. We shall see if they are willing to compromise. If they are, I have no need for their paper mill. They may continue to profit. With paper ready to be produced tomorrow, she needed to assess the costs and quality. Furthermore, if the Lin family and others were willing to compromise as an emperor, Luo Hongyan saw no reason to contend for such benefits. Indeed, Chen nodded, understanding that Luo Hongyan's perspective differed greatly from that of an ordinary merchant. "Hongyan, you could arrange a meeting with several prominent paper families tomorrow." The 6 major paper families had united to monopolize the industry. "Brother Lin, what did His Majesty say?" inquired Huang Fulong, the head of the Huangfu family, his tone laden with tension. The tripling of paper prices had incited public discontent, and families like the Huangfu felt anxious without the Lin family's resources. Lin Kaiji took a sip of tea and remarked nonchalantly, "Gentlemen, though His Majesty is a monarch, this industry has always been dictated by us. For years prior, the emperor had retreated. Now he could only retreat further. I have given His Majesty 3 days. If the paper tax does not drop to 5% within that time, we shall compel prices to double once more." The head of the Tao family chuckled. "Brother Lin is correct. In this industry, we hold the power. I propose we reduce the paper tax to 0 outright." "Ha ha!" Lin Kaiji declared boldly, "If, after 10 days, His Majesty has not lowered the paper tax, we shall insist on it being reduced to 0. "Agreed. Brother Lin is indeed formidable. We shall advance and retreat together." The others echoed. They believed Luo Hongyan was easy to bully. For years ago, they had forced her to have the paper tax and were not yet satisfied, still desiring further reductions. As night fell, Chen and Luo Hongyan finished their dinner. Luo Hongyan felt somewhat anxious. She had internally permitted Chen to take a step further, yet she was uncertain of his intentions. Lying in bed, Chen instinctively embraced Luo Hongyan, his hand resting on her slender waist. He remained motionless, oblivious to the fact that Luo Hongyan had relaxed her expectations. As the night passed, Chen behaved obediently. To him, simply holding Luo Hongyan while sleeping was immensely satisfying. He dared not contemplate more. "An opportunity has been bestowed upon you, yet you failed to seize it. I shall not grant you another," Luo Hongyan thought. casting a glance at the peacefully slumbering Yichun. If he were aware of her thoughts, he would surely regret his inaction. 2 hours later, Yichun leisurely basked in the sun in the back courtyard of the Purple Dragon Palace, reveling in the warmth bestowed by the sun god's body. Yichun, how comfortable you are, Luo Hongyan remarked, her tone slightly irked. The heads of the 6 major paper families have united to meet with me. You will discuss matters with them shortly. Understood, Yichun replied, irritated by Lin Kaiji's earlier rudeness. It was unacceptable for the 6 families to conspire against his wife. After keeping Lin Kaiji and the others waiting for about 10 minutes, Luo Hongyan and Yichun entered the front hall together. Your Majesty, we pay our respects to you and the Empress. Lin Kaiji and the others greeted. Luo Hongyan waved her hand dismissively. You need not be so formal. Please, take your seats. Lin Kaiji sat down first, exuding an air of confidence, while the other heads of families displayed a similar nonchalance, believing they had Luo Hongyan at a disadvantage. Their influence in the court was considerable, despite their absence. Luo Hongyan spoke calmly, Gentlemen, the matter of the paper tax will be discussed by the Empress and you. The heads of the families exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disdain as they regarded Yichun. Though Luo Hongyan was the emperor, they felt she deserved only a modicum of respect. To them, Yichun was inconsequential. Even as the empress, he was merely a commoner in their eyes, while they had been nobles for millennia. Yichun smiled slightly, esteemed heads. Allow me to be candid. The royal paper mill has developed a new paper-making technique, greatly reducing production costs compared to your current expenses. The quality of the paper is equally superior. Luo Hongyan gazed at Yichun in astonishment. He had stated this so boldly. Lin Kaiji sneered, Your Majesty. That jest is far from amusing. I do not believe a word of it. The heads of the families were well aware of the royal paper mill's shortcomings in technology. In Lin Kaiji's view, Luo Hongyan's silence, while allowing Yichun to speak, indicated that she was constrained by the principle of a monarch must not lie. Yichun responded calmly, Lin family head, I am not jesting. The royal paper mill has indeed achieved significant breakthroughs. If you agree to lower paper prices, the tax can remain at 10%, and the mill will regulate production to ensure you maintain substantial profits. Lin Kaiji scoffed, Your Majesty. Do you think we are mere children? The same terms apply. If the tax is not reduced within 3 days, we have only 2 days left. If the paper tax does not drop to 20%, prices will likely double by the day after tomorrow. Chapter 53. The signing of the contract and the surge in paper prices, Yichun turned his gaze towards the other clan heads. Esteemed gentlemen, do you share the same sentiments as the head of the Lin family? His Majesty is benevolent and willing to grant you an opportunity. I hope you cherish it. The head of the Tao family chuckled. Your Majesty, we do not require such opportunities. A reduction in the paper tax is far more practical. A slight decrease in tax would yield us greater profits, which would naturally motivate an increase in production, thus preventing any future surges in paper prices. The remaining clan heads nodded in agreement. Under the leadership of the Lin family, they would certainly stand together in this matter. Yichun nodded slightly. Gentlemen, I have comprehended your thoughts. If you desire a further reduction in the paper tax, it is not impossible. The royal paper mill is somewhat limited in scale. To manufacture on a larger scale, we require more paper mills. If you provide the mills, we can permanently lower the paper tax for your families. Lin Kaiji's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Your Majesty, are you serious? If we provide the paper mills, we can establish more later, as our technology remains intact. A reduction in the paper tax would be immensely profitable in the long run. Yichun replied coolly, Head Lin, His Majesty is seated beside us, and he has stated that this matter is under my jurisdiction. If your Lin family presents its 3 largest paper mills and contributes 2 million taels of silver, I will ensure your paper tax is reduced to 0. The other 5 families need only contribute 1 million taels of silver each to receive the same benefit. At this juncture, Yichun produced a contract outlining the conditions. Once signed, the expansion of the royal paper mill's output will ultimately be detrimental to your own interests. Lin Kaiji scrutinized the contract with a hint of sarcasm. Your Majesty, doesn't this paper resemble that of our Lin family? We shall sign, with the 3 largest paper mills presented, and an additional 2 million taels of silver. the Lin family would incur a loss of 10 years' worth of profits. We of the Tao family shall sign. We of the Huangfu family shall sign. The remaining 5 clan heads spoke up, their allure toward a zero-tax rate overwhelming. In comparison, 1 million taels of silver seemed trivial. Yi Chen frowned. Gentlemen, there's only one copy of this contract. Each of you must write your own version. This copy requires your signatures and fingerprints to be retained by His Majesty. As the maid presented the ink and paper, they recognized it as high-quality paper produced by the Lin family. Soon, Lin Kaiji and the others completed their contracts and affixed their fingerprints. Ye Chen spoke citernly. Gentlemen, the imperial seal has yet to be affixed. You may still reconsider. This is your final opportunity. Lin Kaiji replied, coolly, Your Majesty. Should the royal family truly produce cheap paper, the Lin family will accept our losses. Yi Chen perceived his demeanor as mere bravado, an attempt to intimidate them. With a decisive slap, Luo Hongyan brought forth the imperial seal and promptly stamped it on Lin Kaiji's contract. Yi Chen turned to the other clan heads, his tone icy. Gentlemen, have you made your decision? His Majesty and I have given our seal of approval. The 5 clan heads approached Luo Hongyan, who, with a stoic expression, stamped each of their contracts with the imperial seal. Yi Chen coldly stated, Now that we have reached this point, there is nothing further to discuss. You may take your leave. Lin Kaiji and the others departed with smiles, believing they had secured a tremendous victory. They traded short-term gains for a millennium of zero paper tax. A remarkable deal. By midday, Luo Hongyan received word that the Lin family had relinquished their 3 largest paper mills, and the required funds had been submitted to the national treasury. In the Lin family, what shall we do next? Should we lower the paper prices? Huang Fulong inquired. Lin Kaiji's eyes gleamed with ambition. Lower them? Why should we? With a zero tax rate, we shall double the paper prices tomorrow. The head of the Tao family laughed heartily. Did not the emperor and empress proclaim that the royal family would produce cheap paper? Deceiving us will incur a price. The empress must bow and apologize. Laughter erupted among the other clan heads. From the discussions among Lu Zhongliang and others, he gleaned that many powerful figures had visited Fengming Palace, conducting thorough inspections. It seems Hongyan is quite concerned for me. Yi Chen mused with a faint smile. Several divine-level experts had scrutinized him in detail. Even the Empress Dowager had not received such treatment. Although it was comforting to sleep beside Hongyan, he found greater ease resting here during the day. Yi Chen reclined on a chair beneath the large willow tree, while Chunlan played the qi nearby, her skill quite commendable. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Early in the morning, paper prices surged. The previous day's prices had already been exorbitant, yet today they had doubled again. Such prices were beyond reach. Soon, the entire Tianyin imperial city was in an uproar, with nearby cities echoing the commotion. It would not be long before paper prices across the entire Tianyin dynasty skyrocketed, inviting further dissent. Luo Hongyan arrived to inform Yi Chen of the current situation. Hongyan, let the 6 great families indulge in their final frenzy. The new 3 paper mills must expedite production. In a few days, we shall release them into the market. Yi Chen smiled. At this moment, the supply is insufficient, and it is imperative that many see the true nature of the 6 great families. The paper tax has been reduced to 0, granting them larger profits. Yet, they continue to inflate prices for exorbitant gains. Luo Hongyan nodded slightly. 2 more days passed, and the paper prices of the entire Tianyin dynasty reached 8 times their usual value. It is worth noting that even in normal times, paper in the Tianyin dynasty was quite expensive, rendering it unaffordable for the impoverished. At 8 times the price, countless people could only sigh in despair. The Lin family grew increasingly audacious. The empress had previously insisted that the royal paper mill would produce cheap paper. Now 3 days have passed. Where is it? Lin Kaiji remarked with a smile, sharing drinks with several prominent figures. One among them said, Head Lin, when do you think the paper prices will decrease? Lin Kaiji replied nonchalantly, The empress has deceived us. Until she provides us with an explanation, it seems unlikely that the paper prices will come down. Chapter 54. The Futures of White Paper, six families stunned in the Fengming Palace. Chen learned of Lin Kaiji's outrageous claims, conveyed by Luo Hongyan, who was visibly infuriated. Hongyan, is this not what we have been anticipating? Chen replied with a smile. When heaven intends to destroy a person, it first drives them to madness. The Lin family is so arrogant that they will find no sympathy when misfortune strikes. Luo Hongyan laid down beside Chen, frowning as she said, I understand this benefits our plan, but the Lin family's audacity still vexes me. For years, they have enjoyed the low paper tax. Do they not think of repaying the emperor's grace? Chen chuckled softly. Hongyan, with a family like the Lins, do you truly expect them to comply obediently? Only when they feel deep pain will they learn to restrain themselves. Have the Liang family and other grain merchants not become more subdued after facing hardship? When Chen mentioned the grain merchants, a faint smile appeared on Luo Hongyan's face. Indeed, the Liang family had become much more compliant. After being struck hard, it would take them nearly a decade to regain their vitality. Chen, when shall we cast our net? Luo Hongyan inquired. The new paper-making technique had significantly increased production speed, yielding a substantial amount in just 3 days. Is it urgent? Chen asked. Luo Hongyan frowned. There is rising discontent across the provinces. If we do not calm it soon, there could be unforeseen troubles. Chen replied, Hongyan, we cannot release the real paper just yet, but we can sell something else. What shall we sell? She asked. Paper futures. Chen responded with a grin. If we release paper now, the Lin family will struggle in business temporarily, but their previous profits remain untouched. The 6 great paper families are still immensely wealthy. Hongyan announced that we will sell white paper worth 10 million taels of silver at half the current price, with a delivery period of 10 days. At 1/3 of the current price, we will sell another 20 million taels, with a delivery period of 1 month. Finally, at the price before the hike, we'll sell 40 million taels, with a delivery period of 3 months. After pondering for a moment, Luo Hongyan exclaimed in surprise, Chen, are you attempting to entice the Lin family into purchasing? Within a month, the price will drop to 1/3. The Lin family would never allow such a scenario, as they do not wish to lose pricing power. Luo Hongyan remarked, what if they choose not to buy? Chen stated if they do not purchase, public sentiment will undoubtedly diminish significantly, offering us an advantage without any drawbacks. Moreover, with such considerable profits at stake, how could the Lin family resist the temptation? Luo Hongyan gazed at Chen, marveling at his intellect. If the Lin family truly buys, they will suffer significant losses once the paper is in their hands. I shall issue a decree at once. Luo Hongyan acted swiftly, and soon her decree was dispatched. The Lin family quickly received the news, suppressing the expected price rise while buying time. Ridiculous. There is no way to procure a large quantity of high-quality white paper from abroad in such a short time. The heads of the 6 great families soon gathered at the Lin residence. With the issuance of such a decree, the expectations for paper prices were immediately affected. Huang Fulong frowned. Gentlemen, could it be that the royal paper mill has truly produced high-quality white paper? If so, their good days are numbered. Lin Kaiji sneered. Huangfu family head, His Majesty wants us to think exactly that. The new paper-making technique is not so easily realized. Besides, even if it were, could they produce such a volume in such a short time? Everyone acquiring these contracts now will stabilize the paper price for 3 months, yielding more profit than we could earn in a decade. This grand opportunity is before us. Shall we abandon it? Huang Fulong felt a twinge of unease. Lin, old friend, we were deceived last time with the grain merchants. It cannot be our turn now, can it? Lin Kaiji replied sternly. Huangfu family head, if you wish to forego this profit, you may do so, but you must stand with us to stabilize the paper price. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Ahem, Lin, I merely harbor a slight doubt. I will join you all in this venture. Huangfu Long coughed lightly. The 6 great paper families had always stood together. If he hesitated now, the others might exclude him from future dealings. Let us discuss the share. Lin Kaiji said gravely, our Lin family shall take half, and the rest you may divide. The total contract amounted to 70 million taels of silver, which the 6 families united to consume. lacking sufficient cash. They borrowed heavily to secure these contracts. Chen, you anticipated this. The bait has been cast, and the Lin family has eagerly bitten. Luo Hongyan smiled as she approached Chen. The 6 great paper families were destined for significant losses, their accumulated wealth rapidly depleting. The public discontent should not be so severe, right? Chen inwitted. Luo Hongyan nodded. The next batch of contracts is due in 10 days. This short time is manageable for everyone to wait. Chen chuckled lightly. In 10 days, besides the paper the Lin family requires, we shall store more to flood the market. Now, the 4 major paper mills were operating at full capacity, yielding high daily outputs. 10 days swiftly passed, and the price of white paper remained at an exorbitant tenfold. Gentlemen, the time for harvest has arrived. As the deadline approaches, I am eager to see how the royal family will manage to produce such a vast quantity of white paper. Haha. Lin Kaiji laughed heartily. The other heads of families also wore smiles, as their sources indicated no abnormalities in neighboring countries or domestically. Family heads, the royal representatives have arrived, claiming to deliver paper. A steward from the Lin family hastily entered the hall where Lin Kaiji and the others were gathered. Their expressions changed instantly as they hurried to the front courtyard. The royal representatives were led by a eunuch beside Luo Hongyan, a figure of 4th-tier divine cultivation. Lin family head, I see you are all gathered here. It seems we need not make multiple trips. The head eunuch, Wu Gonggong, announced in a high-pitched voice. Wu Gonggong, where is the paper? If the quality of the paper provided by the royal family does not meet our standards, we cannot agree. Lin Kaiji said solemnly. Others voiced their concerns. Sensing an ominous turn, that is only to be expected, Wu Gonggong replied, waving his hand, and boxes of white paper began to appear from his spatial treasure. In total, there were several hundred boxes. Lin Kaiji and the others, possessing formidable strength and divine senses, immediately scanned the contents. They soon found themselves wide-eyed in disbelief. All the wooden crates were filled to the brim with pristine white paper, each sheet whiter than snow, surpassing even the Lin family's highest quality paper. Chapter 55. Selling paper at a low price. Encountering the Emperor Lin Kaiji, with trembling hands, opened one of the boxes filled with white paper. As he took out a sheet and felt its texture, his expression darkened further. His expertise in papermaking endowed him with a discerning eye, and from his experience, this paper should not be translucent. It was whiter and possessed superior opacity, far exceeding the quality of the finest paper produced by the Lin family. How could this be? How could the imperial family craft such exceptional paper? The faces of the other clan leaders mirrored his concern. The head of the Tao family immediately produced a brush and ink, attempting to write a few characters. The ink did not bleed through the paper. It was entirely up to standard, even surpassing expectations. Crack, crack. After inspecting several boxes consecutively, each contained the same flawless paper. Grand Eunuch Wu spoke calmly, gentlemen. This is white paper valued at 10 million taels of silver. Should you find it unsatisfactory, His Majesty will invite more experts to conduct an inspection. What do you think? Lin Kaiji took a deep breath and replied, Grand Eunuch Wu, there is no issue with this batch of white paper. We shall accept it. Thank you for your trouble. Lin Kaiji and the others presented the first contract to Grand Eunuch Wu, who promptly departed with his attendants. The head of the Tao family's eyes sparkled with insight. Everyone, do not panic. The imperial family must have invested exorbitant costs to produce this batch of paper, aiming to disrupt our strategies. If we allow the price of paper to plummet now, the imperial family could purchase our paper at a loss to us. Lin Kaiji inhaled deeply and solemnly stated, what the Tao family head says is correct. The quantity of this batch is not substantial. It is entirely plausible that the imperial family has produced such paper at any cost. Is it beyond our capabilities to produce paper of this caliber? The costs are simply too high. Several clan leaders nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was the only perspective they could adopt under the circumstances. Master, it's bad news. The Imperial Paper Company has begun selling white paper at prices lower than before, now at half the previous rate. The steward of the Lin family rushed in, panic evident in his demeanor. The head of the Tao family's expression shifted, Are they out of their minds selling at such low prices? The head of the Zheng family interjected. They likely wish to convey that they are not short on paper and can produce it cheaply, applying pressure upon us. Our course of action should be to match the Imperial Paper Company's prices, accepting whatever they sell. The steward of the Lin family replied, but Zheng family head, that may not be feasible. The white paper from the Imperial Paper Company is in limited supply. Each person is restricted to purchasing only 10 sheets per day. Lin Kaiji's face darkened. We must investigate. The Imperial Paper Company had numerous outlets within the Tianyin Imperial City, and the group soon arrived at the nearest one. A long queue snaked outside, with those who managed to purchase the paper radiating joy. Such high-quality white paper at such low prices made them feel as if they had struck gold. Brother Lin, our paper Huangfu long hesitated. Previously, many might not have criticized them, as white paper in the market was priced high. Now, if they maintained their high prices, they would undoubtedly face severe backlash. Their prices were tenfold the previous rates, while the official sale was merely half of what it used to be, a 20-fold price difference. Furthermore, the quality of the official paper was vastly superior. Lin Kaiji's expression darkened further. He had already overheard some people beginning to voice their grievances, and he knew that many more would soon follow. We must continue to uphold our high prices, Lin Kaiji declared solemnly. They had to gamble. If prices fell, they would incur losses amounting to millions of taels. Indeed, the heads of the Tao and other families nodded in agreement. If they succeeded, they would profit immensely. If they faltered, they would suffer catastrophic losses. Days passed, and the outcry against the imperial court faded, replaced by countless grievances directed at the 6 great families. The 6 great families gritted their teeth and held firm. Within the palace, Chen leisurely basked in the autumn sun, feeling its warmth enveloping him. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through his body, swiftly enhancing both his physique and spirit. Chen's cultivation broke through to the 5th stage of the Divine Emperor realm, his combat prowess reaching the 9th stage of the Divine Emperor realm. He was merely a step away from the level of an emperor. Ecstatic, Chen smiled. Although the latter stages of advancement became increasingly arduous, his pace of improvement remained commendably swift. Additionally, he was greeted with the opportunity to sign in. Where should he sign? Chen pondered. The Demon Suppression Tower had favorable signing effects, but the presence of the royal ancestor made it less appealing. Even with his current strength at the 9th stage of the Divine Emperor realm, the Zilong Palace and Fengming Palace offered frequent signing opportunities. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager requests your presence in the Wanshou Palace, Lu Zhongliang respectfully announced. His powers still hovered at the 9th stage of the Divine Emperor realm, as he had yet to receive the demonic crystal from Chen. Wanshou Palace? Chen paused. Having been in the palace for over a year, he had only visited Wanshou Palace once during his wedding, and even then, he had not met the emperor. Yes, Empress Dowager. Chen felt puzzled. What could the emperor want with him? He remained vigilant towards the emperor, as he believed it was unreasonable for the emperor to have passed the throne to Luo Hongyan. Luo Yuanmu was the emperor's eldest son, and his innate abilities were not lacking. The emperor possessed the 9th stage of the Divine Emperor realm, and Chen was currently at the same level. Shortly, Chen arrived outside Fengming Palace. Despite his doubts, he felt no fear. They were all at the 9th stage of the Divine Emperor realm. Who was to fear whom? Possessing the ability to transform 72 times. Even if he encountered a typical emperor-level figure, he felt confident in his capacity to escape. Let us depart. Chen settled into his phoenix carriage, which followed the eunuchs from the Wanshou Palace toward their destination. Luo Hongyan was in morning court and had not received any news. At Wanshou Palace, the Yangxin Hall, and the emperor's other concubines' palaces were situated in the southwestern part of the rear palace, entirely separated from the other areas by tall walls. After about 20 minutes, Chen's phoenix carriage arrived at Wanshou Palace. Your Majesty, we greet you. The Wanshou Palace had attendants waiting outside for their arrival, led by an elderly eunuch whom Chen had encountered before. At that time, Chen was unaware of the eunuch's strength now. He could assess that this elderly eunuch was even stronger than the eunuch Yan by Luo Hongyan's side, possessing the 9th stage of the Divine Emperor realm. Eunuch Wang, you are too kind. Yi Chen smiled slightly, growing increasingly wary. What was the emperor's intention? He did not require protection due to his own strength, yet had such a formidable expert at his side, seemingly without allowing him to assist the newly crowned empress. Your Majesty, please follow me. Eunuch Huang explained that the emperor often secluded himself for cultivation, and it was rare for him to take a break. Since the empress had married the emperor had not yet met her, wishing to foster their understanding. Yi Chen nodded lightly. As a junior, I should have taken the initiative to pay my respects if I had known the emperor had time. Soon, Yi Chen followed Eunuch Huang into the main hall of Wanshou Palace, where the emperor, Luo Hongyan, awaited. Chapter 56. The Eternal Emperor Indulgent Benefits the Junior. Yi Chen pays his respects to the Supreme Emperor. Yi Chen respectfully saluted. On the day after his wedding, he and Luo Hongyan came to visit. If they encountered Luo Hongyan, he was expected to kneel and present tea. However, not kneeling now seemed inconsequential. In Luo Hongyan's eyes, a flicker of brilliance ignited. He had anticipated Yi Chen would kneel upon seeing him, yet he remained standing. Haha, Yi Chen, there is no need for such formalities. I have heard of your exceptional talent in chess. Come, let's engage in a match, and you shall join me for lunch afterward, Luo Hongyan cheerfully suggested, appearing entirely unperturbed by Yi Chen's lack of deference. As you command, Yi Chen nodded in acquiescence. Luo Hongyan moved to the chessboard while Yi Chen took a seat opposite him. It did not take long for Yi Chen to ascertain that Luo Hongyan's chess skills were merely at the master level. He unleashed his own master-level prowess, resulting in a fierce contest. Once the game concluded, Luo Hongyan chuckled, Yi Chen, I have heard you possess divine chess skills. Surely, you're holding back. Let's play again, and do not spare me this time. Indeed, your Supreme Majesty, Yi Chen replied, and with Luo Hongyan seeking a challenge. He unleashed his full strength in the second match. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Luo Hongyan was compelled to concede defeat. Such divine prowess is truly remarkable. It appears I shall never reach such heights in this lifetime. Luo Hongyan lamented. Yi Chen, I have been informed that the potatoes were your contribution, and you have assisted Hongyan greatly. The national treasury has flourished significantly due to your efforts, and I must extend my heartfelt gratitude. Yi Chen coughed lightly. As long as your Supreme Majesty does not hold my actions against me, I can refrain from intervening in state affairs in the future. Luo Hongyan laughed heartily. What intervention in state affairs is this? Moreover, I've already stepped back from governance. I am no longer in a position to manage such matters. By the way, I have also heard of your exceptional calligraphy. Would you be so kind as to inscribe a few characters for me? Yi Chen readily obliged, sensing that Luo Hongyan seemed to be probing his true capabilities. In the study, a maid had already prepared the ink and brush, and they proceeded there. Eternal Emperor, Yi Chen swiftly pinned the characters on the rice paper, exuding an imposing aura. Gong Huang inhaled sharply. This flattery is remarkable. Luo Hongyan gazed upon the four characters, his heart swelling with emotion. Yi Chen, I am unworthy of such grand titles. I hope Hongyan surpasses me in the future. Haha. Luo Hongyan laughed heartily. Your calligraphy is indeed of divine caliber. Impressive. His eyes gleamed with delight as he admired the characters, which he found particularly appealing. Your Supreme Majesty is indeed worthy. Though I rushed over without a gift, allow me to present this piece of calligraphy to you. Yi Chen smiled. Very well. I shall graciously accept. Luo Hongyan replied with a smile. Now, let us enjoy some wine together. It is time for lunch. After a few cups, Yi Chen's eyes grew hazy. This was no ordinary wine. He suppressed his cultivation, utilizing only his acquired level of strength, making him wholly unable to withstand the effects of the alcohol. Your Supreme Majesty, I cannot drink any more. I must take my leave. Yi Chen stammered as he wobbled to his feet, and Luo Hongyan did not urge him to drink further. Gong Huang, what is your opinion? Luo Hongyan inquired calmly. Your Supreme Majesty, during chess and calligraphy, Yi Chen exhibited no significant power fluctuations. Combined with several cups of wine, he is indeed only at the acquired level of cultivation. Gong Huang respectfully replied. Luo Xingyuan nodded slightly. He had heard of Yi Chen's situation and had initially doubted whether he was merely pretending to be a master. If a top-tier expert were to infiltrate the Tianyin imperial palace and ascend as the emperor or empress, it could lead to significant issues. This young man possesses extraordinary talent. It would indeed be a pity for him to become emperor or empress. The eternal emperor feels he may still fall short of such qualifications. Luo Xingyuan's gaze turned profound. The supreme emperor's sudden summoning of Yi Chen caused concern. Hongyan, come here. Yi Chen feigned drunkenness, seizing the rare opportunity. It would be unseemly not to take advantage of it. Why are you drunk? Yi Chen wrapped his arms around Luo Hongyan, who did not evade him, allowing him to hold her tightly. Hongyan, you smell delightful. Yi Chen rested his head on her shoulder, his lips brushing against her fair neck. Luo Hongyan's face flushed, and her neck turned crimson. Yi Chen, you are drunk. You should rest, she said, lifting him effortlessly into the air, swiftly bringing him to his bedroom. Hongyan, let me steal a kiss. Just one, and then I shall sleep, Yi Chen murmured, his words slurred as he leaned in for a kiss. Luo Hongyan hesitated momentarily before yielding to his kiss, and Yi Chen audaciously extended his tongue. Minutes passed before she blushed and pulled away. Yi Chen felt a surge of joy. This incident revealed to him that Luo Hongyan likely harbored feelings for him, which were not insignificant. Otherwise, even in a drunken state, she would not have permitted such intimacy. The relationship with his wife has finally made a breakthrough. Yi Chen blissfully drifted into slumber. Upon awakening in the afternoon, Yi Chen smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to sign in. The Wanshou Palace, where the Supreme Emperor resided, promised delightful rewards for signing in. When Luo Hongyan arrived at Fengming Palace and saw Yi Chen, her gaze held a hint of awkwardness. Yi Chen thought it fortuitous that he had forgotten to sign in, providing him an opportunity to visit Wanshou Palace again. Hongyan, I seem to recall kissing you, he said. Do not speak of it. Luo Hongyan glared at him. In her heart, she understood that Yi Chen's drunkenness had allowed for a slight relaxation, but if he were to propose another kiss now, she would undoubtedly refuse. Ahem, let us depart. Yi Chen refrained from teasing her further. It would be difficult to pursue affection if he annoyed her. On the way, Luo Hongyan inquired about Yi Chen's morning at Wanshou Palace. After hearing his account, she believed the Supreme Emperor was merely attempting to gauge Yi Chen's true abilities. 20 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived once more at Wanshou Palace. System, I wish to sign in twice. Yi Chen thought, given the rare opportunity, signing in only once seemed wasteful. Signing in 3 times consecutively could lead to an increased chance of receiving a solitary reward. Upon signing in at Wanshou Palace, he received an S-level reward, a century of lifespan. It could be equipped or gifted to others. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed. A century of lifespan was indeed remarkable. However, he had no immediate need for it, as he possessed divine-level cultivation and approximately 700 to 800 years of lifespan. Once he achieved the Emperor level, his lifespan would extend even further. After signing in at Wanshou Palace, he received an A-level reward, divine culinary skills, with knowledge of various cuisines from his past life. Hearing the system's announcement, Yi Chen felt his mouth water. The dishes prepared by the palace chefs were not subpar, yet they paled in comparison to the delicacies of his previous life. Chapter 57. The Birthday of the Radiant Beauty and the Culinary Contest. Yi Chen, you shall remain in the Purple Dragon Palace tonight. Today marks my birthday, proclaimed Luo Hongyan, gazing pensively out the window. Yi Chen was taken aback. Was it indeed Luo Hongyan's birthday? During his year in the palace, he had never learned the date of her birth, as she had never mentioned it, nor had anyone else. Is today truly your birthday, Hongyan? Yi Chen inquired, sensing an oddity, as the former emperor had not alluded to this at all. Luo Hongyan replied coolly, Do you think I would deceive you? Yi Chen pondered. It seemed her gloomy mood was indeed influenced by the former emperor. Even a verbal blessing would have sufficed, but none was given. Was this the infamous royal indifference? Or did the former emperor not genuinely intend to pass the throne to her? Yi Chen felt increasingly uneasy. Such a situation felt peculiar. The royal indifference could not merely be explained away like this. Last year on your birthday, you did not inform me, he remarked, shooting a glance at Luo Hongyan. Last year, you had only recently entered the palace. We were not well acquainted, she replied nonchalantly. Regardless, I was the empress by then, Yi Chen retorted. Your claim of unfamiliarity stings. Moreover, I still do not know when your birthday is. Luo Hongyan responded, and I still do not know when your birthday is either. With a touch of indignation, Yi Chen stated, Hongyan, you are the sovereign and I am the empress. If you do not know my birthday and have no gift, whose fault is that, mine or yours? This left Luo Hongyan speechless. You have a point. She realized that, as the emperor, she ought to show concern and present gifts on his birthday. I shall make amends and provide you with a gift, she finally conceded after a long silence. Yi Chen felt a surge of joy. In his previous life, it was customary for men to give gifts. If the gifts were not to their partner's liking, they would certainly hear about it. Hongyan, there is no need for that. My birthday falls in winter on the first day of the 12th month. I am 2 years your senior, he replied with a chuckle. Luo Hongyan silently noted this. Previously, she had not cared whether Yi Chen celebrated his birthday, but now it mattered to her. Soon, Luo Hongyan's imperial carriage arrived at the Purple Dragon Palace, and Yi Chen took her hand as they disembarked. Sister Hongyan, brother-in-law, we have been waiting for you. Upon entering the palace, they were greeted by the cheerful voice of Luo Yudi, who had come with concubine Shu. Concubine Shu greeted Yi Chen warmly, having anticipated his visit this year. Hongyan, since today is your birthday, I shall take care of dinner. You needn't instruct the kitchen to prepare anything. Just have them send over a variety of fresh ingredients. Yi Chen smiled, determined to make a good impression for his wife's birthday. The exquisite dishes crafted with his divine culinary skills would surely delight Luo Hongyan. Can you cook? Luo Hongyan asked, puzzled. Realization dawned on her, and she felt a twinge of guilt. Yi Chen had been an orphan since childhood. Surely having learned to fend for himself and cook. Then I shall taste your culinary skills today, she said with a light laugh, though she remained skeptical of his abilities. Nevertheless, his willingness to try was commendable. A plethora of fresh ingredients soon arrived, and the sizable kitchen in the Purple Dragon Palace would finally see some use. System. Activate divine culinary skills. Yi Chen commanded silently. An influx of information flooded his mind, and he instantly mastered the recipes of various cuisines from his past life. Even the finest imperial chefs from before would pale in comparison to his current prowess. To his surprise, a spice gift pack he had received from a previous sign-in was now coming in handy. A smile spread across his face. Half an hour later, Yi Chen completed 12 dishes, more than sufficient for the 4 of them. Bring them out, he ordered, and immediately, maidens entered to carry the covered dishes into the dining area of the Purple Dragon Palace. He went to summon Luo Hongyan and the others for dinner. Upon entering the main hall, he was astonished to find a man present, a strikingly handsome one at that. Greetings, your majesties. I am Situ Ren from the Situ family. Upon learning of your birthday, I personally prepared some delicacies for your enjoyment, the man said with a smile while bowing. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, recognizing Situ Ren as the second son of the Situ family. Wei Yutong had previously approached him, suggesting that the Situ family wished for Situ Ren to become the imperial consort. Yi Chen had admonished Wei Yutong at the time, believing the matter to be settled. It appeared Situ Ren was still intent on pursuing this opportunity. Luo Hongyan communicated telepathically. Yi Chen, Situ Ren, is the second son of the Southwest King. He requested entry, and it would be improper to deny him. Yi Chen smiled at Luo Hongyan, appreciating her eagerness to explain. It was commendable that she, as the empress, felt the need to clarify. Situ Ren, I too have cooked today. Should your majesty find my dishes unsatisfactory, you may sample yours afterward, Yi Chen said with a gentle smile. Situ Ren replied with confidence, absolutely. He was certain of his culinary skills. Before entering the palace, Yi Chen had cooked for ordinary folk, but the food of the nobility was an entirely different realm. He doubted he could recognize the finest ingredients. If he could capture Luo Hongyan's heart through her palate, Situ Ren believed he would have a chance. As for Yi Chen's opposition, as long as Luo Hongyan consented, what could Yi Chen do? Your Majesty, Aunt Shu, and Chang Lu, let us proceed to dine, Yi Chen suggested with a smile. Luo Hongyan and the others promptly followed him to the dining area, with Situ Ren trailing behind. carrying a large food box. "Your Majesty, if your dishes turn out mediocre, do not press the emperor to eat. After all, it is his birthday," Situ Rin said somewhat disdainfully. "Brother-in-law's cooking is bound to be delicious." Luo Yudi shot a glare at Situ Run, finding him quite bothersome. Situ Run retorted coolly, "Princess Chonglu, that may not be the case. As far as I know, the Empress has spent her time in the palace reading and basking in the sun, living quite leisurely, to ensure the Emperor enjoys a delightful meal. I have diligently practiced with top chefs for 6 months." Yi Chun chuckled. "Situ Run, I shall have a word with the Emperor about appointing you to the kitchen staff." Laughter erupted from Chong Lu, unable to contain herself. Situ Rin's face flushed. His ambition was to become the imperial consort, ultimately replacing Yi Chun as the Empress, not to be relegated to the kitchen. Chapter 58. Exquisite cuisine and promises of union. Yi Chun paid no further attention to Situ Run, whose aspirations to become the Empress were nothing short of fanciful. Luo Hongyan had already promised him that if he achieved innate level prowess within 5 years, she would not seek the Empress. At present, he had already reached the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm. "Hongyan, Shui, Changle, allow me to introduce you," Yi Chun said with a smile, lifting the silver cover from one of the dishes. "This is West Lake vinegar fish. This one is Dompa pork, steamed wuchang fish." Buddha jumps over the wall. One by one, Yi Chun introduced each dish, all of which appeared exquisitely presented, releasing an irresistible aroma upon the unveiling. Si Tu Wei, several meters away, could smell the rich fragrance and could not help but swallow hard. Even from just the appearance and scent, he was convinced that the flavors of these dishes would be nothing short of exceptional. "Hongyan, happy birthday. From now on, I will be at your side for every birthday," Yi Chun declared with a smile. Luo Hongyan gazed at the table laden with dishes. Her heart moved. This was a birthday celebration unlike any other. Luo Hongyan nodded gently. Her gaze toward Yi Chun infused with deeper affection. Despite being an empress, she was still a woman of 23, easily touched, especially with Yi Chun already occupying a special place in her heart. Meanwhile, Situ Rin's expression darkened. The discomfort of witnessing this display of affection was palpable. He was not blind and could clearly see the depth of Luo Hongyan's feelings for Yi Chun. The rumors that she rarely visited Fengming Palace and that Yi Chun was merely a talisman for the Empress were nothing but baseless gossip. Xu Fei smiled, believing that the love between Luo Hongyan and Yi Chun was worth more than anything else. "Sister Hongyan, you must eat. I can't hold back any longer. Changle, you go ahead and eat." Luo Hongyan laughed, and knowing that her companions would not start without her, she picked up her chopsticks first. Luo Hongyan prepared herself to eat, even if the food might not meet her expectations. Yet, upon tasting it, she was stunned. It was extraordinarily delicious. The flavors were vastly superior to those of the royal cuisine, not just comparable, but far more delightful. "Yay, let's dig in," Luo Hongyan exclaimed, and Luo Yudi immediately followed suit, nearly swallowing her own tongue in excitement. Brother-in-law, this is so delicious." "Sister Hongyan, mother, you must try this, it's amazing," Luo Yudi exclaimed in astonishment, feeling that the taste surpassed that of the royal chefs. A smile spread across Yi Chun's face. His divine culinary skills were no joke. The flavors reminded him of home, and he soon joined in, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia for the people and things of his past life. Having grown up as an orphan, he had few friends. "Your cooking surpasses that of the royal chefs," Xu Fei remarked after sampling a few dishes, genuinely impressed. Yi Chun chuckled. "Perhaps it's simply that you are tired of the royal chef's dishes, making mine seem better by comparison." Luo Hongyan shook her head. "Yi Chun, Xu Fei is right. The royal chef's cuisine truly pales in comparison to yours. You have put in great effort." With that, Luo Hongyan continued eating. And Xu Fei and Changle were not idle either. The 12 dishes were nearly consumed by the group. Luo Hongyan, Xu Gui Fei, and Princess Changle typically ate little. Yet this meal was at least 3 times their usual portion. "Your Majesty, Empress, I refuse to concede. I want to taste something to compare." Situ Rin finally spoke up. Yi Chun glanced at the table, now littered with remnants and leftover broth. Go ahead, Yi Chen replied calmly. Situ Ren served himself a small bowl of soup. The last remnants from the Buddha jumps over the wall dish. Upon tasting it, he was left speechless. The soup was incredibly flavorful. He felt as though everything he usually ate was mere refuse. In a daze, he drank every drop of the soup, then departed with his food box, utterly defeated. He had intended to impress Luo Hongyan with his own culinary creations, but found himself utterly outmatched by Yi Chen. Brother-in-law, I can't eat anymore. Your cooking is too delicious. You are amazing. Luo Yudi gushed in admiration. Luo Hongyan cast a wary glance at Luo Yudi. She regarded her as a sister, willing to share everything with her, but her man was another matter entirely. Xu Fei sighed inwardly. If only Yi Chen were not the empress. She understood Luo Yudi's infatuation with him. The girl often mentioned him within the palace. However, given her youth, Luo Yudi might not fully realize her feelings for Yi Chen. It seemed urgent to arrange a marriage for Chang'e. After a brief rest, Xu Fei and Luo Yudi departed from Zilong Palace. In previous years, they would have spent more time with Luo Hongyan, but now, with Yi Chen by her side, she was no longer alone. Yi Chen, accompany me for a stroll in the imperial garden, Luo Hongyan said. Yi Chen nodded slightly, taking her delicate hand in his as they walked into the garden. The attendants and eunuchs, witnessing this, were astonished. Although they had been married for over a year, Luo Hongyan and Yi Chen had never walked hand in hand like this before. Your poem from last time was quite lovely, Luo Hongyan remarked softly. Yi Chen felt a surge of joy. Luo Hongyan was subtly requesting another love poem, indicating that their relationship was blossoming quickly. Perhaps soon they could consummate their union. In the heavens, may we be like the winged birds. On earth, may we be like intertwined branches, Yi Chen said, smiling at Luo Hongyan. Luo Hongyan savored his words, her smile growing even more radiant. Yi Chen, grant me a little more time. Once I break through to the divine emperor realm, we shall consummate our union, Luo Hongyan whispered. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though her voice was low, his divine emperor-level hearing captured her words with clarity. Luo Hongyan was now at the 8th level of the divine king realm, and within a year, she could surely reach the divine emperor level. Must we wait for the divine emperor level? Yi Chen inquired, his anticipation palpable. There was no helping it. His wife was too beautiful, and he was eager to solidify their bond. Luo Hongyan's eyes gleamed. My position as empress is more stable than before, yet I remain cautious, as if treading on thin ice. Losing my throne would be catastrophic. If I attain the divine emperor level, my position will be more secure. Yi Chen nodded gently, acknowledging that if Luo Hongyan were still pure, her cultivation speed would increase significantly. I will wait for you, Yi Chen replied with a smile. A year was not an eternity. Furthermore, in the future, if he obtained valuable items for Luo Hongyan, her speed of advancement would only accelerate. The moonlight tonight is splendid. Let us enjoy the view, Luo Hongyan suggested, lifting Yi Chen into the air. In a short time, they reached the moon-viewing terrace in the imperial garden. As they sat together, Yi Chen embraced Luo Hongyan. She hesitated for a moment before resting her head on his shoulder, feeling a sense of tranquility long forgotten. Chapter 59. Substantial loans and the purchase of white paper. The night was long and dark, and under the cover of darkness, Yi Chen successfully ascended the mountain, only to be swiftly driven down by Luo Hongyan. He vaguely remembered how vast the mountain was. Yi Chen rose from his slumber and saluted Nangongning. With a chuckle, he mused that Luo Hongyan must be feeling shy and required some time to gather herself. Days passed, and Situ Ren found himself in a state of despair after leaving the palace. Situ Yin arrived to see him. Although they were both in the Tianyin imperial city, they resided in separate houses. Situ Ren sighed. He encountered Luo Hongyan, and she is indeed as breathtaking as the legends suggest, even more beautiful than depicted in paintings. Perhaps even celestial maidens pale in comparison. Yet, I harbor no hope of becoming the empress. Even if I were to achieve that, usurping Yi Chen's position as empress is nearly impossible. Situ Yin patted his brother's shoulder. Brother, I previously warned you that Yi Chen is not one to be trifled with, but you did not heed my caution. Si Tuyan's expression shifted dramatically. Have you lost your mind? Collaborating with Prince Mu on an assassination of the Empress? That would leave us with a significant liability in his hands. Si Tuyan replied solemnly, Elder brother, think about it. If we were to collaborate and the news were to leak, who would be more fearful? We possess leverage over Prince Mu, but he also has leverage over us. Within the palace, the absence of Eunuch Wang and Eunuch Kai was alarming. They were likely dead. Outside, the death of Prime Minister Pei indicated that the underlying struggles were exceedingly fierce. Si Tuyan furrowed his brow, recalling his own ailment. He still needed to consult Yi Chen each month. What would he do if Yi Chen were to perish and no one could resolve his issues? Brother, this matter is of great importance and cannot be decided by the two of us. We must inform Father and let him make the call. You must stop moping around. Participate in various events to showcase yourself. Your chances of becoming Empress will only increase. Si Tuyan spoke earnestly. Yes, elder brother. Si Tuyan nodded, feeling rejuvenated. Having thoughts and a plan was already a step in the right direction. With Yi Chen's demise, Luo Hongyan would undoubtedly seek an Empress, faced with internal and external troubles. If Luo Hongyan were to choose someone from the Si Tu family as Empress, it could stabilize the situation. Si Tuyan continued, Brother, my visit was not solely to see you. I wish to discuss the situation with Prince Mu. We must tread carefully, but we can engage with the 6 major paper-making families. The Lin family, in particular, is under significant pressure. The royal paper is being sold at an incredibly low price, while the 6 families' prices are 20 times higher, drawing countless complaints daily. Si Tuyan inquired, Elder brother, how can we assist? Si Tuyan replied with a faint smile. The royal price is set so low. Can the actual cost be that inexpensive? It is a lie. We can provide substantial funding to enable the 6 major paper families to purchase large quantities of white paper at a 3rd batch price. If the royal family refuses to sell, it would imply their costs are not low. Si Tuyan's eyes brightened. In that case, the 6 major paper families would owe us a favor. Si Tuyan nodded slightly. These families have a long-standing heritage, especially the Lin family, whose strength is formidable. Even if we incur slight losses, allying with such families is beneficial. We must thank the Empress. Previously, it was challenging to court the Lin family. The 6 families operate a monopolistic business and rarely seek assistance. Indeed, Si Tuyan agreed, Elder brother, I support this plan. As the heir of the Si Tu family, Si Tuyan and Si Tuyan, the 2nd son, reached a consensus, and the plan could be set into motion, utilizing substantial funds from the Si Tu family. Soon, Si Tuyan and his associates discreetly reached out to the 6 major paper-making families, offering 60 million taels of silver for the purchase of vast quantities of white paper, with the profits and losses shared equally between the Si Tu family and the 6 paper-making families. Are you certain about purchasing an additional 60 million taels worth of white paper? Yi Chen asked softly. Lin Kaiji and others approached Luo Hongyan, with Yi Chen overseeing the matter, and Luo Hongyan insisted on negotiating with them. Empress, you heard correctly. Lin Kaiji responded solemnly. Yi Chen fell silent for a moment before stating, Head of the Lin family, I advise you to proceed with caution. You have already purchased a significant quantity. Who will you sell the additional paper to? Even if the royal family ceases sales, it would take a decade for the Tianyan dynasty to consume that much paper. Lin Kaiji and the others felt a surge of unease. Yi Chen's words seemed to indicate a lack of confidence. The cost of paper may be significantly higher than the current selling price. Empress, you need not worry about that. We have our methods, Lin Kaiji replied cheerfully. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Head of the Lin family, the emperor is a sovereign, while you are subjects. If the royal family profits from this and drives you to desperation, it would not reflect well on us. Perhaps it is best to reconsider this transaction. The head of the Tao family chuckled lightly. Empress, even if we incur losses, the narrative of being driven to desperation will pass. The 6 major paper families have a long-standing foundation. If the emperor has such concerns, we can specify in the contract that it is our strong request to purchase. Lin Kaiji and the other 5 heads nodded in agreement. The Si Tu family would cover the expenses, sharing the risk, and they felt untroubled. Furthermore, given Yi Chen's current predicament, the royal family should be unable to withstand the pressure. Yi Chen sipped his tea, remaining silent for an extended period. Lin Kaiji and the others busied themselves, preparing the contract and graciously adding new clauses, indicating it was their strong request for the royal family to sell the fourth batch of paper. They even noted that the emperor and empress had clearly informed them of the risks and had advised them against it. Empress, do you wish to add any further clauses to this contract? If so, please let us know, and we shall amend it. Lin Kaiji smiled, confident that Yi Chen's reaction indicated the royal family's paper production costs were not as low as claimed, and perhaps quite the opposite. The quantity of the first batch was not substantial, and the price they offered was not low. The royal family likely did not suffer significant losses, possibly even making a small profit. However, for the second batch, the price was merely 3.3 times the original normal price, indicating that the royal family might incur losses. Yi Chen's expression remained indifferent. Gentlemen, once the emperor's seal is affixed, there will be no opportunity for you to retract your agreement. I shall grant you one final quarter of an hour to ponder this. Lin Kaiji chuckled. Empress, it appears there are no issues with the terms. We need not deliberate further. With that, Lin Kaiji was the first to inscribe his name on the contract and affix his seal. This batch of paper was to be delivered within a year, neither early nor late. Empress, we are earnest in our purchase, they exclaimed. Please urge the emperor to affix his seal promptly. The heads of the Tao family soon signed their names and affixed their seals, all wearing radiant smiles. Chapter 60. The Tao's father's birthday and the imperial celebration. With a decisive gesture, Luo Hongyan sealed the imperial decree. 2 identical copies were created, and the 6 prominent paper-making families departed with one contract in hand, their satisfaction evident. Yi Chen mused that the 6 great families would likely be infuriated upon discovering this. Luo Hongyan meticulously stored the other contract, remarking that it was a delightful surprise to realize that an external force had supported them, as the 60 million taels of silver were beyond their immediate reach. I have no knowledge of it. Luo Hongyan shook her head. The Tianyan dynasty had thrived for 18,000 years, and some factions within its borders had even more ancient lineages. While the common people were impoverished, there were powerful factions with considerable wealth. The imperial treasury had never rivaled their riches. It was only since Yi Chen's arrival that the treasury began to flourish. The 60 million taels could yield substantial profits. Those around Lin Kaiji mistakenly believed that the royal family was selling the imperial paper at a loss, when in reality, the price merely represented the cost incurred by the Lin family and others. The actual cost of the royal paper was only half of this price. Thus, at least 45 million taels would be profit, and from the earlier 70 million, at least 55 million taels would be profit, bringing the total profit to an astounding 100 million taels. It would typically take a decade to accumulate such wealth through standard sales. Yi Chen chuckled it. Regardless of which faction has chosen to interfere at this moment, they are bound to fall into their own trap. Indeed, Luo Hongyan nodded in agreement. Yi Chen, you shall accompany me to the palace shortly. The Tao's father is approaching his 400th birthday, and he is nearing the end of his days. Yi Chen inquired, Hongyan, the Tao commands the military, correct? Does he support you? Indeed, Luo Hongyan affirmed, while the Tao oversees the military and as the emperor I have his apparent support. I cannot guarantee his unwavering loyalty. In the Tianyan dynasty, the Tao held military command, while the Taisher served as the civil leader. The prime minister held a slightly higher position, possessing certain jurisdictions over both military and state affairs, yet his power was balanced against that of the Tao and Taisher. The military authority of the prime minister did not surpass that of the Tao. Yi Chen reassured her, Hongyan, your innate talent is exceptional, nearly reaching the divine emperor level. As a practitioner, the Tao should recognize your capabilities, so have confidence. Luo Hongyan nodded slightly. This visit was essential for her, and Yi Chen's presence would be advantageous. If the Tao's support for her were to strengthen, it would embolden Wei Yutong's stance as well. Yi Chen, your calligraphy is indeed a splendid gift, but with the passing of Prime Minister Pei, it is now inappropriate to present it. Luo Hongyan sighed. After Yi Chen had gifted his calligraphy, the Prime Minister had passed away. Although there was no direct connection, there were concerns about how others might perceive it. Hongyan, prepare a gift, Chen suggested with a smile. As the emperor, there were certainly many treasures within the royal treasury. Indeed, Luo Hongyan nodded slightly. An hour later, Chen and the others exited the palace, flanked by 5,000 elite black dragon guards. Their imperial carriage and Chen's phoenix carriage arrived at the Tai's residence half an hour later, where a multitude of guests had already gathered. Prime Minister Wei Yutong had arrived, but Tai Shipeng was absent, having an unresolved conflict with the Tai. Prince Mu also did not attend, as imperial law prohibited princes from becoming too close with the Tai. Your Majesty, Your Highness. Tai Dong greeted them with a bow, accompanied by many other guests who followed suit. In the crowd, Chen spotted Situ Yin and Situ Run, along with Lin Kaiji among them. Luo Hongyan raised her hand. Everyone, no need for formalities. I'm merely a guest today. Thank you, Your Majesty. The crowd responded in unison. Soon, Chen and the others were welcomed into the Tai's residence. A faint smile graced Chen's face. He had never been here before, and it was an opportunity to make a mark. He had only utilized 2 of the month's 3 opportunities. Your Majesty, my father is a mere shadow of his former self, unable to greet you in person. I beg your forgiveness. They were informed upon meeting the elder Tai. He appeared frail, with deep wrinkles and white hair, emanating an aura of impending death. He sat in a wheelchair, striving to maintain an upright posture. In his prime, the elder Tai had been a soldier and had achieved the rank of general, possessing divine emperor-level prowess. Typically, a strong practitioner at the divine emperor level could live for 700 years. Even with some reduction, they might reach 500 or 600 years. However, the elder Tai had sustained numerous injuries in battle throughout his life. The old general is too humble. Your lifetime of service to the nation serves as an exemplary model for many. Luo Hongyan spoke gently. I have brought a few items to aid your health. Beside her, Eunuch Yin presented a list of gifts to Tai Dong, detailing several offerings. On behalf of my father, I express my gratitude to Your Majesty. Tai Dong replied with a neutral tone. Chen observed Tai Dong's demeanor. It seemed that his support for Luo Hongyan was likely superficial. At this moment, Situ Rin stepped forward with a jovial expression. Your Majesty, the Empress possesses exceptional calligraphy skills, unmatched in the realm. Might we have the pleasure of witnessing some of her work today? The Empress's calligraphy was indeed remarkable. Quite so. Others chimed in, and Chen realized that if he were to present his calligraphy now, and if the elder Tai were to pass shortly thereafter, Tai Dong might not take kindly to him. It was widely known that Tai Dong was a devoted son, having lost his mother early in life and being raised by his father, whom he revered greatly. Lin Kaiji stroked his beard and chuckled. Your Majesty, your dealings with our 6 great paper-making families must have been highly profitable. It is only fitting that you offer another gift beyond your present one. Many present exchanged peculiar glances. Lin Kaiji and others had already discussed the 4th transaction, revealing Chen's previous reaction. The royal family might incur significant losses. Luo Hongyan felt a surge of anger, yet she had previously stated that she was merely a guest, making it inappropriate to defend Chen as the emperor. As for Chen's status as the empress, Situ Run, Lin Kaiji, and others did not regard it with any respect. To them, Chen was simply a fortunate fool. Your Excellency, I apologize, but my hand is currently in pain, making it difficult for me to write. However, I can offer an alternative gift. As long as the old general does not mind, Chen smiled. The old general attempted to raise his voice. Your Majesty, your presence alone is a great honor for me. The gift is of little importance. I have little time left to make use of it. I appreciate your understanding. Old general, Chen replied, having a neutral impression of Tai Dong, but a favorable view of the elder general. Luo Hongyan felt a twinge of concern. Situ Yin and others were quite audacious, and if Chen's gift was lacking, they would not hold back. Many harbored intentions of undermining Chen's position as empress. Old general, this is my gift to you. Chen produced a small jade vial containing half a bottle of water. Ordinary water, not even spiritual water. Situ Yin, Situ Lane, Lin Kaiji, and others were momentarily taken aback as they scanned the contents with their divine sense. Ha! Situ Ren suddenly erupted with laughter. Your Majesty. This truly is a modest gift filled with deep affection. Lin Kaiji snorted derisively. Your Majesty, the old general has dedicated his life to the military. Is it appropriate to jest with him in such a manner? Luo Hongyan's heart sank. She too scanned the vial with her divine sense, confirming that it contained nothing but half a bottle of well water, not even enough for a single sip. Chapter 61. The Priceless Treasure. The Grand General's gratitude. General Dong gazed coldly at Yi Chun, his silence betraying the fury brewing within him. Should Yi Chun fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, not even his imperial status would earn him leniency. Is there perhaps some significance to this water? Wei Yutong inquired, puzzled. He had encountered Yi Chun before at the Purple Dragon Palace, and knew him to be no fool. Situ Rin scoffed. Minister Wei, no matter how exquisite the water, it remains merely water. Your Majesty, General Dong has fought valiantly for the nation throughout his life, now at the venerable age of 400. And to see the Empress mock him so is utterly inappropriate. Perhaps Your Majesty should consider replacing the Empress. Yi Chen disregarded Situ Run and bent towards General Dong with a smile. General Dong, they claim this is merely water. Would you care to partake of its contents? General Dong furrowed his brows. What was remarkable about half a bottle of ordinary water? Situ Run interjected. General Dong, do not drink it. This is evidence of the Empress's disdain for you. General Dong raised his hand as Yi Chun handed the jade bottle to him. Water is the source of life, indeed a precious substance. In the desert, a single sip could save a life. With that thought, General Dong unscrewed the jade bottle and downed the contents. System. Grant General Dong a century of lifespan. Yi Chun commanded in his mind. A century of lifespan is exceedingly rare. Yet both he and Luo Hongyan would not require it for several centuries, and future opportunities to acquire similar treasures would undoubtedly arise. Thus he felt no regret in bestowing it. Moreover, General Dong had left a favorable impression on Yi Chun, which further encouraged his generosity. The formidable presence of General Dong, a ninth-tier divine emperor, mirrored Yi Chun's own prowess. Suddenly, General Dong felt a remarkable transformation. As the water coursed through him, an overwhelming surge of life force erupted within, swiftly absorbed by his body. His wrinkles smoothed out before the eyes of the astonished onlookers, and the pallor of his hair shifted from white to gray, gradually returning to its original black hue. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. Father. General Dong's eyes widened as he probed into his father's essence, discovering not only external changes but profound transformations within. A powerful aura emanated from General Dong, who appeared rejuvenated, resembling a man in his 50s, his skin radiant. Luo Hongyan gazed at Yi Chun, questioning what extraordinary substance he had provided. I am deeply grateful, Your Majesty, General Dong proclaimed, rising to his feet and bowing deeply to Yi Chun, who quickly stepped aside. General Dong, there is no need for such formalities, Yi Chun insisted. General Dong kicked his son, General Dong Taiwei, saying, are you daft? Do you not know to thank the Empress? That half bottle contained the legendary water of life. I've gained a century of lifespan. General Dong Taiwei stood resolute, allowing his father to kick him without flinching. Your Majesty, I am truly grateful for your gift. General Dong Taiwei knelt before Yi Chun, bowing his head. The fact that Yi Chun had granted his father a century more of life made General Dong Taiwei willing to bow 100 times in gratitude. Please rise, General. It is you who should thank Your Majesty. This gift was bestowed upon me by the Empress. My cultivation is modest, and she feared I might not live long. However, being still quite young, I do not require such gifts at present. I just had a discreet discussion with the Empress, and she graciously consented to give it to General Dong. Yi Chun explained, assisting General Dong Taiwei to his feet. Luo Hongyan paused, pondering whether this gift was indeed from her. However, she chose not to expose Yi Chun's ruse. Thank you, Your Majesty. General Dong Taiwei knelt once more, offering his gratitude to Luo Hongyan. Yi Chun's reasoning was sound, and he believed it wholeheartedly. The Empress's willingness to offer such a precious gift for his father evoked profound gratitude in General Dong Taiwei. A century of lifespan, this gift transcended monetary value. far surpassing the worth of any colorful attire. General, this is the only vial available. I hope you do not hold it against me for not presenting it to General Dong sooner, Luo Hongyan remarked. Your Majesty, I would never think such a thing. General Dong Taiwei replied promptly. Yi Chen, as the Empress, was entitled to receive a singular vial, and there were many subjects with elderly relatives. Thus it was impossible for Luo Hongyan to distribute such gifts to all. Situ Yin, Situ Ren, and Lin Kaiji could only watch in dismay. They had hoped to present valuable treasures to win General Dong's support, yet Yi Chen's gift had rendered their offerings trivial by comparison. As a dutiful son, General Dong Taiwei would undoubtedly rally behind Luo Hongyan. The Empress was indeed formidable. Wei Yutong mused inwardly, his resolve to support Luo Hongyan growing stronger. Situ Ren and Lin Kaiji lamented their missed opportunity, wishing they could slap themselves for not compelling Yi Chen sooner, as he might not have revealed such treasures, thus preventing General Dong from completely siding with Luo Hongyan. Yi Chen smiled. General Taiwei, enough with the formalities. I find myself quite hungry. Let us commence the feast. I believe General Dong has not enjoyed wine in quite some time. General Dong boomed. Your Majesty, I shall toast to you later, ha. An hour later, having indulged in food and drink, Yi Chen prepared to depart. System, sign in. The announcement of a successful sign-in at the Taiwei residence thrilled Yi Chen, rewarding him with an S-class artifact, the Chiyu battle armor, capable of withstanding 3 semi-saint level attacks or 30 emperor level attacks. The system's voice filled Yi Chen with excitement. At last, he had acquired a defensive treasure. Previously, he had obtained protective items such as the guardian ring and the colorful flowing skirt. However, the guardian ring required a female wielder, rendering it unusable for him, while the colorful flowing skirt was merely a B-class item, offering only divine emperor-level defense. This Chiyu battle armor far surpasses the defensive capabilities of the guardian ring I gifted to Hongyan. Yi Chen mused inwardly. The guardian ring could only withstand a single semi-saint level attack, or 10 emperor-level assaults, while the Chiyu battle armor boasted threefold protection. Chapter 62, The Armor of Chiyu. Bestowed with demon crystals, the system activated, equipping the armor of Chiyu, concealed within my body. Yi Chen contemplated silently. The system's voice resonated. He distinctly felt the presence of the armor, hidden beneath his skin. At the same time, a wealth of information regarding the armor of Chiyu flooded his mind. The armor would not react to ordinary attacks. It would only provide defense against fatal strikes. Fatal attacks were categorized into 2 types. If faced with an attack at the Emperor level, a protective shield would merely materialize around Yi Chen. It was only when confronted by a semi-saint level attack that the armor would fully manifest. How splendid indeed. Yi Chen felt immense satisfaction. A mere brush with danger would cause the armor to reveal itself, undermining his efforts to remain inconspicuous. General, take care of your health. Tai, with many guests at your home, you need not attend court tomorrow. Consider it a day off. Luo Hongyan smiled graciously. Thank you, Your Majesty. Dong Tai replied respectfully, his demeanor markedly transformed from before. Very well. General Dong personally escorted Yi Chen and his companions to the gates of the Tai residence. Farewell, Your Majesty. Farewell, Empress. Everyone chorused as Luo Hongyan and Yi Chen boarded the imperial sedan chair and departed. Upon returning to the palace, Luo Hongyan's imperial carriage did not proceed to the Zilong Palace, but headed straight to the Fengming Palace. Yi Chen, from whence did you acquire the water of life? Luo Hongyan asked, a teasing smile upon her lips, for she had not bestowed upon him any such elixir. Such a treasure did not exist within the royal treasury. Yi Chen, puzzled, responded, Hongyan, did you not give it to me? That morning, I awoke to find half a vial of it beside my pillow, accompanied by a note. What day? Yi Chen gestured in the air. Hongyan, it was that very day. Rascal. Luo Hongyan's cheeks flushed. On her birthday, Yi Chen had moved her deeply, prompting her impulsive act of gifting him a bit of fortune. The memory had slipped her mind thereafter. With her divine emperor-level cultivation, Luo Hongyan could hardly discern the truth. Could it be the ancestral spirit? She mused silently. Perhaps the ancestor had acknowledged Yi Chen, deeming his talent insufficient, and thus granted him half a vial of the water of life to extend his lifespan while potentially enhancing his abilities. Yi Chun, how could you give that to General Dong? Luo Hongyan sighed. If Yi Chun were to consume it, his lifespan could reach 200 years. Hongyan, do not mention this to the ancestor. It would not bode well if they were to become angry, Yi Chun cautioned. Luo Hongyan retorted, you've already given it away. What purpose does it serve to discuss it now? Fortunately, the water of life had not been wasted. With Dong Tai's full support, Minister Wei would also become more resolute. With the unwavering backing of Wei and Dong, Luo Hongyan felt no apprehension regarding Lord Pang. What brings them here? Yi Chun shifted the topic, fearing that too much discussion of the water of life would reveal inconsistencies to Luo Hongyan. The Thousand Islands lie to the east of the Tianyan dynasty, separated by sea. Though small in size, the nation boasts a flourishing commerce and commendable overall strength. Luo Hongyan frowned. The envoys from the Thousand Islands have submitted their state letter. I have agreed to meet with them tomorrow. There are numerous envoys this time, suggesting more than one matter at hand. Yi Chun remarked. The Lin family wields considerable influence on that side. The embargo on white paper must surely be their doing. I wonder if we might profit from this. Luo Hongyan smiled brightly. As long as the Thousand Islands harbor such intentions, I shall invite them to discuss matters with you. Before long, Luo Hongyan departed. Her visit to the Fengming Palace was solely to inquire about the water of life. Lu Gonggong, come here. Yi Chun's voice resonated in Lu Zhongliang's mind as he reclined. Shortly thereafter, Lu Zhongliang appeared before Yi Chun. Empress, he bowed deeply, exuding utmost respect. Yi Chun stated calmly, Lu Gonggong, your performance since entering the palace has been satisfactory. Your cultivation at the 9th level of the Divine Emperor is somewhat lacking. Here is a demon crystal for you. Make haste to break through. He tossed the previously acquired demon crystal to Lu Zhongliang. This crystal belonged to a semi-saint level demon. While its power was modest, its quality was exceptionally high. Absorbing its energy would suffice for Lu Zhongliang to ascend to the emperor level. Initially, Yi Chun had hesitated to grant Lu Gonggong such power, fearing it might backfire. But now he felt secure. With the armor of Qi Yu, he could withstand the full force of an emperor-level attack 30 times. Thud! Lu Zhongliang knelt, bowing fervently. Thank you, Empress. Thank you, Empress. He exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. To his astonishment, becoming Yi Chun's subordinate posed no risk, allowing him to break through to the emperor level. During your breakthrough, practice in the backyard. Keep it discreet so as not to draw attention. Yi Chun instructed softly. Yes, Empress, Lu Zhongliang replied, respectfully bowing once more before standing. Yi Chun waved him off, and Lu Zhongliang, filled with excitement, hurried to practice. With such a high-level demon crystal combined with a lengthy period of accumulation, he was confident he could reach the emperor level within 2 to 3 months. Time swiftly progressed to the following day. A eunuch arrived at the Fengming Palace to summon Luo Hongyan. Empress, His Majesty requests your presence in the imperial study. The eunuch announced respectfully. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow. It seemed Luo Hongyan intended for him to meet with the envoys from the Thousand Islands. While Luo Hongyan might permit Lin Kaiji and his associates to enter the Zilong Palace, she would never allow the envoys from the Thousand Islands that privilege. Empress present. Yi Chun arrived, greeted by the eunuchs outside the imperial study. Upon entering, he found Luo Hongyan, Wei Yutong, and 3 individuals from the Thousand Islands within. 2 were envoys, while the other, clad in brocade and exuding an air of grandeur, bore an unattractive countenance. Greetings, Empress. Wei Yutong promptly bowed, followed by the 2 envoys from the Thousand Islands, while the young man merely nodded in acknowledgement. At ease, Yi Chun spoke softly, turning to Luo Hongyan, Your Majesty. Why have you summoned me? Luo Hongyan signaled for a stool to be brought for Yi Chun. Once seated, she continued, Your Majesty, the envoys from the Thousand Islands have come with 2 matters. The first is that the Crown Prince of the Thousand Islands, Fujita Miyuki, wishes to marry Princess Changlu. This is Prince Fujita. The second matter is that should our Tianyan dynasty agree to this union, the Thousand Islands will lift the embargo on white paper, allowing for a substantial supply of white paper to be sold to our Tianyan dynasty. Luo Hongyan's tone remained calm. Yet Yi Chen could discern the immense fury simmering within her. The Thousand Islands were taking advantage of a crisis. They may have had ulterior motives all along. Yi Chen regarded Fujita Miyuki with a composed demeanor. Prince Fujita, what if the marriage proposal fails? Fujita Miyuki replied with a veneer of politeness. In such a case, the embargo shall undoubtedly persist. Chapter 63. Fujita's Arrogance and the Slaughter of Fat Sheep. Your Imperial Majesty, the Tianyin Empire has signed a paper supply contract worth 130 million taels of silver with the 6 major papermaking families, all of which must be delivered within a year. Even if your costs are remarkably low, you cannot fulfill such a demand. Fujita Gongyi declared triumphantly. Such a substantial contract would force the royal family to purchase high-priced paper from the market to meet its obligations, resulting in losses exceeding 100 million. This is an astonishing figure. Even if the Tianyin Empire's royal family can afford to sustain losses, enduring such a blow would be exceedingly difficult. Yi Chen's expression remained indifferent as he replied, Prince Fujita, your words imply that you have taken the Tianyin Empire for granted, suggesting that we must resort to a marriage alliance? Your Majesty, a marriage alliance is a splendid matter. The Princess Chang Lu marrying into our Qian kingdom would certainly not be a loss for her, Fujita Gongyi remarked with a grin. He had seen Princess Chang Lu once before and deemed her an absolute beauty. Moreover, she shared a sisterly bond with Luo Hongyan, making her an advantageous choice for a royal consort. A cold glint flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. He found the notion of a marriage alliance unacceptable, especially with Chang Lu being sent to the Qian kingdom, the arch-rival of the Tianyin Empire. Prince Fujita, our paper products are both exquisite and affordable. There is no issue in fulfilling the contract. If you wish to purchase, we can even sell to you. Thus, a marriage alliance is out of the question. You may maintain your prohibitions for as long as you wish. Yi Chen stated with a frigid demeanor. Fujita Gongyi's smile instantly faltered. He had not anticipated Yi Chen's unwavering stance. Your Majesty, we must approach this matter with pragmatism. Stubbornness will not resolve our issues. One of the Qian kingdom's envoys said solemnly. Another envoy scoffed. Yi Chen's humble origins lead us to regard him with disdain. Luo Hongyan replied calmly. What the Empress means is what I mean. I am weary. You may discuss matters with the Empress. After speaking, she rose to leave, confident in Yi Chen's abilities. Despite his lack of cultivation, he would undoubtedly not be at a disadvantage in such negotiations. Gentlemen, it seems there is little left to discuss. Shall we conclude here? Yi Chen said coolly. Fujita Gongyi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Wait, Your Majesty, did you not say that your paper products are exquisite and affordable? Then purchasing from you should pose no problem? Yi Chen shot him a glance. There is a problem. Our paper is sold at low prices to our citizens. You cannot expect to buy at such rates. Furthermore, we do not plan to sell externally for the next year, so any purchases will have to wait. Fujita Gongyi felt a pang of uncertainty. When the topic turned to this, Yi Chen appeared somewhat vulnerable. With a grin, Fujita Gongyi said, Your Majesty, this is not an issue. We can offer a higher price, and we are not in a rush. We can raise our offer by 30% and sign a 30-year paper supply contract at 5 million taels per year. Fujita Gongyi continued, Your Majesty, since you oppose, please share your thoughts. Yi Chen replied, dragging this out for 30 years amounts to only 150 million taels. A total of 500 million taels over 30 years is more reasonable. Additionally, the price should be at least double what is offered to the 6 major families. Fujita Gongyi solemnly responded, Your Majesty, this proposal lacks sincerity. Our Qian kingdom cannot consume such a vast quantity of paper. A total of 150 million taels over 30 years would severely impact our paper industry. Raising it to 500 million taels would be catastrophic. Yi Chen replied with indifference. This is the quantity and price we propose. If you accept, we can sign a contract. If not, farewell. Fujita Gongyi and his companions quickly conferred in hushed tones. I believe Yi Chen is merely bluffing. Even at double the price, the Tianyin royal family likely cannot produce such quality. What do you think? Your Highness, this seems plausible, but we must proceed with caution. We can continue negotiating prices and quantities. If Yi Chen relents, it indicates they see potential profit. If not, then there's likely no profit to be had. After their clandestine exchange, Fujita Gongyi felt reassured. Your Majesty, we do indeed have the intention to purchase. Regarding the quantity and price, Yi Chen stood and declared, I have stated my position and will not change it. This is final. Minister Wei, please escort our guests out. With that, Yi Chen swiftly departed, his pace brisk and devoid of hesitation. Your Majesty, wait. We agree. As Yi Chen stepped out of the study, Fujita Gongyi's voice echoed within. I need my afternoon nap. If you wish to negotiate, come back with a prepared contract and consider it carefully, Yi Chen stated as he walked away. Upon hearing this, Fujita Gongyi felt a twinge of concern. Minister Wei, let us prepare the contract now. Please contact the Empress when it is ready. Fujita Gongyi said with a grin. Once the contract was prepared, they included a substantial penalty for breach of contract to ensure the Tianyan royal family would comply. Minister Wei, please summon the Empress. Fujita Gongyi instructed. Minister Wei relayed the message, and a eunuch was dispatched to Fengming Palace. However, half an hour later, they received word that Yi Chen was still napping. An hour later, the same result was reported. As the sun began to set, Yi Chen finally arrived. Prince Fujita, I have reconsidered. The contract must include a hefty penalty for breach. If you do not agree to this stipulation, we need not sign. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Ha! Your Majesty, you have aligned your thoughts with ours. We have already included a penalty of 500 million taels. If that is insufficient, we can increase it. Fujita Gongyi laughed heartily, secretly pleased with his foresight regarding Yi Chen's expectations. Yi Chen was taken aback. My word, I have never seen such eagerness to part with money. Yi Chen took the contract, perusing it briefly. The contract was meticulously crafted with no issues. Their names and seals were already affixed. Clap, clap. Fujita Gongyi and his companions were left stunned. This was not how the scenario was supposed to unfold. They had anticipated Yi Chen would be reluctant to sign and eventually agree to a marriage alliance. Yi Chen's promptness was unexpected. Gentlemen, may our collaboration be fruitful. Minister Wei, please extend warm hospitality to our esteemed guests. We stand to gain significantly, Yi Chen said with a smile, tucking away one copy of the contract. Chapter 64, Fujita stunned. Paper prices plummet alongside Wei Yutong. Fujita Gongyi and his companions departed from the Tianyan Imperial Palace. Politely declining Wei Yutong's hospitality, the trio hurried to the Lin family estate. Your Highness, what on earth is happening? Lin Kaiji observed the somber expressions of the three. Fujita Gongyi replied gravely, Master Lin, the alliance through marriage has not been established. Furthermore, Yi Chen has accepted the substantial contract we proposed. Lin Kaiji's expression shifted dramatically. What significant contract did you propose? Under pressure from the royal family, Fujita Gongyi had seized the opportunity to demand a marriage alliance, a plan previously discussed with Lin Kaiji. No other matters have been broached. Fujita Gongyi continued, his face darkening. Yi Chen appeared quite apprehensive, which is why we increased the contract to 500 million taels of silver, to be delivered over 30 years. We initially believed Yi Chen would never dare to sign, yet he did. Master Lin, please help us analyze this situation. Lin Kaiji's face turned pale. What could this situation entail? If the royal family dared to sign such a contract, it must be profitable, and significantly so. What price did you quote? He inquired hastily. Fujita Gongyi gritted his teeth. It is double the price of your fourth contract. Lin Kaiji internally sighed with relief. At such a price, there remained a glimmer of hope. Your Highness, to sign a contract at double the price is indeed audacious. Lin Kaiji thought they were three fools. One of the envoys meticulously recounted the situation at the time. Lin Kaiji furrowed his brow. Yi Chen's schemes were indeed profound, and he might also fall victim to them. Since the Empress has agreed, the royal family's cost price must be lower than this amount. Lin Kaiji candidly stated, unless you have no desire to ascend the throne. Fujita Gongyi felt an overwhelming desire to slap himself. In the palace, they had practically pleaded with Yi Chen to finalize the contract. Master Lin, Given your powerful influence within the Tianyin dynasty, is there truly no way to remedy this? We are willing to offer 10 million taels as compensation to annul the contract. Fujita Gongyi asserted. Lin Kaiji responded, 500 million taels of silver or 10 million taels. What would you choose? Fujita Gongyi was left speechless. This was not even a matter of choice. All they could do now was hope that the royal family's paper production costs were somewhat elevated, minimizing their losses, and perhaps the 6 prominent families could still garner some profit. Days swiftly passed, and Wu Gonggong, who served beside Luo Hongyan, arrived once more at the Lin family estate. Master Lin, we have brought you more paper. All paper is still stored here. The remaining 5 family heads can divide it among themselves. Wu Gonggong announced in a sharp voice. This time, the quantity was 3 times that of the last delivery. Within 5 minutes, over 1,000 boxes of white paper were transferred from Wu Gonggong's spatial treasure to the outside. Master Lin, please inspect. Wu Gonggong stated calmly. Lin Kaiji felt a pang in his heart. The arrival of the second batch of paper indicated that their second contract was also a loss, and likely a significant one. Wu Gonggong, is everything in order? Absolutely. Lin Kaiji meticulously examined the delivery, as did the other 5 family heads who had hurried over. They sought to uncover any discrepancies, but their efforts were in vain. Wu Gonggong departed. Gentlemen, I must confess, I have a foreboding feeling. Huang Fulong forced a smile. After the first 2 contracts, why would the Empress still wish to sign a third? Previously, they believed the royal family had no recourse but to suppress expectations in such a manner. However, the royal paper prices were not exorbitant, and production speed was swift. Simply selling in bulk could effectively lower paper prices. Crack! Lin Kaiji crushed a pair of jade beads in his hands. Huang Fulong was correct. We have been duped, outwitted by the Empress. The head of the Tao family gritted his teeth, acknowledging that with the timely delivery of the second batch of paper, they had already come to this conclusion, albeit unwilling to admit it. Huang Fulong's words shattered their illusions. Since the royal family did not need to suppress paper prices, there was only one possibility. The royal family aimed to profit further. They were merely the harvested chives. Lin Kaiji sighed bitterly. Let us sell at the original price and endeavor to offload the received paper. The other heads nodded in agreement. Failing to sell could result in holding everything unsold. Master, it's terrible. The steward of the Lin estate rushed to Lin Kaiji's side. The Royal Paper Company has raised the purchase limit from 10 sheets per person per day to 100 sheets. What? The faces of Lin Kaiji and the others changed dramatically. A limit of 10 sheets allowed some individuals to purchase from them. But now that the limit surged to 100 sheets, who would buy from them at double the price? Huang Fulong forced a smile. Gentlemen, at the pace of the royal family's paper production, even if there is currently a shortage, the newly produced paper will surely meet the demand. We need not deliberate further. I take my leave. Huang Fulong departed hastily with a share of paper, while the stores under the Huangfu family swiftly sold paper at the same official price, without any purchase limits. After seeking exorbitant profits at such elevated prices, now they realize the severity? Indeed, although the Royal Paper Company's paper is limited, it is still sufficient. There is no need for us to buy elsewhere. Absolutely, even if prices drop further, we shall not purchase. As scholars, we must uphold some dignity. A significant wave of resistance emerged. In Fengming Palace, upon receiving the news, Luo Hongyan promptly arrived, only to find Yichun lazily reclining and reading. Hongyan, you seem to bear good tidings? Yichun set down his book with a smile. Luo Hongyan took a seat beside him. The internal structure of the 6 prominent families has crumbled. The Huangfu family was the first to sell paper, yet they too cannot sell their paper at the same price. Yichun chuckled lightly. That is to be expected. The previous exorbitant prices have wounded their hearts. Who would not have some pride? It won't be long before the 6 prominent families come seeking you. Luo Hongyan inquired. What are your plans regarding this? I hope your decisions do not disrupt your strategy. Yichun replied coolly. Hongyan, how arrogant the 6 prominent families once were. Do not show them mercy. They will not remember your kindness, only your grudges. This is an opportune moment to establish your imperial authority. Luo Hongyan furrowed her brow. Yet if we push too hard, they may turn to Prince Mu. Yi Chun chuckled lightly. Hongyan, is that not a good thing? They will undoubtedly face significant cash flow issues, with their other industries also affected. If Prince Mu and the Sidhu family step in to rescue them, a vast amount of funds would be funneled into this bottomless pit. Moreover, while this may completely offend them, it will also intimidate other forces. Luo Hongyan gently nodded, inwardly reluctant to let them off the hook. Chapter 65. The Empress bestows rewards. The 6 families plead for mercy. Yi Chun, what is it that you desire? I shall grant it to you. You have accomplished 3 significant feats this time, Luo Hongyan declared. The first great achievement was stabilizing the paper prices, alleviating the grievances of the people. The second was suppressing the 6 prominent families, generating over 100 million taels of silver from them. The third was the contract signed with the Qianhua, worth 500 million taels of silver, with their costs merely a tenth of that, resulting in a profit of 450 million taels. This translates to an annual profit of 15 million taels over 30 years. A considerable sum indeed. Do not harbor any ulterior motives towards me. You may only propose other requests. Upon noticing the change in Yi Chen's gaze, Luo Hongyan added a stipulation. Although she had resolved to consummate their union upon reaching the divine emperor level, she did not wish to be taken advantage of before that time. I lack for nothing else. I eat well and dress well. How about this? If you call me husband a few times, I will be quite pleased. Yi Chen replied, his voice filled with anticipation. The thought of such a beautiful empress calling him husband was undeniably enticing. Luo Hongyan felt somewhat embarrassed, but acknowledged that Yi Chen's remarkable contributions justified her calling him husband a few times. Yi Chen, employing a strategy of retreat to advance, said, if you find it too difficult and do not wish to do so, then it is fine. I require no gifts. Very well, Luo Hongyan responded before turning to leave. Yi Chen exclaimed, you are not being fair to your husband. At that moment, Luo Hongyan softly called out, husband. Were it not for Yi Chen's elevated cultivation, he would not have heard her. What did you say? Yi Chen, fine ignorante. Luo Hongyan turned back, her voice considerably louder. Husband, husband, husband. Are you satisfied now? After saying this, her face flushed crimson, and she shot Yi Chen a glance before hastily departing. Ah, that felt delightful. Yi Chen beamed with a smile. Nurturing his empress wife and witnessing her gradual transformation filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Half an hour later, Eunuch Wu arrived at Foaming Palace, accompanied by a number of individuals. Your Majesty, the Emperor has sent us to deliver some gifts to you. Here is the list, Eunuch Wu said respectfully. There were numerous rumors circulating in the outside world claiming that Yi Chun and Luo Hongyan lacked any genuine affection, which Eunuch Wu dismissed as pure nonsense. The smile on Luo Hongyan's face had noticeably increased. They were all benefiting from this. To serve the emperor is akin to courting danger, yet this fierce tiger, Luo Hongyan, has become considerably gentler, and life has improved for those around her. They were filled with gratitude towards Yi Chun. Yi Chen took the list of gifts, which included various items collectively worth several 100,000 taels. Typically, the Ministry of Internal Affairs allocated merely 10,000 taels monthly. Why send such extravagant gifts? Yi Chen silently shook his head. To him, Luo Hongyan calling him husband thrice held more value than any material gifts. Nonetheless, since Luo Hongyan had sent them, he felt obliged to receive them. After all, her treasury was now quite ample. Thank you on behalf of Her Majesty, Yi Chun said with a smile, as Chunlan and the others joyfully accepted the gifts. Such a generous offering from Luo Hongyan indicated a strong bond between her and Yi Chun, providing them with reassurance. As Yi Chen's personal attendants, they shared in his fortunes and misfortunes. Eunuch Wu, how long have you served in the palace? Yi Chen inquired with a smile. Do you have family? Eunuch Wu nodded gently. He had been sent to the government during a year of famine and then entered the palace. Though his parents had passed away, he still had a younger brother, who had descendants of his own. Thank you, Your Majesty, Eunuch Wu exclaimed with astonishment. Go on. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. Eunuch Wu left with a heart full of hope. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Eunuch Wu was a powerful figure at the divine emperor level, and winning his loyalty would only strengthen his bond with Luo Hongyan. Lu Zhongliang lamented, we cannot drive him away now. Lin Kaiji, with tears in his eyes, recounted how the 6 prominent families had come to seek Luo Hongyan in the afternoon. With the previous 2 contracts combined, they had already lost over 20 million taels of silver. The 3rd and 4th contracts were likely to result in even greater losses, something they could not accept. Luo Hongyan coldly regarded Lin Kaiji and the others. I granted you a tax reduction, yet instead of expressing gratitude, you deliberately raised the paper prices, forcing me to reduce the paper tax to 0. Now you regret it? Get out. Luo Hongyan had not forgotten how arrogant Lin Kaiji and his cohorts had been in the past. Bowing his head, Lin Kaiji feigned compliance while seething with fury within. Should Prince Mu gain power, they would certainly support him in eliminating Luo Hongyan. I do not require your support. Do you choose to leave on your own? Or shall I have someone throw you out? Luo Hongyan's voice was frigid. The expressions on Lin Kaiji and the others turned grim. With Luo Hongyan's attitude, it was likely that the paper industry would no longer have a place for them. This was their primary business, accounting for 70 to 80% of their total profits. Your Majesty, competing with the people for profits is unwise. It will breed discontent among many. The head of the Tao family spoke solemnly. Luo Hongyan's icy gaze fell upon him. How dare the head of the Tao family threaten her at such a moment? Guards, have a Jinyue thoroughly investigate all of the Tao family's businesses. If any illegal activities are discovered, they shall be dealt with severely. Luo Hongyan commanded coldly. The head of the Tao family's complexion changed dramatically. Some of their businesses were not legitimate. Even if some were above board, there were numerous instances of tax evasion. How could the Jinyue fail to uncover the truth? The Tao family was doomed. Lin Kaiji and the others felt a surge of panic, having already suffered significant losses. If the authorities pursued the matter further, the Tao family would undoubtedly face ruin. If they did not comply, Luo Hongyan could ensure their demise would be particularly miserable. Your Majesty, we shall take our leave now, Lin Kaiji and his associates said glumly. Once outside the palace, Lin Kaiji said in a low voice, Head of the Tao family, the Jinyue will be investigating you. Do not make reckless accusations. Perhaps we can still assist your family. If you make unfounded accusations, do not blame us for being ruthless. The head of the Tao family, infuriated, could only nod in agreement when faced with the cold gazes of Lin, Kaiji, and the others. Chapter 66. The prince's poisonous scheme and the sound of justice. The Jinyue conducted a thorough investigation. After all, if there were no issues, they could still uncover problems. And the Taos had significant issues to begin with. In just 3 days, the Taos had been implicated in numerous scandals, resulting in the family head being imprisoned. While execution was not on the table, he faced at least 20 years of incarceration. Lin Kaiji and his companions were engulfed in anxiety, seeking assistance from the Prince Mu's residence and the Sidhu family. Yet both remained indifferent to their plight. Supporting Lin Kaiji and his group required substantial financial investment, a burden the Sidhu family could ill afford, having suffered considerable losses themselves. With the decline of their paper manufacturing prowess, the 6 major paper families were no longer as valuable allies. At the Mu prince's residence, Lin Kaiji departed with a grim expression. Previously, Prince Mu had often courted the favor of their 6 families, but now that they were in dire straits, he showed no inclination to assist them. Your Highness, His Majesty is targeting the Tao family, likely hoping we'll fall into the trap set for Lin Kaiji and his associates, remarked an advisor to the prince. Indeed, Prince Mu Luo Yuan nodded slightly. Without the support of the paper industry, our families will struggle to regain our former standing. If we invest our resources, the Jinyue may initiate an investigation. Although we have come to regard Yi Chen with more respect, we still underestimated him. The advisor agreed, stating, with soaring grain and paper prices, His Majesty previously floundered in response, incurring massive losses. Now, however, he stands to profit significantly. With the death of Pei Hong, the court dynamics had shifted. Wei Yutong and Dong Taiwei were now backing the emperor. It appears that the eunuchs Wang Gonggong and Kai Gonggong have vanished from the Empress Dowager's side, likely meeting their end. Reflecting on their dire situation, Prince Mu and his advisors were alarmed. Before Yi Chen's ascension, Luo Hongyan had held the upper hand. Yet their years of planning could have led to her demise or at least Pei Hong's downfall. They should have had the advantage, but their circumstances had deteriorated. Your Highness, we must devise a plan to eliminate Yi Chen, even at a high cost, the advisor urged. Prince Mu furrowed his brow, while he desired Yi Chen's demise. It was no easy task. Previous attempts at poisoning had failed, and the Foaming Palace would surely be vigilant. Sending assassins into the palace to eliminate Yi Chen was a daunting challenge, given the stringent security. Although Yi Chen occasionally ventured out, he always accompanied Luo Hongyan, surrounded by thousands of guards and several powerful figures at the divine emperor level. I have a potential solution, though its efficacy is uncertain, the advisor whispered. What is it? Prince Mu inquired, his tone serious. The advisor continued, Yi Chen excels in many areas, yet his greatest weakness is his low cultivation level. Furthermore, his four maidens, Chen Lan, Xiazhu, Qiuzhu, and Dong Mei, are exceptional. If we were to employ certain substances, it might incite Yi Chen's desires. Should he become involved with Chen Lan? Prince Mu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If Yi Chen were to engage with Chen Lan and the others, even if Luo Hongyan were to overlook it, the laws of the Tianyan dynasty would not permit it. The brilliance of this plan lay in the difficulty of detecting such substances compared to poison. 2 days later, after dinner, Yi Chen felt a wave of heat surging through his body. Initially, he experienced no issues, but gradually, he found himself restless, unable to sleep. Xiazhu stood guard outside, and Yi Chen felt an urge to summon her into his chamber. Memories of various teachers from his past flooded his mind, causing him to sense that something was amiss. The four maidens had always been by his side, yet he had never encountered such a predicament before. Realizing something was wrong, Yi Chen unleashed his formidable internal energy, cleansing his body in mere moments, restoring normalcy, and dispelling any illicit thoughts from his mind. Is it the Prince Mu, the Situ family, or perhaps the Fujita Palace? The 6 major families could also be involved, he pondered. At the Mu Prince's residence, news circulated among their informants. Your Highness, our contacts within the palace report that the Empress is in good spirits tonight. With his low cultivation, he is unlikely to detect any anomaly and will attribute any desires to himself. He should be quite pleased tonight. The advisor smiled. Prince Mu's eyes gleamed with cunning. Though Chen Lan and the others may possess superior strength, they might refuse. We must keep a close watch on the Foaming Palace's situation tomorrow. The advisor agreed, stating, Your Highness, while Chen Lan and her companions may decline, they will certainly enter if Yi Chen invites them into his chamber. If they linger even briefly, his aura will ensnare them. Once he has tasted such pleasures, can Yi Chen resist in the future? Prince Mu mused. If everything appears normal in Foaming Palace tomorrow, we will know that Yi Chen has fallen victim to our scheme. Soon, the following day arrived, and news reached Prince Mu that all was as it should be in Foaming Palace. Excellent. Prince Mu's face broke into a smile. In such times, normalcy often masked the extraordinary. Given Yi Chen's cultivation level, if he had indeed succumbed, resistance would be impossible. His desires would overpower his rationality. And once Chen Lan and the others entered his chamber, they too would be affected. Thus, there would be no trace of any substances left in Yi Chen's system. And it was highly likely that he had already formed relations with the four maidens. The advisor stroked his beard, smiling. This plan is quite feasible. The Foaming Palace serves hundreds for the Empress, yet only about 100 are frequently present. Many others provide various clandestine services. They are privy to numerous discreet whispers regarding Foaming Palace. 5 days later, Brother Wang, let us drink more. No, I cannot drink anymore. I will be intoxicated. 2 individuals were engaged in merriment, one of whom was Wang Hao, a procurement officer for Foaming Palace, responsible for sourcing fresh ingredients daily. Brother Wang, we have so rarely met. Let us indulge in a few more drinks. Wang Hao, under subtle hypnosis, slurred his words, if we were discussing indulgence. The Empress is truly exquisite, although she has yet to consummate her marriage with His Majesty. I have heard whispers that at least one of her 4 maidens has already shared her bed with the Empress. The 2 drank in a small tavern, oblivious to others present. Brother Wang, you are inebriated. Do not speak such nonsense. The other man's face paled, realizing the dangers of such information. He quickly departed Tianyan Imperial City that very night. Others in the tavern feigned ignorance, yet the news spread rapidly in hushed tones. That very night, Wang Hao met an untimely demise. Soon, news of his death circulated, igniting further discussions in the shadows. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Hao's family beat the drum of injustice at the imperial court. Chapter 67. The censor's accusation of corruption in the imperial harem within the Tianji Hall. Luo Hongyan sat upon the dragon throne, casting her gaze down upon the gathered ministers, her imperial authority radiating with undeniable majesty. Ministers, if you have matters to address, please speak. If not, you may retire, announced Chief Eunuch Yan with a resounding voice. At once, a censor stepped forward. Your Majesty, I, your humble servant, accuse the Empress of indulging in debauchery within the harem, disregarding the laws of the empire. The censor's indignation was palpable, as if the Empress had wronged his wife and daughters. Luo Hongyan's expression darkened. What do you mean by such words? The censor, named Chen Yuan, raised his voice. Your Majesty, a servant named Wang Hao from Fengming Palace has leaked information. The Empress is said to have had illicit relations with 4 ladies of the court, corrupting the harem. Moreover, Wang Hao, after drunkenly revealing this information, perished that very night. His family has sounded the alarm of injustice. The hall erupted in murmurs. Some ministers were unaware of the unfolding scandal. Wei Yutong furrowed his brow, having seen the 4 ladies, each a paragon of beauty. Yi Chun, in his youthful vigor, had not yet consummated his union with Luo Hongyan, making it plausible that he might have been involved with the 4 ladies. While the affairs of the harem remained largely undisclosed, the revelation of such a scandal, particularly one that led to death, posed a grave concern. The deceased family had begun their outcry. Luo Hongyan's mind raced. Could it be that Yi Chun had indeed succumbed to temptation with the 4 ladies? Though she had previously told him that he could engage with them to a degree, the idea unsettled her. Initially indifferent, she now found herself deeply concerned. Your Majesty, the Empress's debauchery in the harem is a matter of great import, especially given the loss of life. We implore your Majesty to deliver severe punishment. Chen Yuan, leading the charge, was soon joined by several other censors. The likes of Grand Tutor Pang and others remained silent, their gazes inscrutable. Censors could voice their opinions without the burden of evidence, while the likes of Pang held no such privilege. Chen Yuan knelt, asserting, Your Majesty, the Empress's transgressions warrant her summoning for confrontation. If proven true, she must face the law's full wrath and be deposed in favor of a new Empress. A cold glint flickered in Luo Hongyan's eyes. She suspected foul play in this accusation. Yi Chen might have had an affair with the 4 ladies. Yet she firmly believed he was not responsible for Wang Hao's death. Perhaps someone had discovered this secret and was manipulating the situation from the shadows. Summon the Empress, Luo Hongyan commanded. Several censors rose to their feet, and with the common folk beating the drums of injustice, the matter could not be overlooked. The beating of the drums was not a trivial matter. It required significant cost to sound such an alarm without just cause. Yes, Your Majesty, Chief Eunuch Wu replied, hastily making his way to Fengming Palace. Within 5 minutes, he arrived. Hurry, inform the Empress that she is summoned to Tianji Hall without delay, he urged. Soon, Yi Chun appeared before him. Eunuch Wu, what troubles you? He inquired. Wu, his voice laced with concern, conveyed, Empress, trouble looms. Several censors have accused you of corrupting the harem. A servant named Wang Hao from Fengming Palace spoke while intoxicated and died that very night. His family is now raising the alarm. Since Yi Chen's arrival in the palace, Luo Hongyan had become notably gentler. Wu and the others regarded Yi Chen favorably, hoping for no misfortune to befall him. Wang Hao has died? Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Possessing an exceptional memory, he knew each person in Fengming Palace well, even their intricate details. Wang Hao had an elderly mother and children dependent upon him. Let us proceed. Yi Chen's palanquin soon set off, the servants hastening their pace until they arrived at Tianji Hall in approximately 10 minutes. The Empress has arrived, a eunuch announced loudly. Your Majesty, the assembly bowed, including the censors who had risen to accuse her. Before Yi Chen's official deposition, he remained the Empress. Luo Hongyan communicated telepathically. Yi Chen, if you have been with the four ladies, you must be more discreet. So many now know of this. How can I salvage my reputation? Yi Chen shot her a glance and replied mentally, Hongyan, do not speak foolishly. Well, have I ever been with them? A few days ago, someone drugged me, and I felt quite unwell. In my moment of distress, I thought of eunuch Luo. Luo Hongyan's heart raced. Yi Chen, seeking eunuch Luo's aid is ill-advised. You will be better off with the four ladies. Hongyan, what are you implying? Maintain a healthy mindset. I merely sought eunuch Luo's assistance to cleanse the poison within me. Eunuch Luo had once again become a useful tool in Yi Chen's arsenal. Certain matters could easily be pinned upon him. Luo Hongyan cleared her throat. Having initially suspected an inappropriate entanglement between Yi Chen and eunuch Luo. Yi Chen, are you certain? Why would I deceive you? You could verify the virtue of the four ladies yourself. Luo Hongyan extended her consciousness, swiftly reaching Fengming Palace. She directly assessed the situation with the four ladies. In the next moment, relief washed over her. Indeed, Yi Chen had not compromised their virtue. Empress, accusations have surfaced from Wang Hao regarding your corruption of the harem and relations with several personal attendants. Are you aware of your transgressions? Chen Yuan interjected after the formalities were completed. As a censor, he relished such grand accusations. If successful, his name would be etched in history. Should he fail, as a censor, he would face no repercussions. Yi Chen remained silent, observing the situation. The faction supporting Prince Mu appeared particularly aggressive. It was likely that he was orchestrating these events from behind scenes. An ordinary empress posed little threat, yet Yi Chen's ascension had significantly aided Luo Hongyan. And Prince Mu could not tolerate this. Have you finished? If so, I have a few words to share. Yi Chen began slowly, prompting many who had been denouncing him to pause. Your Majesty, please send someone to verify the four ladies' virtue, to ascertain if they remain pure. Wang Hao was of Fengming Palace. His death must be thoroughly investigated. Yi Chen asserted gravely. Pang and others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Yi Chen's boldness suggested he had not engaged with the ladies after all. Your Majesty, given your close relationship with the Empress, it would be inappropriate for you to send someone alone. It would be best for the Empress Dowager to also dispatch individuals to Fengming Palace, Chen Yuan insisted. Luo Hongyan, with a firm tone, commanded, summon someone to the Empress Dowager's palace to request her to send female officials to Fengming Palace for verification. Understood. Nankong, Ningrepliet respectfully. Accompanied by several others to the Empress Dowager's palace. Before long, several female officials were dispatched to Fengming Palace. Approximately 10 minutes later, the results were reported. The four ladies were indeed unblemished. Supporters of Prince Mu within the court began to express their confusion. How could this be? Clearly, the Empress had been ensnared. Your Majesty, it is possible that the Empress's illicit relations were not with the four ladies, but with others in Fengming Palace. Chen Yuan asserted through gritted teeth. Luo Hongyan's piercing gaze fixed upon him. Enough, Chen. If you continue to slander me without evidence, I will not let it slide. Minister of Justice, investigate Wang Hao's case thoroughly. Chapter 68. The cunning murderer, the true culprit. Hard to find. Chen Yuan felt a wave of trepidation. For Luo Hongyan rarely displayed anger. Now, however, her wrath loomed like a tempest, overwhelming and suffocating. Your Majesty, our Ministry of Justice will expedite the investigation. The Minister of Justice promptly asserted. Luo Hongyan nodded, her gaze shifting to Yi Chen, who sat beside her. Empress, do you have anything else to add? She inquired gently, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Yi Chen spoke up. Your Majesty, Wang Hao is one of my people from the Fengming Palace, known for his honesty. If his words are false, it can only mean one thing. A powerful individual has hypnotized him. Those who drank with Wang Hao may also have been subjected to similar hypnosis, which the Ministry of Justice could investigate for potential leads. Furthermore, Wang Hao has an elderly mother and young children. The Fengming Palace will compensate his family with 1,000 taels of silver. The funds will be provided in a lump sum to the local authorities, allowing them to receive 100 taels annually for 10 years. Luo Hongyan nodded slightly. That sounds excellent. 1,000 taels is no trivial sum. Delivering it all at once could bring misfortune to Wang Hao's family. An annual distribution of 100 taels for 10 years will suffice to support his children until adulthood. The Minister of Justice remarked, "Your Majesty, the Empress speaks wisely. We shall immediately dispatch personnel to investigate those who drank with Wang Hao. News should come swiftly. Time is of the essence. Dismiss the court." Luo Hongyan commanded with authority. Chen observed Luo Hongyan with interest, appreciating her imposing presence in the court. After the court session, Luo Hongyan and Chen arrived at the Purple Dragon Palace. Chen, you have managed to resist the allure of Chunlan and the others while they have been so close to you. Impressive, Luo Hongyan remarked with satisfaction. Chen chuckled. Hongyan, while Chunlan and the others are delightful, none can compare to your beauty. Engaging with them would be akin to discarding a watermelon for a mere sesame seed. Luo Hongyan huffed lightly, acknowledging his compliment. Yet, your praise of their beauty raises questions. Do you harbor thoughts about them? She teased. Chen, why did you not inform me about the poison you were afflicted with? Luo Hongyan's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, if I had summoned someone to seek your help, you would have had alternative methods to cure me. Chen replied. Alternative methods? Luo Hongyan's keen mind quickly grasped the implications. She shot him a reproachful glance. Chen, that is not what I meant. After your recovery, why did you remain silent? Even if the poison was not lethal, being afflicted with lust poison is no trivial matter. Chen frowned after the incident. I instructed Eunuch Lu to remain vigilant for any further actions from the adversary. I did not anticipate they would conclude I had indeed been poisoned. Luo Hongyan's eyes gleamed with determination. There are problems within the Fengming Palace. I will arrange for powerful individuals to hypnotize everyone, purging those who pose a threat. There's no need. Chen shook his head. Hongyan, hypnotizing hundreds of people is no simple task, and it is not necessarily our people who are at fault. The Fengming Palace has hundreds of individuals who interact with many others daily. It is possible that a formidable foe has hypnotized someone to extract relevant information. If you conduct an investigation to ensure their innocence, the adversary could still employ the same methods afterward. Luo Hongyan furrowed her brow, conceding the point. Chen, for the next few days, remain here in the Purple Dragon Palace. Chen nodded eagerly. This arrangement was favorable, although, given the reactions of the court officials, it was likely that Prince Mu was working behind the scenes. The chances of a thorough investigation yielding results were slim. However, the thought of holding his fragrant wife at night was undeniably appealing. At the Prince Mu's residence, Luo Yuanmu's expression darkened. What is the meaning of this? Gukong, are you certain you used the Xinyuan powder? He demanded. Beside him, his advisor, Gukong, quickly affirmed, I am certain, my lord, that I used the Xinyuan powder. Luo Yuanmu frowned. Then why the unexpected outcome? Eunuch Lu from Fengming Palace possesses only the cultivation of the 7th level of the Divine King. How could he possibly neutralize the effects of Xinyuan powder? The Xinyuan powder is exceedingly precious. Its effects may not be intense, but clearing its influence is challenging. Moreover, the powder has the characteristic of not gradually intensifying. When the effects are felt, they must reach at least 50%. At that moment, how could Chen, with his mere postnatal cultivation, suppress his desires rationally? Chunlan and the others are undoubtedly guarding outside. They are all exquisite beauties. Chen would likely seek them out. My lord, there are a few possibilities. First, Chen could have engaged with them, but the Empress discovered it and summoned a powerful individual to restore Chunlan and the others. Second, Chunlan and her companions may have sensed something amiss upon entering the room and immediately informed the others, leading to Chen's involvement with another woman. Lastly, the Empress might have been aware of the situation and sought a formidable practitioner to cleanse Chen's body of the poison while pretending ignorance to uncover the mastermind. Luo Yuanmu's expression shifted slightly. Could we be discovered? My lord, rest assured, that is absolutely impossible. However, the Ministry of Justice's swift intervention may uncover some details. Gukong replied. Luo Yuanmu pondered. Do not obstruct the Ministry of Justice. If they cannot trace it back to us, let them investigate. Sometimes, it is better to remain still than to act rashly. As for Chen, we have not completely failed, although he is an empress. If a sufficiently powerful individual hypnotizes him, he may yet reveal the truth. Among the three possibilities analyzed by the advisor, two suggest that Chen has indeed engaged with other women. Luo Yuanmu felt that these two possibilities exceeded 80% likelihood. My lord, finding an opportunity to hypnotize the Empress will be quite difficult, the advisor noted. Luo Yuanmu nodded lightly. Given this possibility, there may be future opportunities. That night, a knock echoed through Luo Hongyan's chambers as Nangong Ning rapped on the door, knowing she could not enter directly with Chen present. Speak. Luo Hongyan's voice rang out as she slipped from Chen's embrace. They had only just begun to rest. The Ministry of Justice has discovered a man named Nurchi, a citizen of the Oda Empire, with a cultivation level at the Sun God stage, proficient in hypnosis. He has since committed self-immolation. Luo Hongyan furrowed her brow. With this lead severed, further investigation would undoubtedly prove futile. Hongyan, let the Ministry of Justice close the case. Chen suggested. The adversary is cunning. With Nurchi's self-immolation, any further inquiries by the ministry would be pointless. Nangong, proceed as the Empress has advised. Luo Hongyan's calm voice carried to the outside, prompting Nangong Ning to withdraw promptly. Chapter 69. Flames of War at the Frontier. The Emperor leading the charge? Chen, you must strive to enhance your cultivation as much as possible. If your prowess were stronger, the enemy could not possibly resort to such inferior tactics against you, Luo Hongyan stated earnestly. In her eyes, Chen's low cultivation was his greatest vulnerability. The enemy would undoubtedly exploit this weakness in the future. Chen embraced Luo Hongyan once more, grinning. Hongyan, within a year, I will definitely reach the innate level. 3 years to gather the stars, 5 years to traverse the sea of stars, 10 years to condense the sun, 20 years to become a sun god. Luo Hongyan rolled her eyes. With Chen's talent, she would be grateful if he could attain the sea of stars level in his lifetime. Hongyan, how about a good night kiss before we sleep? Haha. Chen teased, leaning in for a kiss. Luo Hongyan offered a slight resistance, but soon succumbed to his kiss. In her mind, it was a sign of her failure to protect Chen, and offering him some comfort felt appropriate. After a few minutes, the kiss finally ended, leaving Luo Hongyan's breathing a bit rapid. I will practice tonight. You should go to sleep. Luo Hongyan quickly got out of bed, feeling as if she could hardly maintain her composure. After a fleeting kiss, she fled. Was it a gain or a loss? Chen pondered. Fortunately, Luo Hongyan mentioned she would be staying at the Purple Dragon Palace for the next few days, presenting him with another opportunity to hold her close while sleeping. The next day, after the morning court session, Hongyan, has something happened? Chen inquired with a grave expression, having already risen. Luo Hongyan's demeanor was unusual. War has erupted at the frontier. Luo Hongyan took a deep breath. The Xiongnu have invaded the northwest, with 100,000 cavalry breaching several border cities. We have lost 8,000 soldiers, and countless civilians have perished. Chen was taken aback. The Tianyin dynasty was one of the 4 great dynasties of the Nine Heavens continent. Even during times of decline, such losses were shocking. In previous years, although there were conflicts at the borders, casualties were typically low. 8,000 soldiers slain and tens of thousands of civilians slaughtered was an immense provocation against the Tianyin dynasty. It was no wonder Luo Hongyan was so furious. Hongyan, how could this happen? Chen asked, puzzled. Had the Xiongnu gone mad? Such actions would surely invite a brutal retaliation from the Tianyin dynasty. Luo Hongyan frowned. The Xiongnu are suffering from poor harvest this year and are short on food. We, the Tianyin dynasty, have ample supplies. They are demanding 10 million stones of grain. If not, they will continue their assaults. The Tianyin dynasty, with a population of 100 billion, could easily part with 10 million stones of grain this year due to a bountiful harvest. The Xiongnu had certainly calculated this. Never mind, this is not something you should concern yourself with. It is a matter of state. Moreover, your cultivation is low, and you are deep within the inner palace. Luo Hongyan rubbed her temples, feeling a headache from the ruckus in the court just now. The military officials, led by Grand General Dong, naturally advocated for war, while the civil officials, led by Grand Master Peng, promoted peace. The arguments for war were self-evident, while those for peace also held merit. The Xiongnu's grasslands had limited capacity. and they would periodically launch wars to seize benefits and cull the weak. Fighting the Xiongnu often yielded little reward. A loss could lead to devastating casualties for the Tianyin dynasty. Historically, peace had been cherished. Offering grain, silver, or even royal marriages had often been the solution. The Tianyin Empire's two northern foes were the Oda Empire and the Xiongnu. The Oda Empire was stronger, yet the Xiongnu were far more troublesome, akin to hyenas on the steppes. Hongyan, let me give you a massage. Chen approached Luo Hongyan from behind, gently massaging her temples. His technique surpassed hers, and her expression softened somewhat. Hongyan, there's one thing I don't understand. With 100,000 Xiongnu cavalry deployed, wouldn't it be easy for us to annihilate them if we had top-tier experts on our side? Chen queried, perplexed. He had read many books, yet this topic was seldom addressed. Luo Hongyan closed her eyes to relax. This involves two aspects. Firstly, all nations share an unspoken understanding that top-tier experts do not engage in mass slaughter on the battlefield. Otherwise, the opposing top-tier experts could easily infiltrate our territory and massacre countless innocents. Secondly, if powerful experts engage in excessive killing, it would affect their own fortune. Chen was taken aback. The truth was so simple. Perhaps it was too simple, hence overlooked in various texts. He realized he had overthought it. Hongyan, I intend to lead the charge myself, Luo Hongyan declared solemnly, her eyes opening, a powerful aura radiating from her. Chen's expression changed. Hongyan, you cannot be serious. You would lead the charge yourself? If she were to fall to the enemy, it would be a dire situation. Luo Hongyan replied firmly, Chen, 8,000 soldiers have perished and tens of thousands of civilians have been slaughtered. The Tianyin dynasty has not faced such disgrace in a millennium. I must personally lead the charge. In previous instances of such grievances, either the emperor or the crown prince would head to the front lines. Chen furrowed his brow. They had no son. The Tianyin dynasty currently lacked a crown prince. Chen, if I do not lead the charge, even if we win, I would still suffer defeat. Even if no more lives are lost, the current casualties are significant. Without a prominent figure from the royal family at the frontier, how can we calm the populace? Winning would still mean a loss for Luo Hongyan. This was indisputable. Hongyan, you stay here, and I will go. Chen interjected. As I understand it, there have been instances in the history of the Tianyin dynasty where emperors and empresses went to the front lines. You can remain at the Tianyin imperial palace while I replace you at the front. Emperors and empresses may not meddle in governmental affairs, but leading the charge at the front lines was permissible. Such instances have been revered in history. Not a chance. Luo Hongyan firmly rejected. Chen, with your mere post-heaven cultivation, do you intend to march to the front lines to meet your demise? Many wish to take your life. You might not even reach the front before perishing. Hongyan, do you think your divine, king-level cultivation makes a difference at the front compared to my post-heaven level? We will undoubtedly have divine, emperor-level experts protecting us. The ones targeting us will also be divine, emperor-level strongholds. Luo Hongyan raised her left hand, showcasing the protective ring upon her finger. Chen in the past, emperors and empresses led the charge because there was no crown prince, and the emperor was gravely ill. Now, I'm perfectly fine. Is it sensible to send you, an empress with merely post-heaven cultivation, to the front lines? Luo Hongyan stated with a serious tone. Chen frowned internally. Should he reveal his strength now? However, he was only at the 5th level of the divine emperor. Revealing his true capabilities could have unpredictable consequences, even if Luo Hongyan trusted him. What about the ancient ancestors of the royal family? They were formidable beings of imperial caliber. If they insisted he leave the Tianyin imperial palace, Luo Hongyan would likely be unable to stop them. Hongyan, what about the Grand Emperor? How about we send him to the frontier? Chen suggested. The Grand Emperor was a 9th-level divine emperor. Luo Hongyan paused, having not considered the Grand Emperor. If he were willing to venture to the frontier, then that would indeed pose no problem. Chapter 70. The Empress's Personal Campaign, Stealthy Exploration of the Demon Tower. Chen, do you believe the Supreme Emperor will agree? Luo Hongyan spoke softly, her own confidence wavering. Although the Supreme Emperor had bestowed the throne upon her, their father-daughter relationship remained strained. Chen shook his head slightly. The impression the Supreme Emperor gave him was far from reassuring. Hongyan, I have said I will go on your behalf. With a God Emperor-level protector by my side and eunuch Lu accompanying me, there will be no danger, Chen declared earnestly. Having cultivated to the 9th level of the God Emperor realm after enduring for so long, a brief excursion posed little threat. Even if enemies were to ambush him, unless they were at the level of a great emperor, he held no fear. Luo Hongyan felt a surge of emotion. Chen, with his mere postnatal cultivation, was willing to venture to the border for her sake. Yet, the more he insisted, the less she could allow him to go. Chen, the ring you gifted me can indeed withstand attacks from great emperors, correct? Luo Hongyan raised her left hand and smiled. That should be the case, Chen replied. The protective ring indeed could fend off attacks of up to half-saint level and withstand 10 strikes from a great emperor. Then it should not be a problem for me to venture to the border. After all, our Tianyan dynasty is a premier dynasty. As long as I'm not instantly obliterated, other powerful beings can ensure my safety, Luo Hongyan asserted. Chen furrowed his brow in silence. While the protective ring would likely guarantee her safety, he remained concerned. Chen, it is settled then. I can even make it back in time for your birthday, Luo Hongyan declared with resolute determination. Chen allowed a soft sigh. Hongyan, what would you like to eat? I will prepare it for you. No, I have no appetite right now. Instead, compose a poem to send me off, Luo Hongyan replied. With her decision made, she would soon set off. After a brief moment, they arrived at the study, where Chen quickly jotted down a few lines. Humans experience joys and sorrows. The moon waxes and wanes. This has been a challenge throughout the ages. May we endure for long, together sharing the beauty of the moonlight from afar. Luo Hongyan recited the lines softly, a smile gracing her face. Quite nice. The campaign against the small Xiongnu does not warrant a tearful farewell. I shall depart, and you must be cautious within the palace. After they shared a meal, Luo Hongyan prepared to embark on her expedition in the afternoon. 30,000 black dragon imperial guards assembled in the training grounds. Chen arrived to find Luo Hongyan clad in battle armor, radiating an imposing imperial aura that suppressed all around her. Several god, emperor-level warriors were present, yet none could overshadow Luo Hongyan's brilliance. Board the warships, set sail, Luo Hongyan commanded. The 30,000 black dragon imperial guards swiftly boarded massive warships capable of flight, each crafted at great expense and piloted by god-king-level experts, traversing vast distances with ease. Soon, Luo Hongyan ascended to the flagship and cast a lingering glance towards Chen, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. In his mind, her voice resonated, and dozens of warships took to the skies. Under the watchful eyes of countless citizens within the Tianyan imperial city, these vessels rapidly departed. His Majesty's personal campaign will surely teach those Xiongnu a harsh lesson. May His Majesty return safely. Many prayed for Luo Hongyan within the Tianyan imperial city, while others with ulterior motives began scheming. With Luo Hongyan heading to the border, the chances of her demise increased significantly. Furthermore, her absence made it easier to eliminate Chen. His strength remained insufficient. Were he powerful enough, he could reveal his true abilities and replace Hongyan without issue. Chen gazed in the direction of the departing warships, his emotions a tangle. His wife was gone, leaving him alone in an empty bed. Eunuch Lu, Empress. Lu Zhongliang bowed respectfully. Though he had yet to break through to the great emperor level, his bottleneck had loosened considerably. You shall make a trip to the border, Chen said casually. Lu Zhongliang trembled. He was all too aware of the horrors within the demon refinement cauldron, where each passing second felt worse than death. Empress, I will ensure your safety in secret. Your Majesty will not encounter any mishap. Lu Zhongliang vowed earnestly. Go. Chen waved his hand, and Lu Zhongliang quietly departed, using his 9th level god emperor strength to remain undetected. Days swiftly passed. Chen's routine remained unchanged, basking in the sun, reading, and such. With Luo Hongyan absent, state affairs were naturally handled by Wei Yutong and others, leaving him, the Empress, uninvolved. The Empress Dowager, Prince Mu, the Situ family, and others had yet to take any action. Another month passed, What treasures might he sign for this time? Yi Chen mused inwardly. He glanced towards the back mountain. The chances of obtaining valuable items through signing at the Demon Tower were considerably higher, and he yearned to proceed there. Initially, Yi Chen had approached signing with a laid-back attitude, preferring a gradual increase in strength. However, with Luo Hongyan at the border, he hoped to elevate his power swiftly. Previously, he had acquired the Qiyu battle armor. Thus, signing at the Demon Tower should pose no significant issue. A glimmer of determination shone in Yi Chen's eyes. As night fell, he instructed the accompanying divine willow, "Do not let anyone discover my departure." The great willow tree in the backyard swayed gently, transforming into a tiny mosquito. Yi Chen made his way to the back mountain. Ideally, he would enter the Demon Tower unnoticed. However, upon reaching the back mountain, he sensed something amiss. The formations here were now targeted at the outside. Ordinary mosquitoes could not enter. Should he attempt to force his way in, he would surely alert other powerful beings in the vicinity. Transform. In the next moment, Yi Chen shifted from mosquito into an elderly man clad in white robes, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Who goes there? In addition to the old ancestor Luo Wanli, other powerful beings occupied the back mountain. Several individuals quickly noticed Yi Chen's presence. In the blink of an eye, 2 God Emperor-level experts and several God King-level warriors surrounded him, their expressions grave. From Yi Chen, they sensed no powerful aura, as though he were merely an ordinary old man. Yet, how could an ordinary elder arrive at the back mountain without a sound? Little ones, do you intend to take action against this old man? Yi Chen chuckled, entirely unfazed by the encirclement of God Emperor and God King-level warriors. Ancestor, there is a situation. One of the God Emperor-level experts promptly relayed a message to Luo Wanli. Luo Wanli extended his consciousness, sensing Yi Chen, who appeared merely as an ordinary person. Luo Wanli's expression shifted, and under the scrutiny of his consciousness, Yi Chen remained an ordinary individual. Who are you, and what brings you here? Luo Wanli appeared before Yi Chen in an instant, his face etched with concern. Up close, Yi Chen still seemed like an ordinary person. This was highly unusual. Chapter 71. Claiming to be a senior, signing in at the Demon Tower. Luo Wanli, back in the day, you were still quite young. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed, and you've become an old fellow. How unfortunate that your cultivation is somewhat lacking. Yi Chen remarked with a chuckle. Luo Wanli furrowed his brow in silence, pondering the identity of this person. From Yi Chen's tone, it seemed he was an established powerhouse, even when Luo was still youthful. Pray tell, who might you be? Luo Wanli inquired with a solemn tone. More powerful individuals gathered around from the back mountain, yet they refrained from acting recklessly. Yi Chen, amused, said, Luo Wanli, why summon these youngsters? Their meager strength is hardly a challenge for me. You might as well give it a try yourself. Your cultivation is somewhat inferior. Let us see if your true combat prowess can match those of higher cultivation. Luo Wanli communicated with the others, and immediately, a formidable formation was established around them. Friend, if you do not reveal your identity and intentions, I may be compelled to take offense. Luo Wanli warned gravely. Yi Chen chuckled lightly. Fear not, Luo Wanli. As an old acquaintance, I shall not take advantage of your lesser strength. You may strike with confidence. Luo Wanli raised an eyebrow at the boldness of his opponent. Kill, he commanded, launching an attack. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed as the Jinglong sword was drawn, reaching Yi Chen in an instant. At first glance, the strike appeared unremarkable, lacking any overwhelming aura. However, in truth, all of Luo Wanli's power was concentrated into that single point. Boom! As the sword tip approached Yi Chen, he did not flinch. A faint light curtain emerged around his body. The violent sword intent erupted fiercely. This strike was powerful enough to level a mountain of 10,000 meters. With Luo Wanli's third-tier emperor cultivation, augmented by the Jinglong sword, it wielded the might of a fourth-tier emperor. Yet, Yi Chen remained unmoved. The protective barrier merely quivered slightly. Is that all? Yi Chen mused, furrowing his brow slightly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at Luo Wanli with apparent disappointment. Your cultivation is lacking, and your combat capability is mediocre. Was that truly your strongest strike? Try again. Luo Wanli took a deep breath and unleashed his second and third strikes in succession. Boom! Boom! The sounds of the two attacks resonated almost simultaneously. The consecutive strikes possessed even greater power. Yet, against Yi Chun's formidable defense, they proved futile. The Qiyu battle armor could withstand 30 full force strikes from Emperor-level adversaries. If the attacking Emperor was weaker or not fully committed, it could endure even more. Given Luo Wanli's strength, it could withstand 100 or more without issue. Luo Wanli, it seems you have exhausted your energy over the years spent guarding this place. Otherwise, your strength would surely be greater, Yi Chen remarked with a hint of regret. Luo Wanli was utterly shocked. His full-force 3 strikes had had no effect whatsoever. Senior, I beg your pardon for my offenses, he said, bowing respectfully. He deduced that Yi Chen must be an individual of at least 7th-tier emperor status, as a 5th or 6th-tier emperor could not exhibit such ease. No need to refer to yourself as junior. You hold emperor-level cultivation. Discussing as peers is entirely acceptable. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. Luo Wanli, being an esteemed royal ancestor, pondered how he would explain this to others should they learn that he had called a senior. Indeed, fellow cultivator, might I inquire about your purpose for visiting? Luo Hongyan is currently absent, having taken some strong allies with her, so when Yi Chen arrived, he found it suspicious. Years ago, I had promised another that I would refrain from coming here while the emperor was absent. Now that the empress is gone, I have come to take a look. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. Otherwise, you would already be lying on the ground. Yi Chen said with a tone of reflection. As he spoke, he ascended the mountain, with Luo Wanli following closely beside him, while the other strong individuals trailed behind, not daring to intervene. Before long, Yi Chen arrived at the side of the demon tower. Luo Wanli, I have matters to attend to within the demon tower. Do you have any objections? Luo Wanli's brow furrowed in secret. Of course, he had objections. A significant one at that. Was the demon tower a place one could enter at will? Yet, after 3 strikes, Yi Chen showed no signs of injury, and the other powerful individuals might not even be able to contend with him. Should a battle ensue, it would unleash the demons within the tower, wreaking havoc upon the living. Friend, you do not intend to release the demons inside, do you? Luo Wanli asked, frowning. Yi Chen chuckled lightly. If I wish to unleash the demons, would I need to waste words with you? Luo Wanli took a deep breath. Friend, you may enter, but please proceed with caution. Yi Chen nodded slightly, and Luo Wanli opened a small portal. Yi Chen stepped through effortlessly into the space beyond. System, sign in 3 times. Upon entering the demon tower, the system immediately responded. Signing in at the demon tower, received 1 SS grade enhancement card, capable of upgrading an S grade reward to an SS grade reward. Yi Chun's heart soared with excitement. He had obtained an SS grade enhancement card, a remarkable item indeed. It could significantly bolster his physique or martial techniques. This directly influenced the speed of his cultivation advancement. Signing in at the demon tower, received an S grade reward. Mastery of emperor-level formations. Proficient in all formations below the saint level. Yi Chen felt like laughing joyously. Another splendid reward, though he currently possessed the strength of a 9th-tier divine emperor. He was not well versed in formations. Even with ordinary formations, he could only brute force his way through. Now, with this reward, he would be much more comfortable. Signing in at the demon tower, received an A-grade reward. A cleansing elixir, highly effective for those of lower cultivation, with diminished effects for those of higher cultivation. The third sign-in was rather mediocre. The A-grade cleansing elixir held little benefit for him, and it was similarly unhelpful for Hongyan, though it would be quite advantageous for Changlu if used. Yi Chen thought to himself, roar. At that moment, a demon sensed the anomaly near Yi Chen. It swiftly lunged toward him. Oomph. Yi Chen snorted lightly, summoning the demon refining pot. The aura emanating from the pot caused the approaching demon to retreat in fright. It sensed that entering the pot would mean certain death. Quickly retreating, Yi Chen activated the floating light shadow technique, swiftly returning to the outside world. Luo Wanli hurriedly resealed the portal. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. Chen had seemingly done nothing. He had merely frightened off the demons that charged at him. Friend, I sense that the demons within the demon tower are becoming increasingly restless. I wonder if you have a solution? Luo wanly inquired. System, equip mastery of emperor-level formations. Chen mental commanded. Instantly, an overwhelming amount of information flooded into Chen's mind. What he previously deemed to be intricate formations on the back mountain now appeared rather commonplace. First, let us repair these shabby formations of yours, Chen stated calmly, transmitting a wealth of information to Luo wanly. With this information, Luo wanly could significantly enhance the formations in this area, allowing the demon tower to stabilize somewhat. Chapter 72. The Yin-Yang Sacred Body. The seventh beauty, how formidable. A mere glance reveals the multitude of flaws in our formation. This elder's strength is truly unfathomable. Luo wanly was taken aback. His earlier doubts regarding Chen were now cast into oblivion. After leaving the back mountain, Chen did not proceed directly to Fengming Palace. He had exited the palace. It would not bode well for Luo wanly, a formidable emperor-level expert, to discover his intention to visit Fengming Palace. What should I upgrade? Chen pondered. The S-level rewards he most desired to enhance were the 8-9 Profound Art and the Solar Divine Body. Each upgrade would significantly accelerate his cultivation speed. The two had their distinctions. An upgrade to the Solar Divine Body would enhance his physique, likely resulting in an immediate increase in cultivation. Currently at the 5th level of the Divine Emperor realm, advancing to the 6th level was certain, and perhaps even reaching the 7th level directly was plausible. His strength would instantly elevate to the Emperor level. The 8-9 Profound Art is a technique. Enhancing it would not yield an immediate boost in strength, but its overall enhancement effects were superior. The Solar Divine Body has little effect at night, and its efficacy diminishes on overcast days. In the long run, upgrading the 8-9 Profound Art would be more beneficial. However, with Hongyan currently dispatched to the borders, attaining Emperor-level strength in the short term would enable him to assist her more swiftly if needed. Chen murmured to himself. After careful consideration, he resolved to first enhance the Solar Divine Body. The 8-9 Profound Art could be addressed later. Strength in the short term was of greater importance. System. Utilize the enhancement card to strengthen the Solar Divine Body. The Solar Divine Body enhancement was successful, upgraded to the SS level Yin-Yang Sacred Body, granting him boosts both day and night, achieving the peak of the Sacred Master Realm. As the system's voice resonated, Chen felt a cataclysmic transformation within him. The powerful, pure yang energy that once resided in his body began to rapidly give rise to potent, pure yin energy. Under the influence of this yin-yang power, both his body and soul grew exponentially stronger. In just 2 minutes, Chen's cultivation reached the 6th level of the Divine Emperor realm. After wandering the streets for half an hour, he had ascended to the 7th level of the Divine Emperor realm. Finally, he had arrived. However, he suspected that he could only reach the 7th level. Chen mused, sensing that his cultivation speed was nearing a normal state. Yet, with the SS level Yin-Yang Sacred Body, even his normal state of enhancement was considerably faster than before. System, can I now equip the Houtian sword? Chen inquired in his mind. In terms of cultivation, he still fell short, but in terms of power, he had already attained Emperor-level strength. At the 2nd level of the Emperor realm, this power, while still inferior to Luo wanly, was nonetheless formidable. Within the entire Tianyan Empire, Luo wanly was the only openly recognized Emperor-level expert. Whether Chen existed secretly remained uncertain. The royal family likely did not possess such individuals. There might be hidden antiquities among the common folk. Unable to equip, the system noted. Host, you lack Emperor-level strength. The Rui Golden Cudgel enhances combat power 3 minor realms below Emperor level and 2 minor realms at the Emperor level. Without using the Rui Golden Cudgel, his strength stood at the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm. With it, he would reach the 2nd level of the Emperor realm. Is that so? Chen furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of regret. If he could wield the Houtian sword now, achieving the 3rd level of the Emperor realm would be assured. Young master, Would you care to step inside? Tonight, our Tianxian Tower's premier performer, Miss Mingyue, shall grace the stage. As Chen walked, he arrived before a magnificent building where many young masters were entering. The melodious strains of music wafted from within. He had unexpectedly arrived here. Yichen guzid upyart. The sign of Tianxian Tower was grand and luminous. Tianxian Tower was the foremost brothel in Tianyin Imperial City, known for its high-quality courtesans. Some of the women offered their talents without compromising their virtue. Miss Mingyue, ranked 7th on the Nine Skies beauty list, had just turned 20 this year after entering the list last year. Since her arrival at Tianxian Tower, it had swiftly secured its status as the premier establishment. The Nine Skies beauty list was highly reputable, featuring women of unparalleled beauty, and the top 10 were truly exceptional. Following Miss Mingyue's inclusion, Tianxian Tower's business had surged several-fold. Many young masters were exceedingly generous in their efforts to catch a glimpse of her. Not interested, nothing worth seeing. Chen shook his head. Had it been another time, he might have entered Tianxian Tower to admire its beauties. After all, everyone has an appreciation for beauty. But with Luo Hongyan potentially facing danger at the borders, it would be inappropriate for him to indulge in such distractions. Young master, Miss Mingyue's public performance is a rare occasion. Who knows when the next opportunity will arise? The woman before Chen continued to entice enthusiastically. Just as he was about to decline once more, a carriage approached, and to his surprise, Situ Yin and Situ Rin emerged, greeted by Luo Yuanliang from within Tianxian Tower. Situ Yin and his brother had altered their appearances so that those not well acquainted with them would not recognize them. Yet Chen could discern their identities. Given his cultivation level, even if they disguised themselves as women, he could accurately identify them. Brothers, my elder brother has arrived and is waiting inside. Please. Luo Yuanliang smiled. Chen's heart stirred. The elder brother he referred to must be Luo Yuanmu. This prince of the bloodline was clandestinely meeting with Situ Yin and his brother at Tianxian Tower. Given Luo Yuanmu's sensitive identity, engaging with figures like Dong Tai Wei or the heirs of feudal lords was a precarious matter. Since such a rare opportunity had presented itself, I shall venture inside. Chen altered his initial decision and followed closely behind Luo Yuanliang into Tianxian Tower. Inside Tianxian Tower, many young masters had already gathered. The hall was adorned with numerous tables, and even the least favorable table required a minimum expenditure of 50 taels of silver, enough for an ordinary family to sustain themselves for a year. Remarkably, half of the high-ranking officials in the court had their juniors present, and there were numerous royal offspring as well. As Chen surveyed the scene, he spotted 2 ministers who could enter the Tianji Hall. Both were in disguise. This was merely the situation in the hall. The upper floors housed private guest rooms. Luo Yuanliang and the others ascended to one of the private rooms. The allure of Miss Mingyue was truly extraordinary. Chen mused. This was to be expected. With Luo Hongyan ranked first on the Nine Skies beauty list, he harbored little interest in other women. Yet others were not the same. Should the finances be sufficient, he might even become an honored guest of Miss Mingyue. Young Master Situ, long time no see. Chen settled into a seat near Luo Yuanliang's private room, soon hearing Luo Yuanmu's voice. The soundproofing of the private room was excellent, yet it could not withstand Chen's formidable cultivation. With distance less than 20 meters, he could clearly hear their conversations. Prince Mu, indeed it has been a long time. A few years ago, I thought you would ascend to the throne, yet fate has played its hand, allowing Lady Luo Hongyan to inherit the imperial seat. Situ Yin remarked with a hint of nostalgia. He referred to Luo Hongyan by name, immediately indicating his stance to Luo Yuanmu. Chapter 73. The Enemy's Conspiracy. The Lady's Secrets. Luo Yuanmu gestured for Situ Yin and his companions to take a seat. Your Highness, my sister has ascended to the throne. We need not dwell on that. Let us discuss Chen instead, he stated calmly. Naturally, he desired the imperial throne, but it was not appropriate to engage in such discussions with Situ Yin and the others. After years apart, their relationship required time to mend. Indeed, Situ Yin nodded. The mention of Chen brought a twinge of sorrow to his heart. Each month, he found himself pleading with Chen. Otherwise, he would be rendered powerless. Since his affliction, Situ Yin had secretly sought numerous physicians, yet the issue remained unresolved. Prince Mu, you previously mentioned collaborating to deal with Chen. The Sidu family has no objections, but I wish to capture him alive rather than kill him, Situ Yin declared in a solemn tone. If Chen were to perish, how would I resolve my own predicament? If I cannot reclaim my manhood, I might lose my position as heir. To capture him alive? Luo Yuanmu's brow furrowed slightly. Your Highness, capturing Chen alive is far more challenging than simply eliminating him. Situ Yin took a sip of tea. Prince Mu, Chen possesses only postnatal cultivation. The difference between capturing and killing him shouldn't be substantial. If we can lure him out of the Tianyin Imperial Palace, our two factions can surely succeed. After all, he is merely the Emperor's consort. The number of powerful guards accompanying him will be significantly reduced. Luo Yuanmu fell silent for a moment before responding. So, Your Highness, you intend to capture Chen and take him away from the Tianyin Imperial City? Of course, Situ Yin affirmed. Chen is vulnerable within the Tianyin Imperial City, making it easier for royal experts to find him. Prince Mu, capturing the Emperor's consort would be a humiliation for the Emperor, a lingering disgrace that surpasses the mere act of killing him. Luo Yuanmu lightly tapped his fingers on the table, acknowledging the merit in this plan. A direct assassination would only have a temporary impact, while capturing the consort would inflict a lasting blow to Luo Hongyan's prestige. Very well, Luo Yuanmu acquiesced. He recognized that to secure the throne, he needed the support of the Sidu family, and this collaboration presented an excellent opportunity. Prince Mu, our Sidu family will provide additional strong individuals. You should have a strategy to lure Chen out. Situ Yin smiled. Indeed, Luo Yuanmu nodded. Chen, concealed in the shadows, observed the unfolding conversation with keen interest. To his surprise, Luo Yuanmu and Situ Yin were conspiring against him. If he truly possessed only postnatal cultivation, and with Luo Hongyan absent from the Tianyin Imperial City, their chances of success were substantial. As time passed, Chen was eager to hear how they planned to deceive him out of the palace. However, Luo Yuanmu and the others shifted their conversation to matters of romance and frivolity. Everyone, please be quiet. Miss Mingyue is about to perform. If her performance is commendable, I hope the young lords will be generous with their rewards, announced Yang Yuer, the manager of the Tianxian Tower. Though in her 50s, she possessed remarkable cultivation and appeared no older than 30, still exuding charm. The Tianxian Tower earned millions annually. Upon hearing Yang Yuer's voice, the atmosphere in the tower quieted, all eyes turning toward the pavilion on the second floor. A graceful figure entered the pavilion. Is this Miss Mingyue? Truly deserving of her reputation, Chen mused. Though veiled, the delicate fabric could not obscure her beauty from his gaze. The woman who stepped into the pavilion was indeed stunning. In his past life, Chen had never encountered such beauty, and in this life, he frequently did. Miss Mingyue's allure was remarkable, yet when compared to Luo Hongyan, there was a slight disparity. Particularly, Miss Mingyue's aura paled in comparison to that of the Empress. After all, Luo Hongyan was an Empress. Who could rival her grace? If rated on a scale of 100, Chen would award Miss Mingyue 99 points, while Luo Hongyan would earn a perfect 101. Goodness! Chen's pupils constricted. Initially focused on Miss Mingyue's beauty, he suddenly realized her cultivation was impressively high as well. Luo Hongyan, an empress with ample resources and royal prestige, had only attained the 8th level of the Divine King realm. Yet here was Miss Mingyue, a courtesan, possessing the same level of prowess. Divine King level 3. Chen noted, astonished. Miss Mingyue was merely 20 years old, 3 years younger than Luo Hongyan. With her talent, it was entirely possible for her to ascend 2 or 3 more levels in just 3 years. Remarkable, a divine king at such a young age, hidden within the brothel. How intriguing, Chen thought, a cold smile forming in his heart. Miss Mingyue undoubtedly harbored a concealed identity, one that was far from ordinary. In the entire Tianyin dynasty, there were only a handful of divine emperor-level experts. A divine king was already a formidable figure. Why would Miss Mingyue choose to be a courtesan? Without a powerful background, it would be nearly impossible for someone so gifted to reach such heights by the age of 20. The brothel provided easy access to the elite. Chen's eyes gleamed with insight. He had begun to suspect that Miss Mingyue was likely a spy. Perhaps the entire Tianxian Tower was compromised. After all, while Miss Mingyue attracted many nobles to the establishment, her interactions with them were limited, as most were attended to by other women in the tower. I now possess the strength of an emperor-level being, and yet I overlooked this at first. Even a divine emperor level 9 expert might struggle to discern that Miss Mingyue is a divine king. Chen pondered it silently. Miss Mingyue was exceptionally adept at concealing her true self. The techniques she practiced were undoubtedly designed for stealth, complemented by some unique treasures. Esteemed guests, Miss Mingyue humbly presents herself, she announced as she took her place before an ancient zither, her gentle voice resonating from the pavilion. The melodious notes soon filled the air. After listening for a while, Chen discerned that Miss Mingyue's zither skills had reached a masterful level. As the performance concluded, many young lords erupted in enthusiastic applause. Such a breathtaking beauty, even if merely a decorative figure, could drive many to madness, let alone one possessing such exquisite musical talent. A 20-year-old master of the zither was remarkably impressive. She was not someone like Chen, who lacked such skills. In her lifetime, with Miss Mingyue's potential, it was highly likely she could achieve a divine level of mastery. Kulme. I reward Miss Mingyue with 500 taels. I grant Miss Mingyue 1,000 taels. Miss Mingyue, here I offer you 3,000 taels. Numerous young lords called out loudly, attempting to capture Miss Mingyue's attention with their generous offerings. Rising to express her gratitude, Miss Mingyue bowed gracefully. Thank you, esteemed lords. Should any of you craft poetry that pleases me, I would gladly share wine and moonlight with you. Instantly, excitement surged among the crowd, with many self-proclaimed literary talents blushing with anticipation. They could not compete with wealth, but perhaps they could outshine one another with their verses. In the VIP section, Situ Ren's eyes brightened. He excelled in poetry. Chapter 74. A Contest of Poetry. Chen emerges victorious. Chen chuckled coldly to himself. As he savored wine under the moonlight, the crowd undoubtedly anticipated more activities to follow. However, could the esteemed Mingyue, with her divine-level cultivation, truly allow anyone to take advantage of her? If she were to relinquish her body, the one who would claim it must possess an extraordinarily noble identity. This thought caused Chen to frown slightly. He overheard others discussing how Mingyue had never previously granted such opportunities. Perhaps Prince Mu had visited in secret before, but neither Situ Yin nor Situ Run had ever been present. Could be that Mingyue was intentionally targeting them? Chen pondered this notion, but soon dismissed it with a smirk, realizing he might be overthinking. There were many talented youths present, and quite a few skilled in poetry. Did Situ Yin and his companions truly have the ability to seize the first place? Everyone was not blind. Any significant disparity in quality would be readily apparent. Esteemed gentlemen, you have but the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Let us see whose poetry is both swift and exquisite. Mingyue's gentle voice resonated. As soon as she finished speaking, a rotund young master leapt to his feet, exclaiming, Mingyue, I have composed one. From afar, the grand moon shines bright. Up close, it is indeed a great moon. Chen, sipping tea, nearly spat it out upon hearing this fellow's verse. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Indeed, young Master Chen is a poet of great merit. Mingyue's lips twitched at such an audacious recital. To dare share such poetry publicly was a true display of talent. Too kind. What does Mingyue think? Young Master Chen asked, puffed with pride, still convinced of the merit of his verse. Mingyue bids young Master Chen to wait. The time has only just begun, and she wishes to hear others' poetry as well. Many had previously composed verses about the moon, and now others began to stand forth. Chen shook his head discreetly. Their skill was rather mediocre. If someone had crafted an exceptional poem, it would have long been circulated. Crafting a new poem on the spot, with such limited time, could hardly yield masterpieces. Chen contemplated leaving, aware that lingering too long could draw attention. Just then, the window of the royal guest chamber opened, and Situ Run approached the edge, reciting a 5-character quatrain of commendable quality. A subtle smile graced Mingyue's face. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, his keen perception catching the unusual smile on Mingyue's face. This was not ordinary. If Mingyue were merely seeking to create a spectacle to draw attention and garner popularity, she would not wish for anyone to produce superior poetry. If the verses presented were all rather commonplace, she could easily dismiss them, and everyone would understand. Situ Ren's poem was quite good. If Mingyue were to reject it outright, it would surely displease the audience. It seemed that Mingyue's true intention was indeed focused on Situ Yin and his companions. Yi Chen mused, recognizing that with Mingyue's divine-level cultivation, she must already be aware of Situ Ren's true identity. Esteemed gentlemen, time is nearly up. If no one presents a better work, I shall concede, Situ Ren declared proudly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With his status, he could easily attract any beauty, but Mingyue was no ordinary woman. Though he had yet to win the favor of Luo Hongyan, securing Mingyue's affection would suffice for him. Your poem is indeed commendable, young master. Do any other gentlemen have superior compositions? Mingyue called out, her mood buoyant as she effortlessly hooked a big fish. Yi Chen frowned internally. There was a high likelihood that Mingyue was a spy. Situ Ren's identity was not trivial, and should he emerge victorious, who could predict the consequences? With Luo Hongyan absent, any unusual circumstances might elude the handling of Wei Yutong and the others. Mingyue, listen to mine. Yi Chen stood up. Situ Ren cast a sharp glare toward Yi Chen. How dare this commoner challenge him amidst such distinguished company? Mingyue smiled. Please, young master, share your thoughts. She did not believe Yi Chen's poetry could surpass Situ Ren's. She had already set her sights on this prize catch. Situ Ren coolly remarked, friend, spare us your crude verses. They would only bring you shame. Yi Chen's audacity irritated him. Yi Chen took a sip of tea and boldly recited, the moonlight before my bed, perhaps it is frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the moon, lowering it to think of my hometown. Upon hearing Yi Chen's poem, some could not contain their laughter. Many exchanged peculiar glances. How did this poem sound somewhat improper? Ah, splendid poetry. The maiden before the bed is unclothed, her skin as white as snow. Raising one's head to admire her, while thoughts drift to the homely wife at home. Marvelous, marvelous. Some whispered to their companions. Within the pavilion, Mingyue furrowed her brow slightly. If interpreted in an inappropriate manner, Yi Chen's poem made sense, and she felt an urge to strike him. Yet, if viewed otherwise, this verse could indeed become legendary. Situ Ren's expression turned ashen. As a renowned poet, he could not fathom such vulgarity. Confronted with Yi Chen's talent, he recognized the inferiority of his own composition. Young master possesses great talent. Mingyue admires your skill. Mingyue's eyes glinted ominously. With so many present, Yi Chen's poem would undoubtedly spread, potentially tarnishing her reputation. Though she resided in a brothel, Mingyue did not consider herself a true courtesan. Situ Ren snorted, shutting the window in a huff. Yi Chen's presence irked him to the core, igniting a desire for vengeance. Young master, Mingyue awaits you at the Invitation Moon Pavilion. Tonight is an exquisite occasion for moon-gazing. Mingyue departed, and soon someone from the heavenly immortal pavilion approached Yi Chen. Young master, please follow me. I shall escort you to the Invitation Moon Pavilion to share wine and moonlight with Mingyue. You're truly the envy of others. Yi Chen rose, proceeding leisurely towards the Invitation Moon Pavilion amidst the envious and resentful gazes of many. Investigate his identity, more than one ordered. If Yi Chen had no notable background and was staying here tonight, they desired him dead. The Invitation Moon Pavilion, nestled in the back courtyard of the heavenly immortal pavilion, was surrounded by picturesque scenery. Upon arrival, Yi Chen found the pavilion already adorned with wine and delicacies. Mingyue removed her veil, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty. Nearly flawless, a true masterpiece of creation. Your poem has left Mingyue both enamored and vexed. She began, her voice tinged with melancholy, her gaze seemingly enchanting. Cease your seduction, Yi Chen replied coolly, and as he spoke, a formidable array swiftly materialized around them. The array reached the divine level, with Yi Chen's current prowess and expertise in formations. Such a powerful array could be activated instantaneously. This formation isolated sound and vision, preventing Mingyue from escaping the Invitation Moon Pavilion. "Young master, what is your intent?" Mingyue does not understand. Mingyue exclaimed in alarm, sensing the sudden emergence of the formidable array surrounding her. Chapter 75. The origin of Mingyue and the heart-eating demon pill. In an instant, a formation of divine king level was laid out by the heart-eating demon pill, leading Miss Mingyue to deduce that Yi Chen undoubtedly possessed the strength of a divine emperor and was adept in formations. A plethora of information regarding numerous divine emperor-level experts from the Tianyan dynasty surfaced in her mind. Who exactly was Yi Chen? Do not contemplate escape. Take a seat, Yi Chen stated calmly as he settled into his chair. Anxiously, Miss Mingyue poured him a glass of wine, ensuring it was free of poison. "Miss Mingyue, at merely 20 years old, you have attained the 3rd level of divine king cultivation and are a master of the qin. You are indeed a prodigy among prodigies," Yi Chen remarked as he took a sip of the wine. Miss Mingyue trembled. Her cultivation had been seen through by him. But how could this be? The techniques she practiced were unique, and with her formidable treasures, even a divine emperor of the 9th level should find it challenging to discern her true strength. "Speak of your origins. What brings you to Tianyan Imperial City? Do not mistake me for a fool, or I shall render you powerless and reduce you to a mere courtesan." Yi Chen's expression was frigid. In this life, he was indeed from the Tianyan dynasty, and now he was the emperor, with his wife being the empress. If Miss Mingyue were a spy, her actions could lead to his downfall. Miss Mingyue felt a chill run down her spine. Though Yi Chen appeared youthful, he was a formidable divine emperor, highly skilled in formations. He must be an ancient being. What might such a being not be capable of? Seducing a young man was one thing. Ensnaring an ancient figure was an entirely different matter. "Predecessor, I am backed by the Baiwei Empire. I was cultivated by them since childhood, and my intent in coming to Tianyan Imperial City is to forge connections with influential figures and acquire confidential information." Miss Mingyue confessed sincerely. She understood that lying in the presence of a powerful divine emperor was fraught with peril. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with insight. The Baiwei Empire lay to the southwest of the Tianyan Empire, bordering the domain of the Southwest King. Miss Mingyue's primary target was set on Siturun. If the fish caught were not Siturun, but rather his cousin Situyen, it would be even better. Did the Baiwei Empire seek to win over the Situ family and fracture the Tianyan dynasty? Is that so? Yi Chen responded coolly. Miss Mingyue shook her head. "Predecessor, I am unaware of that. My task is simple: to attract more influential figures here and personally deal with some of the top-tier nobles. Lesser nobles will be managed by my sisters at the Tianxian Tower. Predecessor, if you spare me, I can act as a double agent and gather further intelligence for you. Furthermore, I assure you, my current state is still untainted," Miss Mingyue added as her dress began to slide down. "Stop," Yi Chen interjected coldly. Though it was absurd to claim he had no thoughts regarding Miss Mingyue's beauty, he was not so virtuous as to act against his own principles. With his wife away at the borders, engaging with another woman was simply unacceptable. "What are your intentions, predecessor?" Miss Mingyue halted the descent of her attire, secretly relieved. While she resided in a brothel, she did not internally consider herself a courtesan. "Put your clothes back on," Yi Chen said softly, observing that her dress had slipped to an intolerable degree. "Here, take one." A small jade vial appeared in Yi Chen's hand, containing 10 pills. "Miss Mingyue, these are heart-eating demon pills. Consuming all 10 at once could cause even a divine emperor of the 9th level to perish. However, taking one annually will result in a moment of agony, but will not lead to death. Completing all 10 will yield considerable benefits." Fear flickered in Miss Mingyue's eyes, yet she willingly extracted a pill. With a gulp, she swallowed it, and in a brief moment, the pill was absorbed by her body. Within 5 seconds, Miss Mingyue clutched her heart, emitting a scream of unbearable pain, as if countless insects were gnawing at her heart. Yi Chen leisurely sipped his drink, enjoying the cuisine of the Tianxian Tower. After a quarter of an hour, Miss Mingyue appeared as though she had just emerged from water, her thin dress soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her figure. However, you should swiftly cleanse the sweat from your body, Chen remarked, observing her. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Miss Mingwei utilized her energy, exhaling white mist, and within half a minute, she was dry. That single pill you just consumed is of significant value. The entire batch is worth 100,000 gold. I hope you will not disappoint me in the future, Chen stated matter-of-factly. This vial of pills was an B-grade reward that Chen had received months prior and had not had the opportunity to use in the palace. In terms of cultivation, Miss Mingwei's mere third level of Divine King was not worthy of such pills, yet her talent and beauty made her deserving. Yes, predecessor, Miss Mingwei replied, her face still pale from the recent ordeal. Chen continued, be diligent in your tasks. Each year, you will only endure that moment of pain. Should you disobey and not receive subsequent pills, the suffering will persist until your demise. Bitterly, Miss Mingwei inquired, predecessor, what information do you wish to obtain? Primarily regarding the Baiwei Empire and the Sidu family. Handle the rest as you see fit, Chen concluded before rising to depart. Many watched as Chen left, secretly exhaling in relief. He did not spend the night there. Miss Mingwei likely merely invited him for wine and moon-gazing. Yet, shortly after leaving the Tianxian Tower, Chen was intercepted once more. Friend, our master requests your presence for a brief discussion. The man who blocked Chen stated solemnly. Lead the way, Chen replied nonchalantly, suspecting this man was most likely a subordinate of Sidu Ren. Following him, Chen arrived at a nearby inn and entered a top-floor guest room. Sidu Ren was indeed present. Friend, what are your origins? Speak clearly if you have a background. Otherwise, today may bring you calamity. Situ Sneo, toying with a dagger in his hand. Chen frowned. I have no particular background, but is this truly necessary for such a trivial matter? You're also a scholar. Why resort to violence? No background? Situ Ren stood, his face twisting into a cruel expression. Dare you disrupt my affairs without a lineage? Clang! The dagger was flung to the ground by Situ Ren. Kid, do not blame me for not granting you a chance. You must cut out your own tongue and castrate yourself to survive. Chen's eyes glimmered with cold light. Since you propose such conditions, I shall return the favor. You cut out your own tongue and castrate yourself to live. What did you say? Situ Ren questioned, doubting his hearing. Chapter 76, The First Kill. Leaving the palace to pray for blessings, Chen scoffed. Situ Ren, how is it that at such a tender age, your hearing has dulled? Perhaps your mind needs a moment of clarity. With that, Chen swiftly approached and delivered 2 resounding slaps. Smack! Smack! Situ Ren was left utterly bewildered. Given his status and strength, he could not fathom being struck in such a manner. Cease! You seek death. His 2 subordinates exploded with fury, drawing their swords in a fierce assault on Chen. One aimed for Chen's left arm, while the other targeted his right. Oomph! Chen let out a disdainful grunt. In an instant, both subordinates of Situ Ren felt an overwhelming force surge through their bodies, rendering their cultivation utterly nullified. Clang! With their powers stripped, the swords they wielded, each weighing over 1,000 pounds, clattered to the ground. And no, the faces of Situ Ren's subordinates turned ashen, their voices filled with despair. With their powers obliterated, they aged rapidly, losing a decade of life with each breath. Though they appear to be in their 30s or 40s, their actual ages were over a century. As beings of the young god level, they could have lived for more than 500 years, and with a slight concession, 300 years was easily attainable. However, now that their powers were gone, their bodies could not sustain their life force, leading to a swift depletion of vitality. Situ Ren was paralyzed with terror as he watched his 2 subordinates swiftly perish before his eyes. In less than half a minute, they were gone. Situ Ren contemplated fleeing, but found himself paralyzed by fear. Although he possessed considerable talent and resources, granting him cultivation at the Yang God level, he realized that the formidable presence before him was likely a divine emperor, if not more. Have you come to a decision? Chen inquired coolly. He cast a glance at the lifeless bodies, his expression somewhat complex. After all, these 2 were the first lives he had taken in both this life and the last. Senior, I'm a member of the C2 family. My father, the Southwest King, is a formidable powerhouse at the 8th level of the Divine Emperor stage, and our family boasts 100,000 elite troops. C2 Ren summoned his courage to plead. The thought of self-mutilation was unbearable. Chen settled down and poured himself a cup of tea, taking a sip before calmly stating, C2 Ren, my refraining from taking your life already reflects my consideration for your family. Do not overstep your bounds. If you do not act before I finish this cup of tea, I shall eliminate you to silence you. A chill ran down C2 Ren's spine, having already witnessed the demise of his subordinates. He knew that Chen was entirely capable of silencing him. Senior, I truly did not realize you possessed such power. I am willing to offer compensation. What do you say? C2 Ren begged for mercy, his mind racing with curses. What business did a divine emperor have in a place like the heavenly immortal tower? How shameless! Chen ignored C2 Ren, leisurely sipping his tea. He took his time, finishing the cup in about 5 minutes. As 4 minutes passed, only a small amount of tea remained in the cup. Throughout these moments, C2 Ren considered various pleas and promises, yet none bore fruit. Senior, I submit. In a moment of desperation, C2 Ren summoned his sword energy, causing it to burst forth from his mouth, severing his own tongue. This was a torment he could endure. However, the next moment, his eyes widened in horror as blood gushed from his loins, staining his trousers crimson. He screamed in agony, his voice distorted due to the loss of his tongue. Young man, in the future, exercise a bit more discretion. Relying on one's family background will inevitably lead to your downfall, Chen remarked, having finished his tea and rising to his feet. C2 Ren averted his gaze, fearing that Chen would perceive the uncontrollable resentment in his eyes. With a holy concealment cloak shielding his presence, coupled with his formidable cultivation, even Luo Wanli would not be able to detect him. Shueshini, hurry and reattach it. C2 Ren rushed to a familiar physician, hoping to salvage his severed tongue. As it could still be reattached, given his status, he knew that the Tian Empire was not yet prepared for civil strife. The next day arrived. Early in the morning, several eunuchs from the Yangxin Palace visited the Fengming Palace. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager intends to visit the Saint Buddha Temple to pray for the Emperor's safety. We are unsure if Her Majesty is willing to accompany her. If she is, it would be splendid, but if not, that is quite all right. The leading eunuch said with apparent deference. Chen inwardly scoffed. The opportunity had finally arrived. The Saint Buddha Temple was not only outside the palace, but also over 100 kilometers from the Tian imperial city. If the Empress Dowager genuinely intended to pray for blessings, it posed no issue. With both the Empress Dowager and the Empress setting out together, their elite guards would undoubtedly be numerous, leaving no opportunity for adversaries. However, since Prince Mu and his faction were preparing to capture him, it was likely that the Empress Dowager would encounter some trouble en route. Chen silently praised the situation, with Luo Hongyan personally leading the charge. How could the elderly Empress Dowager travel such a distance to pray without him accompanying her? If he were merely of the acquired level of cultivation and unaware of Prince Mu's schemes, he would surely be in peril. Chen smiled and said, last night, I slipped out of the palace. If someone discovers me, it will spell trouble. The fact that Prince Mu and the Empress Dowager are providing such an opportunity allows me to leave the palace openly. His homeland lay in the southern region of the Tian Empire, with a population of over 10 billion and vast territories. Chen had previously spent considerable time traveling from his hometown to the imperial city. Now, with his formidable strength, he could traverse the distance in mere hours. Yes, Your Majesty. The eunuchs departed. Half an hour later, Chen and his entourage left the Tian imperial palace with great fanfare. A total of 4,000 Black Dragon Guards were mobilized, along with 4 powers at the Divine Emperor level. Normally, when Luo Hongyan left the palace, she would deploy a maximum of 5,000 Black Dragon Guards, while the Empress Dowager or Empress would only take 2,000 when departing alone. Such arrangements were customary. Now, with the Empress Dowager and Chen departing together, the mobilization of 4,000 Black Dragon Guards was indeed extravagant. It is said that the Empress Dowager and the Empress are leaving to pray for the Emperor. Surely, the Emperor will be fine. as our Tian Empire possesses the strength to prevail. Thousands marched forth in a grand procession, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. This was precisely the effect the Empress Dowager and her companions desired. Go. Yi Chen and his entourage advanced swiftly. Half an hour passed. Transform. In an instant, Yi Chen transformed into a minuscule insect, swiftly escaping from the Feng chariot. The four divine emperor-level powers remained oblivious to any anomaly. Chapter 77. The disappearance of the Empress and the return to ancestral ground stop. One of the four divine protectors commanded. This individual was Chen, the deputy commander of the Black Dragon Guards, an elite force. Upon his order, the procession came to an abrupt halt. Deputy Commander Chen, why have we stopped? Inquired the Empress Dowager Du, lifting the curtain with a frown. Had Chen detected something amiss? Chen bowed respectfully to the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, there seems to be an anomaly with the Empress's palanquin. I can no longer hear her breathing. The Empress, exclaimed Chunlan and her companions, who had followed closely behind. They rushed to the palanquin and lifted the curtain. To their astonishment, it was empty. The Empress had vanished. The faces of Chen and the others turned pale. The disappearance of the Empress under their protection was no trivial matter. Your Majesty, the Empress is missing, Chen declared, his shock evident. Despite his formidable cultivation at the 6th level of the Divine Emperor realm, he had sensed no intrusion into the palanquin. The Empress Dowager Du felt a strange unease. Could Prince Mu and his allies have enlisted someone even more formidable to act prematurely? Holding her abdomen, she felt unwell. She had just ingested a poison that, while not lethal, would cause her considerable discomfort and complicate her recovery. If Yi Chen had already been abducted by their adversaries, her suffering would be in vain. Return immediately and be vigilant for any clues. We must locate the Empress. The Empress Dowager commanded sternly. Yes, Your Majesty. Chen and the others replied in unison. With such an incident occurring, seeking blessings was certainly out of the question. In the sky, Yi Chen advanced steadily. The journey from his hometown to the imperial city had been fraught with challenges, evading bandits and monsters, as even the slightest mishap could lead to significant delays. Now, he traversed areas teeming with monsters without hindrance. Should any foolhardy creature dare approach him, a single strike from his golden staff would obliterate it into ashes. After 2.5 hours, Yi Chen descended from the skies, arriving at the entrance of Yi family village. Many years ago, the village had suffered devastating losses to bandit raids, but it had gradually begun to recover. Disguising his appearance, Yi Chen stepped cautiously into the village, his emotions complex. Before the age of 8, he had lived quite well here. His parents had doted on him, and many villagers had treated him kindly. However, the slaughter wrought by the bandits had brought about a cataclysmic change, forcing him to leave the village to seek a living elsewhere. Only. Yi Chen spotted a familiar face, his great-uncle Yi Dahai, who had been kind to him during his childhood. Years ago, Yi Dahai had narrowly escaped a hunting mishap. Young lad, are you here looking for someone? Yi Dahai approached, puffing on his pipe. Yi Chen quickly bowed in greeting. Old sir, I am a friend of Yi Chen, passing through and wishing to visit his hometown. Yi Dahai's eyes brightened. You know Chenzi? Then you must know his wife as well. She's exceptionally beautiful and kind-hearted. Ever since she visited, the villagers' lives have improved, and the children can now attend school. Yi Chen was taken aback. His wife? He had only one woman in his life. Luo Hongyan, the Empress. Could she have come here secretly? What is her name, old sir? Yi Dahai shook his head. I do not know her name, only that she is called Red Maiden. She came to pay respects to Chenzi's parents and left behind a generous donation before departing. Many villagers have never seen her and wish to thank her in person. A warmth spread through Yi Chen's heart. The Red Maiden could only be Luo Hongyan. As Empress, she faced significant risks leaving the imperial city, yet she had come here to pay homage. Old sir, where are my parents' graves? I would like to pay my respects as well, Yi Chen said. He was aware of their location, but he knew that directly stating it would raise suspicion in Yi Dahai. Follow me, Yi Dahai replied, leading Yi Chen to his parents' graves. Yi Chen was taken aback. What had once been 2 simple mounds had now become quite grand. This was arranged by the Red Maiden. It cost quite a sum, Yi Dahai exclaimed. Yi Chen knelt respectfully, bowing several times. "Old sir, here is 100 taels of silver. Please use it to purchase incense and offerings." The 100 taels were a substantial sum for the villagers, and Yi Chen hesitated to offer more, fearing it would intimidate Yi Dahai. "Young lad, quickly put that away. Such offerings do not require this much money. The village has prospered thanks to Chenzi and his wife. How could I accept your money for offerings?" Yi Dahai insisted before hastily descending the hill to procure the offerings. Yi Chen pocketed the silver. He would provide more later, not just to Yi Dahai, but also to others who had been kind to him. "Father, mother, I had hoped to bring Hongyan to meet you someday. I never imagined she had come ahead of me. Are you pleased with her as a daughter-in-law?" Yi Chen murmured beside the grave, his feelings for Luo Hongyan deepening. As Empress, Luo Hongyan's proactive measures to eradicate bandits were commendable, but her discreet acts of kindness left him profoundly moved. Before long, Yi Dahai returned with several young men carrying offerings, including one who had been Yi Chen's childhood companion. "Old sir, brothers, thank you. If there is ever a need in the village, do not hesitate to ask," Yi Chen said with a smile, clasping his hands in gratitude. Yi Chen's childhood friend, Yi Hua, appeared hesitant. Yi Chen quickly addressed him. "If there is something troubling you, please speak freely. I believe I can assist." With confidence in his strength at the level of an emperor, he felt assured. Yi Hua replied, "A few days ago, I noticed someone sneaking around the village. He clearly did not seem like a good person. I told great uncle, but he dismissed my concerns." Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with intensity. His hometown was no secret to Prince Mu and his associates. It was entirely possible that the enemy had sent someone to gather intelligence. If this matter remained unresolved, Yi Dahai and the others could be in grave danger. "Do you remember what he looked like?" Yi Chen inquired. Yi Hua vividly recalled the individual and provided a detailed description. Yi Chen's formidable spiritual awareness rapidly expanded, swiftly enveloping an area of over 100 kilometers. Before long, he pinpointed a young man with a scarred face. This individual matched Yi Hua's description perfectly. With cultivation at the stellar sea level, he was undoubtedly the one. Yi Chen mused silently. The scarred-faced youth was currently reporting to others. The adversary possessed cultivation at the condensation sun level, in a small locale. Even a figure at the condensation sun level was quite formidable. Chapter 78, The Blood Rain Tower's Annihilation, Unknown Foes in the Nine Heavens Continent. Those who attain the stellar gathering level above the innate realm can already be regarded as minor experts. At the star sea level, one is capable of establishing a family and founding a small sect. The realm of Niang signifies a true master. For an ordinary individual, encountering a formidable being at the Niang level is quite a challenge. "My lord, as per your instructions, I stealthily infiltrated the Yi family village, yet no strong individuals appeared," reported the scarred youth, Wu Jiming. The Niang realm expert before him was Duan Muji. Wu Jiming possessed star sea-level cultivation, making it nearly impossible for anyone to detect his presence in a common village. Duan Muji's actions were merely to ascertain whether any hidden guardians protected the Yi family village. Duan Muji and his associates were neither affiliated with Prince Mu nor the Sidu family or the Oda Empire. They hailed from an assassin organization known as the Blood Rain Tower. The leader of the Blood Rain Tower is a formidable being at the Yang God level. A contract had been placed with the Blood Rain Tower to slaughter everyone in Yi family village and desecrate the graves of Yi Chen's parents, reducing their remains to ashes. The Black Sand Gang's leader was aware that the Imperial Guards had been eliminated. He initially hesitated to accept this contract, but the compensation offered was exceedingly generous. Completing this task would equate to a decade's worth of income. Ultimately, the Blood Rain Tower accepted the mission. They did not rush into action, but instead sent someone to discreetly probe for hidden powerful beings in the vicinity. If no issues arose from their testing, the Blood Rain Tower would dispatch even stronger experts. They had to come. The graves of Yi Chen's parents were fortified with formations, making it impossible for individuals of lower strength to excavate them. With no one following him, it seemed there were indeed no strong guardians present. Duan Muji stated. Wu Jiming was merely a pawn in this endeavor, as was Duanmu Ji himself. If complications arose from such a task, the repercussions would be dire. The Blood Rain Tower had to ensure absolute certainty. "My lord, it should be time to conclude the testing. shouldn't it? Wu Jiming sneered. Duan Muji rose. I shall depart now to report back. Tonight's impending storm presents an ideal moment for murder, and the Tower Master is likely to act. A cold glint flickered in Yi Chen's eyes, although unaware of Duan Muji's specific plans. The words exchanged had led Yi Chen to deduce that their target was the Yi family village. Even if the Yi family had recently acquired wealth, it would not attract a Neon-level expert for mere monetary gain. The approach to deal with Yi family village could only mean slaughter. Leaving some funds for Yi Dahai and others, Yi Chen departed quietly. Although Duan Muji and his group were several dozen kilometers away, in just about a minute, Yi Chen arrived at their location. Duan Muji had already left, leaving Wu Jiming behind. Which faction do you belong to? Yi Chen inquired calmly, instantly hypnotizing Wu Jiming. The Blood Rain Tower, Wu Jiming replied, his expression vacant. Yi Chen frowned internally. He had never heard of it. Previously, with only a meager post-heaven level cultivation, he was hardly stronger than an ordinary person and had never encountered any mention of the Blood Rain Tower. The books he had read upon entering the palace contained no records. The Blood Rain Tower was not significant enough. What sort of faction is the Blood Rain Tower? And what is the strength of your leader? Ye Chen pide sit. Wu Jiming replied numbly. The Blood Rain Tower is an assassin organization, and our leader is a threefold young god-level expert. In the martial world, a threefold young god is already a formidable figure. The Blood Rain Tower is notorious among many. What is your mission? Yi Chen asked. Our mission is to annihilate the Yi family village and excavate the remains of the Empress and Yi Chen's parents, turning them to ashes. Wu Jiming's words ignited fury within Yi Chen. Although he had speculated prior to his arrival, hearing Wu Jiming's declaration still stoked the flames of his anger. The Blood Rain Tower intended not only to kill, but also to desecrate his parents' graves. Are there any others with you? Yi Chen inwided coldly. No, Gu Thimin replied. But before he could say more, flames erupted around him. In an instant, he was consumed by the sun god fire, reduced to nothingness. Silently following Duan Muji, half an hour later, Yi Chen arrived at a secret stronghold of the Blood Rain Tower. Here, even more formidable figures from the Blood Rain Tower gathered. However, their leader was not present. After Duan Muji communicated with them, news spread that the Tower Master would arrive at midnight. He brought with him around 10 formidable assassins. Master, Duan Muji and the others hurriedly bowed. Confirming the identity of their leader, Yi Chen made his appearance, instantly enveloping the surroundings with a powerful formation. Who goes there? The sharp gazes of Duan Muji and his companions immediately fell upon Yi Chen. The Blood Rain Tower's leader's expression changed drastically. Yi Chen's silent arrival suggested he was likely stronger. Bang! Without hesitation, the Blood Rain Tower's leader executed the blood escape technique, crashing his head against the formation. Leave him dazed. Everyone quiet down. Yi Chen's voice resonated. Instantly, the Blood Rain Tower's leader and his companions fell silent, all hypnotized by Yi Chen's formidable power. Why do you seek to kill the people of Yi family village? Yi Chen inquired. The Blood Rain Tower's leader, in a daze, replied. A mysterious, powerful individual offered us 5 million taels of silver to carry out this task. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. It seemed the tower leader was also unaware of their client's identity. This made matters complicated. Given their intent to desecrate his parents' graves, it suggested a personal vendetta. Yet Yi Chen had many enemies. Domestically, there were Prince Mu, the Sidhu family, and the 6 major papermaking families. Several grain merchants could also harbor ill intentions. Internationally, individuals from the Oda Empire and the royal family of Qian Island certainly wished him harm, as did those from South Zhao. 5 million taels were substantial for the Blood Rain Tower, but for these factions, such sums were not burdensome. You will issue orders for all members of the Blood Rain Tower to gather here, Yi Chen commanded with an impassive countenance. Understood. The Blood Rain Tower's leader promptly relayed the order. 2 hours passed, and all members of the Blood Rain Tower congregated, totaling just over 100. While not an overwhelming number, even those of lower cultivation held star C level strength, making the overall power of the Blood Rain Tower formidable. You shall all take your own lives. Yi Chen commanded through hypnosis, and without hesitation, the weapons of the Blood Rain Tower's leader and his followers turned upon themselves. In the blink of an eye, all of the Blood Rain Tower's members collapsed in a pool of blood. Yi Chen retched. Though he had taken lives before, the sudden slaughter of over 100 individuals was a tremendous shock. Yet, Yi Chen understood that he must surmount this trial of bloodshed, no matter how strong one becomes. If they cannot confront their enemies with resolve, even the might of a saint holds no value. After a while, Yi Chen finally regained his composure. For wealth, men perish. For sustenance, birds fall. As assassins, death is your inevitable fate. Yi Chen murmured. These individuals deserve to die. I shall keep this money safe for you. Yi Chen's consciousness detected that each of them possessed silver notes, totaling nearly 6 million taels. A staggering fortune. Chapter 79. The formation of a deadly trap and the journey to the frontier. The weapons of the 100 assassins were all collected by Yi Chen into his spatial treasure. The torrential rain continued to pour, enveloping the world in darkness. Go. Yi Chen acted swiftly. The numerous weapons acquired from the assassins flew out and burrowed into the earth. Ultimately, Yi Chen retrieved a C-grade treasure from his sign-in rewards, a sword that, under his command, instantly embedded itself at the heart of the formation. The array was now complete. All treasures became invisible, vanishing from sight. The entire Yi family village, along with some surrounding areas, was shrouded by the formation Yi Chen had meticulously arranged, with the C-grade treasure as the core, supplemented by the myriad of weapons and Yi Chen's exceptional mastery of formations. This array possessed the capability to annihilate beings at the level of ordinary divine emperors. Any adversary that entered the formation's domain and emanated murderous intent would trigger the array, resulting in their swift demise. After bowing several times at his parents' graves, Yi Chen departed hastily for the frontier. Luo Hongyan, possessing formidable strength herself and accompanied by several divine emperor-level experts, including Lu Gonggong, was unlikely to encounter trouble. Nevertheless, Yi Chen felt more at ease by going to check on her. Murder. Early in the morning, terrified screams echoed near the Blood Rain Tower stronghold. The gates of the stronghold stood wide open, revealing a courtyard strewn with numerous bodies. The officials arrived promptly. Over 100 dead. It was a major case. Head iron. It appears to be the work of the Blood Rain Tower. One constable exclaimed. Ordinary citizens rarely came into contact with the Blood Rain Tower's members, but as constables, they were more familiar with such matters. The Blood Rain Tower had committed crimes before, and while the officials knew what some of its members looked like, apprehending them was another matter entirely. Blood Rain Tower members? Head Iron began a meticulous inspection, and soon, astonishment flickered in his eyes. Judging by the condition of the corpses, one individual appeared to possess the cultivation of a young god. Could this be the mysterious leader of the Blood Rain Tower, Blood Cloud Song? Head Iron found it hard to believe. A young god-level expert had perished here, and so many from the Blood Rain Tower had died together. It seemed they had turned on each other. Head Iron, they must have been hypnotized. To simultaneously hypnotize so many individuals is beyond the capabilities of lesser divine kings. Another constable said, fear evident in his voice. Indeed, Head Iron nodded gravely. The ability to compel so many powerful beings to self-destruction was not something a weaker divine king could achieve. He quickly reported the incident, anticipating that this case would likely remain unresolved. After all, the deceased were not exactly virtuous individuals. Discovering the truth might even lead to unwanted rewards for the authorities. Half a day later, hundreds of kilometers away, in a dojo run by a Japanese man, the master, Fujita Saburo, was enjoying his lunch when someone rushed in. Sir, there has been an incident at the Blood Rain Tower. All over 100 members have died together, all by self-inflicted wounds, and there are no signs of pain on their faces. The newcomer reported hastily. Fujita Saburo's expression changed dramatically. The Blood Rain Tower was a formidable force, and such a complete annihilation could only result from the intervention of top-tier experts. With a swift motion, he silenced the person before him, who clutched his neck in disbelief. Apologies, this information must not leak, Fujita Saburo stated in a low voice. The contract with the Blood Rain Tower had been placed by the top experts of his clan. This confidant was closer to Yi family village, gathering intelligence from that vicinity. The Blood Rain Tower's members were unaware of the identities of those who placed the order. Thus, the enemy would likely not come looking for them. In the west of the Tianyan dynasty, Luo Hongyan led her troops valiantly, with 500,000 soldiers penetrating deep into the territory of the Xiongnu. They slaughtered for thousands of miles, and the death toll among the Xiongnu had already surpassed 100,000. Observing Luo Hongyan's momentum, it was evident she intended to storm the imperial court of the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu were thrown into chaos. They had hoped to intimidate the Tianyan dynasty into submission through bloodshed and to acquire substantial provisions. Yet, they never anticipated a full-scale war with the Tianyan dynasty. As the empress, Luo Hongyan's stance was resolutely unyielding. Reluctantly, the Xiongnu dispatched envoys seeking peace. Arriving too late, Chen mused as he reached the scene, only to find that Luo Hongyan had already finalized a treaty with the Xiongnu envoys. The Xiongnu agreed to cede 1,000 miles of pasture land and pay a compensation of 10 million taels of silver. Finally, it was over. Luo Hongyan sighed with relief. Although the conflict had not lasted long, it had claimed many lives, leaving her mentally exhausted. That fellow Chen is surely lounging under the big willow tree, basking in the sun. Luo Hongyan muttered to herself. Having been apart for a few days within the imperial palace had not felt significant. But now that they were distanced, Luo Hongyan found herself longing for him. Report, Your Majesty, a powerful presence has approached the palace. A messenger hurried into the military tent. Let them in, Luo Hongyan commanded, her mind racing with questions as to why a formidable figure would arrive at this moment after her brief absence from the palace. Soon, the visitor entered the tent. One of the Black Dragon Imperial Guards, a formidable expert at the 9th level of Divine Kings. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has invited the Empress to the sacred Buddha temple for a blessing, but along the way, the Empress has vanished. Despite extensive searching, she remains missing. The messenger relayed urgently. What? Luo Hongyan's countenance paled, immediately suspecting foul play from the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager seeking blessings for her? Their relationship was not that amicable. Chen, you are typically so astute. How could you fall into such a trap? Luo Hongyan's heart raced with anxiety. If Chen fell into the hands of Prince Mu and his ilk, his chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. Chen nearby soon sensed the unusual activity surrounding the Black Dragon Imperial Guards. The individual who had just come from the palace was likely there to inform Luo Hongyan of his disappearance. 10 kilometers away, Chen revealed himself. The moment he did, he was detected by the Tianyan dynasty's experts, who stared in disbelief. The Empress had suddenly appeared nearby. Your Majesty, a figure resembling the Empress has been spotted, but they possess the cultivation of a first-level innate being. We cannot ascertain their authenticity. The expert immediately sent a message to Luo Hongyan. Luo Hongyan's consciousness expanded in an instant. In the blink of an eye, she spotted Chen. Indeed, it was him. She hurriedly gathered a group and flew towards Chen. A mere 10 kilometers was trivial for them. Your Majesty, it is confirmed to be the Empress, not merely an impostor, reported the leader of the Imperial Guard beside Luo Hongyan, who was a powerful 9th-level divine emperor. Chen, what brings you here? Luo Hongyan alighted gracefully before him, her garments flowing like a celestial maiden descending to earth. Chapter 80. The Victorious Return. Your Majesty, spare me, Chen sighed. Hongyan, yesterday the Empress Dowager invited me to the Holy Buddha Temple to pray for blessings, but I fainted along the way. When I awoke, I found myself here. Luo Hongyan instantly filled in the gaps. According to Chen, he must have been captured by a powerful figure from Xiongnu Empire, who then brought him here. Now that the Xiongnu Empire sought peace, there was no need to keep him captive. I'm relieved to hear you're safe. By the way, what is your cultivation level now? Luo Hongyan gazed at Chen in astonishment. He had evidently achieved the innate level of cultivation, though still not particularly strong. This level was significantly superior to the acquired level. The innate level could grant a lifespan of up to 200 years. Chen grinned. Perhaps I was frightened into a breakthrough, transforming misfortune into fortune and reaching the innate level. I've lingered at the acquired level for far too long. It's time for an upgrade. Remaining at the acquired level is bound to raise suspicions. Many had indeed broken through in moments of despair. Luo Hongyan nodded. I am sorry. Chen was taken aback. Was Luo Hongyan apologizing to him? Hongyan, why do you say that? With a serious tone, Luo Hongyan replied, You're my empress, and your troubles are my responsibility. It's only right for me to apologize for almost causing your death. Chen felt a swell of warmth. His wife was truly remarkable. In his past life, though he had never had a girlfriend, he had come across numerous short videos. How many girlfriends would admit their wrongs? A little mischief is expected. When justified, one must stand firm. As the empress, if she did not apologize, who could compel her to do so? Let us not dwell on apologies. Come here and embrace me. Chen chuckled, extending his arms. The few powerful figures who accompanied Luo Hongyan turned their gazes elsewhere. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Hongyan stepped into his embrace. Given that Chen had nearly faced death, she felt it necessary to comfort him. Ah, fragrant. Chen inhaled deeply, enveloping her in his arms, savoring the moment. After half a minute, Luo Hongyan spoke, knowing that if she remained silent, Chen would hold her for an eternity. All right. Reluctantly, Chen released Luo Hongyan. The embrace had been too delightful to let go of. Moments latte. Massive warships ascended into the skies. Hongyan, what is your current cultivation level? Chen inwitted. He could clearly discern that Luo Hongyan had reached the 9th level of the God King realm, but he wished to feign ignorance. 9th level of God King. Luo Hongyan replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed out the window. She had previously promised Chen that once she reached the God Emperor level, they would consummate their union. The 9th level of God King was merely a step away from the God Emperor level. However, that step was not easily taken. Many remained stuck at this level their entire lives, unable to break through. Hongyan, being at the 9th level of God King brings you closer to the God Emperor level. Chen remarked with a grin. Look at your expression. Luo Hongyan rolled her eyes at him. Chen, when the Empress Dowager summoned you to pray, you should have simply followed her. How foolish of you. Had you not been captured by the Xiongnu, the consequences could have been dire. Luo Hongyan shifted the topic, her demeanor serious. Initially, she had not cared whether Chen lived or died. Now, she deeply wished for his safety. Chen laughed heartily. I believe fortune favors the brave. See, I am unharmed and have even made a breakthrough to the innate level. Luo Hongyan stared at him, feeling a warmth in her heart. She sensed that he was aware of the risks of leaving the palace and had genuinely wanted to pray for her well-being. Do not take such foolish risks again. My strength makes me less susceptible to danger, but your current power leaves you vulnerable. Luo Hongyan cautioned. Chen nodded repeatedly. He would heed his wife's words. Your Majesty is formidable. Your Majesty is formidable. As the warships soared through the sky, countless citizens in Tianyin Imperial City roared with exhilaration. We have defeated 1,000,000 foes, and the Xiongnu have ceded 1,000 miles of grasslands. Furthermore, they shall compensate us with 10 million taels of silver. In the past, the Xiongnu had often sought peace, and the populace yearned for such victories. Sighing softly, Luo Hongyan gazed at the cheering crowd below. Though they had indeed won, the reality was that this battle had incurred losses. The Tianyin dynasty had dispatched 500,000 troops, and the costs far exceeded 10 million taels of silver. The ceded grasslands would not be utilized for grazing. Nominally, they belonged to the Tianyin dynasty. In previous years, the Xiongnu's provocations had led the Tianyin dynasty to seek peace, often deeming it unworthy of conflict. The treasury could hardly bear the strain. This time, Luo Hongyan's bold decision to deploy 500,000 troops was greatly facilitated by a prosperous treasury. Hongyan, your personal expedition ended in victory, which will certainly stabilize your position. Prince Mu must be distraught, Chen said with a light chuckle. Luo Hongyan's eyes sparkled with determination. Chen, they conspired against you, and I shall ensure they pay for it. As the warships landed within the imperial palace, the 30,000 Black Dragon Imperial Guard disembarked, and Chen and Luo Hongyan arrived at the Purple Dragon Palace. Your Majesty, Deputy Commander Shin Kwa, and others seek an audience, Nangong Ning reported. Admit them. Luo Hongyan commanded, her voice resolute. Shen Kuo and 3 other God King-level experts entered the Purple Dragon Palace, kneeling before her. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my mistake. They confessed, their hearts racing. Luo Hongyan, radiating an overwhelming imperial aura, clearly bore great anger. With an indifferent expression, she addressed them, Deputy Commander Shen Kuo. What crime do you bear? I was far away, and the Empress Dowager was beside you. You were obliged to heed her. The faces of Shen Kuo and the others turned pale. Luo Hongyan's words were a damning indictment. This implied they had allowed the Empress Dowager to orchestrate Yi Chen's abduction. Yi Chen remained composed, observing them quietly. They had lived long enough to attain such cultivation and were not fools. They surely understood the implications of the Empress Dowager's summons. Yet, aware of the potential for trouble, they had refrained from taking decisive action, fearing the Empress Dowager's wrath. Your Majesty, show mercy. Your Majesty, spare us. Shen Kuo and his companions pleaded, bowing their heads in submission. They offered no defense. The evidence was irrefutable, and arguing would be futile. Luo Hongyan turned her gaze to Yi Chen. Empress, how do you believe they should be punished? Shen Kuo and the others looked at Yi Chen, their fates hanging in the balance, depending solely on his response. Chapter 81. The Prince's Beating. The Divine Emperor's Return. Yi Chen chuckled and remarked, Your Majesty, the royal eunuchs in the Empress Dowager's palace, namely Gonggong Wang and Gonggong Kai, have gone missing. Currently, there are no divine emperor-level guardians in the Empress Dowager's residence. As juniors, we should indeed consider her well-being. Why not select 2 from among them to serve the Empress Dowager? Shen Kuo and the others gasped in shock. As palace guards, they were not eunuchs. They each had families outside the palace. Should they enter the Empress Dowager's palace, they would have to transition from palace guards to internal guards, who were all eunuchs. Your Majesty, please show mercy. It is our dereliction of duty. We shall rectify it in the future. Shen Kuo and his companions trembled as they spoke. If they became internal guards, not only would they be castrated, but they would also find it difficult to see their families again. Luo Hongyan's heart stirred. She found the suggestion reasonable. Yi Chen continued, Your Majesty, you have already summoned Prince Mu. Surely, none of them would dare to engage in a brawl with him. After all, Prince Mu is a royal prince. We mustn't let him suffer any serious harm. The 4 divine emperor-level warriors exchanged glances, suddenly comprehending Yi Chen's intent. He was suggesting they assault Prince Mu. If they acted, this incident would be resolved. If they refrained, they would have to serve in the Empress Dowager's palace. Luo Hongyan shot Yi Chen a sidelong glance, stating, after all, Prince Mu is a royal prince. How could they possibly fight him? Yi Chen replied, Your Majesty is correct. Let them kneel for now while we take a moment to rest. Luo Hongyan slightly nodded, instructing Nangong, if Prince Mu arrives, have him wait inside. After speaking, Luo Hongyan stood and departed with Yi Chen, leaving Shen Kuo and the others still kneeling. What should we do? Deputy Commander Shen, one of the divine, emperor-level warriors, sighed. Having created a barrier so only they could hear each other, Shen Kuo sighed deeply, unwilling to become an eunuch in the Empress Dowager's palace. With no choice, they could only beat Prince Mu. Does anyone wish to enter the Empress Dowager's palace? Shen Kuo inquired. The other 3 immediately shook their heads, incredulous. Are we mad? Our lives are quite comfortable now. Shen Kuo urged, then let us strike together. We are all divine emperor-level warriors. Even if we beat Prince Mu, what would he do to us? The others nodded in agreement. Given the current circumstances, they could only choose to support Luo Hongyan over Prince Mu. In the back courtyard of the Purple Dragon Palace, Luo Hongyan looked at Yi Chen with a smile that held a hint of mischief. Yi Chen, you certainly have a cunning mind to devise such a plan to have them confront Prince Mu. Yi Chen snorted, Prince Mu and his cohorts plotted against me. A beating is a mild response. Luo Hongyan laughed. Your strategy is quite clever. With 4 divine, emperor-level warriors acting, Prince Mu will have no choice but to swallow his pride. Furthermore, if they take action, they will be bound to pledge their loyalty to me henceforth. Half an hour later, Prince Mu arrived at the Purple Dragon Palace, having taken a while due to his location outside the palace. Prince Mu, His Majesty has instructed you may enter directly, Nangong Ning announced. Prince Mu strode into the Purple Dragon Palace with an air of confidence, showing little deference to Luo Hongyan. Upon entering the main hall, he found only Shen Kuo and the others kneeling there. Deputy Commander Shen, has His Majesty ordered you to kneel? Prince Mu smiled, considering the possibility of winning their favor. Shen Kuo transmitted a message to the other 3 divine emperor-level warriors, and they simultaneously unleashed a formation, enveloping Prince Mu within. Bang! 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 Prince Mu could not see his assailants, only witnessing a flurry of fists raining down upon him. He roared in fury. Despite being a formidable divine king-level practitioner, he was utterly outmatched, facing 4 divine emperor-level warriors, each far stronger than he. Shen Kuo and his companions struck with relentless force, and soon Prince Mu was left battered and bruised. Let us continue, Shen Kuo communicated, sensing they had not yet reached the desired level of punishment. With each strike, bones cracked under the assault. After 5 minutes, Prince Mu had sustained numerous broken bones. Enough. Luo Hongyan's voice resonated in Shen Kuo's ear. He sighed in relief. He feared that if they continued, they might accidentally kill Prince Mu. Cease. Shen Kuo immediately relayed to the others, and they all halted, dispelling the formation. Within the hall, Shen Kuo and the others remained kneeling, appearing as if they had not moved at all. What has happened to you, Prince Mu? Who struck you? Shen Kuo and his companions feigned ignorance, pointing fingers at one another, as if the incident had nothing to do with them. Prince Mu, already struggling to maintain his composure, could no longer contain his rage upon witnessing their charade and spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Yi Chen and Luo Hongyan entered the main hall. Luo Hongyan demanded, "What is the meaning of this? You are palace guards, and yet you dare to assault a royal prince within my Purple Dragon Palace? You 4 are hereby punished with a year's salary reduction." She continued, "Prince Mu, you must be cautious. These 4 are audacious enough to attack within the Purple Dragon Palace, and who knows what they may do in your own royal residence in the future." Prince Mu felt another wave of fury rise within him. A year's salary reduction? Was this a punishment? Moreover, Luo Hongyan's words implied a severe threat. Prince Mu snorted coldly and turned to leave. His leg bones were fractured in several places, and although sheer strength allowed him to walk, it looked quite peculiar. Once outside the Purple Dragon Palace, Prince Mu concealed himself and flew away close to the ground. Inside the Purple Dragon Palace, Yi Chen gazed at Shen Kuo and the others with amusement. Deputy Commander Shen, having received punishment from His Majesty, do you still kneel, believing such a penalty is unbearable? And no, thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. The 4 hastily responded, standing up. A year's salary reduction was hardly a consequence. As divine emperor-level warriors, none relied on their meager pay for sustenance. Each had their own enterprises outside the palace. Luo Hongyan spoke softly. In the future, be more diligent in your duties, and do not repeat the same mistakes. Yes, Your Majesty. With a wave of her hand, Luo Hongyan dismissed them, and they retreated promptly. Yi Chen's eyes shimmered with intent. Prince Mu had faced his punishment, but what about C2 Yin and the others? Especially C2 Yin. Your Majesty, C2 Yin requests an audience with the Empress, Nangongning announced as she entered. Each month, C2 Yin was obligated to visit Yi Chen, and now the time had come. He had initially planned to capture Yi Chen, thus resolving his issues once and for all, but with his plans thwarted, he was now seeking assistance. Let him come to Fengming Palace. Yi Chen Similit Seiliye. Chapter 82. Sowing discord among enemies within the Phoenix Ming Palace of the Tai Xian Holy Land, Yi Chen languidly reclined with a book, while Situ Yin stood nearby, his expression dark and brooding. He had been standing for half an hour, yet Yi Chen paid him no heed. Your Majesty, I implore you to take a look. Situ Yin spoke the 3rd time. Yi Chen glanced at Situ Yin and replied nonchalantly, Situ Yin, it has come to my attention that you were seen visiting the Celestial Building with Prince Mu. I trust Miss Mingwei, there's quite enchanting. A chill ran down Situ Yan's spine. How could Yi Chen possibly know? He suddenly understood Yi Chen's aloof demeanor. Yi Chen must have learned of their meeting at the Celestial Building. It was only a matter of days before the Empress Dowager invited Yi Chen to the sacred Buddha temple. It was hardly surprising he would suspect something. Your Majesty, I happened to encounter Prince Mu there, and we merely sat together for a spell. Situ Yin hastily distanced himself from the situation. He believed he could extricate himself from the matter, since Yi Chun had been captured by the Xiongnu warriors before anything further transpired. Little did he know, Yi Chun had been at the Celestial Building that very day. He was fully aware of their discussions. Merely sat together? Yi Chun chuckled lightly. As a princely heir, it would be prudent to avoid such associations with Prince Mu. Indeed, Your Majesty, I beseech you for your assistance. Situ Yin lowered his head submissively, hoping to secure treatment for a month, believing that in that time, he might manage to sway Yi Chun. It is not impossible to grant you treatment. Yi Chun responded coolly. I have heard that Prince Mu is injured, and his brother, Luo Yuanliang. Is he not worthy of your compassion as well? Should you personally incapacitate Luo Yuanliang to the same extent as Prince Mu, I shall provide you with the treatment you seek. But do be swift, should you delay. The opportunity for recovery will be lost entirely. Situ Yin furrowed his brow in silence. Yi Chen's request was deliberately provocative, aiming to instigate a rift between him and Prince Mu. When had Prince Mu sustained an injury? Situ Yin wondered anxiously. Your Majesty, this seems inappropriate. Luo Yuanliang is also a nobleman. How could I strike him? Situ Yin shook his head vehemently. Yi Chen's tone remained flat. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Losing a bit of functionality is hardly a catastrophe. In time, I could introduce you to the court, where your future prospects would be boundless. 5 minutes passed, and Situ Yin departed in resignation, for no matter how he pleaded, Yi Chun would not relent. Perhaps discontinuing treatment would not yield dire consequences, he mused. Yet, he ultimately dared not gamble on it. Having left the palace, he stealthily made his way to Prince Mu's residence, where he encountered the heavily bandaged Luo Yuanmu. Young master, you must see me, what is it? Prince Mu's tone was unfriendly, not wishing for anyone to witness his current state. Were it not for Situ Yan's insistence, he would not have consented to meet him. Situ Yin hesitated before speaking candidly. Prince Mu, due to certain circumstances, I find myself in possession of leverage over the Empress Dowager, who has commanded me to strike Luo Yuanliang. To see you in such a state, I must comply. I hope this will not adversely affect our future relations. Luo Yuanmu began to cough violently, his face darkening with rage. How could the beating he received be insufficient? And now Situ Yin was required to strike Luo Yuanliang as well? You know not what you speak, Situ Yin. He rebuked sharply. Situ Yin bowed deeply. Prince Mu, I am compelled by circumstances beyond my control. Rest assured, I shall cover all medical expenses. I have refrained from taking action thus far in hopes you would understand. Luo Yuanmu's voice emerged through gritted teeth. Situ Yin, are you certain you wish to proceed? The titles he used for Situ Yin shifted from young master to Situ Yin, reflecting his mounting fury. Yes, Situ Yin nodded, his demeanor resigned. If it were possible, he would prefer not to be here, regardless of prior discussions or generous compensation. Striking Luo Yuanliang would undoubtedly create an irreparable rift between them. Situ Yin, your father may not wish for you to act in this manner. I advise you to reconsider. Prince Mu's voice was grave. Though Luo Yuanliang was significantly weaker than Situ Yin, should he insist on attacking, success would be inevitable. Prince Mu, I have considered this thoroughly before coming. As compensation, the Situ family shall offer you greater support in the future, Situ Yin asserted. Luo Yuanmu fell silent, realizing that Situ Yin was resolute in his intentions. In this situation, unless he severed ties with Situ Yin completely, he could not prevent the impending confrontation. Despite being a prince, his influence in the court paled in comparison to that of the Situ family, who had held sway in the southwest for 2 millennia, boasting a visible army of 100,000 and likely more hidden forces. Very well. Luo Yuanmu gritted his teeth in acquiescence, recognizing his need for the Situ family's backing. His once favorable position in court had now shifted unfavorably. With Luo Hongyan leading campaigns against the Xiongnu, his prestige had soared. Thus, the Situ family's support was paramount. Thank you, Prince Mu. Situ Yin took his leave. He soon sought out Luo Yuanliang, quickly inflicting grievous injuries upon him. Situ Yin, you scoundrel! Luo Yuanliang roared in fury, the pain from his wounds causing him to gasp. Later that evening, in the Purple Dragon Palace, Yi Chen arrived for dinner. Luo Hongyan, with a peculiar expression, asked, "Yi Chen, what did you discuss with Sita Yan? He has gone to strike Luo Yuanliang, leaving him severely injured." Though Luo Yuanliang had forbidden anyone from spreading the news, the Jinyui had spies within his residence. Within 10 minutes, Luo Hongyan received a report from the Jinyui commander regarding the altercation. Yi Chen smiled cheerfully. "Hongyan, this is a secret among men. I cannot divulge it to you." Luo Hongyan rolled her eyes at him. Since he chose not to speak, she refrained from pressing further. Her trust in Yi Chen having grown significantly. Sita Yan's actions against Luo Yuanliang were, in her view, a fortuitous development. Regardless of the reasons, Luo Yuanliang would undoubtedly harbor resentment. Madame Xu has also discussed the matter with me, suggesting that Chang Lu be initiated into the Taishan Holy Land. What are your thoughts? Luo Hongyan inquired. Yi Chen paused, taken aback. Chang Lu initiated into the Taishan Holy Land? I am familiar with the Taishan Holy Land. Its renown is unparalleled. Forces like the Blood Rain Tower pale in comparison. The Taishan Holy Land lies within the realm of the Tianyin Empire, having produced more than one emperor-level powerhouse throughout history. Presently, while the Holy Master may not be an emperor, he is still a formidable being at the 9th level of the Divine Emperor. Indeed, Luo Hongyan affirmed, with Chang Lu initiated into the Taishan Holy Land, she could become a direct disciple of the Luminous Peak Master, who possesses the strength of a 6th-level Divine Emperor. Madame Xu believes that the Taishan Holy Land is home to many talented youths, providing Chang Lu ample opportunity to find her ideal match. Chapter 83. The Blossoming Maiden and the Royal Golden Order. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Hongyan, while I have heard of the Taishan Sacred Land, I am not well acquainted with it. Thus I cannot voice any opinions. However, considering the proximity of the Taishan Sacred Land to the fief of the Southwestern King, could that pose any issues?" Luo Hongyan shook her head, replying, "There should not be any problems. The Taishan Sacred Land is over 1,000 kilometers away from the Southwestern King's territory. No member of the Sidhu family has ever joined the Taishan Sacred Land. Not a single one." Yi Chen inwided, astonished. Luo Hongyan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, not one. Perhaps the Sidhu family wishes to avoid suspicion. The Taishan Sacred Land is exceptionally powerful, and if a member of the Sidhu family were to join, it would certainly raise eyebrows." Yi Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation. He was now acutely aware that the Sidhu family likely harbored dissent. The strength of the Taishan Sacred Land could be highly advantageous for the Sidhu family if they were to gain its support. Would the Southwestern King truly adhere to the rules and refrain from clandestinely colluding with the Taishan Sacred Land? Hongyan, the imperial examinations will be held next year, attracting many talented youths to the capital. I believe there is no need for Chang Lu to rush into joining the Taishan Sacred Land just yet. She is still only a little over 14 years old. After a moment of consideration, Luo Hongyan slightly nodded. "You make a valid point. The examinations will indeed bring many gifted young people to the capital, and perhaps Chang Lu will find someone suitable then." "Hongyan, why did Aunt Xu suddenly propose that Chang Lu join the Taishan Sacred Land?" Yi Chen asked, puzzled. The distance from the Taishan Sacred Land to the Tianyin Imperial City was vast, over 10,000 kilometers. If Chang Lu were to go there, it would be difficult for concubine Xu to see her daughter. Luo Hongyan shook her head. "I do not know. However, I have a suspicion that concubine Xu may be concerned that if they are closer, Chang Lu might be preoccupied with thoughts of you, the emperor." This was not something she wished to disclose to Yi Chen. "Let us speak of this later. The sky has darkened. Shall we retire for the night?" Yi Chen said with a grin. Luo Hongyan glanced out the window. "What do you mean darkened? The sun has yet to set. I still have some state affairs to attend to. You should rest first." With a hint of annoyance, she added, "You need to focus more on your cultivation. I hardly see you practicing throughout the day." Yi Chen chuckled. "My cultivation method is unique. It requires me to lie down." Luo Hongyan was speechless, finding his excuse hard to believe. With her own cultivation at the 9th level of the Divine King, she felt she could see through Yi Chen's training situation clearly. 3 hours passed, and finally, Yi Chen held Luo Hongyan tenderly as they drifted into a peaceful slumber. The next day, as Yi Chen arrived at Fengming Palace, Luo Yudi was already waiting for him. "Brother-in-law, I heard you were captured yesterday. Are you hurt? Is everything all right?" she asked anxiously upon spotting him. Just hearing her mother mention it made her even more worried, leading to a small argument with her mother about it. "Chen Lu, do I look like I have any issues?" Yi Chen replied with a light laugh. "Brother-in-law, while you may be physically unharmed, what about your mental state? Are you emotionally scarred?" Luo Yudi remained concerned. Being taken by the top-tier warriors of the Xiongnu could have led to dire situations, and she imagined Yi Chen must have felt utterly hopeless at that moment. "Chen Lu, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Care for a game?" Yi Chen offered. Knowing Luo Yudi was not particularly skilled at chess but had a great enthusiasm for it. "All right, let us play." Soon, they began their game. Initially, Chen Lu seemed distracted, but after 10 minutes of observing Yi Chen's calm demeanor, she focused her attention on the board. "Brother-in-law, can I take back a move?" she pleaded. "You're the best. Just one more step." Throughout the game, Chen Lu pouted and requested to take back her moves a dozen times. Yi Chen indulged, knowing that even if she took back 100 moves, it would make no difference given her skill level. "Brother-in-law, this is a good luck charm I made for you." After concluding 3 games, Luo Yudi hurriedly placed a small fortune bag down and left, her cheeks flushed and even her fair neck tinged with red. Could this little girl possibly have feelings for me? Yi Chen mused to himself, examining the fortune bag she gifted him. The embroidery was quite ordinary, but the meticulous stitches indicated she had put in considerable effort. She likely spent the entire night crafting it. Inside the bag, he discovered a folded peace talisman. Isn't this the same peace talisman that Chen Lu carries? Yi Chen looked at it. Luo Yudi also possessed a small fortune bag given to her by Luo Hongyan, and the aura of the peace talismans in both bags was identical. Yi Chen felt a twinge of headache. This behavior seemed rather inappropriate for a niece towards her brother-in-law. Did Aunt Shu wish for Chen Lu to join the Taishan sacred land in order to distance her from me? The thought struck him suddenly, and he shook his head. He harbored no such feelings for Luo Yudi. She was still only a little over 14. In his past life, to have thoughts about someone so young would have warranted a 3-year sentence. Putting away the fortune bag, Yi Chen lazily reclined. There was no need to overthink matters. Luo Yudi was still young, and her thoughts would likely change quickly. When the imperial examinations took place next year, she would encounter many more talented youths, and he would be relegated to the sidelines as her brother-in-law. As he lay down, it wasn't long before Situ Yin arrived, bowing respectfully upon seeing Yi Chen. Yi Chen stood and tossed a willow leaf to Situ Yin, saying, "Situ Yin, avoid visiting places like Tianxian Tower with Prince Mu in the future. It does not reflect well." "Yes, your majesty," Situ Yin replied, swallowing the leaf and quickly taking his leave. Looking at Yi Chen's face, he felt a strong urge to punch him. Time passed slowly, and soon a month had gone by. The first snow had already fallen. With Yi Chen's birthday approaching, he had yet to sign in this month, planning to do so on his birthday instead. Perhaps the system would surprise him in honor of the occasion. That night, outside the Tao family estate, the heads of the 5 great paper-making families secretly gathered. Though it was still early winter, they felt a deep chill setting in. Over the past month, the royal paper mill had supplied them with a substantial amount of paper, and their warehouses were overflowing. In the past, such a surplus was a source of wealth. Now, the sight of the paper filled them with dread, causing sleepless nights. The royal pricing for paper was set low, and even selling at a lower price proved difficult. Lin Kaiji and the others had considered exporting the paper abroad, but the laws of the Tianyan dynasty forbade it. The survival of the royal paper mill had always depended on this protection. Lin Kaiji spoke, looking several years older than before. Despite the Lin family's deep roots, they could not withstand such losses. The paper mill had been idle for quite some time, yet wages still needed to be paid, and other industries were also suffering losses. "Brother Lin, have you gathered us here because you have a plan to overcome this crisis?" The head of the Zheng family inquired eagerly. Lin Kaiji revealed a golden token, saying, "This is the golden order bestowed upon our Lin family by the royal ancestors. We have cherished it for over 10,000 years without utilizing it. Perhaps it is time to employ it. The royal ancestors stated that holding this token allows one to make a single request to the royal family. Chapter 84. The Lin family's intentions and the threat to the Zheng family. The heads of the Zheng and Huangfu families gazed at Lin Kaiji in utter astonishment. The Lin family truly possessed such a remarkable artifact. It had been passed down through generations, and they had only heard the elder patriarch speak of it. The legendary Golden Decree, said to have been bestowed upon the ancestors of the Lin family for their extraordinary accomplishments, granted the bearer immunity from death, unless they committed treason. Furthermore, it allowed the holder to make a request to the royal family, which was obliged to fulfill it to the best of its ability. Lin, you truly possess this. How unbelievable! Exclaimed the heads of the Zheng and Huangfu families. Are you truly planning to utilize it? If it remains unused, it could ensure the family's survival alongside the nation. Lin Kaiji's display of such an item was indeed intimidating. He pondered what Lin Kaiji intended to do with it. In a grave tone, Lin Kaiji responded, "Gentlemen, we are not yet at our wits' end, but what of the future? With the royal family's pricing at the paper mill, we shall never sell our paper. How long can we sustain ourselves?" A glimmer of intelligence sparkled in the eyes of the Zheng family head. "Lin, do you intend to use this to compel the royal family to raise the prices of paper?" The other three heads looked at Lin Kaiji with hopeful anticipation. If he could achieve this, it would be a tremendous boon. Lin Kaiji scoffed lightly. "Zheng, your vision is limited. Since I have brought this forth, how could it merely be for a price increase? I intend to have the royal family transfer the entire paper mill and its related technologies directly to the Lin family. Wouldn't that be more advantageous? We can then raise the prices. The royal family would require costly paper to fulfill its contracts with Xianghua." Lin Kaiji had contemplated using the Golden Decree to eliminate Yi Chen, the emperor. However, such an action would yield no benefit for the Lin family. By acquiring the royal paper mill and its technologies, a substantial profit awaited them. With a new method of papermaking, the Lin family could amass even greater wealth. Huangfu, the family head, frowned and inquired, "Lin, why have you summoned us today? Will the Lin family truly share the related technologies with us?" Lin Kaiji replied nonchalantly, "It is impossible for me to share the technologies with you. However, if the paper prices rise, you will see a profit, and we will need your cooperation in raising the prices. In the future, the Lin family share will be slightly larger, but your circumstances will improve as well." The heads of the Huangfu family fell silent. Previously, they had enjoyed an equal standing, with their combined shares nearly matching that of the Lin family. Their words carried weight. If Lin Kaiji's plan were executed, the Lin family would likely claim over 70% of the domestic market, leaving the others with mere scraps. They would be relegated to a subordinate position. Lin Kaiji took a sip of tea and stated, "Gentlemen, consider this. Our Lin family has presented this royal golden decree, incurring great costs to secure greater benefits. Your future circumstances will undoubtedly improve, preventing any financial losses." The heads of the Huangfu family conferred quietly among themselves. After a lengthy discussion, they nodded in agreement. Though they were reluctant to become subordinates, the current situation left them no choice. Lin Kaiji smiled. "Gentlemen, the contract between the emperor and Xianghua has allowed the royal family to profit immensely. The forthcoming benefits shall belong to the Lin family. Should the royal family suffer losses, I look forward to witnessing the emperor's expression. If the losses are too great, it is highly likely that he will have to abdicate in favor of another." The Zheng family head remarked, "Lin, perhaps you need not hastily employ the Golden Decree. You could present it and discreetly negotiate with the emperor. He may yield. This way, the Lin family retains the Golden Decree." Lin Kaiji nodded slightly. "That is indeed worth attempting. If the emperor concedes, we can avoid unnecessary troubles. I would prefer not to use this decree. It has been a symbol of the Lin family for over 10,000 years. Any patriarch who resorts to its use would be deemed ineffective, a veritable traitor to the family. Should the decree be employed, who knows when the Lin family might fall? Gentlemen, let us deliberate on the future distribution of our benefits if the emperor does relent," Lin Kaiji proposed. Even if the decree remained unused, the mere possession of such an artifact signified strength. Lin Kaiji would not allow the other families to reap rewards without contributing. Agreed, the heads of the Huangfu family nodded. They were unwilling to concede, yet had no alternative. Although their own families had long histories, they lacked such a golden decree. After several hours of negotiation, Lin Kaiji and the others finally reached an agreement. The next day, Chen awoke in Fengming Palace, having spent a solitary night. Though a tinge of sadness lingered, there was little he could do. Luo Hongyan, unlike him, lacked a system to cultivate effortlessly. During the day, she was occupied, and it was impossible for her to sleep every night, often requiring time to train. With an SS-level physique, her progress had been remarkable. In just over a month, she was nearing the 8th level of the Divine Emperor realm, a comfortable achievement. Chen assessed his own cultivation and felt satisfaction. Within a week, he should reach the 8th level as well. Even without employing the Rui Goldenrod, he would possess the strength of a great emperor, enabling him to wield the Houtian sword. The mere thought made Chen salivate. The Houtian sword was an SS-level treasure. Equipping it would significantly enhance his prowess. Your Majesty, a messenger has come bearing news. Lin Kaiji, the head of the Lin family, requests an audience, reported Dongmei, approaching Chen respectfully. The four maidens, Chunlan, Xiaozhu, Qiujuan, and Dongmei, who had been with Chen for some time, had all improved considerably in strength. Previously, they had only achieved the Star Sea level, but now they had reached the Yang Condensation level. In the realm of martial arts, they were now formidable masters. Lin Kaiji wishes to see me? Chen pondered it, perplexed by Lin Kaiji's intentions. If he expected Chen to simply overlook the major families, he was sorely mistaken. Chen vividly recalled the arrogance displayed by Lin Kaiji and his cohorts. Such a family, with millennia of heritage, lacked a sense of reverence towards the royal family. Allow him to enter, Chen commanded softly, eager to discern Lin Kaiji's intentions. As you wish, Your Majesty, Dongmei acknowledged, relaying the command. Half an hour later, Lin Kaiji arrived at Fengming Palace, accompanied by two young eunuchs, who waited outside as Lin Kaiji strode boldly into the palace. Upon reaching the main hall, Lin Kaiji waited for some time before Chen finally entered. Upon seeing Lin Kaiji, Chen raised an eyebrow. Lin Kaiji exuded confidence, leisurely sipping tea, displaying no signs of a supplicant. Upon noticing Chen, Lin Kaiji did not rise to bow. Your Majesty, I possess a unique item that makes it inconvenient for me to perform the customary greeting. I hope for your understanding, Lin Kaiji stated calmly. Chapter 85. The insatiable greed and the breakdown of negotiations. Chen stifled a yawn. Master Lin, I had a restless night and feel quite drowsy. With that, he turned and exited the main hall. Lin Kaiji's expression darkened instantly. Chen was truly unyielding. Despite Lin's attempts to assert himself, Chen simply walked away. In the courtyard, Chen reclined and perused a book. The warm winter sun bathed him in comfort, especially with exquisite maidens like Chunlan nearby, playing the guqin and offering fruits. He did not return to the main hall until it was nearly lunchtime. Ah, Master Lin, you have not yet departed. Do you wish to stay for lunch? Chen remarked with disdain. Lin Kaiji, no longer attempting to leverage his seniority, placed the golden decree on the nearby tea table and rose to bow. I pay my respects to the Emperor and Empress. He feared that without this gesture, Chen might turn on his heel and leave again. If he could avoid using the decree, he certainly wished to. Chen smiled knowingly. Master Lin, surely you could devise a way to perform your bow. Lin Kaiji disregarded this remark. He picked up the golden decree and spoke solemnly. Empress, do you know what this is? Chen's gaze narrowed at the decree, recognizing its extraordinary craftsmanship and the special metal used in its creation. Even a being of divine imperial stature might struggle to destroy it. Master Lin, if you have something to convey, do so promptly. I'm rather hungry, and time is of the essence. Lin Kaiji continued earnestly. Empress, this decree was bestowed by our royal ancestors. Our Lin family's forebears accomplished remarkable feats, which is why this was granted to us. Chen's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. The ancestors of the Lin family deserved respect. Lin Kaiji would not dare to lie about their significant achievements. Empress, Our Lin family possesses this decree, which guarantees us immunity from death as long as we do not betray the nation. Additionally, it allows us to present a request to the royal family, which they must endeavor to satisfy. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed again. Was Lin Kaiji implying a threat by revealing this information? Master Lin, I believe this decree must have its limitations. Yi Chen replied coolly. Lin Kaiji responded gravely. You are correct, Empress. Utilizing this decree to compel the emperor to dethrone you may prove challenging. However, it would undoubtedly facilitate the addition of another imperial consort. Yi Chen glared at Lin Kaiji, realizing he was indeed being threatened. Lin Kaiji desired to exploit the decree without utilizing it, seeking to gain advantage without cost. Lin Kaiji resumed his seat, retrieved the decree, and sipped his tea. Empress, the number of individuals wishing to enter the palace as consorts is vast. If we, the Lin family, publicize this, many families will be eager to approach us. Lin Kaiji inquired casually, Empress, as a man yourself, would you not desire an additional consort in your harem? Yi Chen's heart coldly mocked, though his face maintained a smile. Master Lin, if you have something to say, speak plainly. I'm all ears. Yi Chen also seated himself. Lin Kaiji felt a sense of triumph. What did it matter that Yi Chen was the empress? He was still obliged to listen. Empress, this tea is mediocre. Please replace it with something of higher quality. Lin Kaiji stated nonchalantly, raising his demands. Yi Chen chuckled softly, recognizing Lin Kaiji's arrogance. His nature was hard to change. With such a decree, the Lin family could thrive as long as they did not become overly greedy. Lin Kaiji was narrowing the family's prospects with his demands. Chunlan, please replace the tea in the black jar, Yi Chen instructed. Chunlan hesitated momentarily. The tea in the black jar? Indeed, the tea here had several qualities, with the black jar containing the least desirable. Lin Kaiji was currently enjoying a mid-grade brew. Very well, Empress. Chunlan quickly substituted the tea. But Lin Kaiji grimaced as he detected the inferior aroma. Yi Chen had intentionally provided him with something worse. Empress, young Master Situ and Situ Ren wish to enter the palace as consorts. Other prominent families and powerful sects also have talented youths desiring the same. Do you have any preferences? It would facilitate better relations. Lin Kaiji inquired blandly. He refrained from mentioning the tea again, lest he be served something unsatisfactory. Master Lin, in consideration of your ancestors, feel free to speak candidly. As long as it is not excessive, I may grant you leniency, Yi Chen replied with a calm demeanor. Lin Kaiji smirked, believing Yi Chen had softened. His tough facade was crumbling. Mentioning the Lin ancestors was merely a pretext. Little did Lin Kaiji know that Yi Chen genuinely believed that since the Lin ancestors had made significant contributions, it was only right to offer them some respect. Naturally, Lin Kaiji should be discerning. If his demands were too outrageous, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Presently, Yi Chen had already attained the second level of great emperor strength and would only grow stronger within a week. Lin Kaiji spoke solemnly. Empress, since you have invited candor, I shall be direct. The royal paper mill produces superior quality paper. I propose that you raise the price of the royal paper to twice that of our Lin family's finest paper. Currently, it was only half that price. Doubling it would mean quadrupling the current rate. Such a demand would surely provoke backlash. That is impossible, Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. The price of paper cannot be raised. However, in deference to the Lin ancestors, I am willing to allow your family to sell half of the royal paper. You may retain a 20% profit, which is quite substantial. While it may not restore the Lin family's former prosperity, it should suffice to sustain you. Lin Kaiji's eyes glimmered with ambition. Empress, let the royal mill handle production, while all sales of paper be conducted by our Lin family. We shall require 50% of the profits. Furthermore, we need to understand how the paper is made to ascertain the costs involved. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. Master Lin, you are overstepping. The Lin family's predicament is of their own making. Out of respect for your ancestors, I offered you a path forward. But do not mistake my courtesy for fear. Lin Kaiji scoffed. Empress, the new paper-making technique is of your own devising. If you propose to allocate 50% of the profits to us, the emperor will surely acquiesce. Profits belong to the royal family, but should another consort enter the palace, the consequences will be yours to bear. You must think carefully. Yi Chen was incensed. Did Lin Kaiji believe he had him cornered? There was some truth to Lin Kaiji's words. If he were merely an ineffectual empress, Lin Kaiji would indeed have an easier time manipulating him. Master Lin, you may take your leave. My prior promise is now void, Yi Chen pronounced coldly. Lin Kaiji's countenance darkened. Empress, are you certain? The moment I step through this door, I shall utilize this decree, which is no mere trinket. You shall not regret this. Yi Chen pointed toward the entrance. Master Lin, you are free to go. But know this, should another consort enter the palace, my mood will sour, and I may very well persuade the emperor to take drastic measures. Chapter 86. The Empress's Fury. Disguised visit Lin Kaiji left the palace with a dark expression, the final words of Yi Chen echoing in his mind. If the Lin family were to lose the golden decree, and with Yi Chen, the emperor, whispering sweet nothings into Luo Hongyan's ear daily, he might indeed be facing death. Fortunately, he had merely spoken in jest, never truly intending to bring an empress into the palace. The benefits he received from other families could not possibly compare to the advantages gained from the royal family through the golden decree. However, Lin Kaiji did not immediately seek out Luo Hongyan. He decided to give Yi Chen some time. Perhaps Yi Chen would reconsider and yield to the Lin family. After all, having been captured by the Shonu, Yi Chen had narrowly escaped death. His courage should not be so audacious. Moreover, Luo Hongyan herself did not wish for an empress. After applying pressure, it was possible that both Luo Hongyan and Yi Chen would acquiesce to the conditions he proposed. With this thought, a faint smile appeared on Lin Kaiji's face. Yi Chen, though you are the emperor, you remain too young. Lin Kaiji mused inwardly. Having lived for 200 years, could he not outmaneuver a mere youth? Not long after Lin Kaiji departed, Luo Hongyan arrived at Fengming Palace. She was aware of Lin Kaiji's visit. What business did this fellow have with Yi Chen? Hongyan, have you eaten yet? I haven't prepared lunch today, so we must go to the palace cafeteria, Yi Chen said with a light chuckle. He had mentioned before that he would occasionally sample the food from the servants' cafeteria, and indeed, he did so 2 or 3 times each month. I shall also sample the offerings of Fengming Palace's cafeteria, Luo Hongyan replied calmly. The servants were astonished to see both Luo Hongyan and Yi Chen enter the cafeteria together. After all, Luo Hongyan was the emperor. The cooks felt a surge of anxiety. What if Luo Hongyan were displeased and took off their heads? Hongyan, do give it a try. I find it quite acceptable, Yi Chen said with a gentle smile, serving her a plate of food. The empress casually referred to the emperor as Hongyan. Such familiarity indicated a close bond between them, leaving some servants to exchange surprised glances amongst themselves. Luo Hongyan accepted the plate naturally, unperturbed by Yi Chen's address. Had he called her so publicly in the past, she would have been incensed. Yet now, she found it rather pleasant. Of course, such informality was acceptable within Fengming Palace. Elsewhere, she would still require a more formal demeanor. Quite good indeed, Luo Hongyan remarked after tasting the meal. While it did not compare to the dishes prepared by the imperial chefs, it offered a variety of ingredients and pleasant flavors, satisfactory enough. Then let us first fill our stomachs, Yi Chen smiled. After a brief meal, they proceeded to the backyard of Fengming Palace, where Yi Chen briefly explained Lin Kaiji's intentions. Lin Kaiji has quite the audacity, Luo Hongyan exclaimed angrily, incensed that Lin Kaiji dared to threaten her as the empress. Do you believe that Lin Kaiji's golden decree is genuine? Yi Chen inquired. That is indeed the case, Luo Hongyan replied, taking a deep breath. If the Lin family did not possess such a decree, the royal family would not have shown them such leniency in the past. The Lin family had been somewhat manageable, but in the years since my ascension, their arrogance has only grown. She knew the reason well. Merely because they perceived her youth and her status as a female emperor made her an easy target. Years ago, when paper prices skyrocketed, she had made concessions by reducing taxes, which only fueled Lin Kaiji's arrogance further. Yi Chen, if Lin Kaiji truly uses the golden decree to request the addition of another empress, Luo Hongyan frowned inwardly. Yi Chen shook his head. You should not dare to go that far. However, he may spread rumors to exert pressure. We shall observe the situation. The Lin family's options may increasingly narrow. Luo Hongyan nodded slightly. With the Lin family holding the golden decree, she found herself unable to act decisively. If Lin Kaiji were to come to his senses, recognizing when to advance and retreat, it could be acceptable. As an emperor, she must not let the hearts of the people grow cold. Hongyan, how about we sneak out of the palace for a little fun? We can stroll through the streets and hear the rumors firsthand, Yi Chen suggested, a grin on his face. Stroll through the streets? Luo Hongyan felt a flicker of interest. During her time as a princess, she had ventured out, but as she matured and became more beautiful, she had ceased such outings. After ascending the throne, she had never once wandered the streets. For several years, she had conducted herself with utmost caution, aware that her every decision could impact countless lives. Hongyan, as an emperor, it is occasionally necessary to go incognito and experience the world outside. Sometimes what you hear from officials differs greatly from what you learn among the people, Yi Chen encouraged. Luo Hongyan huffed lightly. Yi Chen, it seems you're the one eager to wander about. Hee. Yi Chen did not deny it. His desire was not to roam alone, but to hold his wife's hand as they strolled through the streets. Given that your birthday approaches, I shall reluctantly agree. Luo Hongyan conceded, summoning a dozen powerful warriors of the divine realm to accompany them. It was impossible to mobilize a large contingent of the Black Dragon Guards for a discreet outing, so she opted for a handful of skilled protectors. Sweet candied hawthorn, so many sweet treats, gigantic watermelons, huge chunks, steamed buns, steaming white buns, only a coin each. Half an hour later, they arrived on the bustling streets, where vendors called out loudly, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Yi Chen seized the opportunity and, while Luo Hongyan was momentarily distracted, grasped her small hand. Luo Hongyan turned to look at him immediately. Dear wife, with so many people around, it is best that we hold hands to avoid getting separated. Yi Chen grinned. Luo Hongyan's heart raced. Though she wore a veil and ordinary clothing, rendering her unrecognizable to most, the dozen divine protectors shadowing them were fully aware of their identities. Yi Chen dared to hold her hand and call her dear wife. Such audacity. The divine warriors were equally astonished by Yi Chen's boldness. Did they understand the meaning of being with the emperor is like being with a tiger? I truly have no way to deal with you, Luo Hongyan thought, slightly shaking her hand, but ultimately allowing Yi Chen to hold it. The divine protectors were utterly flabbergasted. Was this truly the aloof and dignified empress they had known? In the years since her ascension, she had maintained an image of cold authority. The court was perilous, and, as a young woman, she could not afford to lose her gravitas. They had never witnessed the intimacy shared between Yi Chen and the empress before, revealing a side of her they had not imagined possible. Do not misunderstand. I simply wish to avoid suspicion. Luo Hongyan's authoritative voice echoed in the minds of the divine warriors. Your Majesty, we understand, they all replied in unison, sharing a silent laugh among themselves. They were not blind. Chapter 87. Under the emperor's feet, the arrogant rascals holding the delicate hand of Luo Hongyan, Yi Chen strolled through the bustling streets with a sense of delight. Having attained the strength of a great emperor, he found no interest in vying for supremacy over the world. His wife, the most beautiful woman in the realm, was also the empress. Nurturing her and enjoying a comfortable life together was all he desired. Essentially, Yi Chen was akin to a salted fish. My dear wife, do give us a try. And look, my dear, this suits you splendidly. Yi Chen reveled in indulging in playful activities that were previously constrained within the palace walls. Luo Hongyan, in turn, indulged his whims, finding joy in their playful antics amidst the common folk. Suddenly, a figure caught their attention. In a flash, a young man clad in white appeared directly before them. Despite the winter chill, he wielded a folding fan with an air of confidence. Fair maiden, your eyes are captivating, and your figure is quite alluring. Remove your veil so that I may gaze upon your beauty. The brazen youth audaciously scrutinized Luo Hongyan. Despite her attempts to blend in with ordinary attire and her veil, she remained a sight to behold. The hidden divine guardians were ready to intervene, but Luo Hongyan signaled them to hold back. This young man possessed commendable strength, yet he was merely at the stellar sea level. My friend, she is my wife. It is rather inappropriate for you to flirt with a virtuous woman in such a public setting. Yi Chun's expression turned icy. The young man's fierce gaze shifted to Yi Chun. You should consider yourself fortunate that I have taken an interest in your wife. Now be gone, or I shall ensure your family meets a tragic end. Luo Hongyan's brows knitted tightly. It was still daytime and in broad daylight. This man dared to act so recklessly. Moreover, nearby constables seemed oblivious to the scene unfolding before them. Who are you? Luo Hongyan inquired, determined to uncover the identity of such an audacious descendant. The young man leered, Fair maiden, I am Xiao Ming. My father is the deputy commander of the city guard, and my grandfather is a being of divine king caliber. How about it? Following me will be far better than being with a mere waste like him. Come along with me, and I shall treat you well. Even if I am not the most handsome, your figure's already piqued my interest. Ha ha ha. Luo Hongyan's expression darkened. She recognized the deputy commander, Xiao He. The Xiao family indeed held considerable power, with the elder being a formidable divine king. However, within the Tiangong imperial city, there were many whose strength surpassed that of the Xiao family. If the constables dared not offend someone like Xiao Ming, what the scions from even mightier clans? Even under the emperor's gaze, such arrogance persisted. One could only imagine the plight of ordinary citizens facing such situations. They would likely suffer in silence, with no recourse for justice. Friend, there are constables nearby. Do be cautious with your arrogance. Yi Chen warned deliberately. Ha ha ha. You are but an insignificant insect in my eyes. If I wish to toy with your woman, I shall. And if I desire to annihilate your family, I will do so as well. What will you do about it? Xiao Ming laughed maniacally, prompting those around to distance themselves as if avoiding a venomous snake. The nearby constables, hearing his brazen declarations, also retreated. Luo Hongyan's face turned pale. Yi Chun's brow furrowed. Though he often played the role of salted fish, his blood was far from cold. He yearned to rid the world of scoundrels like Xiao Ming. Such vermin were a waste of resources. You'd best recognize your position, fair maiden. I will ensure you experience unparalleled pleasure. Xiao Ming cackled, beckoning for a carriage from the Xiao family to approach. Were it not for his lack of divine perception, he would have thoroughly scrutinized Luo Hongyan's beauty inside and out. Yi Chen's voice was cold and firm. Xiao, young master, do you not fear the ruthless law of the land, acting so brazenly in the imperial city? Law? Xiao Ming laughed derisively. In the face of power, what is law? Rules are meant for you commoners. The law does not apply to me. Luo Hongyan's anger surged, drawing even more of Xiao Ming's attention. Xiao Ming mounted a white horse, a striking figure in his white attire, yet his heart was as dark as night. Yi Chun and Luo Hongyan entered the carriage, which sped towards the Xiao residence. Little did they know, the Lin family had issued a golden decree, and speculations swirled about who might be fortunate enough to become the imperial consort. Should the decree be utilized, the empress would likely be vexed, as having an imperial consort was only natural. As the carriage progressed, Yi Chun and Luo Hongyan overheard the murmurs of the common folk. Lin Kaiji had already disseminated the news. In just 20 minutes, Xiao Ming on his white horse would reach the Xiao family estate, a sprawling abode befitting a family of such stature, housing numerous courtyards. The carriage arrived at the courtyard where Xiao Ming resided. Yi Chun and Luo Hongyan emerged with grim expressions. The middle-aged steward was taken aback. This insolent fool dares to cause a commotion at the Xiao residence. He shall pay dearly. Xiao Ming laughed heartily. Since he is so unappreciative, let him witness how I toy with his wife and reveal the truth of this world. Fair maiden, we have arrived. Hurry and remove your veil, so I may admire you before a delightful game commences. Ye Chen inhalit deeply. Xiao Ming, congratulations on successfully provoking our ire. What began as a leisurely outing had devolved into chaos. Xiao Ming scoffed. You think your mere innate first-level cultivation grants you significance? You think you have succeeded in angering us? How utterly laughable! Luo Hongyan, consumed by rage, unleashed a palm strike that sent Xiao Ming hurtling several meters away. He coughed up blood, his face paling as several ribs fractured under the force of her blow. Young master, How dare this audacious scoundrel wreak havoc in the Shao estate? He must die. The steward, enraged, sprang into action, his strength far surpassing that of Xiao Ming. With a swift motion, the steward drew his blade, unleashing a lethal arc of energy aimed directly at Luo Hongyan, intent on cleaving her in twain. Chapter 88. The shocking turn of events in the Shao family. The Emperor's fury, the blade, energy, surged forth swiftly, yet Luo Hongyan's speed surpassed it. With a flick of her wrist, the formidable blade, energy veered sharply, intensifying in power. No, the middle-aged steward was struck with terror, desperately attempting to evade, but the very blade energy he unleashed still severed his neck. Thud! The head fell to the ground, blood splattering across the scene. Xiao Ming was utterly astonished. The young lady he had taken a liking to was unexpectedly formidable. "We are under attack. Someone come quickly," he shouted, stifling the excruciating pain in his chest. The Shao family boasted numerous powerful individuals, and soon several of them rushed to his aid. "Who dares to harm my son?" A voice, brimming with fury, echoed through the air, and a man clad in a brocade robe swiftly arrived. This man was Xiao Ming's father, who had been enjoying a day off at home. Among the deputy commanders of the city guard, Xiao He was the weakest, possessing only the strength of the sixth layer of Sun God realm. However, such power was still formidable within the entirety of the Tianyan Empire. In ordinary cities, individuals of the condensing sun level could become the lords of those cities. Deputy Commander Xiao He, you have raised a wonderful son, Luo Hongyan remarked coldly, her imperial aura radiating with overwhelming might. Xiao He felt as if struck by lightning, his complexion turning ashen in an instant. As the deputy commander of the Tianyan Imperial City, he had indeed encountered Luo Hongyan before. She was the reigning empress and a top-tier master of the God-King level. Thud! Xiao He knelt down in submission. "Father, why are you kneeling to her? She has injured me. Capture her. I want her to understand my might." With his father present and a few guards joining him, Xiao Ming felt emboldened and shouted furiously. The humiliation of being severely wounded by a woman enraged him beyond measure. "Silence! Your Majesty!" 10 or so God Emperor-level masters, who had previously concealed themselves, revealed their presence as Luo Hongyan unveiled herself. Xiao He recognized them, and his soul trembled. These 10 were all God Emperor-level powers. Although his father was a God King, to them, he was merely a slightly stronger insect. Mobilize 3,000 imperial guards to encircle the entire Shao family, Luo Hongyan commanded with lethal intent. Yes, 4 God Emperor-level masters swiftly took flight toward the 4 cardinal directions of Tianyan Imperial City. With their formidable strength, they would soon locate the head of the Shao family. "Shao Qianhe, hurry, hurry!" The imperial guards in the vicinity received the orders, and within a mere 2 minutes, 3,000 guards had surrounded the Shao residence. The commotion stirred numerous other formidable figures. Who has such audacity to mobilize so many imperial guards? Many were left in shock. The elder of the Shao family, Shao Qianhe, was quickly located. Within minutes, the God Emperor-level masters had brought him to the Shao residence. Upon witnessing the vast number of imperial guards surrounding his home, Shao Qianhe was filled with dread. Countless thoughts raced through Shao Qianhe's mind. The Shao family's connections were considerable. He needed to ponder whom to seek for assistance in resolving the current predicament. The mobilization of God Emperor-level masters suggested they had offended Princess. Could it be that Xiao Ming, that wretched boy, had caused trouble? Shao Qianhe's heart raced with anxiety. If it truly was the princess, the Shao family was undoubtedly facing a grave calamity. He feared that all his connections would be exhausted, and Xiao Ming might even lose his life in order to weather the storm. "Your Majesty, Shao Qianhe has arrived." Only then did Shao Qianhe's gaze fall upon Luo Hongyan, and he felt as though struck by thunder. No matter how he calculated, he never anticipated that it would be Luo Hongyan. "How about you be outside the palace?" Thud! Shao Qianhe's face turned pale as he knelt down. "Criminal Shao Qianhe pays his respects to your Majesty." As a God King-level expert, Shao Qianhe held an official position and was a vassal of the court, enjoying favorable treatment. He was required to assist the court when necessary. Luo Hongyan's expression remained indifferent. What crime does the Shao family bear? Xiao Ming is merely a young master of your family. How can he trample upon my nation's laws? The Shao family is comprised of god kings. How could they possibly be guilty? Xiao Qianhe shot a furious glare at Xiao Ming. Your Majesty, this criminal shall eliminate this wretched beast and cleanse the family. Luo Hongyan continued, her tone devoid of emotion. Xiao Qianhe, do you not wish to know what Xiao Ming has done? Xiao Qianhe turned his gaze toward Yi Chen. Though he had never met Yi Chen, he quickly deduced that Yi Chen was the emperor's consort, given his presence alongside Luo Hongyan. Typically, when the emperor and empress visited together, the Shao family would bask in glory, but now Xiao Qianhe felt as if he were seeing stars. Huh, Yi Chen chuckled, realizing that Xiao Qianhe still held onto a glimmer of hope. Luo Hongyan turned to the hastily arriving leader of the imperial guards. Conduct a thorough investigation of every individual in the Shao residence. Xiao Qianhe, Xiao He, and Xiao Ming shall be escorted to the imperial guards prison for severe interrogation. I expect a satisfactory explanation. The leader of the imperial guards replied solemnly, rest assured, your majesty. I shall ensure that all of Xiao Qianhe's misdeeds are extracted through interrogation. Your majesty, spare my life. Your majesty, spare my life. Xiao Qianhe pleaded, fully aware that the prison of the imperial guards was a place fraught with peril. Once deprived of his cultivation, he would certainly be unable to withstand the various tortures within. With a wave of her hand, Luo Hongyan signaled for the leader of the imperial guards to take Xiao Qianhe and the others away. As for the rest of the Shao family, you have 1 hour. I shall be waiting here, Luo Hongyan declared coldly. Xiao Qianhe, Xiao He, and Xiao Ming were all core figures of the Shao family and had undoubtedly undergone special training against hypnosis. The remaining individuals could be interrogated through hypnosis by Shun Kuo and others. Though the Shao family was numerous, many powerful individuals were present, and it would not be difficult to uncover the truth within an hour. Yi Chen and Luo Hongyan proceeded to the main hall of the Shao residence. Shun Kuo and the powerful members of the imperial guards conducted a thorough investigation. After more than half an hour, Shun Kuo presented a jade slip containing a wealth of information. Where's the Minister of Justice? Luo Hongyan inquired in a deep voice. The Minister of Justice, Zhou Mukin, had already arrived. Upon hearing her voice, he hurriedly entered the main hall. Your Majesty, I am here. Zhou Mukin replied respectfully, a loyal minister supporting Luo Hongyan. The previous Minister of Justice was aligned with Prince Mu and had lost his head 4 years ago when Luo Hongyan seized an opportunity. Chapter 89. The Mountain and the Flowing Water. The Lin family's glory. Luo Hongyan spoke solemnly. Minister Zhou, the punishment for the Shao family must be severe. Those who deserve 1 year shall receive 3. Those who deserve 3 years shall be sentenced to 9, and those who deserve 10 years shall face immediate execution. The evidence is contained within. Ensure this matter is handled appropriately. Minister of Justice Zhou Mukin's expression grew grave as he replied, as per your Majesty's decree, the Tianyin Empire upholds national laws. Yet the imperial authority supersedes these laws. With such a decree from Luo Hongyan, all present understood that the Shao family was doomed. The crimes committed by Xiao Ming and his kin were numerous, and they would undoubtedly face execution. Many others from the Shao family would also meet their demise. Yi Chen quietly remarked that Luo Hongyan was emotionally unstable and quite furious. As the emperor, the entire realm belonged to her. And those like Xiao Ming were akin to parasites within the Tianyin Empire. Luo Hongyan cast a worried glance at Yi Chen, concerned that she might have frightened him. She perceived that despite Yi Chen's ascendance as the emperor, he was once an ordinary person. Such bloodshed might terrify him. Little did she know that just over a month ago, over 100 souls had perished by Yi Chen's hand in the Blood Rain Tower. Eunuch Yin proclaimed loudly, our movements have been exposed. The Emperor's palanquin has emerged to receive us. Half an hour later, Yi Chen and the others entered the Purple Dragon Palace. Throughout the journey, Yi Chen remained contemplative, pondering whether with his newfound strength, he could do something for the common folk. Luo Hongyan misinterpreted his silence, believing he was genuinely frightened. Yi Chen, were you greatly scared today? She said, "But I am the emperor. There are certain responsibilities that I must fulfill, which others may avoid," Luo Hongyan explained, wishing to shield Yi Chen from seeing her as a cold-hearted tyrant. Yi Chen smiled at Luo Hongyan. It amused him that she feared for his composure. There are countless villains in the world. Even if I become a great emperor or perhaps a saint in the future, how many can I truly eliminate? My wife is the empress, and my duty lies in protecting her and enabling her actions. Feeling reassured, Yi Chen accepted his role as a citizen of the Tianyan Empire, devoted to assisting his wife in governing it. As for the rest of the nations, what did it matter to him? Countries such as the Oda Empire, the Thousand Islands, and the Xiongnu Empire, he would delight in witnessing their chaos, even if millions perished. With a smile, Yi Chen remarked, "Hongyan, we should soon see results, correct?" Luo Hongyan nodded slightly. Minister Zhou acts swiftly, and since the crimes are clear, he merely needs to verify them and report back for confirmation. We should have results today. Those who have transgressed from the Shao family shall be executed tomorrow. Yi Chen suggested, "Hongyan, for the executions of the Shao family tomorrow, you might invite some observers, such as Lin Kaiji." Luo Hongyan's eyes brightened at the idea. Having reviewed the criminal records of the Shao family, she knew at least dozens would lose their heads. Allowing some to witness the executions would likely instill a sense of restraint in others. "Yi Chen, I'm feeling rather unwell. Would you play a piece for me?" Luo Hongyan requested. Yi Chen nodded slightly, and they proceeded to the courtyard. A melody of high mountains and flowing water resonated through the air. Luo Hongyan gazed at Yi Chen with sparkling eyes. His remarkable appearance combined with his divine musical talent created an aura around him that seemed to glow. Even with his modest cultivation, Luo Hongyan found him exceedingly appealing. "What is the name of this piece?" she asked, having never heard it before. "High mountains and flowing water." Yi Chen replied with a smile. "Does it soothe your spirit?" Luo Hongyan nodded in agreement. "Then how about a kiss?" Yi Chen's gaze burned intensely. Luo Hongyan's cheeks flushed as she recalled how long Yi Chen had held her hand today. Yet, they had shared few kisses, leaving her feeling quite bashful. Her heart raced as she closed her eyes. Yi Chen, amused, realized that her silence was an unspoken consent. He wasted no time. Drawing her close, he marveled at her beauty, as if she were a celestial being descended to Earth. With a population exceeding 800 billion in the Jiuxiao continent, the authority of the Jiuxiao Beauties rankings was formidable. Luo Hongyan's position at the top was undeniably well-deserved. After admiring her for a moment, Yi Chen leaned down and kissed her. The kiss lingered for several minutes, leaving Luo Hongyan's face crimson. In the distance, a few maidens discreetly observed the scene, marveling at Yi Chen's ability to make the icy empress exhibit such emotions. "The emperor and empress are a perfect match," they whispered. "He is handsome with unparalleled talent, and she is beautiful and possesses a vast empire with formidable cultivation. If we must mention a flaw, it would be the empress's relatively low cultivation level. But at least she is now at the innate stage." They continued to discuss in hushed tones. An innate level of cultivation is hardly impressive within the palace. Even we maidens have such cultivation, but throughout the Tianyan Empire, it is still rather commendable, one remarked. "Yi Chen is still young," Luo Hongyan said. Yi Chen smiled broadly as he prepared to depart. "Nangong, have the imperial kitchen prepare a calming medicinal soup for the empress," Luo Hongyan instructed. Although Yi Chen showed no outward signs of distress, Luo Hongyan suspected he might still be unsettled. In a fit of anger, she had executed the middle-aged steward before his eyes, blood spraying dramatically, a scene that would be terrifying to an ordinary person. At the Lin family estate, Lin Kaiji was gathered with 4 other family heads. They had already applied pressure on Yi Chen and were now openly meeting, knowing it would garner attention. "Brother Lin, once this tactic is employed, the empress will surely become anxious." The other family heads laughed. They were in good spirits, knowing that if Lin Kaiji succeeded, the benefits would be considerable, while the troubles would primarily fall on the Lin family. As long as they did not use the immunity token, the Lin family could bear the pressure. The empress is still young. A little hardship isn't a bad thing, Lin Kaiji remarked nonchalantly. Luo Hongyan had conceded to them years ago, and he found it hard to believe Yi Chen would be so obstinate. The profit from the royal family's embarrassment would belong to them, and Lin Kaiji was certain Yi Chen would make the right decision soon. Master, someone from the palace has arrived. It is a young eunuch we do not recognize, the Lin family's steward announced as he entered the hall. Lin Kaiji burst into laughter. I knew someone from the palace would come. That young eunuch is likely from Fengming Palace. Have him come in. Chapter 90. Spectacle of Execution and the Art of Killing. The steward guided the young eunuch from the palace to Lin Kaiji and his companions. The other 4 clan leaders rose to their feet, but Lin Kaiji remained seated. After all, he was merely a young eunuch sent by the emperor and empress to seek peace. There was no need for him to stand. The young eunuch frowned. Clan leader Lin, do you intend to sit and listen to His Majesty's decree? At this, Lin Kaiji's expression changed, and he immediately stood up, puzzled. The emperor's decree? Was this young eunuch not from Fengming Palace? Upon seeing Lin Kaiji rise, the eunuch's expression softened slightly, and he cleared his throat to announce, by decree of His Majesty. At noon tomorrow, clan leader Lin Kaiji is to bring several family members to the execution ground to witness the execution. After speaking, the young eunuch cast a glance at the 4 clan leaders. You 4, your families have also received the imperial edict. You 2 must bring people to witness the execution tomorrow. With that, the young eunuch turned and departed, uninterested in further conversation with Lin Kaiji and the others. Witness what execution? The clan leaders from the Zheng family were baffled, and Lin Kaiji quickly dispatched someone to inquire further. It wasn't long before they received the information. Clan leader, it is the Shao family that is in trouble. His Majesty and the Empress were out incognito when the eldest grandson of the Shao family, Shao Ming, captured them and brazenly threatened to exterminate the Empress's entire family. He even dared to provoke His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Lin Kaiji and the others gasped in shock. Such audacity! And then, the Zheng clan leader asked urgently. The steward, trembling with fear, replied, His Majesty severely injured Shao Ming, executed one of his subordinates in anger, and surrounded the Shao residence with 3,000 imperial guards. Tomorrow, dozens from the Shao family will be executed. A chill ran down Lin Kaiji's spine. Such an execution of dozens at once had never occurred since Luo Hongyan ascended to the throne. What are the Shao ministers? Inquired the Huangfu clan leader. The steward, shaking, responded, Shao Qianhe, Shao He, and Shao Ming have all been imprisoned by the imperial guards. They are likely to be executed together tomorrow. Lin Kaiji felt parched. Just recently, he had sent out a message threatening the empress with the intention of finding another imperial consort for Luo Hongyan. Now, such a situation had arisen. It was hard to believe that this was not directed at him. The order to witness the execution tomorrow left Lin Kaiji feeling uneasy. Quick, disseminate the news that our Lin family's intention to use the life-saving golden decree to find an imperial consort for His Majesty is utterly false. Such matters do not exist. Lin Kaiji urged fervently. The great Shao family could collapse overnight. Brother Lin, farewell, the Huangfu clan leader said hastily as they all departed. At this moment, they wished to distance themselves from the Lin family. Losses were losses, and they could endure for now. Many other, usually arrogant families were also approached by palace eunuchs. Even those families that had not been visited were raising their demands upon hearing the news. The atmosphere in the imperial city of Tianyan suddenly shifted dramatically. The next day, at the royal execution ground, a place where the emperor ordered the execution of criminals, ordinary people could not access. In the past, this area had been rather desolate during executions. However, as noon approached, hundreds of people gathered. Strangely, despite the crowd, no one spoke a word. On the execution platform, more than 50 members of the Shao family, including Shao Qianhe, knelt there, flanked by executioners. The time has come. Execute. Master Pang declared solemnly, appointed by Luo Hongyan to oversee this execution. The 50 or so gleaming blades fell. Snap! The heads of Shao Qianhe and the others were severed. Some in attendance were so frightened they lost control. Many among them, like Shao Ming, were not virtuous individuals. If judged by the same standard of punishment meted out to the Shao family, they too would face execution. Master Pang's expression was complex. He had been relatively close to Prince Mu, and his family included many who abused their power. Luo Hongyan's decision to appoint him as the execution overseer was rather intriguing. Was it a warning? I report, the execution is complete. The deputy executioner said respectfully. His status was greatly inferior to that of Master Pang. Rising to his feet, Master Pang addressed the crowd. His Majesty has instructed me to convey a decree. The Shao family is the first, but they will certainly not be the last. Those who disregard the law of the land will face severe punishment. The crowd was filled with trepidation. In Jiangnan, at Yi family village, two formidable members of the Situ family arrived, both loyal subordinates of Situ Yin. They were exceptionally powerful, both being divine kings. They were required to visit Fengming Palace once a month to seek Yi Chen. Situ Yin could no longer tolerate this. Thus, he dispatched these two divine, king-level warriors, the pinnacle of the Situ family. Even if Luo Hongyan had powerful guardians stationed there, Situ Yin believed it was unlikely there would be more than one divine king. He sent two divine kings, ensuring success was virtually guaranteed. They planned to capture the villagers of Yi family village, unearthing the remains of Yi Chen's parents, thus acquiring leverage over him. Zhao, you keep watch outside while I handle this swiftly, and then we can leave, spoke a black-robed elder, whose strength was at the 6th level of divine king. Understood, Ye. The other warrior nodded, slightly less powerful, but still at the 4th level of divine king. They had actually arrived the previous day, but found nothing unusual. With a storm brewing tonight, it was the perfect time to invade the village. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky. Within Yi family village, a dormant sword sensed the impending bloodlust. Instantly, the formation locked onto its target. Whoosh! A small sword chi appeared, piercing through the black-robed elder's defenses and entering his body. In the span of 1/100th of a second, the sword chi extinguished all traces of life within the black-robed elder. His body erupted into a mist of blood. As the rain washed over, nothing remained. The black-robed elder's sword, however, was not destroyed. It was drawn into the formation. On a mountain several kilometers away, the Zhao warrior's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not even seen how the black-robed elder had perished. Forgive me, esteemed one. The Zhao warrior quickly knelt down, realizing that there might be a top-tier protector nearby. Since the opponent had already acted, their divine sense should have detected him immediately. However, 5 minutes passed without anyone paying him heed. Anxiously, the Zhao warrior stood up and fled as swiftly as he could. Chapter 91. The breakthrough at the southwestern prince's mansion, the servant fled a considerable distance before the Zhao clan expert gradually regained his composure. A realization dawned upon him. There was likely no powerful guardian at Yi family village, but a remarkably potent killing array had been set in place. Had I entered alongside Brother Go, we would surely have met our demise. The Zhao expert felt a chill of dread. Being relatively close to the southwestern prince's domain, he hastened to the prince's mansion throughout the night. In the early hours, the southwestern prince, Situ Da, was roused from his slumber. Zhao Li, what is it? He spoke, his voice deep and commanding, for he was a formidable figure at the 8th level of the divine emperor realm and a prince, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. Zhao Li quickly replied, Your Highness, the heir sent me and Brother Gu Ping to handle a certain matter. But it did not go well, and Brother Gu has perished. Here is what transpired upon hearing this. Situ Da's expression darkened. Gu Ping, a formidable warrior at the 6th level of the divine emperor realm, was no trivial subordinate. His loss was significant. Why would the heir act in such a manner? Situ de inquirir solemnly. Zhao Li hesitated slightly before responding. Your Highness, it seems the heir may have been secretly manipulated by the Empress or other formidable beings, using the Empress as a mere facade. If the heir does not receive treatment within a month, he will be unable to fulfill his manhood. Zhao Li nodded yes. Your Highness, shall we take action against Yi family village? Situ Da shook his head. After Zhao Li departed, Situ Da sent a message to a powerful ally, and soon a woman clad in red appeared before him. Your Highness, she spoke, her voice melodious, yet her visage was frightfully ugly. Kime, I need you to investigate the array at Yi family village and ascertain its level, Situ Da commanded. This red-clad woman, Chi Mei, was no less powerful than he. also at the 8th level of the Divine Emperor realm, and she was proficient in formations. Understood, Your Highness. Chi Mei vanished in an instant, resembling a specter as she raced towards Yi family village, covering the distance of approximately 2,000 kilometers in under half an hour. A third eye opened on her forehead. The array set by Yi Chen was capable of annihilating ordinary Divine Emperor-level individuals, but Chi Mei, being an 8th-level Divine Emperor, had surpassed the array's capacity to threaten her. One exquisite array, she marveled. The central artifact could only reach the 9th level of the Divine King realm. Yet alongside a collection of debris, it could still potentially slay those at the 3rd level of the Divine Emperor realm. Moreover, it could absorb the life essence of the deceased and grow stronger. Chi Mei was astounded. Her expertise in formations was high, and though she could comprehend this array, she recognized that she would not be able to replicate it. Her skill was insufficient. This sword appears to belong to the master of Blood Rain Tower. Chi Mei's expression shifted. She had received news of the demise of all 100 experts for Blood Rain Tower and had even examined their corpses. No one knew how they had perished, but it was certain that a Divine Emperor-level expert had made their move, likely one skilled in hypnosis. Most of the Blood Rain Tower members had presumably undertaken a mission against Yi family village. It seemed that a top-tier expert had been guarding this place, and they had eliminated the Blood Rain Tower's warriors and set this array. Chi Mei hastily departed. Despite her own formidable 8th-level prowess, she lacked confidence in confronting the adversary. What if they had not left? She relayed her findings to Situ Da, who furrowed his brow. He was aware of the royal ancestor, Luo Wanli's strength and expertise in formations. However, it was improbable that Luo Wanli had ventured this far. To think the royal family harbored such experts. Situ Da had believed himself knowledgeable about the royal family's powerful figures, only to discover there were still hidden talents. If one existed, there might be others. It appeared that the plan required further meticulousness, and alliances would need to be forged. Perhaps he would have to acquiesce to the conditions proposed by the supreme Xian Saint Lord, Situ Da mused. In Fengming Palace, Yi Chen, basking in the sunlight, opened his eyes and gazed toward the training room in the backyard. The training room was not his. He had no need for it. Lu Zhongliang was inside practicing. Just moments ago, Yi Chen had sensed a terrifying aura. Lu Zhongliang had finally broken through to the emperor level. Beside Yi Chen, Chen Lan played the guqin, exhibiting no signs of disturbance. Only Yi Chen could sense it. The accompanying divine willow had sealed Lu Zhongliang's breakthrough aura. Otherwise, the emergence of a powerful figure reaching the emperor level would have caused disturbances for miles around. Empress, I have broken through. I have reached the emperor level. Lu Zhongliang's ecstatic voice resonated within Yi Chen's mind. As a monster, achieving the emperor level was no simple feat, especially in such a short span of time. Creatures like Lu Zhongliang typically concealed themselves in remote mountains, taking extensive periods to gradually accumulate strength for a breakthrough. Their lifespans far exceeded that of humans. Do not become overly excited about merely reaching the first level of the Emperor realm, Yi Chen conveyed with a calm voice. Lu Zhongliang recalled the formidable divine willow, which Yi Chen had planted, and his excitement quickly subsided. Master Lu, you require some pressure to solidify your cultivation. I shall have Xiao Lu assist you, he said, referring to the accompanying divine willow. In the next moment, boom, Lu Zhongliang felt an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure descend upon him, emanating from the divine willow. If he were mouse now, then the divine willow was not merely a cat, but a ferocious tiger. Ah! Lu Zhongliang cried out in terror. Under the weight of the pressure, he felt as if his body would shatter. Now that I am also at the Emperor level, even a 9th level of the Emperor should not possess such strength. Master Lu must be a half-saint level expert, Lu Zhongliang thought. He dared not call out to Xiao Lu, always referring to the Divine Willow as Master Lu out of respect. Realizing the Divine Willow was likely a half-saint level expert left him utterly astonished. This tree had been planted by Yi Chen and had not been growing for long. The Divine Willow was also quite obedient to Yi Chen. If Master Lu were indeed a half-saint level expert, then the Empress must be at the saint level. Lu Zhongliang was left in utter disbelief. Having previously surmised that Yi Chen was likely a half-saint level figure was already shocking, but this revelation surpassed even that. His current first level of the Emperor realm was but an ant in the presence of a saint-level expert. The surrounding pressure intensified, and Lu Zhongliang struggled desperately against it, rapidly solidifying his current Emperor-level strength in the process. Half a day passed, and Lu Zhongliang had stabilized his cultivation. He stood before Yi Chen, bowing deeply, his demeanor more respectful than before. "Empress, thank you for facilitating my ascension to my current strength. Although I still fall short of your expectations, I should be able to assist you with some tasks." Lu Zhongliang spoke humbly, devoid of the authority befitting an Emperor-level expert. Yi Chen regarded Lu Zhongliang with a slight nod. Given Lu Zhongliang's current strength, it would indeed be convenient for him to assist with certain matters outside the palace. Lu Zhongliang, Blood Rain Tower has accepted a contract to eliminate Yi family village. You shall travel south and ascertain which faction placed the order with Blood Rain Tower. Yi Chen instructed calmly. Chapter 92. Terrifying Treasures. Investigative gains with the passage permit bestowed upon him by Yi Chen. Lu Zhongliang swiftly departed from the Tianyan Imperial Palace. Possessing the cultivation level of an emperor, Lu Zhongliang moved with remarkable speed, reaching the vicinity of Yi family village within 2 hours. Upon arrival, Lu Zhongliang's eyes flickered with a sharp glimmer as he discerned an additional weapon within the formation set by Yi Chen. Before departing, Yi Chen had briefed him on the configuration of the formation and its components, which Lu Zhongliang understood clearly. "Come." Lu Zhongliang extended his hand, conjuring a formidable gravitational force that swiftly drew a long sword from the formation into his grasp. The sword bore no distinctive markings, yet it was evident that its previous owner had perished not long ago, leaving behind a faint trace of their essence. The residual aura was subtle. Even a formidable being like Qi Mei would struggle to identify the original owner from such a faint remnant. However, Lu Zhongliang recognized the familiar presence. It seemed to belong to one of Situ Yan's guards, Gu Ping, whose essence he distinctly recalled. After a meticulous assessment, an icy glint sparkled in Lu Zhongliang's eyes. The formation would only activate in response to an intense murderous intent, indicating that Gu Ping had ventured here with lethal intentions. As a guard of Situ Yan, it was highly probable that he had been dispatched by him. Could it be that the Blood Rain Tower's assignment originated from Situ Yan? Contemplating this,